The mediocre detective Xing Ze met his demise while investigating a mysterious case, only to find himself traversing into the world of Harry Potter, bearing an ancient relic of a heretical nature. However, he soon discovers that this realm is fraught with peril, shrouded in enigmatic organizations, arcane magic, and nameless deities. As the savior star Harry Potter endeavors to thwart the resurrection of Voldemort, Xing Ze is engaged in dismantling a terrifying ritual in a dark and dilapidated town. At the moment of Voldemort's revival, Xing Ze wanders through the shadowy forests, seeking ancient secrets, while Harry Potter ultimately defeats Voldemort. In the interim, Xing Ze traverses the realm of dreams, searching for a means to rescue the world. This is an untold tale, a narrative obscured by time. Here, there are no heroes, merely a wayfarer yearning to return to Earth. Chapter 201. The Students. A pitch-black spike pierced through the convulsing head, as Xing Ze expelled the clay from his mouth and summoned a gust of wind with his wand to disperse the smoke and dust. Gazing at the scattered remnants of the madman Manny, he murmured, "It seems I may have overdone it." He had nearly crammed every explosive cigar into the deranged man's body. The violent explosion not only annihilated the enemy, but also obliterated the entire hall. Such a catastrophic blast would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention. He raised his gaze to the sky outside, intent on vacating the premises before those cultists arrived. With this in mind, Xing Ze proceeded toward the remaining rooms, his fortune shining upon him as he discovered the 4 children in the penultimate chamber. However, upon pushing the door open, he was met with a flurry of spells. Fortunately, the children's incantations were still rather unrefined, and Xing Ze narrowly evaded them all. "Well done, children. At the very least, your charms instructor will take pride in your efforts, but your headmaster, I have reason to believe, will impose severe penalties upon you." "Merlin's beard," exclaimed Cedric, hiding behind a table. "Mr. Xing Ze, is that really you? How splendid. Mr. Xing Ze has come to rescue us." The other 3 children emerged from their respective hiding places, though they dared not meet Xing Ze's gaze. "All right, we must leave at once. Is anyone injured?" Xing Ze inquired. "Hermione," Ron exclaimed. "Sir, Hermione has twisted her ankle." "Cedric, carry her," Xing Ze commanded succinctly, then urged, "Let us be swift, move quickly." The children hurriedly fled the room, only to erupt in screams moments later. Xing Ze recalled something and cautioned, "Oh, do not look around once we exit." Well, too late now. They descended the staircase, with Xing Ze leading the way. Only after ensuring their safety did he allow the children to pass. After a short distance, Xing Ze halted the group, pointing to a potion shop, stating, "Let us take a moment to rest inside." "No, I'm fine, sir," Cedric gasped. "Let's rest for a while." "It is not just you." Xing Ze signaled for the children to enter the potion shop. Once they were all inside, he cast a silencing charm and a concealment spell. "Harry, come here," Xing Ze called. Harry Potter stood up, somewhat bewildered, as Hermione beside him interjected, "Sir, this isn't solely his decision. I'm not here to hold you accountable." Xing Ze beckoned Harry closer and continued, "Roll up your sleeve." Harry gulped and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a wound on his forearm. "Was this caused by magic?" Xing Ze inquired. Harry nodded, and Ron curiously approached, gasping upon seeing the scar on his companion's hand. "Why didn't you tell us, Harry?" Ron questioned. "We had no potions, Ron," Harry replied calmly, mentioning it would only heighten your concern. "Well, now we have potions." Xing Ze produced a healing elixir from his ring, "but it will hurt." "That's all right," Harry replied through gritted teeth as he extended his hand. Xing Ze turned to Ron and said, "Fetch something for him to bite down on." Ron obliged, immediately searching the potion shop, with Cedric assisting him. After 2 or 3 minutes, Ron found a root of an unknown plant. "Will this suffice?" he inquired of Xing Ze. "Bring it here," Xing Ze replied. Hermione expressed her apprehension, scrutinizing the item for a prolonged moment before allowing Ron to present it. Harry bit down on the root, trembling violently. "Turn your head away," Xing Ze instructed, then poured the potion onto the wound. The elixir emitted a white mist, and Harry exerted all his strength to bite into the root, his nails digging into Xing Ze's arm. "All done," Xing Ze announced. "Is anyone else injured? Do not conceal it any longer." "Look, Harry, your wound is healed," Ron shouted with excitement. "You are truly fortunate. This healing potion is not inexpensive. My mother is reluctant to let me use it. Please treat Hermione as well," Harry implored Xing Ze. "It cannot mend bone injuries," Cedric explained. "We must take Granger to the hospital." Xing Ze moved toward Hermione, stating, "I fear that is not feasible. I will escort you to Paravi's house. She will guide you to the basement." "Oh, Paravi," Cedric suddenly recalled, exclaiming, "We got separated from her." "Do not worry. She is safe now. Show me your leg," Xing Ze said as he examined Hermione's leg. "Nothing serious, just a sprain." Unfortunately, I do not possess any healing spells. Thus, Miss Granger, you will have to endure some pain for a few days. Consider it a lesson. Pain can serve as a reminder. Let there not be a next time. This is not school, and there are no Dumbledores or teachers to protect you. But you are here, Hermione said with a wry smile. You have come to save us. That is your fortune, Xing Ze remarked, retrieving several bottles of water from his ring. Take a moment to rest, drink some water, and then we shall continue our journey. The children's taut nerves finally began to relax after enduring so much, propelled forward by their will to survive and adrenaline. However, once they let their guard down, their minds involuntarily revisited the events that had transpired. The first to succumb was Ron, who found a spot to painfully vomit, muttering, "Today's experiences will undoubtedly become my most terrifying nightmares." Next was Cedric, the prefect, who fell into a spiral of regret and self-recrimination. "It is all my fault," he muttered to himself. "I should not have brought you here. I should have listened to Paravi." Harry stared blankly at the blood and flesh beneath his nails, recalling how he had gripped too tightly during the treatment, causing damage to Xing Ze's wrist, yet the latter bore no complaint. "Your survival is of utmost importance." In an effort to alleviate the despondent atmosphere within the room, Xing Ze felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. "Everyone makes mistakes. Remember this, Cedric. Committing errors is not the issue. The true peril lies in the refusal to acknowledge them. Thus, in comparison, you exhibit more courage than the vast majority. Ron, cease dwelling on those thoughts. They serve you no purpose. Focus on the present before you. Bear in mind that outside this tower, there may be a multitude of troubles awaiting us. You must remain utterly vigilant." At this juncture, Xing Ze turned to Hermione. "Are you feeling frightened, Miss Granger?" "And no," Hermione replied, concealing her slightly trembling hands behind her back. "All right, I confess, I am afraid. There is no shame in feeling fear. I too experience it. Perhaps you can enlighten us on how to conquer our fears." Xing Ze shook his head. "You must either accept it or be vanquished by it. It is that simple." "I am not afraid." Harry, who had been silent thus far, suddenly interjected. "You are here, sir, just as you were during that train incident. I trust you." "Ah, do not place too much faith in me, Harry. I am no superhero." Chapter 202, The Pursuit. They did not linger in the potion shop for long. After a brief restoration of their energy, the 4 children and 1 adult set forth once more. "Where are we headed?" Ron inquired, his foolish visage marred by confusion and trepidation. "Do you recall the antique shop where you got separated from Parvati?" Xing Ze responded, gesturing for the group to halt before peering down to the next level. Upon hearing the meow of a black cat, he waved his hand, urging the children to pass swiftly. Harry brought up the rear, with Xing Ze entrusting the task of watching the rear to him, which was certainly preferable to assigning it to Ron. "Who remembers the way to the antique shop?" Hermione softly asked, perched on Cedric's back. Ron scoffed. "That is a foolish question. Mr. Xing Ze must certainly remember." "It is not a foolish question, Ron Weasley," Hermione admonished, her expression stern. "What if we become separated again? Since our objective is the antique shop, we must ensure we all know the route." "I do not recall," Harry admitted with a shake of his head. "At that time, all I could think about was escaping." "I feel the same," Ron concurred. Xing Ze hastened to the front of the group, remaining vigilant not only of their path ahead, but also of the safety behind them. Many wizards employ invisibility spells, which would be rather daunting for a first-year student newly acquainted with magic. "We are safe. Let us proceed," Xing Ze declared. The children continued their discussion regarding who remembered the way to the antique shop. It was beneficial for them to have something to divert their tense nerves, and as long as they did not speak too loudly, Xing Ze saw no reason to intervene. This topic ultimately reached a conclusion on the 15th floor, where, apart from Hermione, no one remembered the route to the antique shop. The 2 wizards dispatched by Xing Ze still lay in the stairwell. Although the children had encountered corpses along the way, witnessing 2 adult bodies at such close proximity sent shivers down their spines, filling them with dread. "Do not look, just walk past," Xing Ze instructed the students. Ron was on the verge of tears as he crossed the corpse at an excruciatingly slow pace, before hastily dashing towards Xing Ze. Cedric, however, remained considerably more composed, stealing a quick glance before crossing the body. Hermione, perched on his back, shielded her eyes with her hands, while Harry and Ron shared a similar reaction. Yet, as he ran toward Xing Ze, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Xing Ze frowned slightly. The footsteps were still quite distant. Without his exceptional hearing, he would hardly have noticed. Survivors? No, the cadence was wrong. In an instant, Xing Ze pondered many thoughts. He discerned that the sound was not produced by a human. Furthermore, upon closer listening, he could detect some mutterings intermingled with that peculiar footfall. Whatever it was rapidly descending. "Move quickly," Xing Ze urged. "Harry, Ron, you take the lead." Although the children were oblivious to their teacher's anxiety, His grave countenance prompted them to sprint downwards. After descending several more floors, Harry, who was at the forefront, quietly asked, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Ron frowned. "What are you talking about, Harry? Don't joke around." "I am not joking. There's a sound coming from above us. Do not stop. Keep running." Upon noticing their pace slow, Xing Ze hastily prompted them. The sound was growing ever closer. Xing Ze felt a chill creep down his neck, as if something were coiling around him. "Children, make for the antique shop. Hide there," he said, his steps gradually slowing. "If I do not follow, go to the school and take refuge there." "What are you planning to do, sir?" Cedric turned to inquire. "Run, Cedric. Do not stop. Regardless of what you hear or see, do not halt." Xing Ze shouted, "Run." Perhaps startled by Xing Ze's demeanor, Cedric turned and sprinted with all his might. "Yes, just like that, run. Do not stop." Xing Ze pivoted sharply, and his blue wand transformed into a dark blade, striking at the descending creature. The silver blade pierced through the wizard's body before swiftly retracting. The bishop deftly evaded a spell, the explosive air current tousling his hair and black leather coat. He crouched slightly and leaped upwards. The wizard on the broomstick had not anticipated such a high jump, which exceeded human limitations. Thus, in a state of shock, he was cleaved in two, along with the broom beneath him. As he plummeted, Nadani leveled his shotgun at the last remaining wizard, the gears of the weapon clicking ominously. With a resounding bang, the bullet was discharged. In the next moment, the wizard's back erupted in a spray of blood, and he staggered before collapsing onto the concrete below. "He is quite formidable," Scherer remarked, surveying the 7 corpses on the ground. "No wonder he was reluctant to accompany us." John stowed the flask in his coat. "Forget about him, Mr. Mendez. Lead the way. I am in a hurry to rescue people." Scherer nodded and chose a direction. "The town hospital is unsafe. My informants are spread throughout the town. Once I locate survivors, I will escort them to the school. Therefore, let's first check the school. It is on the way. Perhaps the person you seek is there. You are the guide, Mr. Mendez. I have no objections." "Oh, just call me Scherer, John. That title always reminds me of my foolish brother." As Scherer sidestepped a bent brass lamppost, he continued, "By the way, how is Mantle? Has he disclosed any information?" John cautiously observed Nadani's every move, the latter sheathing his wand and sword, seemingly indifferent to their presence. "To my knowledge, no. The Ministry of Magic is deliberating whether to employ the memory charm on him. You know, those bureaucrats tend to prolong discussions. As for coercive interrogation, since the demise of the Death Eaters, the Ministry has rarely employed torture on members of those prominent families." "Well, what about the key chamber? Have you taken any action, or are you simply allowing those antiquarians to bicker?" John remained silent, his brow furrowed as he regarded the other man. "Oh, do not be alarmed, my friend. I have not been idle these past 5 years." "I can see that," John retorted with a cold smirk. "At the very least, the magical array atop the tower is not something an ordinary wizard could establish." Scherer darted into an alley, with John closely following. Just as they were about to speak, an inexplicable terror surged from the depths of their hearts. Scherer pressed himself against the wall, and John mimicked him. Above them, 2 dark figures swept past. The entities resembled humanoids with bat-like wings, their emaciated bodies trailing a long tail with barbs. Chapter 203, The Mendez Family. "Nightmare," John muttered softly. Scherer looked at him in surprise, inquiring, "I did not expect you to recognize that creature and remain so composed." "I encountered one about an hour ago in the church. I am uncertain whether to say you are lucky or unfortunate. That creature possesses a formidable resistance to magic. For ordinary wizards, encountering them is akin to death, with little hope of escape. You were unfortunate to cross paths with it, but fortunate in that you managed to flee." "Flee?" John took a swig from his flask. "Are you jesting? That thing is dead." This revelation caused Scherer, who was leading, to halt in his tracks, turning to ask, "Did you kill it? Alone?" "No, it was my 2 other companions." "Let me guess, that Easter individual is one of them." John did not respond, but rather countered, "Are you quite familiar with us? You are investigating me, and I am likewise investigating you. That Eastern individual, he is far more renowned than you realize. At least in Turnover Alley, Stinking Rat Street, and among various underground factions, he is quite the figure. Is it because of his waxy complexion? It is not just him. There is also the patriarch of Sweet Home." Scherer displayed a grim smile. "That fellow mobilized the entire Auror office to take down Sweet Home. I trust you have heard of it. I'm not particularly surprised. That feat could only be accomplished by him. However, in the eyes of other underground factions, it is a different story. They view him as a harbinger of disaster, warning their subordinates to avoid provoking that madman unless absolutely necessary. Who knows if he will show up with a horde of Aurors again." Upon hearing this, John found himself both amused and exasperated. I truly did not expect that fellow to gain notoriety in the underworld first. I initially did not believe the rumors, but it seems that Eastern individual indeed possesses some skill. If you do not mind, could you tell me who the other person is? Ali Shafiq, John replied, knowing that even if he refrained from speaking, Scherer would inevitably uncover the information. The recent conversation, seemingly focused on Xing Ze, was more a declaration of his own prowess. John was exceedingly curious about the events that transpired during the 5 years of Shek's disappearance, pondering what had transformed this once privileged scion into his present state. Do share your experiences, Shek. You are quite the notable figure in the British wizarding community. The Mendez family indeed exerted considerable influence and resources in their quest to locate you. Shek exhaled deeply, drawing forth his wand and waving it towards the back door. Of course, he gestured for John to enter. They were most eager to find me, for I possess knowledge far beyond their grasp. Upon stepping inside, John discovered a high-end liquor establishment. Are you referring to the Mendez family? No, not them, Shek replied as he closed the back door. Follow me. We shall traverse through the wine cellar. Descending into the cellar, he continued, it is the Feast of Magic, at least that is how they refer to themselves. John casually retrieved a bottle of wine from the cellar's shelves. Very well. Do procure one for me, if you please. The proprietor is absent. I find myself rather fond of you, John remarked, concealing the wine in his pocket, which he had enchanted with an extension charm. So, you were once a member of the Feast of Magic? You may consider it so, Shek nodded. My ancestor, Edward, summoned the Screamer with a forbidden incantation on the eve of old Ravinska's downfall. You may have heard of this tale. Ultimately, however, the wizards were defeated and old Ravenska village fell. The true reason was that the Screamer annihilated nearly the entire Mendez family. The remaining kin fled from the ancestral home, yet that monstrosity still lurked there. Following the war, in a bid to reclaim dominion over Ravenska and restore its former glory, my family resorted to numerous methods, one of which involved seeking the assistance of the Feast of Magic. At that time, my ancestors were unaware that these individuals belonged to the cult. They provided funds, resources, and expertise to aid in the reconstruction of Ravenska. Indeed, that is the very group inscribed upon the high tower, the Blue Mountain Group. As he spoke, Shek conjured a sphere of light with his wand, as the path ahead grew increasingly shrouded in darkness. John regarded his words skeptically. Are you suggesting that the entire Blue Mountain Group is affiliated with the Feast of Magic? Certainly not, John, Shek replied grimly, but their presence is ubiquitous. Any organization or family may harbor their influence, just as they revere their dark deity, who possesses myriad avatars. Let us return to our main topic. The reconstruction efforts have been fraught with difficulties, as rumors persist that the Mendez ancestral home is haunted. The spirit of Edward Mendez is said to wander the estate. Yet, that is merely the ruse of the Screamer, which has assumed the guise of my ancestor, voraciously preying upon the workers. The surviving family members are undoubtedly aware of the true nature of the situation. Thus, they sought the Feast of Magic's aid once more, and this time, they demanded a price. Consequently, my family found itself ensnared in an interminable abyss. For countless years, the inhabitants of New Ravenska have believed the Mendez family to be its masters. Yet those with even a modicum of historical knowledge recognize that it is the other families controlling the town's enterprises that hold true power. Nevertheless, the true rulers of Ravenska village are the Feast of Magic. Of course, I once shared the same misguided beliefs as the ignorant masses, perceiving those prominent families as adversaries. Upon uncovering the truth, I realized I had consistently misidentified my enemies. Shek's voice grew hoarse and weary. I had maintained a facade of goodwill towards them, naively believing that by becoming the mayor and leveraging the power of those families, I could expel the cult. Alas, as you can see from the outcome, the scar upon my face is a testament to that dreadful entity's mark. Were it not for my loyal confidants, I would likely have been a lifeless corpse that fateful night. Hearing this, John nearly pieced together the entirety of the narrative. I have dealt with dreamlike entities. I cannot fathom how you escaped its grasp. That was due to its weakened state. Shek halted his steps. We must ascend now. He levitated the luminous sphere from the tip of his wand and began to climb the staircase. Upon exiting the underground passage, John found himself in the rear courtyard of a residence. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings and, finding no issues, inquired, "It is truly weakened?" Indeed, that creature is feeble. It lacks sufficient sustenance and has persistently endured hunger. This condition allows the Feast of Magic to exert greater control over it. John recalled that Xing Ze had been investigating the disappearances in Ravenska village and speculated, the missing townsfolk? Those who vanished have become its nourishment. However, recently, it seems to have suffered an injury, likely linked to the failure of the Feast of Magic's ritual. A glimmer of malice flickered across Shek's face. This presents an excellent opportunity. Perhaps today we can slay that monstrosity. Chapter 204, The Encounter. Then I wish you good fortune, John remarked after hearing Shek's thoughts. I hope you haven't included me and my companions in your plans. Shek responded with a knowing smile. This is a matter for the Mendez family. John readily concurred. Indeed, family matters should be resolved internally. Where shall we go next? Shek halted before the fence of the residence and, peering through the slats, said, Do you see the laundromat across the street? We are headed there. I thought we were going to the school. There's a secret passage in the basement, John replied. But first, we need to cross this street. John also gazed through the fence, noting several fully armed muggles, which posed no significant threat. However, not far from them stood 4 wizards, and that indeed was a concern. What is your plan? John inquired of Shek. No specific plan. 4 against 2, plus a few inconsequential muggles, should be easy. John took a swig from his flask, declaring, I'll take the one in the hat and the one in the jacket. Very well, then the rest of mine. Reiko emerged from the laundromat's basement, where at least 20 people had taken refuge. The cramped space was nearly filled to capacity, and the air was stifling. Thus, he had come up for a breath of fresh air. Old Batty's condition was dire, although those down below had relinquished the only table for him to rest upon. Everyone understood that without effective treatment, he would not survive. This thought weighed heavily on Reiko's heart. It was his responsibility to get Old Batty to the hospital, not to await death in this confined basement. Care for smoke? The proprietor Ronan offered, handing him a cigarette. The poet accepted it, lit it, and took a deep drag. I need to get him to the hospital, or I'll go find healer. Just wait a moment, sir. The proprietor sat beside the poet, urging, let's wait. Wait for what? Reiko asked. If luck is on our side, perhaps we can all be saved. Reiko was somewhat perplexed. You sound like one of those old wizards, rambling on. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside. Reiko quickly extinguished his cigarette, jumped down from the ironing table, and crouched as he approached the front desk. The proprietor followed closely behind, whispering, Hey, don't get too close. They'll spot us. I know, the poet replied, slightly raising himself to move along the wall until he reached the window. He pressed down a slat of the blinds and cautiously peered outside, initially spotting several spells being cast. But amidst the scream, he saw a wizard fly through the air, followed by a series of explosions and anguished cries. Just as he was trying to comprehend the chaos, a familiar figure flashed before him. John? He murmured, wanting to confirm, but the laundromat's door suddenly creaked open. Ronan squatted down, frowning at Reiko, seemingly inquiring about the situation. Open the door, Ronan. It's a familiar face, Reiko smiled. For John's presence meant that reinforcement from the ministry had arrived. The proprietor stood up, albeit hesitantly, but a hoarse voice called from behind the door. It's me, Ronan. Open up. The voice was akin to a magical incantation, and Ronan's expression brightened as he hurried to unlock the door. For Merlin's sake, it's really you, John, Reiko exclaimed. Reiko? John responded, equally surprised. So, the others are here as well? The poet shook his head. I got separated from them. We agreed to meet at the town hospital, but as you can see, Old Batty and I are trapped here. Oh, he desperately needs treatment. Upon hearing this, John felt a mix of joy and despair. After a moment of contemplation, he said, All right, I'll signal for the ministry to come here. Signal? What signal? Ronan asked excitedly. Don't do that, sir. I've got over 20 people hidden here, and your signal will attract those crazies as well. Wait until we reach the school to signal, John. There's no one here to defend us. If those lunatics from the street come after us, we're finished. Shek added. Damn it, you heard that, Shek. Old Batty needs treatment. I don't want him to die here. Batty Crouch was a valuable asset for them. As long as he could survive, the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement would owe a tremendous favor to the Round Table. Although he held no real power in the department, the Aurors who admired him and his loyal subordinates would be invaluable connections. Of course, that was contingent upon his survival. A corpse would yield nothing but a heroic funeral, with no tangible benefits. I understand, but there are healers at the school, Shek responded. Think about it, John. Are you truly willing to wait here for the ministry to rescue you? If they arrive, they'll only be collecting Old Batty's body. That sounds like a decent plan, Reiko agreed. Since you could take us to the school, why not take us to the town hospital instead? You're called, Shek? I think I've heard that name before. Shek? Shek Mendez? Shek nodded, his voice hoarse. Reiko Arbin. I've seen you a few times at the ball. You always manage to weave those sweet melodies into the most unseemly and inappropriate contexts, which is quite a talent. Wouldn't you say? Ah, I knew you weren't dead. I even composed a ballad for that occasion. Reiko appeared quite excited. John waved his hand, interrupting their conversation. All right, we can reminisce later. There is someone inside who urgently needs treatment. A few minutes later, Shek entered the basement, glancing at old Batty lying on the table, then surveying those around him. Ronan, standing beside him, quietly remarked, "I can only save so many, Mr. Shek. You've done well enough. Ronan, we must leave. Your shop is no longer safe. The wizards and muggles dead outside will attract more lunatics." Ronan turned to glance at his shop before responding, "Very well, sir. I hope my shop can endure." John cast a levitation charm on old Batty, who appeared to be in a faint. Were it not for his shallow breaths, one might think he was deceased. The underground passage was not particularly spacious, barely allowing one person to pass through. They walked for a considerable distance before reaching the vicinity of the school. The glaring sunlight caused John to squint as Reiko followed closely behind him out of the tunnel. "Look," the poet whispered, "the pride of Ravenclaw Village, the completed tower." Chapter 205, The Rumored Wizard. "Hey, where are you taking us?" Ellie asked the girl ahead as they navigated through various alleys and gaps between buildings for quite some time. Tina halted and replied, "To the school. It's safe there." "Finally, you're speaking," the young lady complained. "I was beginning to think you were mute." "Do you know my son?" "Ace." The sheriff seemed more concerned about this than his current situation. A flicker of confusion crossed Tina and Ellie's faces. "Really, Mr. Scottel? Is it truly necessary to dwell on your son's friendships at this moment?" inquired the girl. The sheriff, recognizing the inappropriateness of his question, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget that matter. School's safety? To my knowledge, the two largest communities in town have been struck by car bombs. And the hospital is in ruins as well. Clearly, these lunatics are not merely inciting a war between muggles and wizards. They're systematically targeting densely populated areas. So, are you certain that the school is safe?" Tina continued down a narrow alley, her voice gradually fading. "What do you think, Miss Shafik? Given that young lady's future prospects of becoming your daughter-in-law?" Ellie quickened her pace to follow Tina. "I choose to trust her." The sheriff's already pale complexion turned even more ashen. "Really? You genuinely believe that? My merciful lord, tell me this is not true." Ellie paid no heed to Scottle's concerns, resolutely keeping up with Tina. "Perhaps you should treat your future daughter-in-law with a bit more courtesy." "Don't jest with me, madam," the girl replied earnestly in a hushed tone. "Yes, and I are merely ordinary friends." All right, my mistake, strong woman," Ellie conceded, momentarily aware that her tone and demeanor had inevitably been tinged with some insufferable habit. Speaking of that insufferable individual, Ellie felt her heart sink again. "Don't you dare die. You fool," she silently admonished. After swiftly regaining her composure, she questioned the girl again. "The sheriff makes valid points. I too doubt those madmen would show mercy to the school. If you possess information unknown to us, please share it so we may follow you with peace of mind. If not, then lead us to the head of the school, so we may persuade him to bolster defenses against any sudden assaults." Upon exiting the dark alley, Tina responded, "Their plans to attack the school have been thwarted. Hence, the school is temporarily safe, and the headmaster had already fortified the school's defenses from the outset. There are many wizards there, though I do not particularly like them. They are quite capable and well-suited for guarding the premises." The young lady frowned slightly, coldly inquiring, "It sounds as though you harbor a dislike for wizards?" Tina lowered her hood and swept back half of her long hair. Upon seeing the words etched into her face from magical burns, the young lady's frown deepened further. "I do not merely dislike wizards, I despise them." The girl let her hair fall and quietly surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for the most suitable path. The sheriff stepped forward, asking, "What have I missed?" Ellie shook her head and whispered to him, "If she comes to your home for dinner in the future, do not make it too difficult for her." "Can we change the subject?" Mr. Scottel interjected, grimacing. "Hey, Tina, is it? You just mentioned that their plans have been thwarted. How so?" Ultimately, Tina chose an upward path, the three ascending the secure stairs outside an apartment building. The headmaster dispatched personnel to thwart the attack plans, Tina said, but they failed. Two communities were almost reduced to rubble. However, the team sent to prevent the assault on the school brought back good news. They spotted a wizard who single-handedly destroyed the sawmill, which was the attacker's base. After that wizard departed, they went in to investigate. "Oh, that place has turned into hell. Littered with corpses, either dismembered or charred." Tina spoke with a calm demeanor, though her breathing had quickened, whether from climbing the stairs or from excitement. It was unclear. A wizard? Single-handedly obliterated a cult stronghold? The young lady seemed to ponder something. Indeed, those who returned reported that the wizard took the mayor's son, Luke Mendez. At the mention of this name, the girl slightly trembled. The young lady pressed her fingers to her throbbing forehead. This certainly sounded like something he would do. Tina halted before a room, attempting to open the window, which readily gave way. The girl nimbly and swiftly jumped inside, while the sheriff gestured for the ladies to proceed first, confirming the safety behind him. As soon as the young lady entered the room, Tina tossed her a bottle of mineral water. I confirmed with the team. They said he was an Oriental. So it is him, right? Perhaps, but that seems rather exaggerated. How many people were at that place, the sawmill? A rough estimate would suggest over 100. That is impossible, Scottel exclaimed, taking the water. Is he some sort of monster? 1 against 100. That is simply too disparate. Tina twisted open the bottle and took a sip. Indeed, Mr. Scottel. Whether you choose to accept it or not, that wizard did indeed obliterate a cult's gathering point, and it was the largest one. Do you know where he went? Ellie inquired. Tina shook her head, providing the anticipated answer. The young lady thought to herself. Alfred, clutching his wand, nervously surveyed the area while behind him. Catherine was inspecting the dilapidated vehicle. Good grief, she is far too old, the elderly woman lamented. I should have replaced her a decade ago. Are we ready? The young Auror asked once more. Have a little patience, young man, Catherine replied, closing the hood of the engine. We've only stopped for 10 minutes. Yet you've asked me this question 10 times. I do not wish to rush you, Miss Catherine, Alfred grimaced, but it is likely unsafe here. Catherine opened the back door of the vehicle, beginning to don her gear. And what are you doing, lad? I expect you to keep an eye out for danger and provide a warning before anything happens. As she spoke, she shut the car door and adjusted the strap of her shotgun. Let us move, lad. We must reach the hospital before your blood runs dry. Aren't we driving? Forget her. She is done for, just like my second husband who died of a heart attack. Utterly finished. Catherine sighed, casting a sorrowful final glance at the broken vehicle. Alfred had intended to offer some words of comfort, but the old woman's remark extinguished that thought. Unfortunately, this car is uninsurable. Chapter 206, Muggles, Wizards, and Bishops. Alfred followed the elderly woman, somewhat vexed, beginning to long for the comforts of home, the soft sofa and warm hearth, rather than braving the cold winds and fear for his life. He then recalled Barty Crouch, his teacher and superior, praying to Merlin for his safe arrival at the hospital. Soon, his thoughts turned to his own predicament. His injury, though not severe, involved a bullet that had pierced his shoulder. This is a good thing. Alfred recalled the elderly woman's earlier words. It is better to have the bullet exit than to remain inside, for that would cause you greater pain. Damn, the curse-breaking bullet. He muttered inwardly, the surge of emotion aggravating his wound, causing him to gasp sharply. If you're feeling weary, we can take a break, Catherine, walking ahead, noted the change in his demeanor. It is a miracle. At her age, how does she still possess such keen hearing? Alfred thought to himself. Duhi, madam. While the streets are relatively deserted, urged Alfred. Indeed, there are scarcely any passers-by. Perhaps we could locate a pharmacy where I might tend to your wounds. Have you ever participated in a war? Alfred deftly shifted the conversation, eager to divert his attention from her injuries and equally intrigued by the presence of an elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s or 80s, adorned with an arsenal of weaponry. Catherine bore a shotgun upon her back, a belt brimming with ammunition across her chest, a rifle clutched in one hand, a large-caliber revolver at her right hip, and a neatly arranged row of grenades on her left. Alfred marveled at how this frail old lady managed to carry such a daunting load. He had offered to assist her, but it was apparent that Mrs. Catherine preferred to bear her armaments herself. Va? No, I have not fought, but my third husband did. He had a penchant for wielding swords and firearms. Upon his passing, he left me this collection, which has proven quite useful. The elderly lady chuckled. To be honest, I am at a loss as to what to do with these trinkets. Shall I take them to afternoon tea? Or perhaps to the bank? But look, without them, I could not fend off the ruffians who invade my apartment. Nor could I have saved you. So, I must express my gratitude to my late husband. May he rest in peace. As they conversed, the pair traversed a narrow street. Approaching a fork in the road, Alfred hesitated, yet Catherine swiftly made her decision. We shall take the right path. The right side is always correct. I eat with my right hand, write with it, and even engage in more intimate activities with it. I trust my right hand. Alfred pondered momentarily, contemplating whether left-handed individuals might fare differently. But upon catching sight of the heavy rifle, he abandoned the thought and tightened his grip on his wand. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, more specifically, a sense of dread, akin to something gnawing at his heart. He halted, glancing back in confusion, detecting an unpleasant odor akin to lead and lime. Suddenly, the young Auror had a premonition, quickly raising his gaze to the rooftop of a brick building where a figure perched. It squatted like a feline on the edge of the wall, lacking discernible facial features. Alfred felt as though the creature was scrutinizing them. It slowly unfurled its wings, and a long, barbed tail arched menacingly behind it, as though issuing a warning that something was about to transpire. With widened eyes, the young Auror felt time elongate, He forgot every incantation he had learned, even the instinct to flee. The creature descended from the heavens, its approach silent and deliberate, with a singular focus on Mrs. Catherine. Just as calamity loomed, a figure clad in a black trench coat burst forth from a nearby gift shop window. The man's wand sword glimmered in the sunlight, piercing the creature like a knight's lance. With the force of his charge, the man slammed the beast against the opposite wall, driving the wand sword deeper into its flesh. The creature, attempting to retaliate with its vicious claws, was thwarted by a deafening crack as something sent its claw flying, landing right before Alfred. Only then did the young Auror notice that the man wielded an oddly designed shotgun in his other hand. "Return to your own place." The man in the black coat bellowed, using the wand sword to pin the creature before violently casting it aside. Before the creature could hit the ground, the man fired twice, one shot striking its head and the other piercing its abdomen. Then, silence enveloped them, akin to a torrential downpour abruptly ceasing. The mysterious man turned to face them, his towering figure casting a long shadow. A wizard? His gaze lingered on Alfred for a moment before shifting to Catherine. A muggle? No, to be precise. I'm also a wizard, the elderly lady corrected, though I am unable to cast spells. For reasons unknown, Alfred felt a greater sense of intimidation from this man, finding that confronting the creature would have been less daunting. "See what I told you, lad?" Taking the right path was undoubtedly the correct choice, Catherine proclaimed, oblivious to how narrowly she had escaped danger. The man sheathed his wand sword and retrieved a half-finished cigar from his coat pocket. "Mind if I borrow a light?" he inquired of the two. Catherine produced a lighter and tossed it to him. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "To the town hospital. The young man is injured." She replied. "Count me in," the man stated, igniting his cigar. Alfred appeared reluctant, cautiously inquiring, "Why? Why do you wish to accompany us? I mean, you are so formidable." "Because you are weak. The weak attract monsters." The man pinched the cigar between his fingers, and I relish slaying monsters. Tina prepared to move out again, as a brief respite had rejuvenated Ellie and Scott. Their conditions seemed markedly improved. "The path ahead will be arduous," Tina warned. "We must pass through the town's center, which is now transformed into a battleground. We must exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing this, the sheriff could not help but exclaim, "Ah, damn it, if only we had some weapons. I'm nearly out of ammunition." Ellie retrieved a potion from her pocket, imbibing it to restore her magical energy. Though not as potent as a palace or mana potion, it had the advantage of lacking side effects. "What sort of weapon do you need?" Tina inquired. "Preferably a gun. If not, then handgun ammunition will suffice. We shall pass by Old Joe's gun shop. If fortune favors us, there should still be some weapons left." Having served as the town sheriff for over a decade, Scott was somewhat familiar with Tina's route regarding Old Joe's establishment. Let us hope the shop hasn't been completely ransacked. Chapter 207, A Frenzied Battle. A tentacle struck the wall, leaving a deep dent in its wake. Before the next assault could arrive, Xing Ze decisively abandoned his spell casting and leapt backward. The grotesque, tumor-like creature appeared clumsy, yet its speed was deceptive thanks to the 6 arms beneath it. In the front of the mass, 3 heads dangled, accompanied by a pair of legs. A long, whip-like tentacle extended from the top of the grotesque mass, where a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth awaited. One of the heads spoke, "Little wizard, do you think you can defeat me so easily? I am immortal." Xing Ze remained silent, instead turning to sprint toward the next floor. The hallway was too narrow, severely limiting his ability to evade. "You cannot escape, little wizard," the creature bellowed, chasing after him. "Run?" Xing Ze stood a few meters from the hallway's exit. "Why would I run? Manny, have you forgotten the sensation of being blown to pieces?" "Silence," the creature roared. "I shall devour you, and then make you part of me." As it spoke, the mass charged forward, its 6 arms flailing like a spider's. Xing Ze did not flinch. He awaited the impending strike of the tentacle, which resembled a serpent's tongue. As anticipated, the appendage moved, swirling through the air before lashing out towards him. In that same instant, Xing Ze sprang into action, lowering his stance to evade the blow and charging towards the creature like an arrow released from a bowstring. The 3-headed monstrosity emitted a cacophony of shrill screams as 2 of its arms rose from the ground, attempting to ensnare him directly. "Come on," Xing Ze shouted, his left hand morphing into a long sword, severing one of the approaching arms. The azure beak swiftly transformed, becoming a shield that deflected the second arm's grasp just in time, channeling the last vestiges of black iron energy to sprout long, spiky protrusions akin to a porcupine's quills. Manny let out a furious roar, and the tentacle swiftly redirected its assault towards Xing Ze's back, while a multitude of hands emerged from the mass before him. "Come forth, wizard, become a part of me." Caught between two fronts, Xing Ze remained composed, deftly sidestepping the onslaught. Yet, the tentacle had no intention of allowing him to escape, altering its trajectory in pursuit. However, its speed failed to match his, and he once again evaded the attack, swiftly pivoting to grasp the tentacle tightly before it could retreat. "Ha ha! You've lost your mind. Little wizard, you've lost your mind." Manny laughed maniacally. In his eyes, Xing Ze's actions were tantamount to self-destruction. He was no longer the feeble wizard he once was. He had accepted the Dark Man's blessing. Though the physical mutations had robbed him of his magical prowess, they had bestowed upon him considerable strength and speed. After being shattered into fragments, he had believed his demise was imminent, especially after that accursed wizard had obliterated his skull with magic. Yet unexpectedly, his dispersed flesh absorbed the remains of two of his subordinates, and he even captured another wizard who had come to investigate. The infusion of magical energy and flesh gradually restored him, and driven by his own obsession, he consumed every corpse in his path. Once he had fully commandeered this new body, he realized that the mad doctor had not deceived him, nor had Bishop Corbett. This was evolution. This was the path to ascendance. Now, he felt immeasurably powerful, even believing he could rival the bishop. No, he no longer feared Corbett, for he was metamorphosing into a deity. Thus, he flicked his tongue, intent on bringing the wizard alongside him, wishing to savor his torment, to devour him piece by piece. Yet, the tongue remained utterly still. Confused, Manny rotated one of his heads to peer through its eyes. He beheld the wizard's body ensnared by dark tendrils, pinned to the wall and floor. Suddenly, Manny sensed himself being drawn forward, a chilling realization dawning upon him. He was succumbing to a wizard's strength. "No, this is impossible," he cried inwardly. How could he possibly be bested by a mere, frail wizard? He exerted himself once more, channeling all his power, yet it proved futile. His body twisted to the side, the wizard attempting to cast him aside. "This cannot be. This cannot be. He is but a wizard, merely a wizard. What are you?" Manny was spun around like a windmill before being violently hurled towards the window, his monstrous form desperately extending arms to grasp the floor. But the wizard's next spell was already upon him, as compressed air collided heavily against his body. No amount of flailing arms could alter the outcome. The force of the impact shattered the glass, sending the colossal creature plummeting to the ground. The crimson tongue sought to resist one last time, but unexpectedly, the wizard leaped through the window, plunging his left hand's blade deep into the tongue. Xing Ze wielded his wand, casting an air spell that propelled both himself and the tentacle towards the beast. Boom! The earth trembled beneath them. Manny was not yet vanquished. Fueled by an indomitable life force, he lunged at Xing Ze with frenzied arms. This was his final opportunity. If he could slay the wizard, he would gladly sacrifice his own life to ensure it, demanding retribution from the spellcaster. But searing flames thwarted his advance. Xing Ze channeled all his remaining magical energy into a dragon's breath spell, a torrent of fire more intense and ferocious than any blaze, pouring it into the creature's gaping maw. Yet he understood that mere flames would not suffice to extinguish Manny. As the fire subsided, the azure beak immediately burrowed into the creature's body, transforming the ailing beast into its sustenance. Stumbling from the creature's carcass, Xing Ze gasped for breath as he cast a glance at the towering spire behind him. Manny's grotesque form absorbed most of the downward force, and with the enhancement spell still in effect, Xing Ze suffered minimal injury. He had been holding onto the creature, buying time for the children to escape, while simultaneously casting enhancement spells upon himself. His encounter with the wax-faced fiend had taught him a crucial lesson. With sufficient enhancement magic, a wizard could stand against the denizens of dreams, provided they were willing to imbue themselves with spells and consume potions without hesitation. The effects of the fire dragon's blood potion began to wane, and Xing Ze's rapid breathing gradually stabilized. As he descended to the next level, he seized the moment to consume another vial of the fire dragon's blood potion, realizing it bore no adverse effects on him. He had procured several bottles from the underground marketplace. Upon leaping from the window, he also ingested Agriba's demon potion, which significantly amplified the potency of his fire spells. However, the drawbacks were equally pronounced, rendering the body more fragile. Yet the dragon's blood potion effectively countered this side effect, temporarily granting him formidable resistance to flames. No wizard could endure the strain of battle as Xing Ze did, not even Dumbledore. The physical toll was immense. Typically, such recklessness would lead to instant demise. Chapter 208, The Gathering in the Sewers. The azure beak was rapidly consuming Manny's carcass, but time was not on its side. The battle atop the tower would soon attract a throng of enemies, and the four children had yet to descend. Excessive use of potions and spells was not without consequences. As Xing Ze regulated his breathing, he felt his body temperature plummeting. Even under the sun's rays, he felt an insatiable chill, an unyielding cold. Thus, he reluctantly summoned the azure beak back to him, which had merely devoured the core of the tumor. The remaining flesh would likely go untasted. Once the beak returned, a wave of relief washed over Xing Ze as restorative magic surged into his body, replenishing his energy and healing his wounds. Within mere minutes, his breathing returned to normal. His temperature stabilized, and even the depleting magical essence was partially restored. He promptly set forth towards the tower. Beneath the ruins of old Ravenclaw village, the Mad Dr. Rickett advanced slowly through the pitch-black underground drainage system, wand held aloft. Despite the long abandonment of the drainage canal, the stench remained intolerable. Accumulated rainwater, sewage, and the decaying remains of unidentified creatures swirled together, creating a veritable paradise for mosquitoes and flies. In the darkness, several rats scurried by. Richter Fleshdogrin. He held no disdain for such creatures. In his view, rats were a remarkably evolved species. In contrast, humanity seemed excessively fragile. Thus, he found himself here, seeking forbidden knowledge among those even more deranged than he. The surrounding odors began to dissipate, and a faint chill brushing against his face signified that he was nearing his destination. After walking a stretch further, the path widened. He eventually halted at an intersection illuminated by torches. 5 figures stood there, each adorned in hooded robes. Richter understood that anyone deemed worthy to congregate in this foul-smelling place could not be of good character. "Is everyone assembled?" spoke Bishop Corbett, his voice distinct, imbued with the clerical cadence that had become second nature to him. "Good grief, couldn't we have chosen a cleaner venue for our gathering?" interjected a young-sounding wizard adorned with a golden mask. Based on years of experience, Richter surmised this individual was in his 30s, certainly not exceeding 40. "Has your invisible church run out of members to send you here?" "Oh, how forgetful of me. Most of your masked compatriots have been slain. Even Jockelman's has met his end." The golden-masked wizard clenched his fists, his labored breaths audible to all present. A half-dead individual should refrain from interjecting, and instead contemplate how to prevent your body from being devoured by maggots. Cecil. "Enough squabbling, everyone," Richter interjected, disrupting the discord. "We have encountered some difficulties. The underground laboratory at the hospital has been destroyed, and we failed to capture those too." "Ah," the golden-masked wizard chuckled. "Cecil, do you comprehend the implications of this? It means you can no longer preserve your appendage in formaldehyde." Bishop Corbett extended a finger, and an old dagger flew toward the golden-masked wizard. "Do not provoke those who challenge me, Mr. Avery. I doubt your master would appreciate his hound running amok without permission. Indeed, this brat is far too audacious. Why not hand him over to me?" A strange voice intruded suddenly, silencing Jamie Avery's retort. He recognized the source of that voice. It belonged to the most sinister entity lurking in the darkness, the deadliest among them. Compared to this matter, Niels, the bishop remarked, "It is your duty to safeguard the underground laboratory." "Are you jesting, wizard?" Niels' robes twisted ceaselessly. "I owe you no allegiance. You vile, despicable beings have ensnared me here with your treacherous schemes. You wish to exploit me to summon the denizens of dreams. One day, I shall be free, and then I will devour each of you one by one." His peculiar speech was interspersed with a buzzing akin to the fluttering of insects, a sound that evoked nausea and unease. Jamie instinctively distanced himself from Niels, as proximity to this individual only intensified his discomfort, then continued to starve. The bishop seemed unfazed by the threat. Was the loss significant? Earnest? The mad doctor shook his head. "Most of the crucial elements have been relocated to the manor. What remains is trivial, though a few jars containing brains were destroyed. Those individuals cannot be saved. I beg your forgiveness." The bishop calmly waved his hand. "There will always be sacrifices on the path to ascension. Do not dwell on it." After speaking, he turned to the silent wizard. "Elaine, expedite the transport at the manor. We must vacate before the shield is breached." The latter nodded in acquiescence. "Why not break out?" Niels interjected again. "Release me, old wizard. I can help you overcome all obstacles." Bishop Corbett chuckled derisively. "You mean your obstacles? I am not foolish enough to release you, allowing you to regain your strength. Spare us your words. I have another piece of bad news." The mad doctor spoke, disliking this assembly. He preferred to devote his time to his research rather than waste it here. "Speak, Ernest," the bishop gestured. "Manny is dead." Although the mad doctor conveyed this news calmly, everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. "Did you encounter the church's exorcist? Or perhaps the Ministry of Magic's golden son?" Bishop Corbett inquired. Madman Manny was one of their more successful test subjects. Considering his mutated strength, few in the town would stand a chance against him. An exorcist did indeed intrude. Cecil stated. He seems formidable. He has already dispatched 3 of our nearly fully integrated nightmares. It seems your magical array is not as impregnable as rumored. Jamie seized the opportunity to taunt. There will always be some rats that slip through. The bishop's tone shifted slightly. The magical array will eventually falter. I simply did not expect it to happen so swiftly. So, was it that exorcist who eliminated Manny? The mad doctor appeared uncertain, directing his question at Cecil. Where's the exorcist you mentioned? The third nightmare's corpse is near Old Street. Then it cannot be him. The mad doctor's words astonished everyone present. Chapter 209, The Eastern Wizard. Are you certain, Mr. Ernest? Cecil asked politely. Given the current battlefield intelligence, there were few individuals in town warranting their attention. Among them was a figure known as the Dean, an underground organizer whose associates had established a sanctuary at the school. There was also the Golden Sun Ralph from the police station, who similarly sheltered survivors there. Additionally, the Muggle leader, Dennis, and the wizard leader, Mongo Pagi, were noteworthy. These were all named individuals, while others included the mysterious wizard who attacked the sawmill, the messenger appearing at the church, and the recently confirmed exorcist. Among these, the one most likely to have eliminated Manny was the exorcist, as they believed that the mysterious wizard responsible for the sawmill attack could not possibly act alone. No one could simultaneously confront 100 devotees, especially with the Undertaker's killer team and Jefferson among them. The bishop preferred to believe that the assault on the sawmill, like the other 2 attacks, was orchestrated by the dean. Clearly, they had concentrated their forces on the sawmill, thereby maximizing the protection of the school. As for the messenger, the bishop felt no concern. That Eastern individual appeared weak, though his female companion possessed some skill. Unfortunately for them, they encountered nightmares, creatures inherently resistant to magic, coupled with ghost-like speed, rendering the survival chances of those 2 wizards slim. Even if they miraculously survived, the bishop doubted their capability to defeat Manny. Reflecting on this, Corbett inquired, Cecil, how fares the battle at the church? I have not seen that hybrid return, Cecil asserted with utmost certainty. A sudden wave of unease washed over the bishop's heart, prompting him to turn towards the mad doctor and inquire. I share the same curiosity, Mr. Ernest. Do you know who killed Manny? Indeed, the mad doctor replied, extending his left hand, which was grotesquely adorned with numerous crimson, repulsive growths. Jamie nearly retched at the sight. Despite having already vomited earlier while approaching the sewer, some of those growths pulsated, while others had turned pale and lifeless. The mad doctor pointed at one of the non-pulsating growths and said, after losing contact with him, I proceeded to his location. According to the followers, he ventured to the tower in pursuit of a child of God, Harry Potter. Ah, Harry Potter, the bishop couldn't help but muse if memory serves. That child is intricately connected to your master. Harry Potter at the tower? Jamie suppressed his churning stomach and muttered, Goodness, I need to take my leave. He has already departed, the mad doctor stated. Just 10 minutes ago, I witnessed him being taken away by an Eastern wizard. From my deductions, it was that Eastern wizard who eliminated Manny. An Eastern individual? The bishop furrowed his brow, his unease manifesting into reality. Perhaps it is someone else, he reassured himself internally. An Eastern wizard? Jamie exclaimed, Goodness, why is it always an Eastern figure? Have you had many misfortunes with Eastern wizards? Cecil inquired. Jamie shook his head, replying, Just one. That fellow had a peculiar name, Xing Ze. Xing Ze. Cecil interjected, Damn him. That's the one who tormented me on the train. Both men turned their gazes towards the mad doctor, with Cecil leading the questioning. What does that Eastern man look like? The mad doctor provided a brief description of the individual. Perhaps it's him, but I cannot be certain, Jamie mused aloud. Those Easterners all look quite similar, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. Though Cecil silently concurred, he refrained from voicing his agreement. Bishop Corbett, however, wore a heavy expression as he addressed Cecil. Let the muggles and wizards continue their fierce struggles. If indeed a rat from the church infiltrates, we must expedite our plans. Xing Ze, accompanied by 4 children, made his way toward the antique shop, opting for a more convenient route rather than retracing his steps. After all, Cedric was carrying Hermione, and much of the previous path required climbing and jumping. A raven led the way ahead, and their journey went relatively smoothly, aside from encountering 3 muggles. They faced no further adversaries. As they drew nearer to the antique shop, the children felt a measure of relief, for the corpses along the way and the sudden appearance of foes had left them physically and mentally drained. Why did you just have us run? Hermione inquired of Xing Ze. The others were similarly curious, though Cedric and Harry remained relatively silent. Ron, unable to contain himself, blurted out, Yeah, Sir, I'm quite curious too. Was something chasing us? I felt a chill down my spine, just like when George and Fred tried to scare me with their oddities. Yes, Xing Ze nodded. It was a few wizards investigating. But there's no need for concern. I dealt with them. Ron accepted this without question, yet the other three remained skeptical. As evidenced by Hermione's slightly pouted lips, Harry's furrowed brow, and Cedric's dark expression. Xing Ze paid little heed to the children's doubts. Rather, he chose to ignore them. This indifferent demeanor effectively discouraged any further probing into the matter. 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the antique shop, where the previous scavengers had vanished. Xing Ze instructed the children to hide and allowed them a brief respite. After all, even adults would struggle after such heightened tension, let alone a few children. Cautiously, Xing Ze approached the entrance of the antique shop, peering outside. Upon confirming that no danger lurked, he gestured for the children to follow. This brief interlude did little to restore the children's stamina. In fact, their pace had slowed even further. Hold on a bit longer, everyone, Hermione whispered. We should be nearing our destination. You really have no idea how exhausting it is to stand and talk, Ron retorted immediately. You haven't walked a step of this long journey. Hermione shot Ron a glare. All right, we have arrived, Xing Ze announced to the children. Arrived? Where? Ron gasped for breath. His curiosity mirrored in the expressions of the others. With a flick of his wand, a white van gradually materialized before them. Wow, Ron swallowed hard. What spell is that? It's a concealment charm, Cedric explained, lowering Hermione as Harry and Ron assisted the girl. It's a simple yet practical magic, but unfortunately, one must wait until 4th year to learn it. Moreover, I've heard the magical circuits involved are quite complex. Following his explanation, admiration for Xing Ze grew among the three children. Chapter 210. Individual thoughts. The white van traversed the chaotic streets, still some distance from Parvati's home. Once inside, the four children let out a collective sigh of relief, with Ron quickly falling asleep against the seat in exhaustion. Hermione regarded him with surprise, unable to help but exclaim, I truly don't know whether I should envy him or feel angry. Parvati harbored little hope for Xing Ze's rescue of Cedric. She assumed he would never return or would merely bring back a few corpses. Yet, everything exceeded her expectations. Not only had Xing Ze returned unscathed, but he also brought back 4 students safely. Aside from being significantly shaken and physically drained, Hermione Granger had only twisted her ankle and suffered no serious injuries. The enormity of the situation left her utterly astounded, compelling her to believe that it was indeed Merlin's blessing. Praise Merlin, Parvati silently prayed, her gaze shifting to Xing Ze. She felt regret for having abandoned her Muggle studies class, promising herself that if she returned to school safely, she would re-enroll, even if it meant auditing the course. What did familial opposition matter? What did parental disapproval mean? She simply adored studying Muggle artifacts, relished their trinkets, cherished their songs, and admired their way of life. She might become an outlier within her family, might be expelled from it, might lose her surname. She would also endure derision and scorn from other pureblood wizards. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the danger Xing Ze had just faced. This man, as Cedric had consistently emphasized, persevered on his own path, bravely facing challenges without ever yielding, even as the world descended into chaos. Indeed, if he could do so, why could she not? Today, she learned far more than what was taught in the classroom. And recalling how she had once doubted Xing Ze due to Lena Castor's deceitful lies filled her with profound shame. Beside her, Cedric was also lost in thought. Initially, upon encountering the unscathed Paravi, he was overwhelmed with joy. He realized that if anything had befallen her, it would have been his responsibility, had he not insisted. They would not have found themselves in such dire circumstances. Thus, the moment he laid eyes on the girl, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted, and his expression relaxed considerably. Then, his gaze shifted to Luke at the rear of the vehicle, who appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness. Cedric recognized the young master of the Mendez family. Last year, while accompanying his father to the Quidditch World Cup, this pureblood scion had rudely humiliated a half-blood wizard in public. Truly, he got what he deserved, Cedric mused, before turning his attention to Xing Ze. This enigmatic Muggle studies professor always seemed to appear in the most perilous situations, perhaps due to his true identity. Regardless, the survival of those present relied entirely on him. Cedric could scarcely imagine the danger Xing Ze had faced to locate them. At the very least, that madman, the one pursuing them, was certainly not an adversary to be trifled with. The mere thought of that man tightened Cedric's chest. He had once believed he would perish in the tower, much like the corpses they had seen along their escape. Yet, who would have thought that after the train crisis, Xing Ze had once again come to their rescue? This time, Cedric silently resolved that, come what may, he would vindicate Xing Ze in school, ensuring that the students understood he was not the hypocritical figure Lena Castor had portrayed. At that moment, Cedric noticed Paravi was also observing Xing Ze. The latter, perhaps sensing his gaze, turned to look back. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. Now tell me, who informed you that there was evidence of Snape's Death Eater connections here? Xing Ze inquired, his full attention fixed on the road ahead. His driving was cautious, as the uneven terrain posed a risk of the vehicle getting stuck, necessitating his utmost vigilance. Harry was the one to respond, adjusting his glasses as he replied. It was Professor Flitwick. Xing Ze nodded, mentally noting to have a word with Barrow Flitwick later. Fortune, it seemed, smiled upon either Xing Ze or Harry Potter. For the van miraculously arrived at Paravi's doorstep. Paravi ushered the children into her backyard, preparing to seek refuge in the basement. The basement, constructed by her ancestors for wartime concealment, was fortified with defensive enchantments etched into its walls, making it one of the safest places in the world. The family had invested considerable resources and effort to achieve this security, and credit was due to Paravi's great-great-great-grandfather, who, though a madman, had steadfastly believed in the coming of an apocalypse, thus leading to the creation of such a resilient sanctuary. Casting a glance back at Luke, whose bleeding had ceased but who still required treatment, Xing Ze remained resolute in his decision to head to the hospital, though he held little hope, as the attack had likely occurred half an hour prior. A moment of doubt crept in, as he questioned the correctness of his choices, a sensation that lingered with him as they reached the hospital. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately summoned the courage to take the first step. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. His pace quickened, his white ash wand gripped tightly in hand. He nearly sprinted up the steps, and through the glass doors, he beheld his greatest fears materialized. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, and the walls, stained crimson with blood, bore witness to a grim truth. He had arrived too late. Exhaling a long, shuddering breath, Xing Ze felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Leaning against the front door, he slowly sank to the ground, extending 2 fingers to his neck, quietly counting his pulse. The strong, steady rhythm seemed to affirm his humanity, yet he understood that he had become an entity akin to the monstrous force that had wrought havoc upon the hospital. Drawing in a deep breath, he recalled the phrase, "No one could know how to act correctly in that moment. One could only choose what they could bear under the observable circumstances." Thus, Xing Ze rose to his feet, realizing he had no time for regret. That the choices made were immutable, a truth he had long accepted, was it not? Just as he had once made a choice on that snowy night. Chapter 211. It is a pleasure to see you, Lee. Old Joe's armory was situated on the western edge of the town, near the bustling district. Rather than a mere weapon shop, it was more accurately described as an outdoor supply store. Tina entered through the back door with Ellie and Scott, taking it upon herself to guard the entrance, as the weapons within held little utility for the young lady. The shop had evidently been ransacked, shelves lay in disarray, and the useful items had been nearly all taken. Scott felt disheartened, unable to find any ammunition for his handgun amidst the remnants of the shelves. After searching for about 10 minutes, he managed to uncover a dagger, a hunting rifle, and some cartridges. Tina also found a machete for self-defense. Once adequately equipped, the trio prepared to continue their journey, knowing that the route to the school would take them through the city center, which, according to Tina, was currently a battleground. "Is there no safer route we could take?" the sheriff inquired. Tina shook her head. This was indeed the safest path. Any alternate routes would necessitate traversing the territory of cultists. "We cannot take that risk. What about circumventing it?" Scott pressed. "It's the same either way. To reach the school from here, we must either skirt the edge of the war zone or cut through it." The sheriff sighed, checking his ammunition. "Very well, let us proceed." "Shoo!" Suddenly, the young lady issued a warning. Tina and Scott immediately crouched down, her expression tense as she fixated on the entrance. A nightmare creature was prowling outside the store, which she recognized as the transformed form of the lumber mill owner, Robinson, his arms morphed into bone blades. Those sharp blades could easily slice through a wizardess robes. It was how old Barty Crouch had sustained his injuries. The creature paused outside the shop, its wolf-like head swiveling back and forth, its dark nose twitching incessantly. Goodness, it can't possibly have caught her scent, can it? A cold sweat broke out on Tina's brow. Although her magical powers had partially returned thanks to potions, it was still far from sufficient to confront a nightmare creature. To say that even with complete power, she would struggle to contend with such a being would be an understatement. The sheriff and Tina hid behind the store counter. Even without visual contact with the enemy, they could sense the mounting pressure and inexplicable fear. Scott noticed that Tina was trembling all over, prompting him to grasp her hand, signaling her to steady her breathing. We must move quickly. The young lady urged herself inwardly, hoping that the creature had not detected their presence. Yet, contrary to her hopes, the lumberyard owner abruptly turned his head, his two pitch-black eyes locking onto old Joe's weapon shop. Prepared for this eventuality, Ellie unleashed her premeditated spell. Since they had already been discovered, it was time to strike first. The icy incantation struck the ground beneath the creature, which revealed a disdainful smile as it licked its bony blade with its tongue, poised to charge forward, only to realize that its feet were completely encased in ice. "Scotter," Ellie called out. The sheriff rose from behind the counter, aiming his shotgun at the creature and beginning to fire. Although the rate of fire was concerning, the bullets possessed considerable power. Before the creature could break free from its icy restraints, he managed to fire 3 shots. The first was deflected by the creature's bony blade. The second struck its chest, leaving a small hole from which purple blood flowed. The creature let out an enraged howl, spewing curses from its toothy maw. The last shot was fired in haste, merely grazing the creature's ear. "Ha! Chop, chop, chop! I will carve you up like wood." The monster roared as it charged toward the shop. Ellie's next spell was complete. A frigid gust of wind shot forth from the tip of her wand, halting the creature's advance, yet it stubbornly pressed on against the icy gale, ignoring the frost accumulating on its body. "Go!" Ellie shouted to the two behind her. "I can't hold out much longer. You must flee." The sheriff hesitated, while Tina, trembling at his feet, lacked even the strength to stand. "No one is getting away, huh?" "Not a single one." Robinson grinned. "I'll behead you one by one." The frigid wind weakened further, and the creature drew nearer. The sheriff lifted his well-loaded gun, aiming to fire again, but suddenly a speeding van appeared, colliding with the monster and disappearing from their sight. The young lady paused for a second, but quickly regained her composure. Before she could rush out of the shop, a heavy crash resonated. She saw the familiar figure kick open the van door and, brandishing his wand, cast a small explosive spell toward the vehicle. The entire van erupted in a fiery explosion. Ellie raised her hand to shield her face. Hearing that loathsome voice, "I believe the route to school is along the side, correct?" The young lady lowered her hand and chuckled lightly. "It's been a while, Lee." Xing Ze shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face. "Really? You're going with that again? Ritualistic? Well, Miss Nix, I'm glad to see you alive." "Likewise. Are they all with you?" Ellie shook her head. "No, we initially planned to regroup at the town hospital, but the illusion spell failed. I was the only one who reached the hospital." "But the hospital? I've been there." Xing Ze interjected. "Was it the cultists' doing?" "We'll discuss it later." Ellie's gaze drifted over Xing Ze's shoulder toward the burning van. Suddenly, the van surged directly toward Xing Ze and Ellie. Before she could sense the abnormality, the young lady cast a formidable barrier spell, and Xing Ze did the same. 2 semi-transparent shields appeared before them. The van shattered the first one, only to be halted by the second. Simultaneously, a sharp slicing sound pierced the air. Xing Ze pushed Ellie aside as a bony blade pierced through the van's roof and the barrier, narrowly grazing Ellie's robe. Clearly, its target had been a young lady's head. Ellie broke into a cold sweat, and as Xing Ze shoved her, she rolled away, hearing Robinson's dreadful shout. "Chop, chop, 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 chop." The entire van was cleaved in half, and the monster emerged, engulfed in flames. Xing Ze clicked his tongue and swiftly cast a spell, conjuring several magical daggers that flew toward the creature's head. Afterward, he quickly leaped away, while the magical daggers could not harm the monster. They bought him precious time to distance himself. The young lady also retreated. Robinson waved his right hand, shattering the magical daggers in an instant, seemingly fixated on Ellie, as he charged toward her. Chapter 212, The Power of Magic. In a critical moment, Scotter burst out of the shop, having somehow found a flare gun. "Go to hell," the sheriff shouted, cursing loudly to mask his fear. The flare shot toward Robinson, who showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he swung his bony blade, cleaving the flare in two, igniting it instantly in a dazzling blaze that stung their eyes. The intense heat merely slowed the creature's advance, and Scotter, horrified, realized that the charred flesh was visibly regenerating. Damn it! The sheriff hastily loaded a second flare into the gun, but trembling hands made it difficult to chamber the round. The young lady stood still, continuing to weave her spell, for she had faith in him. After enduring so many battles together, she could read much from his eyes. At that moment, Xing Ze, rushing from the side, showed no signs of retreat, granting her a sense of security as she poured all her focus into her incantation. Just as anticipated, Xing Ze blocked the incoming bony blade, the force pushing him a few steps forward, without the aid of spells and potions. Resisting an entity from the dream realm proved rather taxing. "I should have arrived a bit later," Xing Ze teased Ellie. The power exerted on the black blade in his hand grew stronger, forcing him to use both hands for defense. Tell me, is your spell nearly complete, Miss Nix? Another bony blade lunged at Xing Ze, coinciding with Scotter's second flare. This shot finally demonstrated the sheriff's true marksmanship. The flare struck the creature squarely in the face, and the flames took effect, causing the monster to recoil with a wail. Its head is its weak point. Attack its head. As soon as the sheriff's words left his lips, the ground beneath the creature began to swell. Xing Ze felt the grip on his weapon slacken, prompting him to retreat hastily. The ground ruptured, and Ellie waved her wand, shattering the earth completely, resembling the gaping maw of a giant crocodile that swallowed Robinson whole. Then, with a swift motion, Ellie brought her hands together, causing the fractured earth to slam shut. She rubbed her hands together, twisting the very ground until the creature's exposed bony blade ceased its movement. The sheriff stood agape, staring at the unfolding scene, before muttering in astonishment, "Well, I suppose this works too." The young lady staggered backward, gasping for breath as blood trickled from her nostrils. With trembling hands, she reached into her pocket for a potion to replenish her magical energy, but she lacked even the strength to twist off the cap. "Allow me to assist you, Miss Nix." Xing Ze took the potion, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. Ellie, summoning her final ounce of strength, raised her middle finger at Xing Ze. "I'll take that as permission." He was gravely injured. A blood-soaked healer examined old Barty, declaring that immediate surgery was imperative. "Then let us hasten," John replied, clutching a flask. The healer shook his head and surveyed the surroundings, saying, "You see, sir, there are numerous other injured individuals in dire need of assistance. There are those far more gravely wounded than he." John took a swig of his drink and coldly surveyed the area. "Do you know who he is?" "Barty Crouch," the healer replied. "And so what? Here, there is no distinction between the noble and the lowly. I commend your professionalism, healer. But you must comprehend one thing. Are you intent on saving these individuals' lives, or the lives of the entire school?" The healer looked perplexed. John chuckled softly, drawing forth a wand as black as coal from his robe. "Allow me to enlighten you, healer. What do you suppose every Auror, every wizard who passes the examination to become an Auror, receives first?" Without waiting for a response, John continued, "What they first receive is not the sun badge, nor any appointment letter, but this." He raised the wand before his eyes. A special wand capable of emitting a signal, the torch signal of the goddess of dawn that only an Auror could produce. "I suspect you are not aware of what this signifies. It means we will be the primary rescue targets of the Auror office." The healer's eyes widened in astonishment, a suppressed joy illuminating his face. "Then let us issue the signal at once." John tucked the wand back into his robe, smiling as he said, "Swear that you will save him, and then I shall issue the signal." "Are you threatening a healer, sir?" "Of course not. I merely wish for you to make a choice, a rather ordinary choice. Save the people here, or save the lives of the entire school." The healer clenched his fists, visibly shaking with anger. "Time waits for no man, sir," John pressed. Eventually, the healer nodded in agreement. Satisfied, John raised his flask in a gesture of acknowledgement before exiting the makeshift infirmary classroom. Shek promptly followed him outside, remarking, "Threatening a healer is hardly a dignified act. Even for you. Fear not. He won't find a place to lodge a complaint against me." Shek matched his pace beside John. "Follow me. I know a suitable place from which to issue the signal." John slowed his stride to allow Shek to take the lead. "Is old Barty truly so important to you?" "I believe a person as astute as yourself can deduce the truth." John deftly manipulated the dark wand in his hands. "You strive to preserve old Barty's life so that the Aurors can arrive here post-haste. After all, he is a war hero, cherished by the populace, despite the family's recent misfortunes. What perplexes me, however, is that the one commanding the operations outside is Amelia Bones, who has long aspired to become the head of the department. Can you guarantee she harbors no ulterior motives?" "I cannot," John replied candidly, "which is why when I warned the Ministry of Magic, I did not solely meet with her." As he spoke, John retrieved a crystal from another pocket. "Springer owes me a significant favor. It is time he repaid it." "You can communicate with the outside?" Shek inquired, his brow furrowed. "Intermittently. Dream pollution disrupts magic," John explained. "However, with sufficient magical power, I can reach Springer. He will personally bring the Aurors to our aid, provided that old Barty Crouch does not perish. Otherwise, they will divert their efforts to quelling the riots in the town center." "A clever contingency," Shek commended, "but I am more curious about your other motive." Chapter 213. This concerns weight. After drinking the potion, Ellie regained her breath, supported by Xing Ze and Scott Tell as they entered Old Joe's armory. "I never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament," the young lady lamented. This is far more humiliating than your stink bomb incident. Scottel cast a peculiar glance at Xing Ze, who awkwardly coughed. My father has always taught me to never display my weaknesses to others, even as a woman. The young lady continued. So that was why you did not express anger during the stink bomb incident. Xing Ze suddenly understood. The prank had not achieved its intended effect. Indeed, Ellie Shafi could have screamed hysterically, cursed the perpetrator in fury, or even cried like a girl. But she did not. She simply accepted everything that transpired with calmness. For she knew that such displays would only invite further ridicule and inform others how to provoke her. Tina procured a complete chair for Ellie. The young lady nodded gratefully in acknowledgement. The constable, demonstrating discernment, positioned himself at the door, sensing that Miss Shafiq had much more to say. I do not know if it is too late to apologize now. Ellie chuckled lightly. Do not worry. By then, I'd already cursed you countless times in my mind. I even wish for you to drink yourself to death. Xing Ze's expression shifted slightly. He thought to himself, well, you succeeded in that regard. But too bad you do not drink. Perhaps in the future, Xing Ze replied dryly. I loathe you. Ellie exhaled, her tone weak. That much is evident. Xing Ze smiled. So, persevere with that hatred. They say there are healers at the school. I encountered several fleeing wizards on my way here. Once we reach the school, you will recover. The young lady shook her head. Do not concern yourself with me. Take them to the school. I will only be a burden. Are you attempting to display some grand virtue? Miss Nix? I'm a member of the Shafiq family. My family's name is engraved upon the tower of this city. The young lady's countenance became grave. I'm not showcasing any hypocritical nobility. I am merely preserving my family's dignity. I will not become a liability to you. Of course you will not. Xing Ze turned his back and crouched down. We can find a vehicle. Before that, I shall carry you. Ellie frowned in anger. This is utterly absurd. Have you lost your mind? The places we must traverse are exceedingly dangerous. Carrying me will put you all at risk. The last sentence was spoken in a whisper as she cast a hurried glance at Scottel by the door and Tina nearby. I agree. Scottel interjected from his position by the door, still watching the outside, unwilling to turn around. I believe a stolen vehicle requires a driver. My skills are not lacking. Tina raised a hand. I have a good rapport with the healer. I can ensure you receive priority care. Xing Ze smirked slightly and turned to Ellie. Look, it's 3 against 1. I fear you have no choice, esteemed lady. You are all insane. You are all under dream pollution. With Tina's assistance, Ellie reluctantly clung to Xing Ze's back. To Xing Ze, she felt as light as a feather. Nevertheless, he remarked, wow, you should eat fewer sweets, Mississippi. The young lady's brow furrowed, her expression turning murderous. What did you say? Nothing. Xing Ze shook his head. I can hardly feel your weight. You dare call me fat? Oh, women, he mused inwardly, recognizing that the mere mention of their weight could redirect their entire focus. We must depart. Sheriff, he swiftly changed the subject. Is it safe outside? We can set off at any moment, Scottel replied. Damn it, Xing Ze, be clear. You just accused me of gaining weight. Another reason? John narrowed his eyes, his pace slowing further. Shek, walking ahead, nodded. Indeed, another reason. Your determination to save old Batty is not solely to ensure that Scringed will come to the rescue. You intended to signal while at the laundromat. So it is not merely for the survivors of the school. I am curious, what, pray tell, is your other reason? To save your comrades? Yet you have already resolved to signal, without ascertaining if any of your companions are among the survivors here. This all seems illogical. John came to a complete halt. I do not appreciate those who pry. The last time I encountered such a person, I nearly perished in an abandoned distillery. Forgive me, John. Had I not become so bothersome, I would have met my end 5 years ago. Over the years, I have learned that to survive in this damned world, one must pay heed to every detail. Hence, I live by intelligence. Should you require my assistance in the future, remember today. I shall disclose information based on your performance. Trust me, my friend, revealing some inner secrets could benefit us both. Humph. John chuckled. You seem to forget Shek, where we currently find ourselves. The future? Hell, I don't even know if we can walk out of this town alive. Shek shrugged, halting at the staircase. Do not be so pessimistic, John. We are still alive. This place is fortified, and resources are plentiful. Besides, as far as I know, the cult of the Feast of Magic will not engage in battle. At least not for now. How can you be so certain? Because if they were to join the fray, the situation outside would surely not be so optimistic. What are you hiding, Shek? At this juncture, is it truly necessary? For Merlin's sake, John, do you think I have managed through these years without reason? Assassinations, pursuits, poisonings, betrayals by trusted subordinates. Life in the gutters has taught me one thing. Never reveal all your cards at once, especially when you believe you hold a good hand. While such a move might intimidate your enemies, it more often allows them to fathom your plans and intentions. Trust me, John, I know many secrets, but I will not divulge them unless absolutely necessary. The black wand rhythmically tapped against the back of John's hand, yet his smile remained unchanged. Had I known this, I should have let Amelia apprehend you for a thorough interrogation. But are you not standing with me now? Indeed, I find myself regretting that decision. Chapter 214, The Torch. Observing Shek standing motionless at the staircase, John sighed. All right, if you wish to know, I can share. It is nothing grand. It is hope. I have seen hope. I had given up all hope for this wretched world. You know, corruption, betrayal, indifference, and selfishness. I've witnessed all the evils of humanity. I always believed that humanity's annihilation would be a blessing, a relief for other beings on this planet, until I encountered a peculiar individual. That man was a madman, an unabashed lunatic. As he spoke, John approached the staircase. Do you intend to stand there while I finish, or shall we walk and talk? Shek continued forward, maintaining a measured pace to facilitate John's speech. That madman altered my perspective. He made me believe that perhaps this world is not so cursed, that there are still individuals like him striving for betterment. Thus, I intend to lend him a hand. Even in failure, I stand to lose nothing. My life has long equated to a pile of refuse. Can it indeed become worse? Fascinating. Shek interjected as John paused. I am quite eager to meet the individual who influenced your change of heart. So, saving old Batty is advantageous for him? Certainly. That fellow possesses an extensive network. Despite the waning of his power within the Ministry of Magic, his influence endures. A lean camel is still larger than a horse, and even now, he has many loyal followers eager to elevate him back to the position of minister. Shek nodded. A political game. You seek an influential ally within the Ministry of Magic. Old Batty is indeed a commendable choice. Precisely. Now it is your turn. Tell me what the cult of the Feast of Magic is doing here. Just as Shek was about to respond, a wizard approached him swiftly, casting a wary glance at John. Speak. He is not an outsider. Upon receiving his superior's consent, the wizard replied, They have intervened. The balance is being disrupted. The Muggles are nearing their breaking point. That quickly? Shek expressed surprise. The wizard's expression mirrored his own resignation. Do we need to assist? Go. Find a way to temporarily hold them off. But avoid direct confrontation. I understand. The wizard nodded, then added one more thing. Arrange for the informant near the hospital to report back. The town hospital has been destroyed. At this news, John's expression darkened. What the hell did you say? He quickly approached the wizard. The town hospital is destroyed? The unfortunate wizard recoiled, taken aback, his face grave, his hand instinctively moving towards his wand at his waist. Calm down, John. Shek interposed himself between the two. Are there any survivors? There are. Tina is bringing them this way. One man and one woman. The man is likely the town sheriff, Martin Scottel. The woman is unclear, but she is rumored to be from a prominent family. A prominent family, John murmured to himself. Ayla Shafik. She is alive. Splendid. He looked up at the wizard and inquired again. Are there only two? Is there an Asian among them? The informant shook his head. No Asian. Beside them, Shek seemed to catch on to something, a sly smile flickering across his face. And then he remarked, John, we should leave. It is time to let the Ministry of Magic intervene. The two continued onward, and as they crossed the schoolyard, Shek produced a sealed glass container from his robes, saying, This is what the cult of the Feast of Magic has been up to in the town. John squinted at the glass vessel, which was roughly the size of a hand, containing a pulsating, tentacled mass that resembled a furry heart, still alive. It beat robustly, the tendrils swaying as if seeking a target to ensnare. John averted his gaze, taking a swig from his flask. What in the world is this? They call it the gift of the gods, Shek replied, walking ahead while toying with the glass vessel. I trust you are familiar with the red candies? Upon seeing John nod, Shek continued. They utilize red candies to awaken those yet to realize their divine potential, subsequently offering them to the deities in hopes of receiving blessings. So, by integrating this substance within oneself, one can ascend? Not quite. They still lack certain elements. To an ordinary person, this substance is akin to poison. Once the fusion is complete, individuals lose their sanity and transform into unadulterated monsters. Only a minuscule number can endure the fusion and suppress the ensuing mutations. Yet even then, it remains insufficient. The mutations continue to progress slowly. They must continually consume an antidote to maintain their sanity in human form. And that so-called antidote is human, correct? John interjected, they're consuming their own kind. More precisely, one cannot refer to them as such. After successful fusion, they cease to be human. John furrowed his brow as he followed Shek into a bell tower, remarking, I had always believed those who went missing were taken by the screamer to become its sustenance. Haha, part of that is true, but it cannot account for all. As I have mentioned, that beast is currently famished. They sent it out to hunt, with some of the prey designated for research and others for consumption. It is not just in Ravenska village. They hunt across the nation and then deliver the spoils here. I have heard that these individuals are collaborating with the unseen church, aspiring to create a perfect vessel, a body capable of traversing the realm of dreams. This is also the rationale behind their instigation of chaos. Fusion is merely the first step. The higher echelon of the magic feast is not composed of fools. They understand that relying solely on this substance cannot withstand the corruption of dreams. Before the great sacrifice descends, they must find a means to survive after the deities manifest upon the earth, rather than withering away like us mere mortals. Hence, a flawless physical form is of utmost necessity. I trust you can discern that this is a gradual process. Initially, it is merely red candy, used to stimulate and select the necessary members. Once they pass the trials, fusion follows. John interjected, another layer of selection and testing. Precisely. Ultimately, when the day of the perfect body arrives, they shall step into a new world. The phrase brain in a jar suddenly echoed in John's mind. Recalling Herbert West's words, after enduring numerous selections, those who survive are mentally robust. All they lack is a corporeal form. John Sheck stood atop the bell tower, gazing towards the town, where lights flickered incessantly, possibly from gunpowder or magic. Please. John raised his black wand, softly uttering a spell, and a beam of light shot into the sky. Chapter 215, Advancing Towards the Light, is a torch signal. Alfred exclaimed, gazing at the brilliant torch pattern in the distant sky, his face alight with excitement, as if witnessing a miracle. Did you see that? Did you see it? It is a torch signal. The young Auror shouted to the two behind him. Has this kid even been injured? Nathaniel stirred the corpse of a monster on the ground with his sword. Beside him, Catherine was inspecting her rifle, feeling somewhat overshadowed by the self-proclaimed bishop. Realizing her chances to shine were limited. Whether it be deranged muggles or ferocious wizards, even those terrifying monsters before him, they merely required a few more strikes. Do you know what this signifies? The young Auror continued. It indicates we should head that way. There will be rescue. Aurors will hasten to that location. The bishop, appearing bored, withdrew his sword from the corpse and turned his gaze towards the light above. What do you call that, boy? Alfred straightened up, declaring, the torch of the goddess of dawn. It was once the emblem of us Aurors, banishing darkness and bringing light. The goddess of dawn? Humph, Nathaniel scoffed, sheathing his sword with disdain. Do you have any objections to that? Despite his trepidation, Alfred protested towards the bishop, recognizing the matter pertained to the Auror's dignity. Boy, how many lives have you claimed along the way? Observing Nathaniel rise from the ground, Alfred took a few steps back. Let me answer for you. 0. The bishop formed a small circle with his thumb and index finger. You follow behind me like lost lambs, awaiting salvation. Banishing darkness? Spare me the jest. I will not allow you to insult us thus, you what? In the blink of an eye, the bishop was before the Auror, his imposing figure blocking the sunlight, casting a shadow over Alfred entirely. The young Auror found it increasingly difficult to breathe, the pressure emanating from this man surpassing that of the monsters. He was horrified to see shadows rising behind the man. He understood this was an illusion. It felt so real, as if a stone were pressing upon his chest. You should feel ashamed. Bishop, Catherine stood, declaring, setting aside your status as a clergy member. What skill is there in threatening a child? Ah, you speak true. Nathaniel's lips twitched slightly as he traced a cross over his chest. You are correct, madam. I should not behave so. Catherine lifted her rifle. Then shall we depart? To the hospital? Or to that place? To the shining place. Nathaniel chuckled. Light attracts moths. It saves me the trouble of searching. That is, the direction of the school. Tina murmured. Damn it. Something has happened at the school. On Xing Ze's back, Ellie looked up at the sky, saying, do not panic. That is the Auror's distress signal. It seems someone has activated the shield. Then we have even more reason to go there, Xing Ze stated, glancing at the sheriff, who was inspecting a vehicle parked by the roadside. Yet, judging by his furrowed brows, it seemed that car held little hope. Damn it, most of the cars on the street have been destroyed. Scottel rushed back. We must go to a house and try our luck. This area is primarily residential for wizards, Tina cautioned. It will be difficult to find a car. We should proceed further. I know there is a muggle community ahead. Perhaps we can find a vehicle there. Going further is perilous, Scottel expressed concern. We must exercise extreme caution. As they spoke, the group continued onward, the bodies along the path increasing in number. The sheriff tightened his grip on his shotgun, trailing at the back, responsible for watching their rear. Damn it, I recognize most of these corpses. His tone was laced with fury. Those damned cultists will pay. Suddenly, Tina, leading the way, halted, startling those behind her. As Xing Ze was about to inquire what had happened, he noticed the girl kneeling beside a corpse of another girl. A friend? Xing Ze asked, carrying Ellie on his back. Tina nodded. She lived in the orphanage like me. She moved out recently, claiming to have found a good job. After closing the girl's eyes, Tina rose, saying, "Let us move on. Crouch down. There may be patrols ahead." As the sheriff passed by the lifeless body of the girl, he couldn't help but shake his head, memories of his 2 children flooding his mind. Had it not been for that day when Xing Ze and Ailey came to urge them to leave, perhaps his family would also have struggled to remain intact amidst such calamity. It was not the right time for inquiries, yet Scottle leaned forward, still compelled to ask, "Did you foresee this day from the very beginning? Is that why you summoned my family?" "Certainly not. We are not prophets," Ailey replied, directing her gaze towards Xing Ze. "You must pose that question to him." Xing Ze, vigilant as he scanned the surroundings for threats, eventually responded, "Only as a precaution, Mr. Scottle. You should be aware of Colin, Luke's associate. That brat transformed my dog into a cat. It's common knowledge that I detest felines." Scottle cursed. "I will never forget him." They had initially arranged for your son to explore the building where the murder occurred on September 1st last year. The sheriff's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening, for he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within that cursed edifice. "Fortunately, due to the snowstorm, your son did not attend. I have reason to believe that the cult of the feast was conducting a ritual within that building at the time, and your son might have been intended as part of that ceremony." Upon hearing this conclusion, the sheriff could not contain his expletives. "Those damned bastards, they belong in hell." "Shoo!" Tina, who was leading the group, turned to remind him. "Colin and Luke, they were not solely seeking your son, Mr. Scottle. They were also gathering numerous homeless children to that building that day. In my estimation, they were intended as sacrificial offerings for the ritual. Your son's absence likely displeased the cult's higher-ups. Luke Mendez, in search of a scapegoat, offered Colin up to quell their wrath. Is that truly the case?" The sheriff found it hard to accept. What kind of child could exhibit such cruelty? He admitted it himself. Xing Ze replied. "You question him?" Tina asked, her eyes widening in realization. "You, the wizard, were you the one who eradicated the cult stronghold at the sawmill?" The 3 of them turned their gazes towards Xing Ze in unison. "Why are you all looking at me like that? For Merlin's sake, what are you saying? That was a stronghold?" Xing Ze appeared perplexed. "I thought it was merely a temporary gathering point." Chapter 2:16. Physical magic. How many cultists were there, you say? After successfully navigating a street, Xing Ze inquired of Tina. "About 100, I suppose." The girl responded uncertainly, adding, "Otherwise, Luke Mendez wouldn't have sought refuge there." Xing Ze exhaled deeply, the recollection sending shivers down his spine. 100? How many did you think there were? Ailey, perched on his back, queried. "Over 20, but certainly not exceeding 35. That's what the wizard from that assassin's lair told me. It appears he deceived me. Had I known there were 100, I would never have recklessly charged in." "You mean," Scottle, trailing behind, expressed disbelief, "this isn't a movie where one person takes on 100. I don't comprehend how wizards fight. Did you employ some kind of extraordinary magic?" "Not all." Xing Ze shook his head. "I merely blew up their warehouse. Perhaps they were holding a mobilization meeting inside. According to that wizard, it was filled with explosives and firearms." "Ah," the sheriff nodded. "I heard that explosion. There were 2 more bombings after that." Wait. Tina gestured for the others to crouch down. "We are in trouble." She pointed towards an office building. "Look over there." Xing Ze squinted, his exceptional vision allowing him to discern the distant figures. "Ghouls." "Ghouls?" "The carnivorous kind," Tina replied. "There should be 3. "No, 4. Xing Ze corrected. "There's another one behind the trash can. Look at the shadow." Scottle leaned in to see, his eyesight decent, but the ghouls were still some distance away. 500 meters? No, it must be over 600, the sheriff estimated in his mind. At such a distance, distinguishing the 3 ghouls was not overly difficult. Yet discerning the shadow, flitting behind the trash can pose a greater challenge. The sheriff frowned, glancing at Xing Ze. Though this young man was a wizard, he bore no physiological difference from a muggle. His vision seemed extraordinarily acute. "What now?" "We need to move away from that office building." Tina's question snapped him back to focus, and Scottle asked, "Do guns have any effect on these creatures?" "These beings are among the lowest rank of dream entities. Human weaponry can indeed harm them. Then that simplifies things." The sheriff retrieved a hunting rifle from his back. Xing Ze quickly grasped his intent and pointed toward the toppled bus nearby. "There, that will suffice. You provide cover for me." Hearing Xing Ze's words, Tina asked, perplexed, "You plan to engage those monsters in hand-to-hand combat? Without magic?" "I must conserve my magical energy. We have yet to reach the most perilous point," Xing Ze explained before turning to the sheriff. Are you truly a wizard? The latter questioned, his skepticism evident, though he understood that now was not the time for such deliberations. Once the sheriff was prepared, the two of them dashed towards the bus. The ghouls were preoccupied with feasting on a fresh corpse, oblivious to Xing Ze and Scottle as they stealthily approached the rear of the bus. However, the sight within the vehicle nearly made the sheriff cry out. Through the shattered windshield, he beheld the remains of a corpse. More accurately, a dismembered one. The blood that had pooled within the vehicle had darkened, yet the stench of death and gore remained pungently potent. Scottle had to cover his nose with his sleeve to suppress the urge to vomit, regretting his choice of the bus as a hiding spot. Beside him, Xing Ze appeared unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to such gruesome sights, his focus fixed on the four ghouls in the distance, contemplating how best to confront them. Having quelled his revulsion, the sheriff raised his rifle, aiming at the foremost ghoul. The distance posed a challenge to his shooting accuracy, yet he steadied his breath. The shot rang out, the bullet veering slightly off target, striking the ghoul in the neck, yet the considerable force rendered the creature temporarily incapacitated. The other two immediately raised their heads, searching for the source of the gunfire, and upon ascertaining their target, they swiftly charged towards the bus. The sheriff remained composed, continuing to aim, firing again before the three monsters closed in, but the shot missed as one ghoul nimbly evaded. Xing Ze did not rush to intervene. He calculated the distance and timing. The leading ghoul had reached the rear of the bus, its bloodied fangs and claws prompting the sheriff to inhale sharply. At that moment, Xing Ze finally sprang into action, his blue beak transforming into a long whip that lashed out at the ghoul attempting to leap onto the bus, sending it flying. The remaining two showed no signs of retreat. One of the ghouls turned to attack Xing Ze, while the other abandoned its plan to climb onto the bus and instead circled around to launch a surprise assault. However, Xing Ze had no intention of allowing it to ambush Scottle from the side. He abruptly retracted his long whip, ensnaring the ghoul that sought to attack from the flank and dragging it back along with him. As for the ghoul that was rapidly approaching him, Xing Ze felt little trepidation. He raised the cleaver bestowed upon him by Tina, waiting for the opportune moment to deflect the creature's assault with the blade. Immediately after, he swung the ghoul ensnared by his whip like a mace, crashing it into the one that had threatened him, resulting in a violent collision between the two monsters. Seizing the moment, the sheriff dispatched one of them with a precise shot to the head, while Xing Ze severed the other's calf with his cleaver. He then pivoted sharply and hurled the cleaver towards Scottle, the blade striking true and hitting a ghoul attempting to ambush the sheriff from behind, sending it flying several meters upon impact. Scottle, drenched in cold sweat, had been so focused on aiming to shoot that he had not anticipated the swift return of the ghoul that had been struck by the whip. The whip transformed into a black thorn, piercing through the legless ghoul. Xing Ze glanced at the raven circling above. Its silence indicated that the gunfire had not attracted additional foes. After consuming the core of the deranged Manny, the blue-beaked raven could detach a portion of itself to operate independently, maintaining a connection with the blue beak within a certain radius, obeying Xing Ze's commands. Well, only one remains unresolved, Xing Ze remarked to the sheriff. Scottle swallowed hard. The creature's neck was shattered, yet it still lived. Xing Ze shrieked. Welcome to this damned world. Chapter 217. Hold your position. Amelia Bones gazed solemnly at the torch signal in the sky. Her deputy inquired with curiosity, Ms. Bones, should we send someone in? No. Let's wait a bit longer. The deputy turned to glance at Bishop Enrel, not far away, who also seemed disinclined to act, likely waiting for a signal from the vagabond. However, before the deputy could voice further thoughts, he swallowed his words upon meeting his superior's stern gaze. What about the German scholar? The deputy asked. She has been sent for treatment, came the reply. The deputy nodded. Don't tell her anything. Find 2 people to shadow her. The deputy was puzzled by the series of arrangements made by his superior, yet he nodded, risking reprimand to ask, Ms. Bones, the signal? Amelia Bones furrowed her brow. Her deputy was competent, but, at times, overly rigid. She understood that if she could not provide a satisfactory rationale, her deputy would undoubtedly harbor doubts. Therefore, she explained, if the church takes action, we will act. One signal does not suffice. It could be a trap set by the enemy. The deputy grasped her reasoning, yet he suggested, why not send a small team in to probe the situation? Are you volunteering? The deputy director asked coldly. I can authorize you to lead a team. The deputy's face turned ashen, and he awkwardly chuckled. I just fear that if higher-ups inquire, we won't have an explanation. After all, that is the torch signal of the goddess of dawn. And so what? How many of those in high positions have actually come to the scene? None, as far as I can see. You must understand that we can only rely on ourselves. I will not allow my subordinates to recklessly enter such perilous territory. One signal is far from sufficient. If the church responds as well, we can set out then. Those monks are well versed in the realm of dreams. Accompanying them will be much safer. I understand. Just as the deputy was about to take his leave, a series of resounding booms erupted nearby. Bones, equally perplexed, looked around. The sound unmistakably indicated a manifestation of phantoms. The first familiar face she spotted was Kingsley Shacklebolt, followed by many others. Scrimgeour approached Bones, bowing respectfully before speaking. Deputy Director Bones, we received a rescue signal and have come to assist. As he spoke, Scrimgeour's gaze shifted to the dimming torch in the distance. He turned to Kingsley beside him, instructing, trace the signal. We shall depart once we ascertain its location. Kingsley nodded, immediately commencing a spell. Bones was taken aback by Scrimgeour's arrival, yet her expression remained unaltered. She exchanged a knowing glance with her deputy, who understood and hurriedly left after acknowledging Scrimgeour. As for the head of the Auror office before her, she felt somewhat uncertain. It was common knowledge in the ministry that Scrimgeour had been promoted by Old Batty, and he was loyal to him. Moreover, his standing was nearly on par with hers. Shouldn't you be investigating the case of the fragments, Scrimgeour? Bones inquired, finally voicing her doubts. The old lion narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the red shield. I received a distress signal from an old friend, who informed me that the director is trapped in the town school. Thus, I set aside my tasks and summoned the Order of the Phoenix for assistance. Bones scanned the surroundings, recognizing at least a dozen members of the Order. This represented nearly half the combat strength of the Auror office. I am curious, Deputy Director Bones. What actions have we observed from you? Bones understood what Scrimgeour was implying, yet she chose to feign ignorance. The old lion's expression darkened. The distress signal is right before us. Yet you show no inclination to rescue. May I inquire why? Regarding that matter, I suspect the old friend who contacted you is John. I met with her roughly an hour ago. The situation is complex, Scrimgeour. You must sense the severity of the dream contamination here. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution. John did inform me that he would send a signal once he reached the school. However, we cannot ascertain whether that signal originated from him. Our foes are far more cunning than we can imagine. Need I remind you, Manuel Mendez has been confirmed to be involved in this upheaval. Therefore, I have reason to believe that many pure-blood wizards in the town are part of this operation. Are you suggesting that someone forged the signal? Do you not harbor any doubts? Bones countered. Can you be certain that it was indeed John with whom you spoke? He could very well be a cultist in disguise. And Polyjuice Potion is not that rare. The Polyjuice Potion requires a sample from the person being transformed. Of course. Hence, my greater worry is that John may have been captured. Worse yet, he could already be dead. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. His abilities were indeed formidable. But that was many years ago. He is now a chronic drunkard. I would wager that he struggles even to hold a wand steady. Amelia Bones made a compelling argument. Yet Scrimgeour was no fool. The brewing of Polyjuice Potion requires considerable time, and John had only been inside for an hour. Even if he had been captured immediately upon entry, the enemy would not have been able to concoct the potion so swiftly. Moreover, through the crystal, he discerned that Bataclack was still alive, albeit in a dire situation, with a healer performing surgery on him. Well, I can unequivocally inform you now, Deputy Director, that the signal is indeed authentic. Scringe spoke candidly. In that case, can you mobilize personnel? I'm afraid not, Director. A smile crept across Bourne's face. I cannot afford such risks. As far as I know, the town center has transformed into a battlefield, and all the forces at my disposal must be directed there to quell this absurd insurrection. I have no surplus personnel to offer you. Regrettably, you will have to rely on your own resources. Of course, you could also wait a bit longer. Wait longer? Scringe had never harbored expectations of acquiring resources from Bourne. He sought instead to leverage her position. Unfortunately, her reasoning was sound. Even if scrutinized later, Amelia Bourne would not find herself excessively culpable. She had meticulously plotted everything, aiming to utilize this turmoil to eliminate Bataclack. Indeed, wait longer. The deputy director cast his gaze toward the nearby church command camp, which had dispatched a sentry. If his signal also materializes, we shall commence our advance. At that point, your forces can arrive at the town center and then proceed to the school. Chapter 218, Preparing for Advance. The church. How intriguing. I was unaware that you were entangled with them, Scringe mocked. Their understanding of dreams surpasses ours. We could very well manage without their assistance. Yes, as long as we remember how they once reveled in crucifying us. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Times have changed, Scringe. Clinging to the past will lead to obsolescence in this world. Thus, I believe a more pragmatic approach is prudent. Well, I did not come here to debate this with you. The director of the Auror office glanced behind Born. Since you do not intend to organize a rescue, do not impede us. Look at you. The deputy director's smile widened. I hold Bataclack in the same regard as you do. Your words bring me great comfort. Scringe replied with a bow before hastily making his way toward Kingsley. Inform me when you have confirmed the position, Kingsley. The Auror captain nodded, passing the contamination-free crystal to Scringe. We have confirmed the position and sent it to our designated personnel. However, the route remains uncertain. We cannot wait. Prepare them. We depart at once. Deputy Director, Kingsley paused. Is she not intending to accompany us? Bourne will not assist Scringe, John stated as he stowed the crystal. Responding to Shek's inquiry. I trust you are not that naive. I merely worry that Scringe's Aurors may not arrive in time. Then we shall leave it to fate. You mentioned the Dream Feast cult has intervened? What is the situation? At that moment, Reiko rushed toward the two, exclaiming, Thank Merlin, John, I finally found you. For a former Auror who had participated in numerous operations, Reiko's flustered demeanor immediately signaled that something was amiss. What has transpired, Reiko? The gates. The gates are swarming with those creatures, the dream beasts. The poet's voice quivered with astonishment. Shek appeared unsurprised, hastening toward the school's front building. John and Reiko followed closely, arriving at the front where many were gathered, anxiously observing the situation outside. What is the status, Mark? Shek inquired of a bearded man. As anticipated, these creatures are emerging from the sewer grates, the man replied, pulling a young person back who had ventured too far out. Be cautious, don't let them see you. Between the front building and the main entrance of the school lay a spacious fountain square, designated for morning assemblies, while outside the gates, bizarre creatures continued to crawl forth from the sewers. Spiders with human faces, centipedes the length of flagpoles, wild dogs with crimson fur, and various humanoid monstrosities, such as ghouls and creatures that were half human, half tentacle, emerged in a grotesque display. Shek turned to those crouched beneath the front building's windows, asking, How are they faring? Mark stroked his beard. 3 have gone mad and have already been taken down with the serum. The remaining ones are holding up reasonably well. However, do not harbor too much hope. If a fight breaks out, many more will succumb. Have you notified Carol? Messengers have been dispatched. Good. Shek had initially intended to say more to those gathered, but upon witnessing their resolute expressions, he abandoned the notion. Instead, he addressed John. This is what I predicted would happen following their intervention. For Merlin's sake, where did these creatures come from? Have they been lurking beneath the town all this time? They are failed experiments, John asserted. Long-term experimentation inevitably yields failures. I suspect these monsters are the final trump card of the Dream Feast cult. Indeed, specimens relocated from across the nation, failed experiments, Shek affirmed John's statement. This recollection reminded John of the underground testing facility in Nottingham, which must also house similar failures. What is your plan? Reiko asked, noticing that the cursed sewer was no longer spewing forth monsters. He now regarded the backflowing sewer grates with less disdain. You do not intend to rely on these individuals to hold this position, do you? The poet inquired, lowering his voice. Shek picked up a magazine from the ground and tossed it to Reiko. These are not ordinary bullets. They have been specially treated by the church to combat dream entities. The church? Reiko's expression was one of confusion. If solely reliant on wizards, Shek chuckled, I would have perished long ago. I see, John realized. No wonder you have managed to remain incognito for so long. You have allied with the church. Gentlemen, everyone must adapt to the times. The church possesses an understanding of dreams that far exceeds our own. These bullets serve as the finest testament, enabling mortals to combat dream entities, and making it easier for muggles to contend with us, the poet scoffed, returning the magazine to its place. However, even with these, we cannot fend off those creatures. Their numbers are overwhelming. The poet's assessment was accurate. Damn it, Shek. If you are collaborating with the church, why did that bishop not accompany you here? I find myself missing him now, John remarked. Are you referring to Danby? I cannot say. Few could decipher his patterns. He often plays by his own rules. However, worry not. Our task will not be lengthy. We need only hold out for a while. I have sent the signal, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Hold out for a while? I suspect you are merely testing the weapons and ammunition. The church must be eager to assess the effectiveness of these new arms, especially with countless lambs at hand. A rather convenient calculation, John replied with a cold smile, refraining from exposing Shek's and the church's ulterior motives. At this point, they sorely needed more subjects like these. Mark, prepare the troops. Let us act according to our best opportunities. She commanded, then turned to the fighters, saying, Fear not, brethren. Persevere, for salvation shall soon arrive. Meanwhile, Bishop Andre observed the white cross that erupted in the sky, a signal flare unique to the church. He gestured to the monk beside him, who immediately began mobilizing. Bishop Andre traced a cross upon his chest and whispered a prayer. Lord, forgive my transgressions. Bones also spotted the signal flare and, taken aback, glanced towards the church's encampment, where mobilization was already underway. She estimated how long Scringe's squad had been inside and summoned her deputy to notify the subordinates to prepare for an assault. Chapter 219, The Frigid Choice. In the parking lot of the office building, Xing Ze and his companions finally found a car that could be started, a dilapidated old pickup truck. Come on, baby, start up. Ignite. The sheriff attempted to use the keys he had scavenged from a corpse. After the third attempt, the vehicle roared to life. Hooray! Scottel clapped his hands on the steering wheel, exclaiming joyfully, All right, fortune is on our side. Give me 2 more minutes. Tina rummaged through her pockets for the town map. Let me replan our route. The sheriff leaned in for a closer look. How do you remember so many streets and alleys? As the sheriff of the small town, Scottel was quite familiar with it. He had to memorize the main thoroughfares and intersections, for during a chase, he could not recklessly barrel through like a criminal. Yet today, this prideful skill encountered a rival. The hooded girl seemed to possess a more profound understanding of the town than he did. If you're frequently pursued for theft, knowing the town's layout can be immensely beneficial. That makes sense. No wonder I've never caught you, the sheriff shrugged. Am I confessing now, Sheriff? Scottel chuckled. I just stole this car from a corpse. So let us not dwell on that today. All right. Tina handed the map to the sheriff. We'll follow these routes. Are you certain these roads are safe? I cannot assure that, the girl replied candidly. God bless us. Sitting in the back, Xing Ze shared her helplessness. He turned to Ellie, asking, Should we pray to Merlin? If you're trying to make me laugh, that joke is rather morbid. I know my condition. I'm not at the point of fainting from magical exhaustion. That is hard to say. Xing Ze checked the young lady's pupils. Remember what we learned in magic history class? Many wizards perish from magical depletion during wars. The initial symptoms are weakness, followed by fainting, and ultimately death. Now, you're a healer? Xing Ze chuckled. Seeing you still able to jest, I believe you can hold on a bit longer. Hey! As Xing Ze began to return to his seat, Ellie called out to him, I need to tell you something. Not now. You need a rest. I'll talk to you. You don't need to respond to every word. This way, you can conserve energy while staying conscious. No, I can't let you take this opportunity to mock and curse me, Ellie insisted. For Merlin's sake, what is wrong with you? All right, go on, what is it? The young lady took a deep breath. Before I can't hold on any longer, I must tell you some things. Hey, if you keep speaking such ominous words, I'll have to end this conversation. Drop dead, Xing Ze. I saw it, in the basement of the hospital. Xing Ze confirmed. The whaler? The young lady weakly nodded. Upon hearing that name, Scottel suddenly jerked in his seat. Are you all right? Tina frowned, asking, Should I take over driving? Scottel turned to glance at the girl. Do you have a license? No, but I've driven a few times. Someone at the orphanage taught me. Then forget it. The sheriff offered a friendly smile. Xing Ze pondered for a moment. Considering you and the sheriff are still intact, I think that creature must have missed. I don't know why it spared us. But it's something we cannot confront. Don't seek it out. Promise me don't. You know me. Xing Ze spread his hands. I never engage in ventures without certainty. Since that thing is so formidable, let the Ministry of Magic handle it. The young lady displayed a grateful smile. Gasping for breath as she stammered. I still have. You need a rest. Miss, no more talking. Ellie summoned her last ounce of strength, grasping Xing Ze's hand. Trembling as she said, It touched me, you don't understand. It touched me, right on my back. What? In an instant, Xing Ze's mind went blank. Scottel and Tina turned in alarm, and regaining his composure, Xing Ze urgently instructed them. Keep driving, don't stop, hurry. The sheriff slammed on the gas. No longer avoiding debris on the street, but barreling through it. The old pickup truck charged down the town avenue, like an enraged bull. You have to kill me. Ellie pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. I know what happens to those who are tainted. There will be a way, there will be a way. Xing Ze kept repeating, unaware of how violently his hands trembled. There will be a way, let me think. That icy hand clutched his trembling hand tighter. I am a descendant of the Shafik family. I fear not death, the young lady recited, but I do not wish to become that kind of monster. You know, you fought them before, Xing Ze. That icy hand tightened further. I failed. I cannot resist it. It is eroding my sanity and body. I fail, forgive me. Xing Ze inhaled deeply. To hell with it, Ellie Shafik. You cannot do this to me. It's merely a stinking bomb. You cannot take revenge on me this way. The young lady chuckled softly. Don't be so self-absorbed. I'm not so petty. Why choose me? I originally intended to die, quietly alone. Yet, I overestimated myself. I shouldn't have used so much magic, but I could not control myself. There is a thought in my mind. It wants me, I want to die. I think it has succeeded. By Merlin's beard, Xing Ze pressed his forehead. You should have sensed this anomaly earlier. But it was too late to say anything now. You know, after I kill you, I'll have to burn your body. It must be reduced to ashes, otherwise the corpse might rise from the ground. And we have no time to collect your ashes, so, damn it. Your father will undoubtedly use every means to send me to hell. I intended to offer some comforting words, but I fear you must act quickly. I can no longer suppress it. Xing Ze felt the grip on his hand tighten even more. He exhaled the pent-up breath, his left hand transforming into a black blade. What are you doing? Are you insane? Tina leapt from her seat. Scottel, stop him. He has lost it. Sit down, the sheriff exclaimed. His eyes reddened as he stared fixedly at the road ahead. I assure you, you will not feel a thing, whispered Xing Ze. Chapter 220, the assault commences. The monsters outside remained in a state of wandering, seemingly devoid of any intention to attack or learn. The poet slightly poked his head out to peer outside, asking in confusion, what are they waiting for? Commander, replied Sheik, these creatures operate solely on instinct. They require a commanding presence. John grunted in annoyance, declaring, I despise this, just sitting here waiting. The majority of his magical energy had been expended on the communication crystal, leaving him with little to cast any spells. Observing those around him, he noted that most were muggles, with a scant number of wizards among them. If combat were to ensue, the situation would likely turn grim. Their leader, Sheik Mendez, appeared supremely confident, as if everything were firmly under control. John silently prayed that he had other aces up his sleeve. Otherwise, the entire school would become a banquet for these creatures. The poet, too, felt uneasy, muttering to himself, it would be best if they remained in this state, allowing us to await rescue. Everyone knew this was a mere wishful thought. Meanwhile, the first wave of clerics from the church penetrated the red barrier through a breach, immediately dispersing in small squads. As if anticipating their arrival, the lurking monsters emerged from the shadows, and despite the clerics being fully prepared, they were swiftly overwhelmed. Archbishop Andre made the sign of the cross over his chest, but showed no sign of halting. He waved his hand, and another cleric rushed through the breach. Amelia Barnes sensed the time was ripe, nodding to her deputy, who understood and raised his wand to signal. The Aurors behind them were soon to join the fray. With the support of magic, the tide of battle began to turn, as the monsters that had surged forth were gradually pushed back. Once this batch of dream creatures was dealt with, the forces of the church and the Ministry of Magic commenced their full entry into Ravenska village. The tires of the pickup screeched in protest as they skidded to a halt, causing everything inside the vehicle to lurch forward. Xing Ze swiftly steadied the nearly unconscious Ellie. Tina, seated in the front, was about to utter a curse when she noticed something hurtling from another path. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a mass of flesh that landed in the middle of the road. This sight churned her stomach, but she was further startled by the sudden appearance of a dark figure, who, like a whirlwind, plunged a gleaming sword into a twisted creature. The monster roared incessantly, yet the man held it firmly, rendering it unable to escape. The sheriff, equally astonished, had fortunately initiated an emergency brake upon seeing the first object fly through the air. Otherwise, they would have collided. In the back seat, Xing Ze assessed Ellie's condition. Due to the jarring motion, she had fainted but had not yet undergone any transformation. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to retract the blue beak. Killing her would be effortless. He was entirely confident that he could slay her the instant she transformed. What has happened? He inquired of Scottel. There is a person, Scottel replied, uncertain how to elaborate. You should see for yourself. Leaning forward, Xing Ze peered through the windshield and beheld a man clad in a black trench coat, who was extracting his wand sword from the creature's body. A cleric? Xing Ze mused internally, noting the silver cross around the man's neck that gleamed in the sunlight. Suddenly, he recalled the church's saint's blood, which could effectively suppress dream contamination. With this thought, he opened the car door and swiftly descended, cautiously approaching the man. Halfway there, he spotted two others at the crossroads, an elderly woman and a young man. As he scrutinized them closely, he noticed the wand in the young man's hand and the sun emblem on his collar. An aura? He pondered. And then a realization struck him as he turned his gaze to the elderly woman, internally exclaiming, isn't that the administrator from Gaoshan Apartments? This bizarre pairing exceeded Xing Ze's expectations, and as he stood momentarily stunned, they became aware of his presence. The young Auror immediately aimed his wand at Xing Ze, while the elderly woman swiftly trained her gun on the individuals inside the vehicle. However, Catherine soon sensed something amiss. Scrutinizing Xing Ze, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Oh, Merlin above, it's you, that reporter. Reporter? Alfred queried uncertainly, glancing at Catherine. Indeed, that's correct. I recall you came to interview me regarding Harvey. Hey, do you remember? Mr. Reporter, you promised me an article would be written about me. Did I promise? Xing Ze searched his memory, recalling that he had assured her she would make it to the papers, but he had not committed to writing her a separate piece. It seems you've forgotten, Catherine nodded, leveling her rifle at him. They say reporters are liars, and it appears there's some truth to that. Hey kid, I've seen the newspapers and I wasn't in them. You'd best explain yourself, or I won't hesitate to put a few holes in you. Wait. Xing Ze half raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. We have someone injured who requires treatment. Regarding the article, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. So, he really is a reporter? I flicked question, looking at Xing Ze with uncertainty. Sighing, Xing Ze directly addressed the man. Hey, are you from the church? The man turned to look at him. And for a fleeting moment, Xing Ze felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predatory beast. An invisible weight pressed upon him, causing a prickling pain to spread across the skin on the back of his neck. Simultaneously, the blue beak instantly entered a state of alert, and had Xing Ze not reacted promptly to restrain it, it would have transformed into a blade state. There is a wizard, Nathaniel muttered, his tone laced with indifference and disdain. Do you possess saint's blood? Regardless of whether he was with the church, Xing Ze was prepared to inquire. Upon hearing the mention of saint's blood, Nathaniel's expression shifted slightly, and he asked, Why do you seek saint's blood? My companion. Xing Ze gestured toward the vehicle. One of my companions has been tainted by dream contamination, and I recall that the church's saint's blood can suppress such pollution. You seem to know quite a bit, wizard. Nathaniel smirked. Who informed you of these matters? Sensing distrust in Nathaniel's gaze, Xing Ze explained, If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the individuals inside the car. Hearing this, Tina and the sheriff attempted to exit the vehicle, but Catherine sharply interjected, Hey, don't move. My heavens, Catherine. Katerine, Mom. The sheriff finally recognized the elderly woman before him, despite her familiar voice. Her attire and the camouflage scarf made it difficult for him to acknowledge her. It's me, Martin, the sheriff of the town, Martin. Chapter 221, Wizards and Bishops. Catherine also recognized Scott Tell, exclaiming joyfully, What a coincidence, Martin. I had thought you had gone to your wife's hometown. I just returned a few days ago. The sheriff mentioned that you had raided the police station. I could hardly recognize you. It's a long story. What brings you here? Likewise, it's a lengthy tale. But we do have an injured person in our vehicle. Upon hearing this, Catherine lowered her weapon and turned to the bishop, explaining, They are one of us. Only then did Bishop Nathaniel sheathe his sword, though his gaze never strayed from Xing Ze. Take me to see the injured, he commanded. The neglected young Auror threw up his hands. Isn't anyone going to ask for my opinion? Yet, despite his complaints, he showed no inclination to relinquish his wand. Among the trio, only Catherine appeared at ease. She swiftly approached the sheriff and began recounting the events of their journey. Xing Ze led the bishop to the back of the pickup truck, where the young lady still showed no signs of awakening. Her condition remained unchanged, which was a positive sign. As the bishop listened to Xing Ze's account, he scrutinized Ellie. Oh, by Merlin's beard. For Merlin's sake. A sudden scream from behind drew everyone's attention to Alfred, whose face transformed from crimson to a sickly pallor. Ellie, Alfred cried, lunging toward the young lady. The bishop did not intervene, but rather stepped aside. An unexpected action that startled Xing Ze. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and managed to restrain Alfred. Let me go, damn it. I know who she is. Alfred shouted, his voice laden with sorrow. Calm down, mate. Xing Ze held him tightly. Your outburst will attract unwanted attention. The sheriff cautiously surveyed the surroundings. He hadn't brought his hunting rifle when he exited the vehicle, but the handgun with limited ammunition remained holstered at his waist. Instinctively, his right hand rested on it. Your little gun might not be of much use, Sheriff, Scott replied, albeit with a trace of hesitation. Catherine raised her rifle. Go ahead, I'll keep watch. The sheriff nodded and hastily approached the pickup truck. According to the map, they were nearing the town's center, and those cries could potentially summon all manner of trouble, making him increasingly anxious and alert. With Scott's assistance, Xing Ze finally pried Alfred away, temporarily entrusting the young Auror to Tina's care. The sheriff handed the handgun to the girl, instructing her that if this fool made any further reckless moves, she was to shoot him in the head. The girl seemed to relish this sudden responsibility. Good shot, the bishop commended. Xing Ze furrowed his brow and asked in a hushed tone, Is it still possible? Bishop Nathaniel redirected his attention to Ellie. I can't say for certain. If she truly has been touched by the dream creatures, then transformation is inevitable. As he spoke, the bishop stepped forward to examine Ellie's pupils, then retrieved a small glass vial from his waist pocket, only to halt abruptly. Is there a problem? Xing Ze inquired. Nathaniel did not respond, but instead returned the glass vial to his waist and drew his sword. Seeing this, Xing Ze prepared to intervene, but the bishop said, "Don't be alarmed. Young wizard, I have a better method to save her. I don't believe a sword can save anyone. That depends on who wields it." The bishop's thumb swiftly glided along the blade before it was brought to the young lady's lips. Half a minute later, the bishop withdrew his hand. "It's done. If it still doesn't work, I suggest you resolve her situation swiftly. The blood of a saint." Suddenly, Xing Ze comprehended the implications. He hadn't anticipated that the threshold to sainthood would be so low, merely requiring the name of one of the 12 apostles. Bishop Nathaniel chuckled softly. "You seem to have misunderstood, wizard. Those who hide behind paperwork cannot be called saints. Regardless, I must sense you." "Humph." The bishop produced a box of cigars from his pocket, selecting one. "Do you have a light?" Xing Ze drew his wand, a flame erupting from its tip. The bishop leaned in to ignite his cigar. "You're unlike those traditional wizards. I'm beginning to like you." "Cue up." Xing Ze retracted his wand. "I like you a great deal, but I think you'll have to wait for some time." "How is she?" the sheriff inquired, while Alfred and Tina looked on. Although the young Auror yearned to approach, he restrained himself due to Tina's gun and his guilt over his previous missteps. Xing Ze nodded. "The rest is up to her. But I have faith in her. She has never been one to concede defeat." The sheriff nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed. However, someone will need a ride in the truck bed." They too were headed to the school. The bishop was the first to leap into the bed of the truck. "Don't mind me. I prefer the fresh air outside to the confines within. Let the ladies and the injured have the seats." Xing Ze also climbed into the truck bed. After assigning their positions, the pickup truck resumed its journey towards the school. After traveling for a while, Nathaniel broke the silence. "Are you a local wizard?" Xing Ze shook his head, revealing his identity as a Hogwarts teacher. "That girl, is she also a teacher?" "Yes." "What brings you here? Is the wizarding school really so idle?" "A few mischievous students ran off, and we came to bring them back. I never expected we would encounter such a situation." Xing Ze spoke the truth, while the bishop seemed unable to extract any further information. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he remarked, "Then your luck is quite unfortunate. I feel the same way." "So, what happened to that girl?" The bishop shifted the topic. "Given a Hogwarts teacher's capabilities, facing ordinary dream creatures shouldn't have left you so disheveled." "Banshees." Xing Ze had no intention of concealing the truth. Since he was willing to lend aid, they were not enemies just yet. "Ah, I see. Where were you attacked?" "The hospital." "Are you a bishop?" Xing Ze retorted, for he had been curious since the beginning. The man before him appeared vastly different from the bishops he had previously encountered. He wore no robes and bore a stubbled face, indicating a lack of concern for appearances. Such a casual and untidy demeanor made it difficult for Xing Ze to associate him with the title of bishop. "What? Do I not look the part?" Xing Ze shook his head. "I have at least seen 2 bishops bearing the names of apostles. You are vastly different from them." Nathaniel leaned against the truck, replying, "It's merely a matter of differing responsibilities. They uphold the facade, while we maintain that facade from crumbling." Chapter 222, Hellfire. Father Corbett strolled leisurely down the dust-laden corridor, the creaking floorboards echoing underfoot. He paused before a hole in the passage. "What's wrong?" inquired the hooded wizard at his side. "Nothing, Elaine." A smile graced the Father's face, just reminiscing about some bygone days. "Speaking of which, you've never shared with me what life is like here. Like any other prominent family, our existence is marked by the cycle of birth, growth, and ultimately death. Yet, I've been graced by the benevolence of the Great Lord, allowing me to rise once more." "Praise be to the Great Lord," Elaine fervently declared. As the belongings were nearly all transferred, she inquired, "Will you not accompany us?" The priest shook his head. "I wish to confirm certain matters." "Is it about the messenger?" The priest offered no response, instead resuming his stride, circumventing the gaping hole in the floor. The hooded sorceress followed closely behind, her lips parting as if to speak. Yet words eluded her. Elaine understood that further probing would jeopardize her safety. After more than 40 years of companionship, she had learned which inquiries were prudent and which were perilous, just as she resigned herself to the notion of never receiving an answer. The priest spoke unbidden. "In due time, we shall receive a divine omen heralding the messenger's arrival. Alas, so many years have passed without a single messenger of true significance. They either succumb to madness, unable to comprehend the Lord's blessings, or they actively forsake us, or they are merely simple-minded fools. For a long time, I struggled to fathom the will of the Great Lord." As he spoke, Corbett halted, his gaze drawn to a painting at the corridor's end. Its survival against decay after so many years was astonishing. Although portions of the canvas had been torn away, the figure within was still discernible, a middle-aged gentleman with a beard, his eyes alight with vigor. "Ah," the priest murmured, extending his hand to caress the painting, I can scarcely recall my own visage. It seems the doctor spoke true. When one inhabits too many bodies, one inevitably forgets their original form. Corbett withdrew his hand. Elaine. I am here. How many years have you? 62. Has it truly been so long? Indeed, priest. Elaine nodded. Nearly 40 years. The priest resumed his path, deep in contemplation. After a moment, he whispered, let the doctor prepare a body for you as well. Taken aback by his words, Elaine halted, pausing momentarily. That was not my intent, priest. I only wished to contribute to our noble cause. The priest shook his head. Spare me such falsehoods. Elaine, we all know your true motivations for joining the order. A tremor coursed through Elaine's frame. I beg your forgiveness, priest. I am not. Do not burden yourself. He waved dismissively. Each of us harbors our own objectives. This is no secret. The pursuit of divine gifts is our ultimate goal. Ernest opened the wooden door for Corbett, who summoned his remaining strength to step inside. Elaine had intended to assist him, but Corbett gently declined her offer. Beyond the door lay a spacious chamber, dominated by a peculiar contraption of brass pipes and glass vessels. In a cylindrical incubation chamber beside the machine floated a robust, naked male form suspended in a translucent green nutrient solution. Is this it? Joy illuminated Corbett's face, his skin resembling the white paint of the yellowed wall, threatening to flake away at any moment. Is splendid, my new body. Pray tell, what is his name? Ernest glanced at his notebook and replied, Harvey, a painter. Excellent. Then let us commence, doctor. Allow me to reclaim my glory. Outside the school, a monstrous assault was underway, led by a peculiar hooded sorceress. As they breached the gates and surged into the square, Shek shouted to all, get down. Do not look up. Upon his command, the entire front square of the school erupted in an explosive cacophony, shattering the windows of the front building. Those aware of the truth swiftly cast protective spells. The first wave of incoming monsters was instantly reduced to ashes, while some more resilient creatures attempted to flee the terrifying flames, but were ultimately unsuccessful. Hellfire indeed. John peered outside, noting the once majestic fountain had vanished, replaced by roaring flames. Even from within the front building, John could feel the searing heat. In mere seconds, his skin began to sting. It was no wonder Shek exuded confidence. Few beings could traverse such infernal flames, and those unfortunate enough to be caught unawares and reduced to ashes were ample testament to that. Yet, John knew the flames would soon dissipate, and the threat of the monsters outside remained vast. As long as they refrained from mindlessly charging in, waiting for the flames to extinguish before launching their assault, the situation remained dire. For Merlin's sake, the poet craned his neck to peer out. I must immortalize this in my ballad. Then pray you survive to tell the tale. John retracted his head, taking a swig from his flask, the cold liquid quenching his thirst. Damn it, the poet scowled. Must you voice such dispiriting remarks before this grand spectacle? As they spoke, the hellfire began to wane, ultimately vanishing, leaving the entire front square of the school scorched earth. White-hot steam rising, the ground littered with unextinguished embers. The sweltering air was steeped in an unusual scent. Shek rose from behind the wall, his expression grave as he surveyed the billowing white mist, commanding, prepare, prepare, prepare. The order rippled through the crowd, and those armed with firearms rose from their cover, ever ready for combat. The steam abruptly cleared, and the monsters outside launched another attack, heralded by a piercing shriek that sent many muggles into madness. Led by Mark, the wizards responded swiftly, casting spells to counter the wail, while those driven to insanity were injected with a black liquid by nearby individuals. John furrowed his brow at the orchestrated chaos. It was evident these individuals had undergone rigorous training, perhaps having previously battled dreamlike entities. This realization instilled a measure of confidence within him. At least the comrades at his side were not a rabble. And he found comfort in the efficacy of the weapons provided by the church, as many of the advancing monsters fell. Chapter 2:23. Who is this fellow? We are in trouble, the sheriff shouted, ensuring those seated in the bed of the truck could hear him, as a horde of rampaging monsters emerged on the road ahead. Among these creatures were several hooded sorcerers intermingled within. Alfred, seated in the passenger seat, wore a look of terror. If the vehicle continued onward, those monsters would surely crush them. Scottle, though unsettled by the grotesque creatures, retained his composure and calmly pulled the truck over to the side. Nathaniel was the first to leap from the truck bed, followed by Xing Ze, Catherine, and Scottle. The young Auror hesitated before exiting the vehicle. Though fear gripped him and his wounds throbbed, with his magic nearly depleted, he understood that if they failed to repel these creatures, they would all perish. The sheriff and Catherine quickly found suitable cover, and Xing Ze instructed Alfred, stay by the vehicle. though Alfred felt a tinge of disdain at being commanded by an unknown teacher. He refrained from voicing his grievances, instead retrieving his wand to cast various defensive spells upon the vehicle. Meanwhile, Xing Ze bestowed upon Skatel and Catherine the enchantments of lightness and enhanced vision, one of the few auxiliary spells that Muggles could withstand. Even so, Xing Ze tempered the potency of the spells, mindful of Catherine's youth. As a result, the two now exhibited speed and reflexes comparable to an exceptional athlete, while their vision rivaled that of a master archer. Having completed this, Xing Ze bent down and aimed his wand to the ground. With the incantation, the car before him, along with scattered debris, began to levitate. This was the Ptolemaic gravity spell, a particularly advanced piece of magic, and the most formidable incantation Xing Ze could muster following Andros's missile. Ptolemy, born in 85 AD, was a wizard renowned for his mastery of astronomy. His obsession with celestial phenomena led him to enhance the levitation spell to enable himself to soar beyond the confines of Earth. Regrettably, he never succeeded in his ambition, as the magical energy required to escape the planet's gravitational grip was insurmountable. Nevertheless, his augmented spell endured through the ages, eventually refined into the powerful gravity incantation we know today. Xing Ze endeavored to perfect the magical circuit, for the more flawless the circuit, the lesser the energy expenditure. Thus, he strived to achieve the utmost in every word, every intonation, and every gesture of the incantation. Standing by, the owner of the Nameless did not rush to intervene. He patiently awaited the completion of Xing Ze's spell, fully aware of his own role in the unfolding combat. Two nightmares descended upon Xing Ze, their attack patterns remarkably coordinated, suggesting a commanding presence behind them. Bang! Nadani's shotgun first pierced the chest of one creature before he crouched low and leapt directly beside another nightmare. A flash of cold steel cleaved the creature in twain, while the one that had been shot swiftly met its end at the hands of Catherine and Skatel. As the bishop landed, the sheriff, witnessing his first display of combat, wore an expression of astonishment. His own wife was a witch, and he had encountered numerous peculiarities, but such a style of battle was beyond his comprehension. Nadani, after shaking off the blood from his blade, squinted at the advancing horde of monsters. Under the influence of Xing Ze's magic, the creatures began to float, deprived of gravity, as more and more monsters entered the gravity spell's range. The strain on Xing Ze intensified. Rising to his feet, he waved his wand through the air, completing the final circuit of the incantation. Once the last circuit was finished, gravity returned, and the monsters plummeted to the ground. In the next moment, the force of gravity abruptly intensified, pinning the creatures still on the ground with tremendous weight. The earth cracked beneath them, and the creatures were squished into oblivion. Their regenerative abilities were woefully inadequate, resulting in their swift demise. Alfred furrowed his brow. He too was familiar with the Ptolemaic gravity spell. This incantation was a classic examination topic at Hogwarts, encompassing nearly all aspects of spellcasting: gestures, intonations, complex incantations, and the speed of spell recitation. The young Auror pondered how he would fare if tasked with casting such a spell. Would he perform better? The answer was evident. He could indeed excel, but not under these circumstances. Indeed, a spell of such vast scope demanded immense patience and composure. For any misstep along the way would escalate energy consumption. This expenditure would be drawn from the caster themselves, as drawing power from the surroundings could not compensate for errors in the circuit. Once a wizard's magical reserves began to deplete, they would grow increasingly weak, their focus and mental acuity waning, leading to an escalation of mistakes. It was a vicious cycle, difficult to reverse, particularly when executing prolonged and large-scale spells, a situation that frequently arose. Yet the wizard before him had masterfully completed this intricate incantation, even amid the onslaught of dreamlike monsters. Thus, Alfred concluded that he could not measure up, even though he was often lauded as a prodigy, cherished by his uncle, Lucius Malfoy, as the pride of the family, and revered by his cousin, Draco, as a role model. In this instance, he would be fortunate to manage a few short spells. An intangible fear clutched at his heart, threatening to render him lifeless at any moment. The sole thing that anchored him in place was the girl in the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have longed to scream and flee from this nightmare, yearning to hide in a corner unseen, trembling in anticipation of rescue. Yet reality forbade such retreat, as even the two Muggles continued to fight valiantly. He did not look down upon Muggles. His father, Conrad, held a different ideology from his uncle Lucius, which shaped his upbringing, in stark contrast to his cousin's disdain for half-bloods and Muggles. However, He could not fathom what compelled these two muggles to resist so fervently in the face of such terrifying foes. Even more perplexing was the identity of the wizard standing alongside the monstrous bishop. Who was he? A teacher from Hogwarts? Ridiculous. While Hogwarts was indeed a bastion of talent, he had never heard of such a figure capable of casting the Ptolemaic gravity spell with such composure under duress. Chapter 224. The rescue team Nameless surveyed the remaining monsters, seeking a target, an entity commanding the creatures. The young wizard's magic enabled him to swiftly identify his objective. After all, few commanders would dare to risk themselves. They preferred to remain at a safe distance, allowing the expendables to meet their doom. Once more, the bishop raised his wand, the peculiar gears of his shotgun clicking into place as an empty shell was ejected from the chamber. Then, he charged into the fray of monsters once more. And Xing Ze barely had time to utter a word before witnessing a shadow dart past, plunging into the midst of the creatures. Good heavens, has he lost his mind? Scottel exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. If Xing Ze's magic had earlier opened his eyes to new possibilities, then the bishop's seemingly suicidal charge was utterly beyond comprehension. Kales dispatched a dog-sized mutated creature with a rifle, responding, "Don't worry, he can handle it. He's made it this far." The black trench coat billowed like the cloak of death as he leapt and danced through the throng of monstrosities, gunfire and the sound of blades clashing ringing out continuously. The bishop charged toward one of the hooded wizards preparing a spell, who had not anticipated such an assault. In a flash of astonishment and terror, the wizard's head was severed from his body. Having eliminated one commander, Nameless showed no signs of slowing down. He leaped aside to evade a dog-like creature attempting a sneak attack, and then unleashed a barrage of shots from his shotgun, shattering a grotesque mass that threatened to crush him. He spun once more, shifting his center of gravity to his right foot, as the sword cane cleaved downwards through the grotesque hound. Subsequently, the bishop slightly tilted his head, a tentacle adorned with suckers grazed his face, leaving a minuscule wound. At last, can someone actually put up a fight? Gazing at the writhing monstrosity before him, reminiscent of a mass of earthworms, Nandani felt no trepidation. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. The creatures, bereft of leadership, began to act on instinct, targeting the nearest entities, including their own kind. In their loss of reason, these abominations were left with but one desire: to devour. With the majority of the monsters drawn towards Nandani, Xing Ze faced little pressure. He sheathed his wand, allowing the blue beak to transform into a dark blade for combat. The black iron he had procured was exhausted from previous encounters, leaving Xing Ze reliant on the newfound abilities of the blue beak, which enabled it to morph into a sharp weapon even without absorbing specific materials. Though these hastily conjured blades could not rival those forged from absorbed black iron, they sufficed against lesser entities of the dream realm. Observing Xing Ze, who had forsaken his wand for close combat, Alfred appeared to contemplate something. He had heard rumors circulating among the Aurors regarding a recent incident in the distillery battle, where an Eastern wizard single-handedly vanquished the Wax Face. Could it be him? Alfred muttered uncertainly, having previously dismissed the tale as mere gossip, particularly since neither the Auror office nor the Ministry of Magic had issued any formal announcement. Yet, those Aurors who returned alive from the distillery were unwavering in their belief. Any dissenting voices would surely invite their ire. Tina suddenly opened the car door, questioning, "Are you just going to stand there? Aren't you going to help?" Regarding the girl who had once pointed a gun at him, Alfred held little affection. He gestured to his wound, stating, "I'm injured and barely have any magical energy left. So, you're worthless then." "Yeah, just like you." Tina scoffed coldly as wizards. "Why is there such a vast difference between you and him? Indeed, we typically engage in combat with wands. We do not, resort to melee." "That is not what I meant. He previously dismantled a cult's stronghold, eliminating nearly 100 cultists. Yet you saw, he just cast a spell." The girl refrained from elaborating, casting a meaningful glance at the young Auror. "That is utterly implausible," Alfred replied, incredulous. "Do you think he has Dumbledore? He is somewhat extraordinary, but even he cannot achieve that." Tina shrugged. People are often reluctant to believe what they do not wish to accept. In this regard, you wizards are no different from us. With that, before Alfred could respond, she closed the car door. "All right, let us take inventory," Skellinger called out after their recent skirmish. "Emerald, all clear. Ruby, all clear. Agate, all clear. Sapphire, all clear." Listening to his subordinates report one by one, Skellinger nodded in satisfaction. They had just been ambushed by a group of armed muggles upon entry, but fortunately, his men were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Despite the immediate gunfire, most bullets were deflected by their magical robes, and the defenders of each squad swiftly cast protective shields, successfully repelling the next wave of attacks. They dispatched the Muggles in short order, yet upon entering a street, they encountered several wizards and engaged in fierce gunfire. The opposing wizards were formidable, yet they were outnumbered. One of them, sensing the tide turning, shot a signal into the sky. "Where are we now?" Skellinger inquired of Kingsley. "We still have some distance to the town center. If we take the shortest route, we must pass through the town center." Skellinger felt a twinge of frustration at this answer, unable to use apparition. They had no choice but to proceed on foot towards the school. "Blast it, we should have brought the flying brooms," Kingsley chuckled. "How many years has it been since I last rode a broom? If we come across a wizarding sporting goods store, we might requisition some." Skellinger sighed. "What about those wizards? Have their identities been confirmed?" "Rogers is checking," came the reply. "All right, you stay here for the results. I'll take 2 teams ahead." Kingsley dismissed this suggestion, countering, "Perhaps we needn't concern ourselves with their identities. Let us just head straight to the school." After a brief contemplation, Skellinger acquiesced. "Then let us proceed, but remember to have Rogers capture their appearances." Already taken care of. The entire rescue team set off once more, with the agate team scouting ahead. They chose a safer street rather than the main thoroughfare, thereby reducing the likelihood of falling into ambush. Chapter 225, Ominous Omens. Kingsley trailed closely behind Skellinger, expressing his concerns. "Should we be worried about the signal that wizard sent? What are your thoughts?" Skellinger countered. "A distress signal? A warning signal? I can't quite discern." "Then we'll take it step by step. We don't have the luxury of time to ponder these matters now," Skellinger replied, while gesturing for Rogers to come closer. A seasoned Auror swiftly approached his side. "Any discoveries regarding those wizards?" Rogers nodded. "One is a gravedigger. I noticed the tattoos. And there are a few whose identities I couldn't verify in time." "A gravedigger?" Skellinger furrowed his brow. "Is there a connection to those we are pursuing?" This mission was no simple rescue. Since the distillery incident, Skellinger had taken the initiative to follow up on the investigation into the fragments and the oil gang. It was evident that the gravedigger had been collaborating with the forces behind the oil gang, and those forces were likely connected to the missing fragments. After extensive surveillance, they had narrowed their focus onto Jamie of the Avery family. This eldest son had recently been in close contact with the gravedigger, and, as John had questioned, the Avery family appeared to be shrouded in suspicion. Unfortunately, the current minister was a peacemaker who disdained overly forceful measures, particularly against an ancient wizarding family, which aligned with Cornelius Fudge's typical demeanor. However, what Fudge failed to grasp was that in his previous role, generosity and friendliness could yield positive results, but now, he had become the minister of magic. A weak minister of magic, perpetually constrained by wizarding families? Such a state would be detrimental to the ministry. Contemplating this, Skellinger felt a wave of frustration. Following the distillery incident, Fudge had convened an internal meeting, passionately declaring his full support for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and demanding that the Auror office thoroughly investigate the case and impose severe penalties on the perpetrators. Scringer had scoffed at those words back then, and now it seemed he had not erred in his judgment. After vital leads pointed towards the Avery family, Fudge shifted his stance, insisting that the Auror office must secure necessary evidence before launching an investigation. Scringer had anticipated this turn of events, hence prior to submitting the report, they had conducted a thorough inquiry into the Avery family, ultimately honing in on Jamie Avery. Rogers stroked his bald head and remarked, "That fellow surely belongs to the House of Assassins. He likely has no connection to the explosives expert we are pursuing." Scringer nodded with some regret. "If I recall correctly, the House of Assassins is notoriously difficult, even among the Undertakers." "Indeed," Rogers grimaced, "these scoundrels excel in assassination and decapitation. Their presence here bodes ill." Kingsley interjected, "All of them are linked to the Undertakers. I do not believe this is mere coincidence. We should seize one of them and inquire." "You do not understand the Undertakers." Rogers waved his hand dismissively. "They are a conglomerate of various factions with little connection to one another. The House of Assassins is unaware of the missions undertaken by the explosives expert. Regardless, at least we have intelligence indicating that Jamie is in Ravenscarrow. These Undertakers may possess some knowledge," Kingsley added. Scringer, wishing to divert from this futile conversation, interrupted, "Our primary objective is to locate the director. Let us set aside other matters for now." "Hey, Chief," Rogers inquired, "do you think we will encounter that Easter man?" Upon hearing this, Scringer furrowed his brow and corrected him. "He has a name, Xing Ze. You would do well to remember it, Rogers, lest you encounter him and create unnecessary complications." "Do not be so tense, Chief. I am merely curious about the extent of this wizard you have mythologized." "Too bad you were not present, Rogers." Scringer recalled that day at the distillery his left hand beginning to tremble involuntarily, a lingering aftereffect from that fateful day. To this day, he continued to take medication from St. Mungo's to alleviate these symptoms. Truth be told, he could hardly remember the events of that day. The healer had mentioned it was a case of selective amnesia his brain had adopted for protection, though he had not forgotten the final image he witnessed. I consider myself fortunate, Rogers chuckled, but I wonder how this will unfold. If that Eastern wizard you speak of was here, I might feel considerably more at ease. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a wizard behind them was struck down, prompting the entire group to assume a defensive posture. "Sniper, take cover," Kingsley shouted, and everyone dashed for whatever shelter they could find. Rogers and Scringer crouched behind a vehicle, the deceased Auror lying just to their right. Rogers glanced at the body and could not help but curse. "Damn it, it's Hallett. How the hell am I supposed to explain this to his wife?" "Focus, Rogers," Scringer whispered. He then called to his subordinates. "Confirm that bastard's position. Close your eyes, blinding charm," one wizard shouted, and suddenly the sky was illuminated by a blinding light. His partner had already cast the necessary spells to shield himself from the glare, and after about 10 seconds, he shouted, "Silver gray building, 4th floor. P.S. up there. Location confirmed. Received. Acknowledged." Several others responded promptly. "All right, let us show that bastard some color. Hurry. P.S. about to escape." The blinding charm was dispelled, and those wizards who had prepared their spells swiftly identified the target, unleashing their magic upon the building. Instantly, the structure was reduced to rubble. Rogers rose from behind the car and hastily approached Hallett's corpse, unconsciously pressing his left hand against his brow. "Anti-magic bullets," he said to the approaching Scringer. "Damn it. These are anti-magic bullets. Why do they possess such things? Aren't they exclusive to the church? Now is not the time to dwell on that. We need to leave immediately." Kingsley reminded him, "Team Onyx has not issued a warning." In an instant, Rogers grasped the meaning of this statement. For Merlin's sake, what on earth is happening in this cursed place? After voicing his complaints, he swiftly issued a series of commands to his team. The old lion wore a grave expression. He feared that this rescue mission would cost him many capable hands, or perhaps they would all perish here. His left hand trembled once more. Chapter 226, Alliances. The Bishop of Nathaniel consumed the blood of saints. No matter how powerful he was, he remained immortal, and under the relentless assault of such a multitude of dream monsters, he would inevitably sustain injuries. Observing the carnage and dismembered remains strewn about, the bishop grimaced. "Damn it. This stuff tastes awful. Couldn't he, that bastard, to make it more palatable?" Meanwhile, Alfred felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he surveyed the scene before him. He turned his gaze to the distant Xing Ze, who was solemnly drawing forth his black blade. One could not deny that this Eastern wizard's familiar was as enigmatic as he himself. Perhaps this was a unique familiar from the East. Alfred mused himself. It is well known that the wizarding world in Britain is exceedingly conservative and traditional, with a notably slow acceptance of new ideas and a strong sense of exclusivity. His father, the deputy director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, was quite dissatisfied with this rigidity among British wizards and felt disillusioned by their arrogance. Moreover, Eastern wizards rarely ventured beyond Asia, leading the vast majority of Western wizards to possess virtually no understanding of them. Yet the unknown breeds opportunity and scheming. Presently, the prevailing perception of Eastern wizards within the Western magical community remains mired in a mire of unfounded rhetoric. However, Alfred was not among those who held such misconceptions. His father, Conrad, had spent considerable time in the East, and upon his return, he had consistently opposed the baseless slanders and fabrications. Alfred recalled his father's repeated admonitions. Do not underestimate Eastern wizards. They possess a complete and intricate system of magic that has evolved and refined over thousands of years. Not something we can dismiss lightly. Thus, Alfred did not regard Xing Ze with disdain. Rather, after witnessing his displayed prowess, he discerned a rare talent. His family, to be frank, was not particularly distinguished within the British magical world. Yes, everyone knew of Malfoy, but that was his uncle, Lucius Malfoy. As for his father, the unfortunate Conrad Malfoy was often dismissed as a political buffoon. Hence, they required more allies, especially in the political arena. This Eastern man before him ignited a flicker of hope. If he could survive this ordeal, he could emerge as a hero. A savior of the Shafiq family and the destroyer of a cult stronghold, politically packaged, he could garner a vast number of supporters. All of this hinged upon securing an ally and a stronghold within the Ministry of Magic. Contemplating this, Alfred couldn't help but cast a glance towards the pickup truck. It seemed the Shafiq family harbored similar intentions as his own. Although uncertainty lingered, the possibility could not be dismissed. Such thoughts may appear cruel and unfeeling, Yet politics has always been devoid of compassion. Weighing his own happiness against the future of his family, Alfred prioritized the latter. Seizing the opportunity while Alicia Shafik lay unconscious, he aimed to cultivate a rapport with this Eastern figure. Even if he couldn't fully enlist him, he needed to convey his intentions clearly. Having meticulously planned his approach, Alfred dispelled the defensive charm and strode towards Xing Ze. Led by Rogers, the Ruby Squad was currently on reconnaissance, with the entire rescue team divided into 4 units, each comprising 4 members, named after gemstones. The members of the Agate Squad were all exceptional scouts. It was inconceivable that they would overlook a Muggle sniper. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Their squad had encountered trouble, albeit with a hopeful perspective. The Ruby Squad acted as the group's guerrilla fighters, responsible for mobile operations, excelling in rapid flanking maneuvers and surprise assaults, with a middle-aged wizard named Pedro Ribeiro at the helm. Rogers had seen him a few times at the celebration banquet, and the most striking feature of Pedro was his meticulously groomed mustache. Mr. Rogers, Pedro spoke, perhaps we should consider a different direction. To where? The Sapphire Squad, led by Kingsley, is searching over there. What purpose would it serve for us to head that way? Pedro gestured toward the sky, saying no. We got to look upwards. They might have gone above. Rogers looked up at the sky and the surrounding buildings, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicating his disbelief. Good grief, you must be jesting. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, he ordered the squad to advance towards the nearest small building. Mr. Pedro, he inquired again, do you believe they are still? Don't make me speak of despair, Captain. Their chances of survival are slim. I think you should be aware that this mission is fraught with peril. We are likely to perish here. The captain's expression shifted slightly. I wasn't at the distillery last time. Did you go, sir? Regrettably, neither did I. Most of those who attended were novices. By the time we arrived, the situation had already been resolved. So, the Ministry of Magic has indeed been infiltrated? Shoo! Rogers shot Pedro a glare. Lower your voice, Captain. Some things can be said. Others cannot. We haven't confirmed this matter yet. Pedro seemed unconcerned. Come now, sir. This has already spread throughout the Aura office. None of us received a support alert that day. Clearly, someone suppressed it, but I don't believe the personnel in communications would have the audacity to do so. Stop speculating recklessly. The communications division did not receive a signal for assistance. The contamination of dreams affects magical energy, just as it does now. As Rogers spoke, he gently tapped the crystal resting on his chest. The level of contamination here is considerably lighter than at the entry point. However, our crystal communications and magical telegrams remain ineffective. The members of the Emerald Squad racked their brains, but could devise no solutions, other than forcibly injecting magical energy. But if that were the case, I doubt we'd reach the school before they succumbed. Thus, I contend that the situation that day was akin to what we face now. The distress signals sent out were likely intercepted. The communications division did release a segment of the source signal, but it was all garbled noise and horrifying sounds. Listening to that for too long would drive a person mad, which is why those distress signals were submitted to the key hall for processing. Oh, speaking of the key hall, Captain, are you familiar with anyone there? Pedro cautiously inspected a room before replying, not particularly. As you know, those individuals are rather eccentric. I occasionally run into one of them at a bar I frequent. Have you conversed with him? A couple of times, but it was like talking to a wall. He wouldn't divulge anything regarding the key hall. What a pity. Pedro instructed 2 of his subordinates to check upstairs while he ventured into the other rooms on this level. Mr. Rogers, was everything you just mentioned true? Regarding the distress signals. Of course, you can ask Skrlinch. He was with me at the time. Pedro appeared less than satisfied with this revelation. Chapter 227. The 4 Apostles. Damn it. Sheik, if the reinforcements don't arrive soon, we're all going to die here. John yelled, fully aware that such words would be detrimental to morale. The front building had been breached and without additional support. The death of these individuals was merely a matter of time. The poet, utilizing his last vestiges of magical energy, cast a spell to repel an advancing worm-like creature. The beast was severed in 2, but after a brief convulsion on the ground, it resurrected itself as 2 entirely new monsters. Splendid. A buy one get one free situation, the poet lamented. John, I'm in a bit of a predicament. Would you mind lending a hand? As John dodged attacks, he retaliated with a few spells. He quickly assessed the poet's situation and pulled a wand from his pocket, tossing it over. The wand shattered midair, and a chilling gust of wind instantly froze the worm in place. Thank you, my friend, the poet exclaimed with gratitude. We need to get out of here, Reiko, John urged. The line won't hold much longer. We must leave. To where? The poet glanced back, seeing monsters behind him as well. Both avenues of escape were blocked. In a desperate roll, John thought, let's hope she can conjure an escape route. Almost immediately, a massive maw materialized before him, unnoticed by the amorphous monster lurking behind the wall. In a critical moment, a long spear flew through the air, piercing the maw and subsequently impaling several monsters behind it. Did the party start early? The poet heard a gruff voice beside him. Following that, a tall, muscular man strode past him. The poet glanced at the newcomer, then back at the carnage behind him. The monsters that had been there moments ago now lay as a heap of flesh and corpses. "Hey, wizard, weren't you supposed to evacuate? The path behind is secure." The speaker was a man with light golden hair who winked at the poet. "Reinforcements have arrived?" Reiko asked, bewildered, as two more figures passed by him. John, equally perplexed, looked at the newcomers. One among them wore a monk-esque robe, signifying their status. The four swiftly joined the fray, turning the tide of battle. The monsters crumbled before them as if made of paper. "You're late," an unshackled sheik complained. "Our agreement was not meant to unfold this way." "Don't be upset, Mr. Mendez. We encountered some difficulties on our way here." The robed figure stepped forward, producing a large golden cup from his robe. Sheik glanced down, recognizing it as filled with what the cult of the divine feast referred to as the blessings of the gods, identical to what was in his glass vessel. "You've taken down quite a few. Onward we went, slaying all in our path." The blond man interjected, recounting how he had obliterated a monster's head with his large-caliber revolver, before producing another firearm as if by magic. This second weapon bore an extraordinary design, adorned with brass gears that whirred rapidly, propelling bullets from the chamber with even greater ferocity than the revolver. Sheik did not pause. Instead, he rallied his remaining subordinates to organize a rescue, with John and the poet arriving to assist. "What are those fellows?" John inquired of Sheik. "Apostles," Sheik replied, or it would be more fitting to call them witch hunters. "They are all under Nathaniel's command, the church's most formidable force." Recalling Nathaniel's peculiar behavior and observing the burly man wildly spraying bullets with a heavy machine gun, John quickly grasped the situation. Reiko pried open a corpse, discovering a barely alive Mark. "Over here, there's another survivor," he shouted. A nearby wizard immediately jogged over, accompanied by one of the sword-bearing men from the church. In this era, it was indeed curious to encounter someone wielding a sword. Yet considering all the bizarre encounters along their journey, the poet quickly reconciled with it. "Come, let us lift him out." Reiko gestured for the wizard to assist, but the sword-bearing man halted him with a raised hand. "He is beyond saving," the man declared, drawing his long sword from his waist. "Wait." Reiko reached out in an attempt to intervene, but the sword moved with such swiftness that by the time he extended his hand, it had already plunged into Mark's heart. Then, as Reiko stood in shock, the man coldly withdrew the blade. Everything transpired too rapidly. Sheik cursed vehemently. "What the hell have you done?" He was about to confront the man, but his arm was seized by a robed cleric, who lifted his gaze, revealing eyes devoid of light. "He cannot see," John thought. "He has been tainted. George merely did what was necessary," the cleric stated calmly. "I damn well know he is tainted," Sheik glared, "but it is not your place to end his life." George sheathed his longsword, entirely unconcerned by Sheik's fury, and turned to look out the window. "I shall seek the commander." "Hurry, damn it, I'm running low on ammunition," the burly man replied. "Hey, Danny, fetch me the long gun." The blond man waved his hand and readily agreed, "Of course, my friend." Reiko noted that the man was speaking in French. George? Danny? Coincidence? The poet pondered briefly before abandoning further contemplation. "A bunch of lunatics," Sheik muttered as he approached his trusted subordinates. "Do me a favor. He deserves a proper burial." "Mr. Mendez, I must remind you," Sheik emphasized after cremation. John, the poet, and Sheik carried Mark's body toward the school's teaching building, clearing several classrooms to serve as a makeshift morgue. After laying Mark's corpse down, John took a swig from his flask. The prolonged battle against dream entities had left him utterly drained, his mind battered, and the need for continuous spell casting was a considerable trial. He glanced at the poet, then at Sheik, noting that their conditions seemed significantly better than his, which stirred a sense of curiosity within him. "Reiko, how do you feel?" he inquired. "Terribly. I just survived a life-and-death struggle. This emotion could inspire a poem, perhaps even two," Reiko replied. "That is not what I meant," John pointed at his own head. "Oh, you mean that?" The poet finally understood. "I studied mysticism at Miskatonic University in Arkham. There's a technique to temporarily seal off my mind. This way, I can mitigate the taint of the dreams. Of course, it's not a literal sealing of the mind, the brain." "Enough, enough." John waved his hand, turning to Sheik. The latter was offering a death prayer for his subordinate. "May Avalon guide your path, my friend." Upon concluding the prayer, he rose and retrieved a vial of black potion from his pocket, tossing it to John. "Drink this. It will ease your discomfort," Sheik instructed. Chapter 228, The Reborn. John received the potion, scrutinizing it with skepticism. The vial contained a viscous solution reminiscent of blood. As if sensing his hesitation, Sheik elaborated, "That is the blood of saints. A concoction used by the church to stave off the taint of dreams. If you suspect it to be poisonous, I can drink it first." John shrugged and downed the potion in one gulp. Its taste was indescribably unpleasant, nearly making him retch, but fortunately, it took effect swiftly. "Fascinating. This is far more effective than crystal. You should request more from the church," he remarked. Sheik produced another vial and drank it down, then added, "Don't celebrate too soon. This substance can lead to addiction and ultimately drive one to madness. I cannot discern its workings, but I have witnessed those who became addicted to blood. They are no different from the monsters." "Well then," John lamented, casting a regretful glance at the vial in his hand, "you just mentioned those four were Nathaniel's subordinates? Witch hunters? Do such hunters still exist in this day and age? I thought they disbanded after the war." "No, they certainly exist, albeit in a different form. Keep pace with the times, gentlemen, or else everything will become obsolete." The poet's focus diverged from the other two, interjecting, "Those names are quite intriguing. Nathaniel was one of Jesus' 12 apostles, and if I'm not mistaken, the others likely derive their names from patron saints. St. George, the patron saint of England. St. Denis, the patron saint of France. I suspect the other two follow suit." With a face full of anticipation, Reiko turned to Sheik. "The one with the chalice is Boniface, and the large fellow is Anshar. Very well, I shall advance. I have no desire to witness them dismantling the entire front building." Sheik waved his hand, rising to exit the classroom. "See, John, I was correct. St. Boniface from Germany, and St. Anshar from Denmark. Congratulations, great poet." John raised his flask in a toast to Reiko. "I imagine your poetry has gained new content. Damn it. Did you see it, Pedro? From where did that beast attack?" Pedro remained as composed as possible, crouched behind an overturned table, concentrating all his attention on locating the enemy. His two subordinates had found a survivor from the agate squad on the second floor, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a trap. The wounded individual was merely bait. As they approached, a shadow assailed them, abducting one of the squad members and tearing another in half. This sudden onslaught threw their ranks into disarray. Pedro beckoned the remaining members to flee downstairs, seeking a place to signal for help, and the damaged wall below seemed an ideal location. However, the adversary clearly had no intention of allowing them to descend, continuing to strike with incredible speed from the shadows, despite their efforts to thwart the attacks. Yet, the battle-hardened Pedro comprehended that their adversary had not unleashed their full potential. Rather, they were toying with them, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. The words wizard, echoed in a buzzing voice reminiscent of insects in their ears. Rogers glanced down at the crystal adorning his chest, which was rapidly turning a deep crimson. "Damn it. We are doomed," he muttered to himself. At that moment, the severed head of a kidnapped teammate was inexplicably hurled into their midst, prompting another teammate to finally succumb to panic and dash from their cover. Pedro intended to cast a spell for rescue, but a slender tendril suddenly lunged from the shadows, piercing the unfortunate soul's body, causing it to wither at a visible rate. "Who shall be next? Who shall be next?" Minda's old mansion. Corbett inhaled deeply. Rising from the operating table, he lifted his hand to inspect it before reaching towards his face. "Ha ha," he laughed. "I have returned. I am back." Equally exhilarated was the mad Dr. Richter, who gazed upon his creation with immense fervor. He had succeeded. He had finally discovered the secret to eternal life. After such a steep cost, selected humanity, was poised to enter a new epoch. Not all would be deemed worthy of this divine gift. "Congratulations, Father." "Oh no, Mr. Mendez." Richter presented a pre-prepared syringe. "This will stabilize your body." "No, I do not require it." Corbett waved his hand dismissively. "Come to me, my beloved." Elaine relinquished her robe, obediently kneeling beside Corbett. "Welcome back, Edward. Now, it is time to meet our messenger." Richter furrowed his brow, his hand holding the syringe frozen in place. Although he understood not to contravene Corbett's wishes, he mustered the courage to caution, "Sir, your body has yet to fully integrate. I would advise against." Mendez indifferently extended a finger, and Richter felt himself encased in an invisible pressure. He did not resist, but slowly knelt on one knee. "That potion will suppress my abilities, Doctor," Mendez declared, "and I must confirm certain matters now. Thus depart, Doctor, while those individuals have yet to discover this." Richter shook his head. "I must ensure your safety, sir." "Safety? Ha, that was the old me. Now, no one could defeat me. Doctor, no one. However, should you wish to remain, I do not oppose it. Consider it a favor. You shall witness my return." With that, Edward Mendez closed his eyes, silently calling Cecil. It's time to act. Meanwhile, Alfred was about to speak to Xing Ze when Catherine suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the sky's color has returned to normal." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. Xing Ze murmured, "The barrier has vanished. Has the magic feast cult retreated?" Just then, a figure burst forth from the corpse of a massive monster, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Xing Ze. The bishop, wielding his staff sword, noted the assailant's sluggishness and could easily dispatch him. Yet in that fleeting moment, something invaded his mind. Cecil evaded the bishop's strike, absorbing the incoming bullets as if he felt no pain, rushing towards Xing Ze. But the dagger aimed at him was successfully blocked by a shield formed by the blue beak. Xing Ze seized the dagger, and the blue beak transformed into a blade that pierced Cecil. "We meet again, messenger," Cecil declared, his eyes wide as he grasped the blade for the grand sacrifice. Xing Ze sensed something amiss, pondering the unfolding events, only to find himself at that familiar crossroads. Chapter 229, The God of Dreams. Chilling snowflakes fell silently, and Xing Ze felt no presence of the blue beak. He opened his hands to behold a shimmering, hexagonal prism within his palm. I expected your dream to be somewhat more extraordinary," a voice resonated. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings until he spotted a figure by the supermarket entrance. "Come here, messenger. Why not converse with me? No one shall disturb us," the voice echoed once more. "I am not interested in one who dares not reveal their own name." The figure at the supermarket's entrance vanished, only for the voice to resound behind Xing Ze. "I possess many names. Which one do you refer to? Cease this charade." Xing Ze spun around, taken aback by the figure before him. "Harvey?" he muttered, quickly dismissing the notion. "No, you're not him. Who exactly are you? You can see through my disguise? Ha ha, how intriguing. Perhaps I was correct. You are far superior to those previous fools. A name is merely a designation, messenger. Just as you're called Xing Ze, I too could be named Xing Ze. Why fret over such trivialities? Behold those bones." The ground began to tremble, a deafening roar ringing in his ears. Xing Ze struggled to maintain his balance, astonished as he turned to see the cracking crossroads. "Come closer, messenger. Come closer to uncover the truth." The false Harvey's voice had an enchanting quality, and Xing Ze found himself unwittingly drawn towards the fissure. Standing at the edge, he beheld a heap of bones leading to the abyss. These are all beings akin to you." Harvey hovered beside Xing Ze, or rather, his feet did not touch the ground. He floated in the air, a messenger from various worlds and dimensions. Alfred blasted Cecil away with magic and hastened to Xing Ze, who lay on the ground, appearing as if in slumber. "What has happened to him?" the newly arrived sheriff inquired, looking up at the bishop, the only one knowledgeable in such matters. The bishop caught Cecil midair, lifting him as one would a dead dog. "Tell me, where's the Dreamweaver?" Cecil grinned, unfazed by the peril. "Kill me, dog of the church. Can I inquire about the sin of blood on you?" "Ha ha ha. It is its blood, is it not? It's blood." Nadania's expression darkened as he carelessly dropped Cecil to the ground, leveling a shotgun at his head. "To hell with you, monster." With a bang, blood sprayed. "Take him to the vehicle. We must depart," Nadania commanded. Scotter persistently pressed. "What the hell is wrong with him? He has been dragged into the realm of dreams." Catherine replied, leaving the sheriff astounded. "Galena, what is the extent of his dreaming?" Nadania strode to Xing Ze's side, without locating the Dreamweaver. "We can only rely on external forces to awaken him." Alfred interjected, "Wait, can someone explain what is happening right now? You say he has entered a dream? That dream? Also, aren't you called Catherine? What is this Galena business?" The elderly woman chuckled lightly. "Young man, Galena is Italian. It is another one of my names. Now, let's discuss the rest in the vehicle. From other dimensions and worlds?" Xing Ze seemed to grasp something profound. "Indeed, every few years someone is sent here," Harvey elucidated. "Our deity is meticulously selecting his messengers, and you, perhaps, are the one he has been in search of all along." Xing Ze chuckled disdainfully. "I never imagined I would be bestowed with such honor. Are you about to proclaim that I am one in a million and urge me to join your ranks?" Harvey floated above the chasm, a smile adorning his face, seemingly unfazed by Xing Ze's remarks. "Do you possess a reason not to join us? I sense no trace of humanity within you. You are akin to us, Xing Ze. You did not descend into this world as a human, but as what society deems a monster. Monsters are hunted, and so shall you be. Yet even so, you still aspire to aid humanity in their struggle against us? How naive. Do you grasp how many messengers like you have met a tragic fate? Look below at the bones scattered beneath. There lie many who are equally naive. Only we can safeguard you, nurture you, and transform you into the divine's right hand, allowing you to perpetually spread his gospel." Clapping his hands mockingly, Xing Ze replied, "Bravo. The church is in dire need of you, Father Corbett. Now I understand why you chose to masquerade as a priest in Ravenska village. As for your proposal, Father, the unseen church has offered me a more favorable arrangement. They beseech me to become their saint. It warrants my consideration. The unseen church." Harvey's features contorted in disdain. "Those inferior beings are merely jesters. Consider whom they venerate. A fool defeated by his own spells. They still harbor hopes of restoring his corporeal form, believing he could unify the magical realm. It is nothing short of farce. What would unification of the magical realm accomplish? Humanity is destined for extinction, and we shall receive the divine's blessings and traverse into a new world." Xing Ze had not anticipated that his jest would provoke such fervent agitation from the other. It seemed the collaboration between the unseen church and the cult of the feast was far from harmonious. All right, Xing Ze shrugged. "In my opinion, they at least exhibit courtesy and do not drag people to inexplicable places." Harvey waved his hand, causing the earth to tremble once more as the chasm began to close, restoring everything to its original state. This is no mere inexplicable place. It serves as a buffer between dreams and reality. Take a step forward, and you shall enter the realm of dreams. Take a step back, and you return to reality. I can traverse these buffers as effortlessly as a fish swims in water. Such is the ability bestowed upon me by him, the great master. Therefore, your fate now rests in my hands, messenger. I can thrust you unprepared into the realm of dreams, leading you to madness, or return you to the world of reality. You must understand, messenger. Here I am the sovereign, the deity. My previous superior was just as narcissistic as you." Xing Ze chuckled softly, but his fate was hardly commendable. "Enough of this nonsense. Speak to me of the events at hand. Perhaps, as I listen, I may change my mind." After a moment of silence, Harvey inquired, "What do you wish to know?" Xing Ze detected the disdain and arrogance in his tone. Indeed, he had the leverage to do so, since Xing Ze was currently devoid of any means of resistance, whether it be his blue beak or magical prowess. He was now merely an ordinary person, or perhaps an ordinary monster. Chapter 230, The Messenger. He was drawn into a dream by magic. Sitting beside Xing Ze, Headmaster Nathaniel explained to Alfred, "A powerful spell. That cultist is formidable, even affecting me." "But I felt nothing," the young Auror replied, perplexed. Catherine poured a dark potion into Xing Ze's mouth. "That is because your spiritual sight is not yet sufficient. It is a good sign, indicating that you have not gone mad and your reason remains intact." The carriage jolted violently, and Catherine steadied the unconscious Xing Ze. Moreover, the assailant's magic was directed. His initial target was this young man, with the spellcasting medium being this dagger. Nathaniel reached for the dagger, examining it closely before frowning. "It is him, isn't it?" "I believe so." The elderly woman nodded solemnly, appearing transformed from her earlier demeanor. Were it not for her occasional quips, Alfred might have thought she had fallen victim to a soul-stealing curse. The young Auror interjected again. "Can you not speak in riddles?" "This is none of your concern, lad. It is our private matter," the bishop retorted bluntly before turning to Catherine, asking, "What is the likelihood of certainty?" Individuals possessing such ability are exceedingly rare, especially with that dagger in your possession. Nathaniel's fingers traced the dagger. "It has been nearly a decade since that incident, hasn't it?" 11 years. Their exchange left Alfred bewildered, prompting him to ask plainly, "Is there any hope for him?" The bishop shook his head. "The prospects are grim. If our assumptions are correct, that spellcaster also killed one of my colleagues. I concede this young man is impressive, but the ability to ensnare even a bishop within a dream is evidently beyond his capacity." Upon hearing this, Alfred's face clouded with concern. He sighed heavily, glancing at the unconscious Xing Ze, realizing his plans for hero-making were likely to be dashed. "You have found the fragments. While the unseen church has discovered remnants of the Book of Iban, both parties seek to research a method to create the perfect corporeal form, hence the collaboration." Mendez regarded him with a hint of approval. "Very well, messenger. I had long feared this collaboration would bring unnecessary trouble. After all, the unseen church maintains close ties with the Death Eaters, who are akin to flies in clear soup. Even at the height of their power, I had no intention of collaborating with them. They are madmen, adhering to bloodline and racial theories, utterly opposed to us. I fail to see the distinction. In comparison, they seem safer. After all, joining you would mean I would need to worry about whether my comrades might devour me one day. That is pure prejudice, Xing Ze." Harvey descended from the air like a celestial being. "We treat everyone equally. Every individual has the opportunity for ascension. Those who lose their chances only prove they were never worthy to begin with. This is neither disdain nor blasphemy towards them. Their sacrifices are not in vain. At least they live on within us. And we, the chosen ones, shall bear witness to the advent of the new world alongside them. For Merlin and Goddess' sake. It's the first time I've heard the destruction of the joyous spoken so earnestly. You should consider writing a book. Mendez, rather than being angered by Xing Ze's words, responded with calmness, perhaps having heard similar sentiments countless times before. Many share your viewpoint, he remarked. I merely find them foolish, which is quite normal. Not everyone is born with an understanding of such grand thoughts. But fear not, you will come to understand. For this is precisely why he has brought you here. I cannot agree. I came here following clues. Oh, do not get too smug, Xing Ze. Have you not realized? We had numerous opportunities to kill you. Do you remember that incident in the forest? My subordinates could have easily shattered your skull on the spot. Have you ever pondered why? Indeed, we have consistently afforded you opportunities, granting you the chance to ultimately stand here. This is not your investigation. It is his will. We are all aware that, in the end, you would come here to confront me face to face. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the octahedron in his hand, remaining silent. Mendez's lips curled into a faint smile, reminiscent of a victorious general. Accept your fate, messenger, where you shall meet a meaningless demise like those ancient souls of the abyss. And he will seek another replacement. You must comprehend, Xing Ze, that you are neither unique nor irreplaceable. At this moment, you are nothing, merely a monstrous aberration devoid of humanity. Damn it, your words nearly bring me to tears. But let us postpone the discussion of my existence for later. Returning to our previous topic, enlighten me on what you're truly up to. Are you certain? This will require considerable time. I doubt you can endure long. Mendez gestured. Xing Ze raised his right hand to inspect it. The skin was gradually peeling away, revealing muscles shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors beneath. Then, speak quickly. He retracted his hand, addressing Mendez. I assume you would prefer not to return home with a neon sign, would you? John and Reiko exited the classroom. Reiko gazed uncertainly at the sky outside and asked, Did I hallucinate, or did you see it too? The blue sky. John broke into a grin, exclaiming, Damn it, we won. We are alive. Thank Merlin. Reiko exhaled deeply, pondering. I wonder why Springer's rescue team hasn't arrived yet? You sent the signal, right? Of course, the brilliant torch signal. I even communicated with them. Logically, they should have arrived by now. That is indeed peculiar. The poet remarked, Thus far, aside from those four madmen, I have seen no other support. How much magical energy do you have left? I cannot sustain the apparition. Neither can I. John finished the last sip from his flask, stating, Then we can only wait here for the rescue in peace. Meanwhile, at the town center, with the disappearance of the red shield, the wizards were able to utilize apparition, undoubtedly aiding in the suppression. Most of the dream monsters were dealt with by the monks of the church, who were quite pleased to do so. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and Amelia Barnes estimated that within an hour, they would conclude this farce. Chapter 231, The Darkness Descends. The situation had become quite clear. Xing Ze mentally sifted through Mendez's words. A significant portion of his body had succumbed to corruption, yet he felt no different. All events intertwined. The Muggle Polar Expedition. The terrified exploration vessel caught in a blizzard, the statue of the Underground King, and the Guardian Nofok. Reiko and Edwin's investigation was accurate. The wizards from the newspaper had brought back the statue, along with misfortune to Britain. I must admit, messenger, I hold you in newfound regard. Mendez's face radiated an uncontrollable smile. Indeed, we dispatched individuals to steal the statue and concealed it in Diggle Village. We invested considerable time studying it, yet in the end, we gleaned nothing. That object does not belong to our Great One, thus we are equally unfamiliar with it. But that statue possesses immense, unfathomable magical power. We cannot forsake such a treasure. 70 years ago, the cult ritual in Diggle Village. Xing Ze interjected, You sought to summon him, did you not? Summon the man in black. Summon your Great One. Precisely. Mendez nodded, but one thing you must understand, messenger. The man in black is merely one of his incarnations walking among us. Our ritual was unfortunately interrupted, and the statue was shattered and cast into the local ravine. I find it hard to believe that a few rural policemen halted your ritual. What is the true reason? Messenger. Mendez's expression darkened. The messenger before you betrayed the will of the Great One, leading a group from another world to dismantle the ritual. They shamelessly established an organization called the Investigators. Xing Ze could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed that fellow was at odds with your ideals. Did your words have no effect on him? Next time, I suggest you offer some tangible benefits. Silence. Mendez seized the air. Do not test my patience further, Xing Ze. I have told you, you are nothing at present. I have spent considerable time seeking your amusement. Xing Ze was lifted by an invisible force, the overwhelming strength rendering him breathless. This serves as a lesson for you. You have no idea how many loyal followers that scoundrel caused us to lose. Therefore, do not extinguish the last remnants of my goodwill towards you. Were it not for my mercy, you would have perished several times over. Xing Ze felt a release. Crashing to the ground, he bent over and coughed violently. With each cough, the skin on his back rapidly peeled away, fine, finger-like colorful tendrils emerging from his flesh. Your time is limited, messenger. I believe it is time for a decision. Join us, or perish. No. Xing Ze shook his head, unsteadily rising from the ground. Don't even think about it. The only motivation for my existence is to slaughter monsters like you. What does it matter if I am not human? What does it matter if humanity perishes? It is precisely because of creatures like you that this world. He could not continue as he beheld the familiar figure, a girl clad in a red coat and white dress. This is your obsession. Ha ha ha. Mendez laughed, gently stroking the girl's long black hair. An obsession you cannot forget. But believe me, Xing Ze, as long as you desire, he can fulfill any wish of yours, even altering the past. Xing Ze suddenly let out a long sigh. As if weary, he sat upon the ground. What do you truly want? Why are you so insistent on having me join you? Is it for this? He opened his left hand, revealing the radiant octahedron resting in his palm. Upon seeing the artifact, Mendez lunged towards Xing Ze, snatching the gleaming octahedron from his grasp. Mendez gazed at the peculiar metal with rapture, akin to a devout follower witnessing a miracle. Ah, he has brought you this. Yes, yes, I knew he had not forsaken us. Ah, you understand no. I comprehend fully. Xing Ze paid no heed to the seemingly deranged Mendez. He extended his hand, and the child appeared before him. I know you are not here. He murmured, I fear a mere apology will not earn your forgiveness. Rejoice, Xingxia. You are about to witness his descent, Mendez shouted almost frantically, disregarding his hoarse throat. The shining octahedron was elevated into the air. Mendez spread his arms wide, chanting incantations, as a colossal rift in space materialized in the sky above. As the incantation hastened in urgency, a massive creature emerged from the rift, resembling a grotesque fusion of a spider and a centipede, its contorted body adorned with myriad tentacles, each bearing peculiar eyes. The sorcerer roared thunderously from the depths of the creature. I shall rend you to pieces. Xing Ze raised his gaze towards the heavens, realizing that it was the Screamer, the most fearsome entity of Ravenska village. You cannot do this. I granted you rebirth. I bestowed upon you. The monster continued its furious bellowing, seemingly bound by some unseen force, struggling in vain to move even an inch. Mendez persisted in reciting his incantation, showing no sign of pausing. The surrounding light began to fade gradually, and a frown creased Xing Ze's brow. He understood that his demise was imminent. Yet an inexplicable dread enveloped him. This unprecedented intensity of impact was unlike anything he had previously experienced, even in the distillery. By comparison, the pressure from the waxen-faced entity after rebirth seemed trivial. The constable slowed the vehicle, noticing that the exterior was dimming at a visibly alarming rate. Suddenly, the unconscious Eileen in the back seat convulsed, prompting Tina to hurriedly restrain her. On the truck, Alfred, in a state of panic, turned to Nadine and queried, What is happening? Why has it grown dark? The bishop slowly rose, for the first time clutching the crucifix hanging from his chest. How can this be? He murmured, his tone tinged with despair. How can this be? As the initial anomalies unfolded, Kingsley had rushed back to Scringe with his team, inhaling deeply as he muttered to himself. For Merlin's sake, what on earth is happening? Everyone present shared his apprehension, gripped by anxiety, oblivious to the fact that Rogers and the others had yet to return. In the town center, the disturbances halted all battles. Even the cultists knelt in fervent worship, chanting obscure prayers, while the dream monsters began to retreat. The entire village felt as though it were on the brink of an apocalypse. Meanwhile, the poet furrowed his brow, glancing out the window, uncertainly declaring, this time, I must be hallucinating. Chapter 232. I am the Dark God. Everything succumbed to darkness. Xing Ze's keen eyesight allowed him to witness the Screamer, bound and being incessantly consumed by the oblique tetrahedron. Despite its attempts to escape its restraints, it was ultimately enveloped by the black powdery particles emanating from the polyhedron. The Screamer's roars grew feebler until it emitted a final, reluctant shriek, a powerful sonic wave sweeping through the surroundings. Only the area where Xing Ze and Mendez stood remained unscathed. Ha! Behold, Xingxia, witness the arrival of the great incarnation. Mendez cried out with a piercing voice. In the realm of the living, the mad doctor fixated gravely on his creation. How many years had it been? He had even forgotten how many identities he had assumed, lost track of the extent to which his body had transformed. His tenuous grasp on humanity was largely due to his obsession with human evolution. The encounter with the great being in the Seven Valley had illuminated his insignificance, revealing how minuscule and imperfect humanity truly was. To amend these deficiencies and elevate humanity to the pinnacle of perfection, that was his relentless pursuit, his plan for human completion. Today, this plan had taken a significant stride forward. He had shattered the first shackles binding humanity: lifespan. The brain in a vat technology learned from extraterrestrial races adeptly preserved the most vital human organ, the brain. Although this technology could not yet rival the alien's brain in a vat, it could still safeguard a brain from decay for a century. These brains required new vessels, bodies capable of accommodating them flawlessly. If this could be achieved, humanity could transcend the limitations of lifespan. Now he had succeeded. By merging the knowledge of the unseen church with remnants of the Book of Iban, he had finally crafted a body that would not provoke rejection. Though this body was not yet perfect, it nonetheless afforded him and his plan a significant reprieve. Yet, he now felt profound disappointment. Edward Mendez was not the most suitable candidate, for his blind adulation of those extraterrestrial beings often clouded his judgment. Just as now, his mind and body remained in a state of instability. He ought to have retreated temporarily rather than remain here employing dream magic. Elaine, who had been kneeling, seemed to sense the disquiet, rising anxiously to inquire of the mad doctor. What is the situation? Richter glanced at the instrument readings, his agitation evident, an impediment to stabilizing his body. I recommend forcibly awakening him. No. Elaine swiftly exited the treatment room, gazing at the scene outside, her face alight with rapture. Do you see it, doctor? She cried, her ecstasy evident. This was her reason for excitement. A miracle has descended. Doctor, a miracle has descended. Damn it. A bunch of lunatics. They have no idea what this entails, Richter cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, he was still entangled with the cult, forced to endure in silence. The oblique tetrahedron erupted violently, and the screamer's form was thoroughly corroded, those black particles blotting out the sky, shrouding all light. The entire intersection was plunged into darkness. And within this abyss akin to the depths of the cosmos, Xing Ze felt a gnawing terror gnaw at his soul. Despite his fervent resistance against this inexplicable horror, he found it utterly futile. This indescribable psychic assault awakened a primal fear encoded in human genes. Xing Ze was nearly certain that some formless aberration was slowly advancing through the darkness. Ah, great dark demon, chaos and concealment. I am your most faithful servant. It is I, Edward Mendez, who has summoned you. 3 blinding orange rays pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire intersection. Startled, Xing Ze rose to his feet, noticing that the swirling snow had transformed into fine black particles, scattering erratically, formless. Above, the strange entity from the ultimate void unfurled its vast, nebulous black wings, that terrifying plumage obscuring all light. While its burning 3-petaled, I gazed intently at the 2 figures below. Xing Ze's memories faltered. The orange light revealed to him previously unknown realms. Colossal stone sculptures piercing the sky amidst an endless desert. A seabed as dark as night, dotted with towers and high walls. Tendrils of black mist swirling in the cosmic vortex, hovering before cold. Purple fog that emitted a faint glow. Beyond these visions, he glimpsed a figure clad in yellow traversing a black castle, a terrifying presence slumbering in the ocean depths. A perpetually burning sun and horrifying entities concealed within the high mountains. Hearken to my summons, dark demon. Mendez advanced slowly, trembling all over. Lead me to a new world. Guide me to break the final shackles. As he cried out, the black particles swiftly coalesced around him, lifting him gradually off the ground. Ha ha, open your eyes wide. Xing Ze, remember all of this. You are about to witness the birth of an ascendant. In the realm of the living, the entire village of Ravenska had succumbed to darkness, each individual enveloped in a profound, inexplicable fear, with the less resolute minds spiraling into madness. In the depths of despair, voices cried out in darkness, as every source of light, be it a muggle flashlight or a wizard's spell, lost its efficacy. This darkness, akin to a living entity, relentlessly consumed any flicker of illumination. Suddenly, Xing Ze jolted awake, feeling the chilling sensation emanating from his palms. At that very moment, an aberration occurred. Mendez, who had risen into the air, was forcefully thrust back down to the ground. The proud wizard momentarily forgot his bodily pain, his eyes wide with disbelief, as the ecstasy on his face morphed into sheer terror. No, no, it was I who summoned you. No, this cannot be. It was indeed I who called you. He cried out in desperation, trembling as he rose unsteadily to his feet, his wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. No, Mendez screamed, instinctively retreating as he watched Xing Ze slowly raise his hand, black particles swiftly coalescing around his arm. Ah, I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Mendez, for your diligent assistance in revealing his true form. Otherwise, it might have taken me considerably longer to discern what I had become. Xing Ze observed the swirling particles around his arm with keen interest. You're not the messenger. No, not the messenger. What exactly are you? Xing Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. I am the Dark God. Chapter 233, The Return. What transpired? How could this happen? Elaine hurried into the treatment room, where peculiar instruments emitted sharp, buzzing sounds. Most concerning was the horrifying transformation occurring to Edward Mendez. His skin was rapidly withering, and various parts of his body began to contort grotesquely. The mad doctor furrowed his brow, simultaneously mocking Mendez in his mind, wishing for his swift demise, while also lamenting the loss of this masterpiece. After all, it was his first successful creation. After several agonizing moments of indecision, Richter seized a syringe and thrust it forcefully into Mendez's neck, a black liquid surging through his veins. Within moments, the aberration was subdued, the shedding skin gradually returning to normal. Yet Mendez showed no signs of awakening. This was a first for the mad doctor. Typically, a single vial of tainted blood was sufficient to rouse someone lost in the chasms of dreams. Elaine, equally alarmed, nearly screamed, "Another injection. You are insane." "But I am not," Richter coldly retorted. "The dose just administered had already reached maximum capacity." "Enough with the nonsense, Ernest. If he dies, do you think those followers will spare you? You lunatics." Richter grabbed another vial of tainted blood and injected it into Mendez's body. This tainted blood, extracted from dream monsters, was less blood than it was a stabilizer. After undergoing a series of complex refinements, it could significantly enhance the user's resistance to dream pollution. However, it was not entirely benign. Excessive use of tainted blood could lead to irreversible contamination, and more terrifyingly, it could induce addiction, ultimately transforming the user into a bloodthirsty monstrosity. As time ticked away, Mendez continued to show no signs of awakening. Elaine made a decisive choice, injecting the remaining blood into him. If he mutates, we won't have time to escape. Richter began to regret his decision to stay and accompany this madman. He should have left with the transport team. Seeing Richter's hesitation, Elaine took it upon herself to grab all the syringes from the medicine cabinet and plunged them into Mendez's thigh. The mad doctor attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As a copious amount of tainted blood was injected, Mendez began to tremble slightly. He then gasped for air violently, followed by a fit of intense coughing. The coughing culminated in him vomiting blood. After expelling a significant amount, Mendez finally regained consciousness, a burn mark emblazoned on his face and head, with various scars adorning other areas of his body. "Edward, are you all right?" Elaine asked anxiously, only to be met with the sight of a hand piercing his heart. "Why? My beloved," Mendez weakly uttered, "I am not yet destined for death. I require your sacrifice to save me." With that, Elaine felt a sharp pain in her chest, and then her consciousness faded into darkness. Mendez absorbed everything, his scars gradually healing, yet the mark on his face remained indelible. "What have you concealed, doctor?" Richter's hand trembled slightly behind his back, clutching a syringe filled with high-purity Holy Mother-S blood, a dosage potent enough to eliminate Mendez, or at the very least, severely injure him, buying himself precious time to escape. "You wish to kill me?" Mendez chuckled softly. "Ah, very well, doctor, I cannot fault you for that. But it is no longer necessary. I am not lost yet." The last few strands of Elaine's hair were slowly drawn into Mendez's being, causing Richter to shiver involuntarily as he whispered, What exactly happened? That messenger? He is not the messenger." Mendez rose from his seat, his body significantly restored, yet still weakened. "My judgment has faltered. However, there is no time for explanations. We must leave at once." Despite his efforts to mask it, Richter discerned the tension and unease in Mendez, even suspecting it to be fear, an emotion unlikely to manifest in one who had once summoned the Screamers. "Let us depart, doctor. Do not wait for him to awaken." Xing Ze was enveloped in black particles, his transformed body rapidly mending itself. The three burning eyes remained suspended in midair. "Blue Beak, or would you prefer to be addressed as Dark Demon?" Xing Ze raised his gaze, locking eyes with the entity. Take me back to my original world. In an instant, the colossal being vanished, darkness receding, light returning once more, and the snowflakes resumed their normal descent. Alone at the quiet intersection, Xing Ze stood in silence. Very well, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. I shall consider that a refusal. It seems I must find another path home. Portions of the black particles swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming a familiar silhouette. The girl grasped Xing Ze's hand, placing a radiant octahedron in his palm. What is this malevolence? Xing Ze detected a familiar scent, machine oil, rust, and the fetid tang of blood. He sighed, sitting up from the truck bed. The bishop, Catherine, and Alfred were oblivious to his awakening. Their expressions varied as they surveyed their surroundings, as if they had endured a harrowing ordeal. For Merlin's sake, Alfred was the first to notice Xing Ze, his exclamation drawing everyone's attention. Even the constable in the driver's seat jumped down to approach. It seems I have missed quite a bit, Xing Ze remarked. Care to share? You broke free from the dream. Dan felt his furrowed brow relax, a smile creeping onto his lips. You seem somewhat different. Xing Ze smiled at Scott, then replied. I merely unraveled a few mysteries. What mysteries? The bishop inquired with keen interest. Understanding one's true nature, Xing Ze mused within the confines of his mind. He gestured with a circular motion of his finger, proclaiming, the original architect of this tragic tale, along with their genuine intentions. That sorcerer who ensnared you within the crevices of dreams. Do you know his whereabouts? Catherine interjected, inquiring. The Mendez family estate, though I suspect he has already departed. Replied Xing Ze. Catherine cast a glance at Nathaniel, who nodded slightly before leaping from the vehicle, stating, Apologies, my friends, but I must divert to another destination. Perhaps aware of his temperament, no one dared to dissuade him as he vanished into the shadows of the alleyway. Chapter 234, The Eve of the Duel. The circular arena was adorned with colorful flags and banners, filled to capacity with attendees. Among the throngs of students and faculty from various houses, the venerable headmaster Dumbledore made a rare appearance at the event. Today, Hogwarts would host the final match of the Quidditch tournament. Yet most had gathered not solely for the game. Prior to that, a magical duel was set to unfold. Hogwarts strictly prohibited clandestine magical duels, a regulation that applied not only to students but also to faculty, unless the duel served an educational purpose or had been formally sanctioned. Albert Shafik sat beside Dumbledore, his expression grave as he surveyed the arena. Their seats were located at the outermost edge, requiring the use of the eagle-eye charm to discern the happenings within. This choice of location was entirely due to Dumbledore's desire to remain unobtrusive. The legendary wizard sat calmly, cradling a cup of hot cocoa. Although it was mid-May, the Scottish weather remained rather frigid, especially on this overcast day. Would you care for some, Albert? Dumbledore raised his cocoa, offering, I could have them bring you a cup if you desire. That stall accommodates deliveries. No need. The executive director curtly declined. Are you certain? Dumbledore slurped his straw with a sound. Today's chill is quite biting. Old friend, a warm beverage could provide some comfort. Do you know what would truly ease my discomfort, Albus? It would be to see that wretch expelled from the school, preferably from the entirety of the British magical community. He did. After all, save your daughter. Old chap saved my daughter. For Merlin's sake, have you lost your mind, Albus? Albert lowered his voice. That boy nearly cost my daughter her life. The newspaper reported as much. Dumbledore, at some point, had acquired a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front page, still dominated by headlines regarding the riot in Ravensclaw Village. Though nearly 5 days had elapsed, the fervor surrounding it showed no signs of waning. The major publications of the magical world were delving deeper into the matter, with increasingly shocking revelations surfacing as the story unfolded. He is quite the celebrity now, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, revealing the other side of the newspaper, which featured an entire page dedicated to the heroes who saved Ravensclaw Village. Among those missing for 5 years were Sheik Mendez, the esteemed Barty Crouch, Amelia Bones, Scrimgeour, and others, yet the most resplendent among them was an Eastern sorcerer. This was a rarity. It may well be the first instance of the British magical community hailing an Eastern wizard as a hero. The Glastonbury Times even dubbed this individual the savior of Ravensclaw Village. The Minister of Magic, Fudge, publicly announced his intention to personally award this Eastern wizard an honorary medal. This official acknowledgement swiftly elevated the once obscure wizard to a meteoric rise in popularity. Various prominent families sought to align themselves with this burgeoning star, extending invitations to gatherings, salons, and even matchmaking events. The events of the past 5 days left Xing Ze with a sensation akin to riding a roller coaster. drastically transforming his once placid existence. All of this stemmed from the fact that, during his time atop the tower, Xing Ze had rescued a prominent journalist from the Daily Prophet. Yet, a single article by a journalist alone was insufficient to incite such a monumental reaction. Behind the scenes, a myriad of individuals contributed to this momentum. Sheik Mendez, Old Barty, Alfred Malfoy, Eliza Shafik, and even the boy who lived, Harry Potter. The collective voices of these individuals thrust Xing Ze into the limelight overnight, entangling him in a far more intricate political web. Gazing at today's newspaper, Xing Ze furrowed his brow further. As more of his affairs were laid bare by the media, such as the previous Auror investigation into the missing persons and the distillery incident, the Hogwarts educator had unwittingly become a grassroots hero, embodying the fight against crime and injustice. Let me see what praises they sing of you today. Ben reached for the newspaper, scrutinizing it closely. Wow, Xing Ze, I had no idea you had accomplished so much. Is this the reason you're often absent from school? The words of a newspaper are hardly trustworthy. Ben, we both know that all too well. Why the long face, my friend? This is a cause for celebration. If it were me, I would be overjoyed. Yet look at you. Since your return from Street Mungo 3 days ago, you've maintained this somber demeanor. Reputation can bring many things. Yet for Xing Ze, whether the benefits outweigh the drawbacks or vice versa, is a matter time will reveal. At the very least, he now found himself preoccupied with declining the fervent invitations from various families, which inadvertently offended numerous individuals. Not all families were so magnanimous. Some of those who were rebuffed had already begun to retaliate. It was evident they did not wish to see this coveted resource fall into the hands of rivals. And amidst the plethora of accolades, there would inevitably arise whispers of disparagement. Though these voices seemed inconsequential for the moment, Xing Ze was acutely aware that should his value diminish, those criticisms could become a noose about his neck. Moreover, he currently lacked the energy to contend with such matters. He had yet to locate the final shard of the statue, indicating that he had not conclusively triumphed over R in their contest. Fortunately, he had gleaned a wealth of useful information from Mr. Mendez's mind. The last fragment had been taken by Jamie Avery, and he could certainly request the Ministry of Magic to investigate it, given his newfound social standing. However, after careful contemplation and heeding Scrimgeour's advice, he abandoned that notion. The ministry was clearly not the optimal choice, as the vast organization was infiltrated by various factions, rendering many of its secrets mere farces. The Key Hall was his second option, yet until the contest yielded a definitive result, it could not be fully utilized. Meanwhile, the Round Table, which he could trust and employ, was virtually incapacitated. Eliza, though awake, remained trapped in St. Mungo for treatment, as did the others. Thus, for the time being, he had no choice but to rely on himself. Fortunately, this predicament was not insurmountable. It would simply prove somewhat troublesome. The cheers from outside grew increasingly fervent, with many chanting the name of Barrow Flea, a consequence of rejecting numerous families. These families had invested considerable attention and resources into Barrow Flea, hoping he would defeat Xing Ze and shatter his heroic image. Thus, this seemingly fair duel had transformed into a battleground for the families of the entire British magical community. Upon contemplating this, Xing Ze could not help but chuckle inwardly. The wizarding families of Great Britain are invariably a step behind in their dealings. Yet they exhibit unparalleled fervor and swiftness in their pursuits of political gain and self-interest. Chapter 235, The Wolf. Meanwhile, within another tent, Barrow Welford was engaged in some pre-competition preparations, while his father, Benedict Welford, wore a grave expression as he pondered something deeply. It was not until Barrow, assisted by a servant, donned his enchanted robe that Benedict lifted his gaze and said, "Remember, Barrow, this match is of paramount importance. It concerns not only your reputation, but also that of the Welford family." "I understand," Barrow replied somewhat impatiently. Forever since his rival Xing Ze had become the hero of Raven's Cauldron Village, their threshold had been nearly trampled by visitors from various esteemed families. These individuals were, of course, not there for the sake of his family. They were there to ensure that Xing Ze would inevitably lose today's duel. Therefore, Barrow Welford had acquired a wand of superior quality, far surpassing the one he had previously wielded, which he had to spend an entire day mastering due to its formidable power. Additionally, his robe had been altered to be lighter, yet its defensive capabilities had not diminished. In fact, it could withstand even some low-level spells. Most importantly, those families had procured a dueling champion who provided him with brief but intensive training, significantly enhancing both his casting speed and the potency of his spells. The tent's curtain was drawn aside, and an elderly wizard, leaning on a cane, entered. He cleared his throat a few times before speaking. I trust you are prepared, Barrow. Of course, Mr. Avery, Barrow Welford replied respectfully. Andrew Avery, the current patriarch of the Avery family, was also the representative chosen by those families intent on seeing Xing Ze's disgrace. The purplewood wand Barrow held was a relic from his family, an ancient wand passed down through generations of the Avery lineage, its core composed of dragon heartstring. The synergy of these elements produced remarkably significant effects. Barrow even felt emboldened enough to challenge Phileas Flitwick, the former dueling champion, let alone a wizard from the East. Old Avery frowned in discontent, having discerned the young man's thoughts at a glance. Much like his impulsive son, Barrow Welford was impetuous, arrogant, and blind to the true nature of his adversary. Just across the tent, a mere 300 feet away, sat a figure who had single-handedly vanquished over 100 followers of the Feast of Magic cult. Although the reports claimed that the majority of those followers were muggles and squibs, the accomplishments of that Eastern wizard extended far beyond. The House of the Undertaker had lost at least 5 of its members at his hands, not to mention the deranged Manny, a high-ranking official of the cult. Their allies were certainly concealing something, for the Lady Elaine, who had been in contact with them, had vanished, replaced by the resurrected Father Corbett, or rather, Edward Mendez. Although he now went by Harvey and claimed the identity of a freelance artist, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that this old friend had made it onto the International Magical Committee's blacklist and was being hunted worldwide. According to intel obtained through his contacts in the Ministry of Magic, it was not Scrimgeour nor Amelia Bones who had issued the warrant for his arrest, but this very Eastern wizard. This piqued old Avery's interest. While the Eastern man had made a remarkable impression during the distillery incident, Avery believed it was merely luck. The wax-faced ascension plan was initially an experiment between them and the Feast of Magic cult, and the experiment had not been exceedingly successful. Even without intervention from the ministry or the church, the wax-faced individual would ultimately perish due to an explosion of his own power. His body was incapable of sustaining such a vast amount of dream magic or primordial energy. Thus, the longer the situation dragged on, the weaker the wax-faced individual would become. Data collected from the entire battle supported this hypothesis. At the moment of his creation, he was in peak condition, easily able to defeat Scrimgeour, Bishop Jacob, and others. However, as the battle continued to drag on, he ultimately met his demise at the hands of that Eastern wizard. Therefore, it was not the Eastern man who had defeated the wax-faced individual, but rather time and fortune. Old Avery sighed, recalling the meeting he had had with Harvey 2 days prior. Despite the fragile cooperation between the Feast of Magic cult and the Invisible Church, both parties had obtained what they needed. Moreover, significant progress had been made regarding the perfect body. Mendez's return was the best example of this. It was precisely for this reason that the meeting had not been as tense as usual. However, one thing puzzled old Avery. Every time the Eastern wizard was mentioned, Mendez would deliberately change the subject. It must be noted that aside from discussing the forthcoming collaborative plans of the two organizations, Avery had intended to inquire about the Eastern wizard from Mendez. Given Mendez's demeanor, combined with the earlier warrant for his arrest, Avery surmised that his old friend must know something but was unwilling to disclose it. Thus, after the meeting concluded, old Avery promptly prepared for the worst. Indeed, that young Eastern man was a menace. They had consistently underestimated him. But who could be blamed? If a reason must be found, it could only be attributed to the Eastern wizard's excessive discretion. Even after the distillery incident, he had not appeared in any official reports or accolades. He was like a specter, quietly investigating everything from the shadows. Avery had reason to believe that the individual was now just outside their estate's iron gate. At the thought of this, he trembled slightly, raising his gaze toward the direction of the tent, as he had always disliked the feeling of exposure. Yet that Eastern man was shattering the walls they had erected, illuminating all darkness with his radiant wand. Ah, old Avery sighed inwardly. He should have recognized the gravity of the situation sooner. Whether it was last year's Quidditch match, the Forbidden Forest incident, or the whispers among underground organizations, the shadow of that Eastern wizard loomed large. What was it? What caused me to overlook him? Was it his restraint and humility? Or was it the innate pride and stubbornness of British wizards that led me to disdainfully disregard him? Perhaps it was a combination of both. He was like a phantom, elusive and difficult to grasp, akin to a hound hidden in the shadows. No, a wolf that pursued its prey relentlessly. Yet even so, in the face of stark reality, Barrow and his son Jamie continued to underestimate him. Therefore, today this Eastern wizard must be eliminated, this unsettling presence extinguished. Avery beckoned to Benedict, who immediately approached. I must trouble you to escort me. You know my legs are not what they used to be. Benedict nodded, saying, of course. Mr. Avery, Chapter 236. The Poisonous Sting in the Shadows. Benedict Welford was a short, elderly gentleman, and in old Avery's eyes, he resembled a timid little deer, always trembling. "Your son may very well make history today," Avery remarked. Benedict revealed a rather discontented smile and remarked, "You hold him in far too high regard, esteemed sir. But I have heard whispers regarding that Eastern gentleman." He hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Avery's expression. "You must understand, Benedict, this duel has garnered immense scrutiny. Both pureblood families and reformists are covertly vying for dominance. Should that Eastern individual emerge victorious, you comprehend the implications." Indeed, sir. We cannot allow a half-blood, especially one from foreign lineage, to attain such exalted honor. It would be a profound humiliation for the entire British magical community. I am pleased you grasp this concept." Avery paused, then continued. "However, as you mentioned, that Eastern wizard may indeed possess some remarkable abilities." Upon hearing this, Benedict felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been closely monitoring the unrest surrounding the new Ravenclaw, and he was somewhat aware of this Eastern figure. If he was indeed as formidable as the newspaper suggested, then despite his son's impressive equipment, he would likely stand no chance against him. Unlike his fervent brother Oliver, Benedict approached matters with caution. Although his father criticized him for being timid, it ultimately cost him the chance to lead the family. He harbored the pride of a wizarding lineage and staunchly supported pure-blood ideology, yet he did not share the blind fervor and impulsiveness of the more zealous pure-blood families. When several families began courting his son, Benedict sensed an unsettling shift. Initially, he had perceived that Eastern wizard as merely an ordinary practitioner, akin to those feeble and contemptible figures often depicted in the media. Although his son Barrow could not be labeled as particularly exceptional, he had always believed that dealing with such a wizard would be well within his capabilities. Yet now, the excessive attention from various families, the exceptional equipment, and the deluge of reports left him feeling anxious. If his son were to lose this duel, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Perhaps sensing Benedict's trepidation, old Avery produced a vial from his robe and pressed it into Benedict's hands. "Have your son drink this." Benedict glanced down at the vial, unable to restrain his curiosity. "What is this?" Avery strolled towards the stands, replying in a hushed tone, "If I were you, I would refrain from asking too many questions." Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena, Ron tugged at Hermione's sleeve, perplexed. "Aren't we going to find Harry?" "We will," Hermione replied, ducking beneath a beam. Her nonchalant tone made Ron suspect that she had no intention of doing so. He called after her, "The duel is about to start, Hermione. We need to find Harry and then meet Mr. Xing Ze." "Shoo, keep your voice down. I told you we would," Hermione admonished, covering Ron's mouth and gesturing to a spot not far away. Ron followed her gaze and furrowed his brow at the sight. "It's Lena Castor and her 2 lackeys. I bet they're up to something sneaky." While Ron agreed with Hermione's assessment, he cautioned, "You must understand, Hermione, we are still under probation. Let us not stir up trouble." "Are you scared, Weasley?" Hermione taunted. "If you are, then go find Harry." "You know that's not what I meant," Ron retorted, indignant. "Then hurry up, they're leaving," Hermione urged. Watching as the girls wove through the crowd, Ron found Lena's intentions inscrutable. Had he and Harry attempted something reckless, Hermione would have vehemently intervened. The two followed the trio to the rear of Barrow's tent, observing as Lena slipped inside while her 2 companions remained outside. "I knew it," Hermione said, a knowing look on her face. "I knew she was up to no good." "I don't understand," Ron shrugged, believing Hermione was overreacting. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Think, Ron. Who has Castor always been targeting? Pure blood families? And who else? Mr. Xing Ze. Very good. A person who advocates for the unity of half-blood wizards has just entered a tent belonging to a pure blood wizard. Maybe she just wants to ask Mr. Barrow some questions." "Don't be foolish, Weasley," Hermione replied, exasperated. "Our charms professor is Professor Flitwick. Moreover, what pressing question could she possibly have that necessitates consulting Barrow and Mr. Xing Ze before their duel?" "What do you mean?" Ron finally comprehended, realizing Lena intended to meddle during the duel. Hermione nodded. "See, Ron, you're not as dim as you appear. While we can't ascertain Lena's exact plans, they certainly do not bode well. We must find a way to get closer to that tent and eavesdrop. That's simple enough. I'll distract Meg and Donna, and you can slip in." "Wait, Ron." Hermione wanted to strategize further, but Ron had already marched out. He strode confidently toward Lena's 2 lackeys, one of whom, a girl with a ponytail, barked, "Get lost, Weasley." The other girl chimed in, "I heard the Weasley family is like pigs, one after another." While Ron felt loathing at their taunts, he restrained his ire and replied, "Meg, I hope you're enjoying the gift George gave you last time." At this, the ponytailed girl's expression darkened. "Damn Weasley. I'll teach you a lesson. Hey, calm down, Meg. Ignore him. We have business to attend to, Donna advised her companion. Huh? Are you scared? Ron continued to mock. Donna, do you want to know who put the slug on your desk last time? At Ron Weasley's unabashed provocation. The two girls bristled like angry cats, exchanging glances before brandishing their wands at the audacious boy. Once the three girls were out of sight, Hermione stealthily approached the tent, casting a spell on herself before pressing her ear against the fabric. Chapter 237. Allow me to bestow a buff upon you. What do you want? Barrow inquired, somewhat taken aback by the girl before him. Lena twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. I merely wanted to confirm that you will not be defeated. Hey, watch your tone, Castor. Do you think I would lose to Xing Ze, that mere coward who resorts to ambushes? Do not misconstrue my words, Mr. Barrow. I am merely curious. I took the liberty of investigating the records of your time at Hogwarts. What? Barrow sprang from his seat, feeling an inexplicable sense of wariness towards this girl, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. The Vanguard? An intriguing name. Barrow's expression shifted as he gestured for his servant to leave temporarily. Exhaling deeply, he demanded, What exactly do you wish to convey? Nothing much, sir. According to my research, you had quite a few run-ins with Xing Ze during your school years. Yet, no matter the circumstances, you never sought him out alone. Instead, he sought to embroil the other members of the Vanguard in his troubles. But what of it? Certainly, I cannot conclude that you lack the courage to confront that Eastern individual alone. Although, at that time, Xing Ze had already excelled in the art of curses. Had he not discontinued his studies and returned to his homeland, in Flibby's opinion, he would have made significant strides in the field of curse magic. Yet, he chose to abandon his education. Barrow sneered contemptuously, retreating to his backward and squalid country. Thus, there is nothing to worry about. I have long since surpassed my former self. Lena's large eyes roamed over Barrow, and she nodded, saying, I can see that. But just in case, accept this. Barrow's eyes widened slightly as he beheld an orange-yellow feather in the girl's outstretched hand. This is. Where did you procure it? When I first enrolled, Dumbledore showed me his office. While he was momentarily away, I discreetly took a feather from Fawkes. Barrow hesitantly accepted the feather. The phoenix's plume possessed a formidable fire elemental magic, capable of unleashing power rivaling that of advanced curses with minimal provocation. Despite his disdain for Xing Ze, Barrow had no intentions of taking his life, especially since this duel was not a fight to the death. Barrow merely wished to unravel Xing Ze's facade, exposing this hypocritical Eastern man for all to see, intending to humiliate Xing Ze in front of everyone present. Yet, the girl before him clearly harbored intentions for that Eastern man to pay a steep price. Once the Phoenix Feather was activated, no matter how formidable Xing Ze's abilities, he would sustain considerable burns, and the severity could potentially lead to his demise. Barrow could not help but recall the girl's previous request for him to inform Harry Potter and his companions about their journey to New Ravenclaw Village. What are you hesitating for, Mr. Woolley? Lena's voice dripped with a devilish whisper. Even without the feather, I could defeat him. The girl smiled lightly. Don't be so naive. Sir, I believe you have read the newspapers. You should familiarize yourself well with your opponent. Given your current state, can you truly guarantee a victory over him? Remember, only the victor is worthy of speech. The vanquished must swallow their humiliation and dust. Moreover, you represent not merely yourself, but the entire Woolley family. Do as I say, Barrow, or I shall expose your affairs. I am quite curious to see how Dumbledore would react to your actions. That venomous little witch. Barrow cursed inwardly, longing for his wand to erase the girl's memory. But as she had previously stated, even if her memory were erased, her friends would promptly unveil the matter. What a disgrace it was to be so thoroughly ensnared by a girl. Just then, Benedict entered, casting a puzzled glance at the girl, about to inquire what had transpired when Lena interjected, Thank you, Mr. Woolley. I shall further study this matter. With that, the girl curtsied to the two and sauntered out leisurely. A student? Benedict asked. Barrow quickly concealed the feather in his hand and turned to reply, Yes, indeed. She came to consult me about some coursework. Benedict did not dwell on the issue further, his expression grave as he addressed his son, Take a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Outside the tent, Hermione stood upright, disdainfully murmuring, What a troublesome individual. Yet soon, she broke into a triumphant smile. But your schemes have unraveled. She then hastened toward Ron, arriving just in time to prevent the two girls from giving him a taste of their ire. With a crisp incantation, Meg and Donna were doused by water cascading from above, transforming them into drenched rats before they could comprehend what occurred. Hermione seized Ron's hand, leading him towards the tent where Xing Ze was located. What the devil? Did you hear the shouts outside? Barrow Woolley? Huh, they ought to be shouting your name instead. He pulled back the tent flap to peer into the arena, his mouth filled with indignation. Xing Ze, however, remained unfazed, preoccupied with a different matter. Entirely unconcerned about the duel ahead. The tent's rear flap was lifted, revealing Bact and Clara entering. A duel between a warrior and a villain. A clash of good and evil. A collision of the old order and new powers. Bact, as usual, muttered some cryptic phrases. Who is the warrior? Who is the villain? Xing Ze inquired, intrigued. Bact smiled faintly. That depends on who emerges victorious. That is a valid point, Xing Ze agreed. Hey, Clara bounded up to Xing Ze. I found an ancient spell that can bring good fortune to those entering the battlefield. Use it, Miss Fui. We need every possible means to secure victory, Ben called out. Lowering the flap, Xing Ze raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Do you possess so little faith in me, Ben? Sound like a true friend. I have wagered 3 months' salary on you. Damn it. Why must there always be a betting pool in situations like this? Xing Ze grumbled. Is this a tradition of yours in Great Britain? Bact explained, just look at how much the muggles of England adore gambling on matches, and you will understand. You place a bet too? Clara flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, just half a month's salary. I've recently taken a liking to a book. Bact shook his head. I am not from this country and have no such inclination. However, I sincerely hope you win. So, Miss Fui, unleash your spell. Wait. Xing Ze waved his hand. Before that, may I inquire about the origin of this spell? Oh, Clara perked up. It is said to come from the Valkyries of Odin in the north. They inspire warriors on the battlefield, urging them to face death unflinchingly and press onward. Well, that sounds quite auspicious, Xing Ze remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 238, The Two Fighters. The arena resonated with cheers, the crowd's enthusiasm escalating as they awaited the duelist's entrance. Minister Fudge was positioned at the forefront of the venue, enjoying a commendable view from a private box, shielded from external disturbances. Accompanying him were Scrimgeour, Amelia Bones, and the minister's advisor, Christine Caro. Who do you think will win? Fudge inquired. Bones responded first. In comparison, I find Barrow Woolley more favorable. According to our intelligence, he seems to have garnered considerable support from several pureblood families. It is hardly a fair duel, Scrimgeour interjected. One cannot say that advisor Christine countered, monetary resources, connections, and social standing must be taken into account. After all, the games of reality are seldom fair. The head of the Auror office raised an eyebrow. Observing the elegantly attired woman beside Fudge, Christine Caro, undoubtedly, was among his most important confidants. Ever since Fudge ascended to the presidency of the Magical Department's investigative committee, she had begun to shine, handling nearly all of Fudge's affairs, making her role more akin to that of a personal secretary than merely an advisor. Well said, Miss Caro. Were we not discussing the duel taking place? Are you not aware, Scrimgeour, that this duel has escalated into a political contest? Now, all the families are watching these two. Of course I am aware. The old lion mused to himself. Otherwise, you would have already fulfilled your promise made in the media to award Xing Ze the honorary medal. And what about you, Minister? Who do you wish to win? Scrimgeour inquired. Fudge pondered this question. The head of the Auror office was always rather aggressive, and his inquiry clearly aimed to extract Fudge's position. I wish. The minister chuckled lightly. You know me, Director. As a public figure, I cannot engage in gambling, whether it be Quidditch or wizard duels. This evasive response caused Scrimgeour to abandon his attempt to probe Fudge's stance, for his insistence on accompanying was not for that purpose. During the mission in Ravensclaw Village, the rescue team successfully saved Old Batty at the first opportunity, but the cost was exceedingly grave. Team Onyx was entirely wiped out, and even their bodies could not be recovered. The Ruby team was left with only Captain Pedro, who was teetering on the brink of mental collapse. His deputy, Rogers, a once vigorous foe of the Death Eaters, had nearly lost his life and was currently receiving treatment in the intensive care unit at St. Mungo's. If the incident at the distillery made Scrimgeour realize that this world harbored threats beyond just dark wizards, the rescue operation in Ravensclaw made him fully comprehend the terrors of dreamlike entities. Indeed, just as that warning from the high-ranking member of the ministry suggested, the magical realm, nay, the entire world, is undergoing transformation. They are confronted not merely by Death Eaters, but by the dreadful presence that lurks behind them. The ministry must adapt. If it fails to keep pace with the times, it will be rendered obsolete. This was the message left for him by that senior official. Indeed, the entire magical community of Britain is confined within a box by those so-called pure blood families. And most people here are blind and arrogant like frogs at the bottom of a well. Those who dare to leap from the well appear to them as mere clowns, preferring to believe in everything that is advantageous to them rather than heed warnings and the truth. If this continues, the recently passed curse epidemic will not be the last. One day, the walls erected by those families will become the very culprits suffocating the populace. Let the facts speak for themselves, Scrimgeour murmured. A sharp yet potent voice echoed through the venue. Presiding over the duel was Professor Flitwick, arguably the most qualified individual to oversee such an event aside from Dumbledore himself. Let's welcome the fighter, Barrowflay, to the arena. The uproar and screams in the venue reached a crescendo. With the collective backing of numerous families and Barrowflay's own outstanding demeanor, he had undoubtedly become a star-like figure. This duel was destined to be etched into the annals of history. Batchert murmured as he observed the frenzied female spectators. At that moment, Clara completed the final incantation. All done, she said with a smile. May the Valkyries guide you forward. Is it not to Valhalla, then? Xing Ze chuckled inwardly, then turned to confirm with Hermione. Who is stepping in? Did you say he possesses a phoenix feather? Given by Lancaster? Yes, sir, Hermione nodded. This is quite unfair, Ben exclaimed. What sort of duel is this? We might as well concede right now. Very well, Xing Ze muttered to himself. Goodness, Xing Ze, you cannot be serious, can you? All right. Ben waved his hand. While that fellow is still making his speech, we need to devise a plan. I concur. Hermione raised her hand. No need for that. Ben. Xing Ze stood from his seat and slowly walked to the tent's entrance. It would soon come to an end. Inside the venue, Barrow completed his opening remarks. Professor Flitwick then called out, now, let's welcome the next contender, Xing Ze. The cheers in the hall diminished considerably, with most individuals anxiously watching the tent, eager to catch a glimpse of the Eastern wizard extolled by the newspapers. Are you certain, Xing Ze? Wait, Ben watched his colleague step out of the tent, exhaling deeply as he began to pray to Merlin. Do you have anything to say, Xing Ze? Professor Flitwick inquired of Xing Ze, who had reached the center of the venue. Nothing, Professor, just let us get this over with. Flitwick nodded, drawing out his wand to begin announcing the necessary terms of the magical duel. Dueling has evolved from a brutal life-or-death struggle into a competitive exchange, with various regulations ensuring the fairness and safety of the contest. At least, that is the public perception. Barrow made a slashing motion across his throat toward Xing Ze, only to find the latter gazing skyward. Following his gaze, Barrow noticed a majestic bird soaring high above. Judging by its wingspan, it appeared to be a hawk. Anger ignited within him. What right did this Eastern man have to be so arrogant? He was merely a half-blood foreigner. With that thought, Barrow cast aside all reservations. The regulations Flitwick spoke of felt painfully ironic. He was grateful to have accepted the phoenix feather and the wondrous potion from his father. Now was the time to expose the charlatan before him. Chapter 239, Testing the Latest Body. Barrow gripped his wand tightly, his robe shimmering brilliantly, exuding an aura akin to that of a prince, strikingly handsome. He silently recited the only spell he had mastered, intending to take the initiative. His teacher, a former champion of dueling, had advised him that during the recitation of the rules, one could disregard the preceding trivialities, for they held no significance. But always remember the last line, for during the recitation, one should already begin preparing the magic they intend to cast. He observed his opponent's every move. As Flitwick recited the final segment of the rules, Xing Ze withdrew his gaze, also drawing his wand, his dark eyes narrowing. For a fleeting moment, Barrow felt an inexplicable sense of dread, instinctively wanting to flee from that icy gaze. However, the potion kicked in. The surging magic coursing through him dispelled that feeling. Barrow's confidence reignited, hastening the completion of his incantation to make up for the time lost to distraction. All present watched the two with bated breath. Although the duel had yet to commence, anyone could sense the atmosphere had become electric. At one end of the venue, Professor Burbage gazed gravely at the proceedings, failing to notice Professor Snape seated beside her. Oh, what a rare sight, Professor Snape. You two are interested in the duel. Professor McGonagall shifted slightly to make room. That Eastern man is destined to lose, Snape stated with unwavering certainty. The two ladies surrounding him were both adept in charms. Professor McGonagall needed no introduction, while Professor Burbage, despite her focus on Muggle studies, also possessed considerable expertise in charms. All three individuals sensed that Barrow was quietly casting a spell, a common tactic in magical duels that adheres to regulations while gaining a strategic advantage. Observing Xing Ze, who held his wand low, with legs shoulder-width apart and a slight arch in his back, it was evident that he was not in the act of casting a spell. He would never resort to silent incantations. Professor Burbage found a self-soothing explanation, realizing she should have offered him some guidance. Professor McGonagall, with her back held straight, admonished, "Do not lose hope so swiftly. The duel has yet to commence." And then, the duel began. With a flick of Flitwick's wand, he vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, Barrow's wand was aimed at Xing Ze, a dazzling spell gathering at its tip. But why was it so? Xing Ze landed a solid punch to his opponent's abdomen. Despite the blue beak enhancing his hand, it failed to penetrate Barrow's magical robes. The latest bespoke robes, crafted by the century-old woodcock tailor's shop in Glastonbury, undoubtedly contained formidable defensive enchantments. However, Xing Ze had his own means of counteraction. The air magic stored within the blue beak propelled Barrow violently away, his spell soaring skyward, thwarted by the arena's barrier. Casting an air blast spell at such close range was perilous and could easily fracture the caster's arm. Yet, shielded by the blue beak, the impact merely pushed him back. After devouring the screeching one, the blue beak was infused with a significant amount of energy, most of which was utilized to extricate Xing Ze from the dreamscape and to mend his altered body, with the remainder further enhancing both his physique and the beak itself. Xing Ze had long wished to test the extent of his newly fortified body, and this duel presented an excellent opportunity. In the realm of magical combat, as long as the opponent could not concentrate on their spell casting, victory was attainable. Thus, Xing Ze adopted the simplest yet most brazen method of close-quarters engagement. This approach was not unprecedented. Throughout the history of magical evolution, there have always been those who forged unconventional paths, inventing various spells for melee combat. For instance, magical longswords, flying daggers, and magical pikes were predominantly used for close combat before their refinement. This was largely influenced by the era, as many wizards carried swords before firearms supplanted blades as the primary weapon for muggles. Among them was Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts, who left behind his beloved sword as one of the treasures bestowed upon the academy. Everything transpired in a flash, with the audience scarcely realizing what had occurred. Just a moment ago, they were questioning why Xing Ze had not cast his spell according to Flitwick's cues, and in the next instant, they beheld Xing Ze charging towards Barrow with astonishing speed. He had never witnessed anyone move in such a manner, akin to a falcon diving from the sky or a cheetah leaping towards its prey. In a mere blink, his fist connected. The spectators finally reacted, erupting into derisive jeers. What kind of magical duel was this? It resembled a muggle brawl. What sort of magical duel is this? Bones nearly leapt from her seat. Though she admired Xing Ze's tactics and was astounded by the boldness of this Eastern wizard employing an air blast spell at such close range, the ministerial advisor voiced their discontent, exclaiming, "He is utterly insulting the art of magical dueling." Among the gathering, the most delighted was Scrimgeour, who had personally witnessed Xing Ze's capabilities, knowing that this young man always delivered surprises, though he had not anticipated such a sudden revelation. As long as he wins, who cares about the means of victory? He mused. Miss Carlo, as you stated, this world is inherently unfair. The ministerial advisor's face turned ashen. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. How had he managed to move so swiftly? Minister Fudge pondered, more concerned with this than the arguments of his subordinates. It was indeed astonishingly fast, far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Perhaps he was silently casting spells like Barrow, but had opted for auxiliary enchantments, Bones speculated. Taking advantage of Barrow's momentary disorientation, Xing Ze swiftly recited an incantation, casting the necessary supportive spells upon himself. In that brief interval, he only managed to complete a spell for light-footedness, yet it sufficed. Just as Barrow regained his balance after rising from the ground, Xing Ze was upon him, hastily raising his wand to cast a spell, only to have his arm forced back by Xing Ze. "No," Xing Ze grinned, "you do not wish to." No sooner had the words left his lips than Barrow felt an immense force pulling him forward, lifting him off his feet and sending him flying once more. A gasp erupted from the crowd. In the tent, Hermione and Ron were nearly entranced, Ron murmuring, "Physics, magical physics." Chapter 240, Flames. Old Avery watched the arena below with a grave expression. To his left stood a portly wizard with dull features. The wizard's splendid silver robe signified his status, yet his sullen and somewhat savage demeanor starkly contrasted with his attire. "Sit down. Axley, you look as though you intend to devour someone." The wizard named Axley begrudgingly resumed his seat, murmuring anxiously, "Is this truly your chosen candidate? The fool from the Benedict family? Look at him, he resembles a ball, kicked about by that Eastern mongrel." "Calm yourself, my friend. Our purpose here is not for a duel," old Avery replied tersely. "Are you certain, Mr. Avery?" Axley asked, casting a wary glance around, lowering his voice. "Are you sure the master is still alive?" Old Avery shot a cold glance at his companion. "Do you think I would lie?" "Of course not, sir. Enough," old Avery interrupted impatiently. "Let's not discuss this here. Axley nodded in understanding, redirecting his attention back to the arena. Barrow waved his wand, unleashing a barrage of spells towards Xing Ze, attempting to impede his speed, only to be horrified as the Eastern Wizard's pace quickened once more. How is this possible? Barrow thought in disbelief. The previous air blast spell had already left him dumbfounded. Although his magic was ready to be cast, it was just a fraction too slow, and that infinitesimal delay cost him dearly. This damned Eastern Wizard relentlessly pursued him, as unshakable as a piece of taffy, leaving Barrow's magical prowess utterly unutilized. The two spells he cast clearly failed to hinder Xing Ze, nor did they slow his advance. In desperation, Barrow discreetly retrieved the phoenix feather. "Come on, mongrel, bring it," he silently urged. As Xing Ze closed the distance, Barrow decisively activated the phoenix feather, and searing flames erupted skyward, engulfing both combatants in an instant. The audience gasped in shock, many instinctively leaning back. Commentator Lee Jordan exclaimed in excitement, just as Professor Flitwick appeared in the arena with a disillusionment charm. He was about to cast a spell to extinguish the flames when he noticed a figure soaring through the fire, hurtling past his head and crashing down onto the ground. The professor turned in astonishment to see Barrow fully tumbling on the ground, and then quickly turned his gaze to the dissipating flames. Xing Ze was slowly emerging from the fire, his entire body enveloped in a shroud of darkness. The moment he stepped out of the fiery circle, that dark substance instantly transformed into particles as fine as dust and vanished. A profound silence fell over the arena, with the audience staring transfixed at Xing Ze as he emerged from the flames. Suddenly, a voice erupted in exuberant cheers. It was Cedric leading a group of students who supported Xing Ze, among whom the Weasley twins shot several bursts of fireworks into the sky. "For Merlin's sake," the professor, eyes shut and heart heavy, implored, "Tell me. These cheers are not for Barrowfully." Clara, bouncing like a rabbit, exclaimed, "He's unharmed." "Oh." Merlin's beard. He emerged from the fire unscathed. The spell must have worked. Ron shook Hermione, who was crouched on the ground, her hands covering her eyes. "Look, Hermione," Ron called out, grinning foolishly, "just look." Miss Granger slightly parted her fingers to peek at the arena, only to lower her hands again. "Huh, what did I say, Ron? I knew it all along, mister." Xing Ze would not lose. Ron pouted in response, casting a sideways glance at his companion. In the center of the arena, Flitwick blinked in disbelief, uncertain whether he had seen correctly. Upon confirming it was indeed Xing Ze, he hesitated to conclude the match. But Barrow, springing to his feet, snarled, "I will surely slay you, you little brat." With those words, he waved his wand, unleashing a powerful curse toward Xing Ze, the last card he had to play. Caught off guard by the spell, Xing Ze, however, had already seen through all of Barrow's actions. He swiftly sidestepped, the magical energy grazing his chest before striking the barrier. The crowd erupted in boos, many of Barrow's supporters beginning to jeer. After all, what was supposed to be an exhilarating duel had devolved into a one-sided thrashing, rendering it utterly tedious. Among the audience, many had placed bets on Barrow, believing it to be a surefire win. Although the Eastern Wizard had recently been lauded by the newspapers, Barrow's popularity, bolstered by the pureblood families, was undeniable. Moreover, many wizards in Great Britain were reluctant to acknowledge that an Eastern Wizard had played a crucial role in saving Raven's Village. These individuals believed in the existence of heroes, yet in their minds, that heroes should be someone like Barrowfully, not Xing Ze. However, the harsh reality was laid bare before them. The so-called hero they idolized was being repeatedly beaten, with each act of defiance appearing weak and futile. The disparity between their expectations and the reality ignited a fury within them, prompting them to wildly give Barrow a thumbs down, spewing a torrent of unpleasant, derogatory remarks. The teachers of Hogwarts were not idle spectators. Under Professor McGonagall's leadership, they began casting spells, silencing charms, muffled charms, and the like, aimed at the arena's periphery to shield the students from unnecessary verbal pollution. Even the typically aloof Snape intervened, employing a more straightforward approach, silencing the two loudest wizards with a silencing charm, a more advanced variant of the muffled charm. Once order was restored, Snape cast a meaningful glance at Xing Ze before sweeping his cloak and striding out of the arena. Barrow was preparing his second spell, uncertain if he would have the time, yet at that moment, he could do nothing. All the rhythm had been disrupted by Xing Ze, as if waiting for his magic. Xing Ze chose not to engage in close combat, but instead began chanting his own incantation. The two spells collided, resulting in a dazzling explosion of magical energy. After a series of bewildering exchanges, the audience finally witnessed the familiar spectacle of a magical duel. Spells clashed back and forth, the crackling sounds echoing throughout the arena. This was the essence of wizard duels, a true test of a wizard's prowess. Professor Flitwick let out a sigh of relief. Had Xing Ze continued to charge at Barrow, he would have begun to doubt the authenticity of the magical duel he had participated in earlier, though he had to concede that Xing Ze's offensive tactics were remarkably effective. Chapter 241, Victory. Xing Ze was certainly not foolish enough to engage in a prolonged war of attrition with Barrow, as the recent flames had consumed a considerable amount of his magical energy. Thus, he had also discerned the limits of Bluebeak. Like many dream entities, his resistance to fire was not particularly strong. Sustained flames could effectively hinder Bluebeak's recovery and malleability, necessitating a significant expenditure of magical energy to restore normalcy. However, as for ice, perhaps due to having absorbed the essence of No Fork, Bluebeak exhibited commendable resistance to cold. Additionally, the newly evolved Bluebeak no longer existed in a flesh and blood form, but rather as a peculiar particle, greatly enhancing its malleability and resilience. Not only was he undergoing a transformation, but Xing Ze's own body was gradually changing as well, albeit at a rather slow pace, likely due to a lack of necessary energy. This duel allowed Xing Ze to gain further insight into his body. What he needed to do now was to swiftly conclude this meaningless contest. As previously stated, a wizard's duel was not merely a test of individual magical power, but also a measure of one's proficiency with spells, adaptability, practical experience, and mental fortitude. Barrow's defeat was all but assured. That kid from the Barrow family is finished, Skellinger remarked with a scoff. This statement was quite jarring to Carlo. Yet any wizard of decent caliber could see that Barrow was barely holding on, his spellcasting rhythm utterly disordered. A highly effective strategy, remarked Borns, who had previously wagered on Barrow's victory, unable to contain his praise for Xing Ze. First, he disrupts the opponent's rhythm with close combat, then forces them into a chaotic magical duel. Clearly, this Eastern wizard possesses considerable practical experience. However, Borns kept this observation to herself, simulating in her mind how she would win if faced with him. There were numerous strategies, yet each came with a heavy price. Watching the unmistakable smirk on Skellinger's face, she felt a pang of regret for not having recognized this Eastern wizard sooner. Meanwhile, the usually silent Minister Fudge had quietly made up his mind. He turned to Skellinger and instructed, prepare a dossier on him. The more detailed, the better. Skellinger hesitated, responding with reluctance, I'm afraid that's not feasible, Minister. Why not? He is from the Department of Mysteries. As you know, the Department of Mysteries does not truly belong to the Ministry of Magical Affairs. It belongs to... Skellinger halted, realizing some matters need not be explicitly stated. Those who understood would grasp the implication. Fudge frowned, muttering, Department of Mysteries, Slytherin family. During their conversation, the duel within the arena had reached a fever pitch, with both sides casting spells at an accelerating and intensifying pace. Barrow continued to retreat, his breath growing increasingly frantic, each strike and counterstrike testing the tautness of his nerves. An inexplicable dread surged once more within him, as the figure of this Eastern man loomed larger, making Barrow feel as though he were battling an endless abyss. As he beheld the relentless advance of Xing Ze, he summoned his last reserves of strength to unleash his magical power, only to despairingly realize that it was too late. The heated duel had afforded him no opportunity to cast advanced spells. He gradually comprehended a terrifying truth. Everything was under the control of that Eastern man, who was accelerating relentlessly, while he, like a foolish dog, was entirely led by his rhythm. A cornered dog may leap over walls, and Xing Ze was well aware of this principle. His magical energy was indeed limited, but hastening to a swift conclusion with Barrow carried its own risks. Thus, he employed the strategy of boiling a frog in warm water, compelling Barrow to move entirely in sync with his tempo. Clearly, this was not a difficult task. His opponent had become utterly disoriented, as evident from the panic etched on his face. In moments of chaos, individuals often lose their judgment and rationality. Thus, Barrow squandered his last chance to defeat Xing Ze, his magical energy now wasted, with a series of blunders and a mental collapse. Barrow was ultimately struck by a spell from Xing Ze, causing his purplewood wand to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. As the wand hit the floor, Benedict Barrow despairingly closed his eyes. In the stands, some cheered, others screamed, and many muttered curses, but the predominant sound was the jeers and discontent directed at Barrow, with numerous wizards storming out in anger. Lena and her companions were ashen-faced, and she turned to the jubilant members of the Anti-Intervention Alliance, a seething fury igniting within her that could rival the flames of hell. How could this be? Mr. Barrow actually lost, Donna murmured in shock. Unable to accept this reality as one of Barrow's ardent fans. Lena's previously contorted face broke into a smile as she embraced her friend, softly reassuring her. Their victory is but temporary. Do not be disheartened, my friend. One day, the world shall recognize the true face of that hypocrite. This heartwarming gesture moved the members of the Alliance, and as she caught the fervent gazes of those behind her, a fleeting cold smirk crossed Lena's face. Xing Ze exhaled a long sigh. He could have won this duel with greater ease. But he did not wish to reveal the existence of the blue beak in front of so many. While the mysterious Eastern magic could deceive most, there would always be those who could discern the truth. As for the final magical duel, he merely sought to test the limits of his magical prowess. Even if the duel turned unfavorable, he had contingency plans in place. To know oneself and one's enemy is to achieve victory in countless battles. Understanding one's adversary is not difficult, yet gaining a clear comprehension of oneself is a challenging endeavor. After witnessing the methods of Edward Mendez, Xing Ze felt the necessity to gain a thorough understanding of himself, to proceed with greater caution in future investigations. In the stands, Albert, somewhat somber, inquired of Dumbledore. Phoenix Feather? The old wizard's expression remained unchanged as he cheerfully replied, There is more than one phoenix in this world, old friend. Before you cast suspicion upon me, I would also like to inquire how much support you have lent to the Barrow family. What do you take me for, Albus? Albert retorted, somewhat irritated. While I hold displeasure towards that Easter man, I would never stoop to the level of cheating to secure victory. Moreover, aiding a rival family serves me no advantage. Ha ha! Dumbledore chuckled. Your victory holds significant meaning for both of us. You ought to make the most of this opportunity. Indeed, this victory has swept away the despondency of the reformists. I can hardly wait to see the furious faces of the conservatives, Albert affirmed. Dumbledore pointed towards Xing Ze in the arena, reminding him he helped to shatter the first wall. He deserves our gratitude. Do not underestimate me. Albus, Albert waved dismissively. Public matters are one thing, but personal matters are another. I shall accord him the respect he deserves, yet I must also have a serious conversation regarding my daughter. For reasons unknown, Xing Ze felt a chill along his spine. He instinctively glanced toward a corner of the stands but noticed nothing amiss, so he shrugged and approached Barrow. Yes, there were still matters he wished to discuss with his esteemed colleague. Chapter 242, Memory Extraction. Just as Professor Flitwick was about to announce the victor of the duel, he observed Xing Ze approaching Barrow, lifting him from the ground. Subtle black particles infiltrated Barrow's nostrils, and Professor Flitwick gently cleared his throat, signaling for Xing Ze to join him so he could declare the winner. The evolved blue beak possessed numerous new abilities, one of which was memory extraction. Unlike the legilimency of traditional wizards, the blue beak's memory extraction necessitated a portion of the body to enter the other's being, with the depth of penetration determining the extent of memory that could be accessed. This skill had previously been employed by Xing Ze on Mendez amidst the dreamscape. Each individual's brain, or rather, their psyche, exhibits varying degrees of resistance to external influences. For someone like Edward Mendez, a cult leader, mere mental resistance sufficed to thwart the legilimency of an ordinary wizard. These individuals' minds have been repeatedly tempered by the trials of the dream realm, their very existence serving as a formidable source of contamination, not to mention the presence of mental shielding techniques. However, on that occasion, the blue beak had manifested in its dark magic form, when faced with such a being of malevolence from a different dimension. Regardless of how fortified the opponent's psyche might be, or how proficient their mental defenses, to the blue beak, it was as simple as peeling an orange. Thus, Xing Ze harbored no concerns. Yet the current situation was different. Memory extraction was not a trivial endeavor. At the moment of connection between his spirit and that of the other, either the caster's mind must be sufficiently robust, or the opponent's must be remarkably frail. Otherwise, the practitioner risks becoming lost within the other's mental landscape or suffering a powerful psychic backlash, leading to irreversible brain damage. Or as a prime example, having overestimated his capabilities in attempting to extract Xing Ze's thoughts, ultimately leaving him with irreparable harm. Therefore, Xing Ze approached this skill with utmost caution. Barrow was currently in a state of mental collapse, presenting an opportune moment. Xing Ze sought to ascertain why Barrow had sent Cedric to Raven's Village, as it seemed utterly illogical. While the black particles delved into Barrow's memories, Xing Ze moved closer to Professor Flitwick, awaiting the announcement of the duel's victor. As his name was called out loudly, the entire venue erupted in an unceasing chorus of cheers and applause. Professor McGonagall proudly stood and addressed Professor Bubbage beside her. "I told you, Kairiti, he would one day prove himself." "I never doubted that," Bubbage replied. "Those pure-blood supporters must be beside themselves. A half-blood, and a foreigner at that. Huh, this is far more shocking than the impact Harry Potter had on them in the past." "What concerns me," Professor McGonagall said, tugging at her green shawl, "is that those pure-blood families are bound to take action. You know, back in the day, Dumbledore sent him to his aunt's home for protection. For Merlin's sake. It was nothing short of a nightmare. In truth, it certainly was a nightmare. Believe me, my friend, those pure-blood families have long since taken action. If there were any dissent among the reformists before, now they will undoubtedly do everything in their power to protect this young man." "I am delighted to hear you say that," Professor McGonagall replied with a faint smile. Professor Burbage hesitated momentarily before speaking. "McGonagall, my stance remains unchanged, my friend. One of the primary reasons I chose to teach at Hogwarts was due to the political strife within the Ministry of Magic. I did not wish to take sides. As you know, that is why I entrusted Xing Ze to you." I understand, Professor Burbage said, her expression somewhat melancholic. "But you have still joined the Order of the Phoenix. That was a noble act, Kairiti. We both know that there are times when someone must stand up against the darkness, just as he is doing now." Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled. In a critical care unit at St. Mungo's, Reiko leaped joyfully from the floor, exclaiming, "Aha, he has won. Sing a song, great poet, sing it." "For this is a moment worth commemorating," John encouraged. Edwin, putting away the magical broadcasting device, reminded, "Quiet down. You too, this is a hospital." "Damn it. Who cares, Edwin?" "Sing one, Reiko," said Ellie from her hospital bed, clearly quite pleased. "Don't worry, Miss Winkle. West will help us explain things to the hospital." No sooner had John spoken than West entered, accompanied by a group of astonished healers. "Mr. Ackman, this," one of the healers inquired, puzzled. West calmly waved his hand, stating, "It's perfectly normal, everyone. Leave the examination to me. You may go about your duties." The doctor hesitated, but as most of his colleagues departed, he sighed resignedly and asked, "May I stay to assist you, Mr. Ackman?" "No need. You know I prefer to work alone." The healer, unwilling to impose, awkwardly exited the ward. Once the healer had left, West sighed, "Clearly, you are patients, and patients should remain in their wards." "We are in our ward," the poet replied. "Our own ward," corrected Weasley, frowning as he quickly approached Ellie and began to inspect her with several complex instruments. "How are you feeling today, Miss Shafik?" "Apart from feeling like I'm rusting away, I'm fine. The hospital has a rehabilitation room on the top floor specifically for patients. You can go there to stretch your legs." Ellie rolled her eyes and bluntly asked, "When can I be discharged, Mr. West?" "Soon. For Merlin's sake." John lay back on the floor. "That was yesterday's answer, healer. If you could cooperate and stay in your own ward," West said, "I might consider allowing you to be discharged early." Before the next match, Xing Ze withdrew the particles from Barrow's body, stating that the memories extracted were not substantial, only revealing a hazy figure. Yet that figure was all too familiar to him. It was Lena, the Traverser girl. From the fragmented dialogue, Xing Ze discerned that it was this girl who had incited Barrow to send Cedric to Ravenscroft Village. This inevitably reminded Xing Ze of Minda's words regarding messengers from various worlds, some of whom formed the so-called Investigators Organization. These so-called messengers were akin to Xing Ze, traversers from different planes, and there was evidently a connection among them. Whether Lena Castor had already made contact with them remained uncertain. Nevertheless, considering his possession of the radiant tri-augmented octahedron, Xing Ze could not dismiss the possibility that other traversers lacked such peculiar items. Thus, until he comprehended Lena's true capabilities, Xing Ze needed to tread carefully around this girl. He needed to deter her from continuing to bother him, and in that regard, Dumbledore had been quite helpful. To his knowledge, Lena would be sent to Numengard next semester, ensuring he would not have to endure this bothersome sprite for at least 2 terms. On the other hand, he needed to continue his investigation into other traversers, as they might possess a means of returning to Earth, and this girl could potentially serve as a shortcut in tracking them down. However, before all that, he needed to locate the missing fragment. Xing Ze raised his head and gazed toward the castle not far away. In that direction lay the Forbidden Area. Chapter 243, The Dark Lord. "Where are you headed?" Xing Ze called out a hasty figure leaving the hall. "Back to the dormitory. I wish to rest a bit." Xing replied. Ron excitedly rushed over, saying, "I'll go with you, sir. You can teach me some dueling techniques." "You can teach me too," Hermione added. "You two troublemakers stay here," Xing Ze said sternly. "I shouldn't have to remind you that you are still under observation." "Are you coming to watch the Quidditch match later?" Clara asked. "The kids are really hoping you'll encourage them." Xing Ze glanced outside the tent. The Quidditch teams from each house had already entered, and the audience was nearly settled, leaving the arena considerably emptier. Yet this did nothing to dampen the students' enthusiasm for the Quidditch match. After the previous thrilling magical duel, their excitement was ignited like gunpowder. No, Xing Ze said, shaking his head with a smile. Lecturing 30 students is almost enough to take my life. Addressing the entire school to utter insincere words is simply not my style. With that, he swiftly exited the tent and made his way toward the castle. Then what is your style? Ron asked, looking up at Ben. Ben pondered for a moment before responding. Seriously telling cold jokes? In the bright, empty corridor, a shadow hurried past. Quirinius Quirrell rushed by, glancing nervously around. Hello, Professor Quirrell, called out a figure emerging from around the corner, startling Quirrell nearly into exclamation. Recognizing the newcomer, he hunched his shoulders and said, Hello, Professor Xing Ze. Ah, I do not yet qualify to be called a professor, Xing Ze smiled. But you're different. I recall you applied to return to teach after graduation, and then went to the Dark Forest last July. Yes, that's correct, Quirrell nodded. Adjusting his purple scarf, Xing Ze's keen senses easily detected a strange odor emanating from Quirrell's scarf. Sensing Quirrell's intention to leave, he stepped in front of him, asking, Where are you off to, Professor? Quirrell's expression darkened as he replied, I'm merely taking a stroll. It's rare for the school to be so quiet. Indeed, Xing Ze agreed. So quiet, just perfect for sneaking into the forbidden area to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This statement caused Quirrell's eyes to widen in shock. He recoiled, reaching for his waist. But Xing Ze was quicker, immediately restraining Quirrell's hand from drawing his wand. Don't be so alarmed, Professor. Let us allow your master to converse with me. A few wisps of black mist seeped from Chilo's sleeves, prompting Xing Ze to swiftly retract his hand. His gaze fixed warily upon his counterpart. A raspy, unsettling hiss, reminiscent of a snake's flicking tongue, emerged. Let me speak with him. But master, silence. Let me speak with him. Chilo's body quivered slightly as he raised his hand to remove the scarf from his head. The large scarf fell away, revealing a notably small and bare head. He then slowly turned around. This legendary Dark Lord was just as depicted in the films. He possessed a ghastly, terrifying visage, with skin as pale as chalk, protruding crimson eyes shimmering with an eerie light, and beneath those eyes, elongated nostrils resembling serpents. Xing Ze, the Dark Lord whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Despite the weakened state of the Dark Lord, Xing Ze still felt the oppressive weight emanating from him, a pressure as intangible as the black mist yet profoundly heavy. He now comprehended why Chilo had capitulated to this frail dark wizard. The mental strain he endured must far exceed ordinary comprehension. Speak, Xing Ze. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? A transaction, Xing Ze replied. You divulged to me the location of the last fragment, and I shall assist you in entering the Forbidden Zone. A grotesque smile twisted across the Dark Lord's contorted face. Huh, how amusing. My followers have mentioned you more than once. They claim you are an unpredictable individual. It appears their assertions hold true. After uttering these words, Voldemort groaned painfully, inhaling deeply to stabilize himself before continuing. It seems I did not speak falsely. I had anticipated that upon uncovering my identity, you would arrive with a host of horrors. Yet, I never envisioned you would approach me so naively, so openly seeking to strike a bargain. With that, a torrent of black mist enveloped Xing Ze's body, causing him to retreat swiftly, exclaiming, If you believe I am lying, then allow me to accompany you to the Forbidden Zone first. No need, boy. The black fog thickened, pushing Xing Ze to the end of the corridor. What has hindered you from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone thus far? The Guardian? The Hound? The chessboard? Or perhaps the Mirror of Ariste? The mist halted, gradually receding until it returned to Chilo's form. Voldemort exhaled heavily, then murmured, I could kill you. That is not a certainty. Do you know who I am? I know, but you're currently quite frail. You are remarkably confident. Indeed, Xing Ze replied with a slight smile. You seek the Philosopher's Stone, I seek the fragment. It is a fair transaction. The fragment is not in my possession, but you know where it lies. Your loyal subordinate, Jamie Avery, must have eagerly informed you. He is a fool. Voldemort cursed, they're all fools. Xing Ze nodded. I concur. They have toiled for so long on the bodily plan, yet have failed to achieve success. With such a cadre of inept followers, I can grasp why you would covet the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, you do not wish to serve the Dark Feast cult, do you? Let the fragments scatter across the nation, igniting a great plague, thereby diverting the Ministry of Magic's attention from you. Yet those lunatics have a far more sinister intention. They desire to incite a grand sacrifice, seeking to take enough lives to appease their deities. To this end, they have even summoned ice demons to attack trains, disregarding your negotiations. Voldemort's scarlet eyes narrowed. You possess considerable knowledge, young man. I recently conversed with your old acquaintance, Mendez. He divulged nearly everything, including his contempt for you. Voldemort's face twisted further as he growled. Be cautious, young man. You're playing with fire. I beg to differ. Let's continue our discourse. Our time is limited. Although Dumbledore was misled by your subordinate's false intelligence to London, I presume he is en route now. Yet, who can say what might emerge around the next corner? In this era, plans seldom survive contact with reality. Would you not agree, Dark Lord? Chapter 244. The Transaction with the Dark Lord. Do not trust him, Master, Chilo interjected. He surely harbors ulterior motives. Voldemort snapped irritably. Silence, you useless fool. Were it not for your repeated failures, I would not find myself negotiating with him. Having chastised Chilo, the Dark Lord shifted his focus back to Xing Ze. You do not comprehend, Xing Ze. Is that fragment truly of such paramount importance to you that you would assist me in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone? I could pose the same question to you, my lord. Is the Philosopher's Stone of such critical importance to you? You could certainly wait until the unseen order crafts a suitable vessel for you. A suitable vessel for me? Voldemort grinned. Those fools have been seeking the means to create the perfect body since the days of King Gorm. I have no time to wait a millennium. Even though my soul may endure eternally, my corporeal form is still subject to the ravages of time. I see. That fragment concerns a wager. One that determines whether I can continue to pursue you wretched beings. The black mist surged toward Xing Ze, but halted abruptly just a few steps away. His wand radiated a brilliant light. If that is the case, I should eliminate you now, Oriental. You may attempt it, but I believe it shall not be an effortless endeavor. In fact, I harbor a modicum of confidence in turning the tables on you. One must always maintain a semblance of confidence. The ghastly, pale visage of the Dark Lord twisted in fury as he shouted. Do you think those trivial riddles can confound me? I am entirely, you ought to heed my words, your lordship, Xing Ze interjected, exasperated. Those riddles cannot impede you. And even the vexing hound should pose no challenge for you. It is a violin, yes, but that is irrelevant. What matters is simply playing music for him. Xing Ze could not recall what instrument Voldemort had used to lull the hound to sleep in the original tale. The black mist tightened once more. If you dare interrupt me again, Voldemort seethed, I shall ensure you pay a steep price. Is that the crux of the matter? Xing Ze thought to himself. The British are always so concerned with maintaining their dignity over peculiar matters. I apologize. Though he uttered those words, the brilliance of Xing Ze's wand intensified, gradually pushing back the black mist. What is of utmost importance? Your lordship is the mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore has concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror. Without the necessary means, you shall not obtain it. Tell me. Following the raspy roar was a groan of agony. The black mist gradually dissipated, and Chilo anxiously turned, hastily wrapping the scarf around his head once more. Is that so, you two? Xing Ze mused as he toyed with his wand. It would be a trivial matter for me to deal with you now. Then why do you not act? Chilo chuckled ominously. You fear you will not discover the whereabouts of the fragment, do you? I fear Mendez has failed to inform you of its location. When you echo your master's words, you need not convey such expressions, Chilo. Becoming too immersed in your role is detrimental to one's mental health. Indeed, Mendez harnessed the power of the fragments to achieve his resurrection, after which his revival technique, along with the fragments, was spirited away from Ravinska village by Jamie. Thus, I sought you out for a transaction. For Merlin's sake, have my previous words been in vain? Let it be the guide, Chilo. I consent to this bargain. The hoarse voice resounded once more. Yet, master, do not question your feeble master any longer. Hasten your pace, Chilo, Xing Ze urged, then strode swiftly towards the Forbidden Zone. As in the original tale, the most formidable challenges in the initial stages remained the three-headed dog, Fluffy, but Chilo lulled it into slumber with his harp. Following that, they faced the chessboard, the troll, and Snape's potion riddle. For Voldemort, deciphering these obstacles posed no significant challenge. Ultimately, the trio arrived before the mirror of Ariste. Chilo, impatient, exclaimed, Now speak. How can the Philosopher's Stone be retrieved? You may have forgotten our agreement. Where are the fragments? You must speak first. This is becoming intriguing. Xing Ze pressed his forehead. We could argue, childishly, all day. In the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort's voice echoed. Xing Ze nodded with a smile. To extract the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror, you require Harry Potter. Only he possesses the capability to retrieve the stone. Then I wish you the best of luck, Dark Lord. Upon hearing this, Chilo seethed. How dare you toy with us? I can swear to Merlin. Xing Ze piously extended his hand. Just as you disclosed an oceanic address to me, I can only reveal so much in return. After a brief silence, Voldemort, wearied, remarked, Tell him. Chilo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately divulged. The centaur sanctuary within the Forbidden Forest. The stars or the earth? The sanctuary of the stars. There lies the water source. All of Hogwarts' drinking water originates from there. Xing Ze finally comprehended Edward Minda's plan, while probing his final memories. This cult leader had broken free from the shackles of dreams and returned to reality. Thus, Xing Ze had no choice but to risk confronting Voldemort to ascertain the whereabouts of the last fragment. Clearly, the Feast of Shadows sought to unleash the cursed plague upon Hogwarts. The children are less resistant than the adults, and moreover, that fragment is likely the only one deciphered from the statue. This was the original agreement between both parties. The unseen church would decode the secret of the fragments, while the Feast of Shadows would provide the technique for the perfect corporeal form, each party fulfilling their own needs. They transported the fragments across the nation through underground dealings in Diggletown, thereby not only enabling the plague to erupt in multiple locations, but also dispersing the Ministry of Magic's personnel. Subsequently, they would entrust the most crucial fragment to one individual, subsequently targeting that person for ambush to seize the fragment. Such a meticulously orchestrated scheme aimed to shield the organization from exposure. However, fate proved to be a fickle mistress. The merchant of magical materials who absconded with the fragment happened to know Snape, and Dumbledore, with his foresight, had dispatched Snape for assistance. This series of maneuvers rendered their ambush futile, compelling them to conduct the transaction on the train, which explains the murder aboard. Summoning ice creatures to assault the train was, on one hand, intended to cover the escape of the Banshee Mona and the werewolf Randolph Tomaszkiewski. After all, should a murder occur on the train, it would necessitate an immediate stop for inspection, with all passengers subjected to thorough scrutiny. A more pressing reason was that the merchant of potion materials, Dun Eric, had already been affected by the curse. Should the Ministry of Magic uncover this matter, they would undoubtedly quarantine all aboard the two trains. Thus, without resorting to forceful measures, the transaction aboard the train would clearly remain unfulfilled. It must be said, the intricate planning rendered the entire affair enigmatic. No wonder the Ministry of Magic and the Key Hall have pursued it for so long without progress. As for Xing Ze, it was sheer luck that he initially ventured down the correct investigative path. Snape. Chapter 245, Covert Operations. Having unraveled this series of events, Xing Ze nodded and remarked, "Fear not, Harry Potter is en route, just after he completes his Quidditch match. Is this what you wish to convey?" Chilo had already drawn his wand. "Hold on, both of you. If you can answer me one more question, I might provide you with further information. Let me slay this shameless wretch. Master, allow me to eliminate this dishonorable Eastern scoundrel." Chilo shrieked sharply. "Are you certain?" Xing Ze raised his wand as well. "I have just dealt with a Hogwarts professor and was preparing to claim my reward." "Speak." Voldemort intoned impatiently. "Why assassinate me? I can understand killing that potion merchant, but I am merely a lowly clerk at the Ministry of Magic. Still a spy placed within Dumbledore's ranks by the Key Hall. It appears the Ministry has indeed been infiltrated." "The Ministry infiltrated? That is the most amusing jest I have heard. The current Ministry resembles a harlot. Anyone with gold can gain entry." Xing Ze mentally completed the latter part of the statement. "If possible, I would appreciate a clearer explanation." Responding to Xing Ze was Chilo, an external teacher dispatched by the Ministry of Magic, murdered aboard the train to Hogwarts. "Ah, I see." Xing Ze gestured for the other to cease further elaboration. The external teacher's position was initially a concession from Dumbledore to the Ministry. Should he perish aboard the train, the Ministry and Dumbledore would have a plethora of issues to contend with. The Feast of Shadows understood they could not maintain control over Norfolk for long, given time constraints. They recognized they could not eliminate all aboard the train. Thus, they aimed to incite maximum chaos, whether through the dispersal of the fragments or the train's assault and murder. All actions were ultimately aimed at buying time for Minda's resurrection. It is likely they have been lenient with Xing Ze, sparing his life for this very reason, deliberately steering the investigation towards the unseen church. On this point, Xing Ze could not help but admire them. His initial inquiry had consistently pointed towards the unseen church and the Avery family, and the downfall of the Greasy Gang had led the Ministry to believe the matter was resolved, thereby ceasing collaboration with the church and halting his investigation. Were it not for the appearance of Reiko and Edwin, he might have been led by the Feast of Shadows to delve deeper into the Avery family secrets, with the best outcome being the dismantling of the unseen church. As for the Feast of Shadows, they would likely be lurking in the shadows, relishing the spectacle. What a splendid game of strategy, alas. Xing Ze mused inwardly, then offered Chilo a gentlemanly bow. "I must stress one final point. Do not touch Harry Potter with your hands or any exposed parts of your body. As a friendly reminder, it would be best to dispatch him directly with a spell. Chilo frowned uncertainly, yet his master commanded, "Do not take me for a fool, Oriental." I recall the consequences of using magic against Harry Potter last time, an impressive smoke bomb, but I must thank you for the caution. I now know how to handle that child. Xing Ze exhibited a fleeting expression of embarrassment as he swiftly approached Chilo, clasping his hand in a manner so rapid that Chilo scarcely had time to react. As you indicated, I am certain that location, even if it exists, is fraught with peril. I wish you the best of luck. And you as well, my lord. During their exchange, a minuscule cluster of imperceptible black particles returned from Chilo's hand to Xing Ze's. Only after these particles had fully returned did Xing Ze relinquish his grip and cautiously retreat towards the door, maintaining an air of careful vigilance. It was not until Chilo's figure vanished from sight that he turned and bolted away. Are we really allowing him to leave, master? Do you have a better suggestion? I can assure you that by the moment you utter the first incantation, he could easily snap your neck. You have witnessed his reaction and speed. My dark mist is of no consequence to him. Chilo nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Fortunately, we did not disclose the true location of the fragments. Even if you were to discover it, what of it? The vicinity of the sanctum is laced with various alarm spells, which will activate the fragments and contaminate the entire water source should anyone approach. At that point, Dumbledore's life's work would be in ruins, ha ha ha." After a fit of laughter, Voldemort continued, "However, I must concede, he is indeed quite astute. He seeks to mislead me into casting spells against Harry Potter. Given his anxious demeanor, it appears the boy is destined to come here. But, master, what if he goes out to warn Harry? Then we shall personally seek out the boy. We shall soon ascertain the veracity of his claims." Xing Ze hastened to the vicinity of the arena, settling at a stall selling fish and chips. He addressed Kingsley, who was indulging in beer and fries. "I require a map of the Centaur's sanctum. The more detailed, the better. You must also send word to Dumbledore, urging him to return from London. Additionally, procure a professor familiar with the Forbidden Forest from the school." Kingsley set down his fries and beckoned a nearby vendor, who promptly approached. The Auror captain whispered a few instructions into the vendor's ear. The individual nodded and swiftly departed. After completing these tasks, Kingsley turned to Xing Ze. "Have you discerned the location of the fragments?" "At the Centaur's Earth altar. They intend to use the fragments to poison Hogwarts' water supply." "Poison Hogwarts' water supply?" "If memory serves, the source of that river should be near the Star Altar." "No." Xing Ze shook his head. "Beneath the Earth altar flows an underground river that converges into that river." Kingsley's face registered surprise as he marveled. Merlin's beard. "How do you know so much?" "Eat more of Hagrid's rock cakes. You'll uncover many secrets about the Forbidden Forest, but do remember to bring stomach medicine." As they conversed, an Auror disguised as a beer merchant presented them with the map. Kingsley quickly unfolded the map, while Xing Ze retrieved a quill from his ring and began annotating it. Before long, he marked various magical traps and alarm locations upon the map. He then pushed it towards Kingsley, inquiring, "What is the status of the Quidditch match?" 10 minutes ago, Gryffindor defeated Slytherin, came the reply from the proprietor of the fry stall. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "It is too late. Good luck, Harry Potter. I hope your protagonist's halo proves effective." "What did you say?" Kingsley scrutinized the map closely, asking, "Nothing of consequence. How many Aurors have come this time?" Xing Ze took a fright to munch on. "Over 30, half of whom are Gold Sons. We have personnel from various other departments. Nearly the entire shopping street is staffed with our people." "Excellent. I shall accompany you shortly. There remain numerous minor traps and alarms yet to be marked. You will require my guidance." Kingsley raised his head. Though he understood he ought not to be surprised again, he could not restrain himself from asking, "How do you know this?" "It is a trade secret. Now, we must depart, Captain. Time is of the essence." With that, Xing Ze rose from his seat, casually seizing the box of fries as he made his way towards the Forbidden Forest. Behind him, a throng of vendors and passers-by set down their tasks, beginning to follow in his wake. Chapter 246, Numbers on Our Side. Under Xing Ze's leadership, traps and alarms were deftly deactivated or avoided along the way. The Aurors gazed in astonishment at the Eastern figure leading them. Although they had heard whispers of his exploits, it was still overwhelmingly unbelievable. Merlin's beard, a young Auror, recently promoted to Gold Sun for his commendable performance during a recent rescue operation, exclaimed as he walked alongside Kingsley. "Captain, he has always been." Before he could finish, a middle-aged wizard interjected, "Stop your astonishment and pay attention to your surroundings, young one. Had you witnessed his battle at the distillery, you would not be so surprised. The tales of the distillery battle are true." I mean, he single-handedly took down the wax face? Not alone, Kingsley interjected, though he was the primary force. Most of the Aurors accompanying them were survivors of the distillery battle, who had not succumbed to madness. And they harbored profound gratitude towards the Eastern figure who had saved their lives. After witnessing the terrifying power of the dreamlike entity, the gruesome battle, and the unwavering figure of this Eastern man, these wizards had evidently come to regard him as a hero. Soldiers require heroes. The fearless hero serves as their finest example and spiritual anchor. Hence, these Aurors remained loyal to Scrimgeour and to Old Batty. Similarly, they held Xing Ze in high esteem. This was also why Scrimgeour had chosen to include these individuals in this covert operation. Even if dissent arose within the ranks, those loyalists would swiftly quell any objections. However, it appeared that Scrimgeour's concerns were unfounded. This taciturn Eastern man had repeatedly proven his worth through his actions. Midway through their journey, the Auror team encountered a patrol of centaurs, who were evidently displeased with the intruders, and the atmosphere turned remarkably tense. Yet, among the centaurs, there was one who understood. A centaur named Firenze recognized Xing Ze at once, sprinting forward to position himself between his kin and the wizards, exclaiming loudly, "He is a friend of Miss Shafiq and Hagrid. He once aided in expelling dark invaders from the Forbidden Forest." His declaration calmed the centaurs, and an elder centaur stepped forward, his sturdy, earth-toned body towering over Firenze. Kingsley recognized the elder immediately and approached respectfully, bowing to the centaur. Wise Talthus. "Wizards, we have a pact between our peoples. Why have you entered our territory with such a multitude without permission?" Kingsley replied apologetically, "It is a matter of urgency, esteemed Talthus. We are in pursuit of some nefarious individuals who seek to poison the waters of Hogwarts." Upon hearing those words, Talos cast another glance at Xing Ze, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "I have seen you in the star's guidance." Xing Ze shrugged his shoulders, remarking that in recent days, many had spotted him in various places, expressing uncertainty about whether he still had any semblance of privacy. "Ah, never mind. Esteemed Talos, let us pass. Although the guardianship of the Forbidden Forest water source is an agreement between you and Dumbledore," he continued. Talos chuckled. "Since you are here, it signifies our objectives align. Moreover, you are a friend of Ellie and Hagrid. Centaurs shall not trouble friends." With that, the tall centaur elder directed his gaze towards the Aurors and called out, "Wizards, allow us to escort you. Come along." Kingsley felt both astonished and perplexed. The centaurs were an exceedingly insular race, and prior to this, he had prepared an array of assurances in hopes of passing through safely. To his surprise, not only were they allowed to pass, but they also received assistance from the centaurs. With their help, what would have been a lengthy journey was considerably shortened. After neutralizing a few hidden sentries, Kingsley intended to have his subordinates proceed directly, but was halted by Xing Ze. "There are activating magic circles surrounding the altar. I must first deal with that." With that, Xing Ze strode purposefully towards the altar, though his path was rather peculiar, taking a substantial detour before reaching the altar center. Quirrell's mental state was exceedingly poor, even worse than Barlow's. After prolonged mental turmoil, his mental resilience had nearly diminished to nothing. As long as he circumvented Voldemort's cerebral confinement spell, the information was available for Xing Ze's acquisition. That cerebral confinement spell evidently could not affect two minds. Perhaps it posed no issue during the Dark Lord's prime. But now he was so weakened that he could only protect one mind from invasion. While conversing with Xing Ze, Quirrell's mind was entirely exposed, allowing Xing Ze to not only discern the location of the fragment, but to also identify all traps and alarms. Even the magic circle located beneath the altar harbored the fragment. Should anyone recklessly intrude, the magic circle would activate, and the fragment would unseal and plunge directly into the underground river within moments. As Xing Ze advanced along the path etched in his memory, he commanded Bluebeak to transform into particles to begin dismantling the magic circle. This level of magic circle was not complex, especially since he had fully grasped its structure. It would only require a short while to completely destroy it. Upon reaching the altar's front, several masked wizards emerged from another direction, the leader being none other than the elusive Gold Mask, Jamie Avery, who had evaded capture multiple times. "It's you." The moment Gold Mask laid eyes on Xing Ze, he swiftly drew his wand, fully aware of the Eastern Wizard's formidable prowess, leaving no room for complacency. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," Xing Ze said politely, indicating with gestures that Kingsley should not rush, as the dismantling of the magic circle still required a bit of time. "Today is hardly suitable for a picnic." Xing Ze attempted to stall for time, but Gold Mask clearly had no intention of allowing him further discourse. The wizards behind him brandished their wands, all aimed at Xing Ze, with one of them even whistling. In an instant, numerous wizards surged forth from their previous location. Xing Ze quickly estimated that there were at least 20 of them. He decisively surrendered, saying, all right, you win. I surrender. Having been outmaneuvered on multiple occasions, Gold Mask was evidently not swayed by Xing Ze's ploy, shouting, don't believe him. I'm curious to see where you'll run with so many of us here. A raven soared into the sky, signaling an attack. A slight smile curled at the corner of Xing Ze's mouth as he replied, run? Jamie, I believe you have mistaken your target. While Jamie Avery pondered Xing Ze's words, he noticed a large group of aurors pouring out from the opposite woods, their numbers far exceeding his own, not to mention the menacing centaurs. You know, Jamie? Taking advantage of the moment before the opposition could recover from their shock, Xing Ze stealthily aimed his wand at the altar. After all they had been through, he had come to understand a simple yet profound truth. One should never attempt to go solo. With that, he cast an Accio charm, and the fragment immediately soared out from the altar's crevice, caught and consumed by Blue Beak in midair. Chapter 247. This is why I engage in this profession. The boy on the hospital bed stirred and opened his large eyes. Mr. Xing Ze? Harry called out, somewhat dazed, as he reached for his glasses. How long have you been here? Xing Ze closed the newspaper he was holding and replied, not long. Not long enough for Madame Pomfrey to chase me away, at least. Was it a good dream or a nightmare? Harry shook his head. I've forgotten. Perhaps that is for the best, Xing Ze remarked. I merely came to ensure you are well. I surmise it was the headmaster who brought you out of the dungeon, as the aurors sent to provide support were intercepted by some Death Eaters. Yes, sir, the headmaster visited me yesterday. He told me many things. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. I'm aware of that. You did remarkably well, Harry. No, Harry said, lowering his head despondently. I was completely wrong. It was Quirrell, not Snape. Just as you have consistently reminded us, Professor Snape even protected me. I should have listened to you from the start. Do not indulge in self-doubt, my child, Xing Ze said earnestly. Blindly adhering to others' opinions is an exceedingly easy trap to fall into, far easier than you can imagine. Yet, to uphold one's own convictions and principles requires immense courage and effort. Trust me, Harry, in this regard, you have excelled beyond the average person. I wager Voldemort must have filled your head with all sorts of fallacies, yet you still chose to protect the Philosopher's Stone, even willing to sacrifice your life. Not many could accomplish such feats. As for making mistakes, everyone does, Harry, everyone, even Dumbledore, even Voldemort. Voldemort's arrogance and hubris led him to make erroneous decisions. Harry sat up in bed, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What was it, sir? He was determined to kill you. He even allowed Quirrell to touch you, rather than using a spell to bind you and abscond with the Philosopher's Stone. I believe this was one of his most foolish blunders. Rest assured, he will make that mistake again. Why? Because he lacks self-awareness. He will not reflect on his errors as you do. He believes that as long as he is powerful enough, he can transcend the world's notions of right and wrong. This is a fallacy that those who pursue power often fall victim to. In that sense, Voldemort is not truly a Dark Lord. He is like us, merely a mortal with character flaws. With that, Xing Ze placed his hand on Harry's forehead, and tiny black particles began to coalesce at the lightning-shaped scar. Harry immediately felt a significant alleviation of his headache, and his spirits lifted considerably. He knew that Xing Ze must have performed some sort of magic. When that warm hand withdrew from his forehead, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. It is I who should be thanking you," Xing Ze replied as he rose. "Now do rest well." As Xing Ze exited the infirmary, he encountered a familiar friend, Henry Bachette. "Here to collect your reward?" Xing Ze inquired. "It is indeed time." Bachette smiled slightly. "When a fruit is ripe, it should be harvested. I know a delightful place for afternoon tea." "Then lead the way," he said, referring to Madame Putafoot's tea house in Hogsmeade. "Where should I begin?" Xing Ze's fingers traced the rim of his cup. His brow furrowed, as though he were contemplating a matter of great significance. "Speak of the woman you have never been able to forget," came the suggestion. Xing Ze shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "To be precise, it is a girl. Are you familiar with detectives?" "Indeed," Barth replied, nodding. "I study the poetry and literature of Muggles and their various scholarly works. Therefore, my understanding of Muggles is no less than yours. Though we can save ourselves some words. I once worked as a detective in my hometown. Such an opening was unexpected." Barth sipped his black tea. "Do continue, Xing Ze. You have piqued my curiosity. I recall that day it snowed, not heavily, but the temperature was just right for a hot pot meal. I changed our meeting place to a hot pot restaurant near the police station. You know how it is in this line of work. One must have connections. At that time, I was collaborating with them on a significant case, and after more than half a month of hard work, we had made considerable progress. Thus, we decided to treat ourselves. I indulged quite a bit, at least more than usual. Barth interjected, puzzled but you now. Indeed, prior to this case, I had been numbing myself with alcohol and cigarettes. During that period, they were my most faithful companions. In any case, after the feast, I made a foolish decision to walk home. Damn it, this cursed life is such that one can never be certain whether the choices made are right or wrong. I encountered him outside a 24-hour convenience store. Well, it was likely a supermarket entrance. My memory is hazy. I was quite inebriated, parched. Xing Ze lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued. I went to the supermarket to buy something to drink. I can't recall whether it was alcohol to soothe my throat or merely a bottle of water to rinse my mouth after I inevitably vomited. In any case, he emerged from the supermarket, and we collided. Damn it, I even apologized to him, yet I failed to recognize him. You must be curious about who he was, a common pervert, a serial killer. In his 30s, with long black hair, he appeared just like any ordinary office worker. Of course, had I been sober at the time, I would have remembered these details. I hesitated for a few seconds, but only a few, and we brushed past each other. It wasn't until a week later that I found him again, busily incinerating a female corpse. It was then that I first learned that the greasy, black ashes that float up when a body burns resemble tiny black snowflakes. After that, it was rather straightforward. The police apprehended him, and he confessed to all his crimes without reservation. However, what I did not anticipate was, Xing Ze paused, turning his gaze out the window, perhaps pondering how to articulate the next part. Was that girl among them? Barth interjected. She was 7 years old, from a less fortunate background. Her mother, a single parent, exhausted all her savings to enlist my help in finding her. I had scant leads. The mother provided me with the most recent photograph of the child. It had been cut from a group shot of school play, where she wore a red coat, her new outfit for the new year, beneath which was a white gown meant for the performance. I never held much hope for missing children. She died that very night I got drunk. The killer had gone out that evening to buy duct tape to bind her securely to a chair. He disliked using ropes. As he claimed the tape gave him a better sensation. Xing Ze's voice trembled slightly, and he inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. I thought I would be able to speak of this matter with more composure. Subsequently, I met with the mother to inform her of the investigation's progress, though I had no intention of revealing the truth. However, after confirming the identification at the coroner's office, the mother went home and deleted everything. She did not deceive me. That child was indeed her entire world. Barth opened his mouth, ultimately offering a feeble counsel. Everyone makes mistakes. You should not be so hard on yourself. Of course, I am prone to errors. I am certainly no saint. But with mistakes comes the necessity for punishment, Xing Ze thought to himself. And that is why I remain entrenched in this wretched profession. Light falls from the heavens, and the youthful empress meets an untimely demise. Dust mingling with the eyes of Helen. Xing Ze echoed Barth's poetic line from Thomas Nash, In Time of Pestilence. I fear this is inappropriate, my friend. She was not taken by the plague, but by those monsters cloaked in human skin, and I became an accomplice of the monster. Do you intend to include this story in your book? Barth shook his head. No, I will not. It is far too sorrowful, inconsistent with the tone of the manuscript. Xing Ze lowered his gaze to the cup of green tea, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he murmured, I suppose so. Chapter 248, The Eve of Summer Vacation. Starting tomorrow, Hogwarts will officially be on summer break, with most students having departed the previous day. The students are liberated, yet for Xing Ze, the busyness is only just beginning. He meticulously planned his upcoming visits and the order in which he would make them in his notebook. Gazing at the densely packed itinerary, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. However, there was reason for celebration. The Bluebeak had absorbed the entirety of the final shard's energy and, utilizing this power, had perfected its form. Now, in addition to storing 2 temporary spells, the level of magic it could contain had significantly increased. Most importantly, the shields and blades it could manifest without external assistance had become notably more robust and sharper. This undoubtedly enhanced Xing Ze's combat capabilities, liberating him from reliance on foreign materials such as black iron. More crucially, he could now employ a broader array of tactics and techniques during battles. Lastly, perhaps sensing its own weaknesses, the Bluebeak dedicated the remaining energy to fortifying its resistance to flames and high temperatures. Now, even in scorching environments, it could operate without relying on Xing Ze's own magical power. Of course, aside from these significant transformations, there were many new functions that Xing Ze had yet to discover. In summary, After enduring numerous battles and assimilating experiences, the blue beak had undergone a comprehensive evolution. In contrast, Xing Ze himself had lagged behind in his mastery of spells. After multiple attempts, he finally grasped that the dream magic recorded in Benson's notes had a minimal impact on him. Therefore, he discreetly began selectively learning the spells detailed therein. Among them, he mastered the Breath of the Abyss best. This spell, aside from requiring continuous casting, had no major drawbacks. After further study and refinement, Xing Ze could now completely delegate the continuous casting to the blue beak, requiring only to supply the corresponding magical energy. Additionally, he was diligently studying a new dream magic, the Pumlin's T-shaped cross, which effectively countered dream contamination, its effects closely resembling those of the ancient seal recorded in the key of the door. However, the ding-shaped cross of Pulin requires a metallic medium, and it must consist of a single metal. The metal, upon which the spell is cast, initially melts, but upon the spell's completion, it reconstitutes into an ink-shaped cross. The quantity and purity of the metal, along with the skill and magical prowess of the spellcaster, significantly influenced the effectiveness and duration of the cross. According to Benson's experiments, silver exhibits the best resistance to contamination, followed by gold, with copper being the least effective. Thus, after mastering this spell, Xing Ze stored some copper blocks in his ring and procured a gold pocket watch from a vintage shop in Isido, whose cover served as an excellent medium for casting spells. While Xing Ze was lost in thought, a series of knocks echoed from the office window. He casually opened the window and deftly retrieved 2 nuts from his pocket. An owl swiftly flew into the room, circled the ceiling, and alighted on Xing Ze's desk. After depositing the 2 nuts into the letter tube attached to its leg, 2 letters sprang forth, fluttering down onto the desk. The owl hooted a few times, spread its wings, and flew out of the office door, presumably to deliver messages elsewhere. Before Xing Ze could pick up the letters to examine them, Ben remarked from behind, "Another round of invitations from those families, I suppose? I truly envy you. If I were you, I would choose one. That way, those families would finally give up." "I have made my choice," Xing Ze replied. "I plan to visit homes during the summer vacation, starting with the students who have failed." Ben looked up in confusion. "For Merlin's sake, don't you ever take a break? Go watch a Quidditch match, go fishing, play chess or something. If you keep this up, you'll never find a girlfriend." "He is right, Xing Ze. You should consider relaxing," Professor Babbage concurred. "We can leave the school tomorrow. Let us gather at the pub tonight. I've invited a few friends to the 3 Broomsticks." After slicing open one of the letters with a letter opener, Xing Ze replied, "I might be the one treating." "I insist on treating," Professor Babbage emphasized. "I'm free tonight. I will definitely come." "Hey, what did I agree to that?" Ben protested. "I'll let you in quite a bit, my friend. Treating me to a drink is not too much to ask, is it?" Xing Ze extracted several postcards from the envelope, and from the addresses, he discerned that the letters were sent by his mother from this world. The backs of the postcards bore magical photographs. He saw his father, visibly startled by a venomous horned beast, while his mother stood beside him, laughing heartily. It seemed that this staunch man had indeed found time to visit his wife. The subsequent postcards were similar, mostly featuring them together on the African savanna, with the most recent one taken in the rainforests of Brazil, where his mother had recently gone to assist in research on fire dragons, a matter she mentioned in her letter sent the previous month. In addition to the postcards, there was a simple letter, praising his accomplishments while also urging him to remain safe. All right, that is indeed true. Without you, I would not have won so much money," Ben replied while busying himself with work. "But what do others say?" Professor Babbage quipped. "Rather than letting you lose all your money on Quidditch matches, it would be better to treat us to a drink." "That hardly seems fair." Xing Ze organized the letters and postcards before glancing at another letter addressed from Massachusetts, Provincetown. He muttered in confusion, "I don't recall having friends in America." Upon opening the envelope, the contents made him chuckle uncontrollably. Professor Babbage, seated opposite Xing Ze, looked perplexed, having never seen him smile so candidly since their acquaintance. "Have you encountered something joyous?" she inquired. Xing Ze shook his head and replied, "I merely found some reasons to persevere." The letter was from Lily, the girl from the sweet shop, who had indeed opened a candy store in America, right in Provincetown. The letter was accompanied by a photograph depicting Lily and Naya's child, embracing and laughing, with Bill's candy shop in the background. At the evening gathering, Xing Ze arrived as promised. Nearly half the school's faculty had been invited. Ben sat at the bar, sulking and nursing a drink. After exchanging pleasantries, Xing Ze sought refuge at the bar. Since gaining fame, especially after being awarded an honorary medal from Minister Fudge, even those who previously struggled to converse with him engaged him as if they were old friends. As soon as Xing Ze settled, Madame Rosmerta slid a glass of soda in front of him. But I haven't ordered anything. Someone ordered it for you, Rosmerta pointed out. Xing Ze turned to see Alicia Shafik, raising her glass from a discreet corner. Chapter 249, The Logic of a Straight Man. You should be at St. Mungo S. was the first thing Xing Ze said upon reaching Alicia's side. So should you, she retorted without hesitation. I have a health certificate from my therapist, which allows me to be discharged early. So do I, Xing Ze frowned. Is this some kind of wordplay? You can drink? Merlin's beard. Alicia switched the glass to her other hand. You're turning into a mother hen, Xing Ze. I want tea take up too much of your time. I'm here to invite you to the ball on Wednesday night. A ball? Indeed, the Shafik family ball. A multitude of thoughts flooded Xing Ze's mind. He remembered that the Shafik family was the only one that had not sent him an invitation. He stepped closer to Alicia. Why didn't your father come to invite me himself? Is he afraid I would refuse? Alicia shrugged. My father has many pressing matters, especially concerning Raven's Village. But he's just outside in the carriage. I believe he wouldn't waste too much time coming in for a drink. What? Alicia's eyes widened. I don't understand what you're saying. Your shoes are dry, Xing Ze noted, looking down. There's standing water outside the bar. Anyone coming would likely get wet. So I deduce your carriage is parked at the side door. The servant waiting near the side entrance, ISNT William. But he appears older and more professional. Since I started speaking with you, he has glanced at his watch 3 times, indicating that your time is limited. Either you're in a hurry, or someone outside is waiting for you, someone with the authority to dictate your schedule. Moreover, if you haven't changed your perfume recently, it means the cologne you're wearing likely belongs to that person. Xing Ze leaned in closer to inhale again and continued, Coronia cologne, quite tasteful. Not something an ordinary person could afford. I met your father twice, and without exception, he carries that scent. So why doesn't he come to see me? Alicia, suppressing her astonishment, replied, You remain as infuriating as ever. He has his reasons for not coming in. Give me an answer, Xing Ze. Will you attend the ball or not? Xing Ze raised his index finger, signaling Alicia to pause. Let me guess. Recently, both the conservatives and reformists have been bombarding me with letters. The reason your father cannot openly meet me is that, like myself, he has yet to declare his allegiance. As far as I am aware, the Shafik family has maintained a stance of neutrality, which indeed serves as a rather astute policy for a clan so invested in trade and wealth. After all, it allows you to remain in a state of peace, much akin to Sweden. Thus, he is able to tacitly endorse Barrowflea as your protector while simultaneously permitting Professor Bubaji to orchestrate this gathering. Yes, indeed. Much like the servant stationed at the side door, Professor Bubaji is also casting furtive glances our way. I do not believe her concern lies in whether we might ignite some spark. Given her long-standing political inclinations, she is likely aligned with the reformists. Clearly, the patriarch of a neutral family appearing at a reformist gathering and inviting a rising star like myself to the ball is hardly appropriate. This situation will undoubtedly stir considerable unrest among the conservatives. However, your father is quite astute in having you extend the invitation to me. Thus, should there be any repercussions later, he can conveniently claim that it was you who invited a colleague to the soiree. Yet, as fate would have it, that colleague happens to be me. If we consider this perspective, it seems your father may lean towards the reformists after all. While the young lady was initially filled with astonishment, she now appears to be gripped by apprehension. She hastily sips from her glass and, with a composed demeanor, asserts, It is merely an invitation to a ball. Whether I attend or not is of no consequence. I shall certainly go. Xing Ze, ever the gentleman, bows politely, acknowledging that it was indeed you who invited me. I am truly honored. A light laugh escapes Ellie. May I pose you a question? Please do. Have you ever been in love? Xing Ze ponders the question seriously before replying. I fail to see how this inquiry might benefit either of us. The young lady smirks. Allow me to deduce. You have not. Not even once. How can you be so certain? Because no woman would ever take a liking to you. Xing Ze furrows his brow. I suspect you are cursing me. Do not doubt it. I indeed am. After finishing her drink, Ellie thrusts the empty glass into Xing Ze's hands and strides briskly towards the bar side door. Only after her figure has completely vanished does Xing Ze retrieve the note concealed beneath the glass, which contains the start time of the ball and other pertinent information. Outside the bar, an inconspicuous knight coach ambles along. Following a brief initial acceleration, the coachman calls out and the carriage ascends towards the heavens. Once in the clouds, the unremarkable carriage undergoes a transformation, morphing into a lavish and grandiose vehicle within seconds. Inside, Ellie gazes morosely at the full moon outside, the frosty moonlight casting a delicate glow upon her visage, rendering her appearance even more exquisite. You seem a bit discontented, Albert observes, following his daughter's gaze out the window. If something troubles you, you may share it with me. Ellie shakes her head. I am well, merely a tad fatigued. Did that scoundrel say something again? Father. Ellie's tone betrays her irritation. While he may be somewhat unconventional, he is hardly a scoundrel. Very well. Then explain to me why you found yourself in Ravinska village, dressed in such a ghastly manner. Observing the photograph situated on the central counter, Ellie cannot restrain her inquiry. Where did you acquire this? Your brother arrived at St. Mungo's before anyone else. He hardly recognized you. Did that Eastern fellow compel you to dress thus? Certainly not. This attire was for. Did he coerce you into this? Albert leans forward to satisfy his nefarious little whims. Father, he did not. No need to rush your answer, daughter. Think it over well. For Merlin's sake. Ellie extends a hand to cover her face, so it is true. Albert appears to have confirmed something significant, pulling out a notebook and beginning to jot down notes. Watching her father become increasingly engrossed, Ellie inquires, What are you writing? Albert looks up. I am documenting his transgressions. Tomorrow, I shall privately settle the score with him. Ellie exhales a long sigh, muttering under her breath, I detest straight men. Chapter 250, The Slytherin Family. Wednesday. Xing Ze mentally calculates his upcoming schedule. He likely has 3 days to finalize certain matters before attending the Shafik family S-ball. His acceptance of the invitation stems not only from a sense of obligation towards Ellie, but also from his growing weariness of the incessant harassment from various families. As stated, this situation has dragged on for far too long, and he indeed needs to make a decision. The atmosphere of the gathering intensifies as the level of drink diminishes, ultimately reaching its zenith with a ballad depicting the mermaids of the Black Lake, a familiar tune that vividly brings the mermaids to life with intricate details. Most of the men join in song, including Ben, who, after downing a glass of bourbon, casts aside his financial concerns and rises to mingle with the raucous crowd. Gambling, drinking, and watching sports constitute the trifecta of British male pastimes, even during the height of the Welsh Plague last year. These Britons still flock to pubs to watch games and gamble. Xing Ze finds it utterly incomprehensible. He feels distinctly out of place, the alienation rendering him a solitary outsider. After finishing his soda, Xing Ze contemplates whether to depart, anticipating that once the song concludes, some eager soul will likely call upon him to deliver a speech. Another drink? Madame Rosmerta inquires, quite unusually, without a glass in hand to polish. Noting the proprietor's eager gaze, Xing Ze nods. A glass of lemonade, then. Too much soda can lead to hiccups. You truly are an oddity, Rosmerta remarks as she fetches a glass of lemonade. I had initially intended to offer you a fine wine, but it seems that shall not come to pass. Perhaps one day, I shall indulge again. Xing Ze accepts the lemonade, patiently awaiting Rosmerta to speak. It seems you have triumphed in the competition, if all goes as expected. I am pleased. At least I shan't have to endure R's foul visage any longer. Is he truly that dreadful? Far worse than you might imagine. While I cannot speak to his professional capabilities, in terms of character, he is nothing short of scoundrel. Furthermore, he is a miser. To my knowledge, he has accepted considerable bribes, engaging in extortion. Each year, I must remit a sizable sum to him. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze is taken aback. From his investigations into R, this executive of the Key Hall seemed quite competent in his duties. As for a debauched personal life, such flaws were not uncommon among members of prominent families, rendering them unsurprising. Yet, from Rosmerta's account, this member of the Slytherin family appears to possess a strong obsession with wealth and power. Xing Ze suppresses the urge to hiccup and inquires, I do not comprehend, madam. Considering his status, I mean, you must be aware that R hails from the Slytherin family. Ah, regarding that matter, the bar owner offers a knowing smile. I would be more than willing to share some intelligence with you, as a means of compensating for my inability to treat you to a drink. I am all ears. Xing Ze has always welcomed free intelligence, especially when it pertains to information about his adversaries. Rosmerta did not rush to divulge her knowledge. Instead, she temporarily entrusted her current tasks to another bartender and poured herself a glass of mead, pondering where to begin her tale. Perhaps it would be best to start with the Slytherin family, an ancient lineage. Rosmerta mused that the internal dynamics of the Slytherin family are quite complex, with numerous distant relatives. To my knowledge, they also have kin in America. Isolt Sayre, the founder of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, hails from the Slytherin bloodline. Xing Ze had indeed heard of this, having been exposed to discussions and analyses online after the release of Fantastic Beasts, the crimes of Grindelwald prior to his arrival in this world. Naturally, the veracity and applicability of such knowledge in this realm remained to be verified. However, he could at least ascertain that the identity of Ilvermorny's creator had not changed. Undoubtedly, the most infamous branch of this family is the Gaunt family. The outside world perceives the Gaunts as the last remaining descendants of Salazar Slytherin, which is true. Yet, many mistakenly believe that Salazar Slytherin was the founder of the Slytherin family. Was he not? Xing Ze inquired, perplexed. As the information regarding this founder is scant in both the films and the lore he has encountered, leaving the history of the Slytherin family shrouded in ambiguity. Ms. Rosmerta took a sip of her drink and explained, of course not. The Slytherin family originates from the Great Marsh, making them one of the oldest families in the British magical community. You might inquire with Bathilda Bagshot. She resides in Godric's Hollow. She is a renowned historian of magic. I have heard of her. I once visited her to seek her wisdom on some ancient mead brewing recipes. She is quite the loquacious lady. Just a taste of fine mead can set her talking for hours. I can't recall how the conversation veered towards the Slytherin family. She continued. That venerable lady informed me that the Slytherin family is ancient and enigmatic, claiming that its founder received a divine boon in the Great Marsh, which is why they can speak Parseltongue. However, she cautioned that these are merely rumors. The truth remains elusive. In summary, while the family branches are intricate, the decline of the Gaunt family does not signify the downfall of the Slytherin lineage. On the contrary, given ours rumored departure from the Gaunt family to seek refuge with distant relatives, it appears that the Slytherin family still thrives. Are as a member of the Gaunt family? Xing Ze asked. Indeed, Ms. Rosmerta asserted with conviction. Bathilda possesses a family tree of the Gaunt lineage that bears his name. She showed it to me. Xing Ze's fingers rhythmically tapped against his glass as he murmured, interesting. Indeed. Do not be misled by my role as a mere tavern owner, young man. I have my connections. I shall bring this matter to the attention of the higher-ups at the Ministry of Secrets. I doubt they will revoke your position or alter your office here. You see, I take pleasure in conversing with intelligent individuals. Rosmerta winked at Xing Ze, adding, in any case, young man, we are grateful for your assistance. Should you seek any information, I shall keep an eye out for you. Thank you, madam, Xing Ze replied, draining his glass of lemonade before rising from the bar and making his way towards Ben, who was struggling to keep pace with the bar singer's drinking, evidently on the verge of failure. Xing Ze was not keen on having to carry him back to Hogwarts again. That experience was far from pleasant. Chapter 251, The Order of Sir Merlin. The revelry of the previous night left Xing Ze feeling remarkably unwearied. Following the resolution of the Ravenclaw incident, the nightmares that had long plagued him vanished, allowing him a restful sleep. After completing his morning routine, Xing Ze gathered the essentials and departed from Hogwarts. During the nearly 3-month holiday, he planned to visit the families of those students who had fallen short academically, treating it as a journey through the British magical community. Of course, this was contingent upon the Ministry of Secrets allowing him to continue teaching at Hogwarts. His secret identity was glaringly apparent before Dumbledore, especially since Eliza's identity had been exposed. Remaining at Hogwarts now seemed to hold little significance. He met A at a breakfast establishment near Glasgow Cathedral. Despite the sweltering June weather, A remained impeccably dressed in a neat suit. As Xing Ze savored his fried egg, he queried with some confusion. I had anticipated that we would meet in London. I have business to attend to in Glasgow, A replied, casting a meaningful glance towards the nearby church. I must say, Xing Ze, your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. Let's be direct. A. Did I win? Indeed. And what are the investigation concerning R? Across his legs and lifted his coffee cup, stating, I am here precisely for that matter. I have confirmed with the church that the letter you submitted indeed originated from them. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze paused, turning to gaze at Glasgow Cathedral. Here? Precisely. The church's headquarters for handling dream-related affairs is located here, in Scotland's only medieval church. I understand, Xing Ze replied, refocusing on the fried egg and sausage on his plate. He was aware that he would soon face an inquiry regarding his position. However, in his view, it seemed he would soon be dispatched to Numengard. After all, the evidence you have prepared is quite substantial. I emphasize the last few words. It is my privilege to eliminate the traitors within the organization. Xing Ze remarked with a smile. So, do you have any new plans for me? A toyed with the ring on his finger. And Xing Ze noticed the exquisite serpent skin ring bore a prominent letter S. Indeed, a vacancy has arisen. We have conducted internal discussions and intend to appoint you to ours former position. Isn't that a bit premature? Xing Ze feigned modesty. Yes, it should not be so. Despite your exceptional performance, your time with us has been rather brief. However, someone has vouched for you, allowing for an exception to be made. May I inquire who that is? Dumbledore and I. A's lips curled into a smile as he relished the astonishment on Xing Ze's face. But, before you officially assume your role, I believe it is necessary to discuss the formal structure of the Ministry of Secrets. Hand me your book. Xing Ze set down his knife and fork, wiped his hands with a napkin, and retrieved the key of doors from his ring, placing it on the table. I conjured his wand and tapped it, and in the blink of an eye, the book transformed into a splendid golden medal, adorned with a swirling green ribbon. Xing Ze's confusion deepened. He certainly recognized the significance of the medal before him. Yet he could not fathom why the Ministry of Secrets would be linked to the Order of Sir Merlin. The first-class medal of the Order of Merlin is awarded to individuals who have exhibited extraordinary bravery or distinction within a magical community, they explained. I sense your confusion. But do not rush to conclusions, young man. Please, lend me your patience. I'm listening. The outside world perceives the Ministry of Secrets as a division of the Department of Mysteries, yet this is not the case. It belongs to the Order of Merlin and is managed by 12 high-ranking members of the Order. Dumbledore and I are among the administrators. I paused momentarily, allowing Xing Ze the time to digest the information. Thus, the surveillance of Dumbledore was merely a facade, a mere performance for the Ministry of Magic. We placed the Keyhole under the Ministry's jurisdiction primarily to placate the powerful families that dominate it. Only a select few within the Ministry are privy to this arrangement. It appears I've been thoroughly manipulated by you all. The image of the venerable white-bearded wizard surfaced in Xing Ze's mind, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Following the incident in the school dungeons, Dumbledore had sought him out for a conversation, expressing gratitude for his actions and deliberately referencing their initial collaborative agreement. In retrospect, this seems profoundly ironic. Why share this with me? Even without your disclosure, I would still be serving in the Keyhole, Xing Ze inquired. Upon reflection, I had no obligation to reveal such matters to him. This monumental secret was likely unknown even to R. Taking another sip of coffee, A remarked, "Consider this an olive branch extended to you. I am intrigued. Who precisely do you refer to as we? The Reformists." Though spoke lightly, Xing Ze understood the weight of that name. It signified that the olive branch he held originated from one of the most significant political factions in the British magical community. I am unworthy. His words were abruptly interrupted by A, urging him to ponder his response carefully, young man. Before that, I hope you will heed my perspective. Please, proceed. What is your assessment of the current state of the British magical world? Do you desire an honest appraisal or a fabricated one? I smiled slightly, undoubtedly the former. State, traditional, conservative, and stagnant. A rather severe critique. However, I suspect our opinions align. The British magical community resembles an elderly man on the brink of demise, plodding along the path of time. We fear it may one day collapse under its own weight. The recent threats from cults and dreams may very well be the final straw. Hence, reform is imperative. The entire magical realm requires a thorough rejuvenation. The era of aristocratic dominance must come to an end. The populace needs to comprehend what they are truly facing. They must realize that Muggles are no longer mere barbaric wielders of swords. They possess firearms, cannons, and even formidable explosives. They should understand the origins of those grotesque, twisted creatures. While I do not endorse Grindelwald's methods, I admire his foresight and predictions. Indeed, just as he feared, wizards have hidden behind their walls, oblivious to the realities unfolding outside. And you, young man, have breached the first wall, dismantling the so-called traditional heroes shaped by pure-blood families. Soon, you will encounter the second, third, and fourth walls before you. We need you to join us in dismantling these barriers, so that the blinded populace may witness the authentic world. Chapter 252, 2 Meetings. I fear you may have mistaken your ally, Xing Ze replied, for if he accepted that medal, it would signify his alignment with the Reformists. Of course, in comparison to serving under the Conservatives alongside a host of pure-blood proponents, the Reformists appear rather appealing. Moreover, Dumbledore is also aligned with the Reformists, which undoubtedly serves as a morale booster for Xing Ze. However, should he join the Reformists, it would be as they suggested, shattering the confines of this decaying world to forge a new wizarding realm. Such lofty aspirations seem exceedingly ethereal, particularly given the current political landscape, wherein the Conservative Party and most newspapers ceaselessly proclaim their superiority. Thus, the difficulty of enacting reform is palpable, and he, a novice in the realm of politics, if he were to engage, might merely become a pawn. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. Xing Ze merely seeks a means to return to his own world, while simultaneously rescuing a few souls and dealing with some undesirables who ought not to exist. Yet now, he finds himself ensnared in the conflict between two factions. In truth, since the conclusion of the Raven's Claw Village incident, he had begun to devise a plan for his future. He initially intended to trade Benson's diary with A, establishing the Round Table as an investigative organization beneath the Keyhole, thereby securing his own personnel and funding. Subsequently, he meticulously studied the various families within the wizarding world through the key of the door, selecting the most reliable neutral families to seek affiliation. Regardless, should the Round Table become an organization under the Key Hall, he would inevitably be compelled to involve himself in political disputes, thus necessitating a sturdy backing. Among the families, the Shafik family undoubtedly stands out as the prime choice. The home visits during the summer break present the most efficient means for him to rapidly familiarize himself with the circumstances of each family. Although the key of the door contains extensive information about the families, one could equally find such data in the ministry's archives, albeit with increased time expenditure. This information is merely what the officials wish for him to know. Xing Ze was not content with this. To better navigate unforeseen political challenges in the future, he required a profound understanding of the patriarchs of the various families. A genuine acquaintance, rather than the hollow accolades penned in official documents. There exists no better method of gaining insight into them than engaging in face-to-face discussions. His position as a Hogwarts educator allows him to approach those patriarchs devoid of political connotations. And the rationale of home visits serves as the perfect pretext to gain entry into those ancient estates. However, it seems the situation has begun to veer in another direction. During his contemplation, Xing Ze finished the plate of fried eggs and sausages. He picked up the teacup beside him, taking a sip before responding. I require time to deliberate. Hey, if I have the luxury of time. You certainly do. A's smile seemed to carry myriad meanings. The ball on Wednesday, yes? I look forward to your response. You will attend as well? A broke into a grin, as if he had heard a delightful jest. Why wouldn't I? The Shafik family is our Key Hall's most significant benefactor. I am curious about the capacity in which you will attend. Oh, regarding that, you will find out soon enough. A reached for his cane, signaling the conclusion of their lengthy conversation. It is time to fulfill your promise. Hand it over. Xing Ze had thought he had forgotten about the Benson notes. Clearly, he had been somewhat naive. He retrieved the notes from his ring and handed them to A. I cannot decipher the contents at all, he felt compelled to add. I casually flipped through the notes before putting them away. Did Benson not divulge the method of decryption? Xing Ze shook his head. I was hoping you could enlighten me. Am I entitled to know the contents? Once you attain my position, you shall naturally be informed. How ironic, Xing Ze muttered. You should consider yourself fortunate. Xing Ze rose, adjusting his suit. The higher-ups of the Key Hall have shown remarkable leniency in not compelling you to consume the truth serum. The garden behind the church was meticulously tended. Xing Ze sat on a bench, observing the gardener diligently tending to a patch of oregano. My mother believes oregano leaves are the essence of culinary mastery. The gardener, adorned with a thick accent, initiated a conversation with Xing Ze. A subtle smile graced Xing Ze's lips as he remarked, "Such spices are seldom utilized in our part of the world." "Ah, I suspected as much," the gardener replied, adjusting his duckbill cap. "Are you here to see the bishop?" "Indeed, Bishop Andrea." "Ah, he is quite the busy man," the gardener noted, to which Xing Ze acknowledged with a nod, glancing at his watch. He had been seated beneath the vine for nearly half an hour. Just as he finished speaking, Bishop Andrea approached from a nearby corridor, accompanied by a monk wielding a sunshade. Rising from his seat, Xing Ze gestured to the gardener, who turned to respectfully bow to the bishop. The bishop returned the courtesy with a polite nod, then greeted Xing Ze. Upon reaching him, he took the sunshade from the monk and leaned on it for support. At 70 years of age, he remained inundated with a deluge of paperwork. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Xing," he began. "I am aware of your punctuality." As he spoke, the gardener and the monk discreetly withdrew. "My previous assistant ensured my timeliness. He was impeccable." "Has he retired?" "No." Bishop Andrea shook his head, settling onto the bench where Xing Ze had been sitting. "In our line of work, retirement is a foreign concept. As servants of the Lord, we must perpetually spread his gospel and serve him until death claims us. You understand?" Xing Ze nodded. "Shall we take a stroll?" After a moment's contemplation, Andrea agreed. "Of course. My duties tend to compel me to sit idly, awaiting a barrage of documents to be delivered." "Come, let's walk," Xing Ze offered, assisting the bishop to his feet. Taking a breath, Andrea ventured deeper into the garden. Thank you. We have squandered too much time, and you cannot linger here for long. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand." Xing Ze nodded. The Ministry of Keys had commenced an investigation into our excellent. That is commendable. However, I must caution you, young man, against dilly-dallying. What do you mean by that? As far as I know, it was Maxim who jointly accused or alongside you. You ought not to leave an unstable element in place. Stopping in his tracks, Xing Ze furrowed his brow and inquired, "You have dealt with Maxim?" "Rest assured, it was handled quite cleanly," Bishop Andrea replied, opening the sunshade with an air of nonchalance, as if swatting a mosquito. But we ought not to discuss such taboo matters in the Lord's sanctuary. Chapter 253, The Beacon. A smirk tugged at the corners of Xing Ze's mouth. Regrettably, I shall not express my gratitude. There is no need for that. We are merely collaborators, the bishop responded as they passed beneath an archway, each with their own needs at heart. With the understanding clear, Xing Ze deftly produced a copy of the Benson notes and handed it over, declaring, "Here, as to a fruitful collaboration." Bishop Andrea accepted the document, tucking it away into his long sleeve with unhurried grace. "So, have they placed you in R's position? Or is it another role?" "R's position," Xing Ze replied, "but my status as a Hogwarts professor remains intact. It seems the Ministry of Keys wishes to have you directly confront Dumbledore." This revelation confirmed for Xing Ze that the Church was still oblivious to the true structure of the Ministry of Keys and Dumbledore's oversight of it. For Xing Ze, this was not merely a meeting. He was not simply fulfilling a previously established commitment. For this future collaborator, it was imperative to gather information. The more he understood his counterpart, the less he would find himself in a passive stance in the future. This would be quite challenging, young man. Dumbledore is a sage. You see, fools live for themselves, while the wise live for a purpose. In my estimation, his purpose is quite clear and defined. Such individuals seldom exhibit weaknesses. Xing Ze feigned exasperation, remarking, "Then I can only hope my allies refrain from frequently stabbing me in the back." Before them appeared a circular table adorned for rest, accompanied by several cushioned chairs, atop which rested a pitcher of lemonade. Bishop Andrea folded his sunshade and ambled toward the resting area. Taking a moment to catch his breath before addressing Xing Ze, "You possess a delightful sense of humor, young man. How long have we been walking? 10 minutes? That's sufficient. I'm nearing my goal of 5,000 steps today." He pulled out a chair and sat down. "Please, young man, take a seat." Xing Ze settled across from him, unceremoniously pouring himself a glass of lemonade while casting a glance at Andrea, who waved his hand to signal he was not thirsty. "This is prepared for those attending worship and funerals. Should I pour it back?" Xing Ze asked, somewhat at a loss with the glass in hand. No. Bishop Andrea chuckled, gesturing to his left. "Over there, a funeral has been taking place for nearly 2 weeks." Narrowing his eyes, Xing Ze peered in that direction, spotting a weeping woman and a man standing behind her, feigning strength. "The deceased of Ravenska village," the bishop explained. "May they rest in peace." At that moment, Xing Ze observed a coffin approaching slowly. Judging by its size, it could only contain a child of 3 or 4 years. The woman's cries grew more anguished, and even in this moment, he could hear the heart-wrenching wails. "The smallest coffins bear the heaviest burdens," Xing Ze murmured softly. The bishop turned his head. "It is nothing," Xing Ze replied, shaking his head. "I have some inquiries, child." The bishop straightened his posture. "We fight relying on faith. What do you rely upon?" "I have heard from Nathaniel of your ability to return from dreams." "I am not certain." Xing Ze shrugged. "Perhaps my will is simply robust enough." The bishop pondered for a moment. A body that can raise the moon must surely bear countless sunsets. "Regardless, I must thank you for saving so many lives." Surprisingly, he added, "I have heard that the magical community still holds dissent against you. How unfortunate. It is of no consequence. Why prove anything to those unworthy of it? Furthermore, there is no need to thank me. To be honest, I would much prefer to return and aid my own kin. Regrettably, for various reasons, I cannot return to my rightful place." The bishop was taken aback by Xing Ze's words. He furrowed his brow, as if to articulate a response, but ultimately remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, the bishop remarked, "I had initially believed you to be a beacon of light in a dark tunnel. It seems I was mistaken. You must understand, bishop, that the light in a dark tunnel is more likely to be an oncoming train." The banquet hall of Shafik Manor was grand and opulent. With a myriad of guests attending the ball, the dazzling gowns of the ladies left Xing Ze momentarily spellbound. Of course, the incessant greetings and conversation from the gentlemen made it impossible for him to break away to the dining table, forcing him to watch in despair as the caviar, steak, foie gras, and truffles dwindled on the table. At that moment, a fiery-haired young woman approached him. Her alluring red lips seemed to possess an enchanting power, and after uttering a few words, those who had been surrounding Xing Ze politely withdrew. "Thank you." The unfamiliar beauty, Xing Ze, uttered a brief thank you, before gracefully carrying her plate toward the dining table. However, the woman positioned herself directly in his path, and from this angle, Xing Ze could discern the alluring curves concealed beneath her opulent gown. "It seems you have forgotten me," she remarked, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, her captivating eyes seemingly imbued with the gift of speech. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xing Ze responded by a process of elimination. It is evident that I have long abstained from alcohol. Thus you cannot be the consequence of my drunken indiscretions. The auburn-haired woman replied, her lips curling into a smile. You are as intriguing as the rumors suggest. I fear you are mistaken, madam. Rarely does anyone invite me to a ball out of genuine fondness for my company. Oh, is that so? Then it is indeed their loss. After all, it is the essence of one's inner soul that truly matters. I can perceive the vibrant spirit concealed beneath your unassuming exterior. It is utterly effervescent. I am uncertain whether to lament my ordinary appearance or to raise a glass in celebration of my intriguing soul. Without a doubt, a toast is in order. Now, shall we proceed to the dining table? Xing Ze felt invigorated, yet his hopeful anticipation was soon dashed. The astonishingly beautiful red-haired lady nonchalantly procured a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, leaving him to seethe as the bewildered server departed under his furious gaze. Before the vultures and hyenas have fully devoured your essence, let us engage in some light conversation. Let us commence with pleasantries. It is a pleasure to see you again. Xing Ze, I too am delighted, mysterious lady. A hint from you would elevate my spirits even further. Of course. Our last encounter was indeed rather hurried, and you were preoccupied with locating your 4 students. It's you. At last, Xing Ze recalled the woman he had met at the antique shop in Ravenska village. The very one who had guided him in his search for Harry Potter and his companions. Indeed, it is I. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yezebeth Riel. Admittedly, my name is quite a mouthful. Most who are acquainted with me simply refer to me as Lady Yezebeth. However, you may call me Riel, or simply R. With a playful flutter of her expressive eyes, Yezebeth continued. Chapter 254, The Ball. During their previous encounter in Ravenska village, Yezebeth had been clad in a hooded robe, her face obscured by a thick scarf, rendering it impossible for Xing Ze to ascertain her gender except through her voice. Yet now, observing her, he found her exquisite features complemented by an alluring figure, undeniably the focal point of the ball. Since their conversation commenced, numerous guests had directed their attention toward the two of them. I shall continue to address you as Lady Yezebeth, Xing Ze decided, opting for the most prudent form of address, aware that a woman of her caliber likely had many gallant knights in her retinue. It appears you shall become the most captivating presence at tonight's ball. Me, Xing Ze queried, puzzled. Shouldn't that title belong to you, madam? Ah, Yezebeth smiled subtly. I do enjoy the flattery of others. While I am reluctant to disrupt this pleasant atmosphere, we ought to discuss a more serious matter. It pertains to which side I should join. Regrettably, that is not the discussion at hand, although I find it intriguing. My partner has postulated that you are most likely to align with the reformists. Did your partner derive this conclusion from a crystal ball? Yes, See, I told you, you possess a truly interesting soul. Alas, I do not rely on crystal spheres for my insights. At that moment, a man with a scarred visage abruptly interjected their conversation. Xing Ze observed the middle-aged man, whose raspy, weakened voice betrayed an injury to his throat. Although his oversized white shirt concealed much of his neck, Xing Ze's keen eyes caught sight of the scar. During his treatment at St. Mungo's, he had conversed with other members of the Round Table, and, combining what he had learned from Edwin's descriptions, Xing Ze addressed the man. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Mendez. I recall it was you who aided in dismantling the protective enchantments around Ravenska village. Shahir, he replied with a faint smile, such deeds pale in comparison to your own contributions. In the wake of the turmoil in Ravenska village, the Ministry of Magic had awarded numerous individuals, yet only 2 had received the honor of the Order of Merlin, one of whom was Shahir Mendez. This long-missing member of the Mendez family had re-entered the public eye in a remarkable fashion, now campaigning as a hero for the mayoral position in Ravenska. Although the Mendez family had suffered a significant decline in reputation within the magical community, Shahir Mendez had become the most promising candidate through a series of strategic moves. Sometimes, politics can be quite peculiar. I presume that diligent Miss Schneider has mentioned me to you? Shahir inquired. Please convey my regards to her. I shall do so. Now, what pressing matter do you wish to discuss with me? Yezebeth inquired, casting a glance at Shahir, her expression indicating, see, I told you he was impatient. Of course, Mr. Xing Ze, I merely wish to inquire if you had encountered my ancestor. At this question, Xing Ze's brow furrowed in confusion, sensing something strange about it. Indeed, I had a rather extensive conversation with him. While the outcome was less than pleasant, I believe he learned his lesson. Excellent, my friend. Shahir's spirits lifted as he lowered his voice. Did you eliminate the Shriekers? I cannot say with certainty, but they have indeed vanished. I can feel it. Shahir traced his fingers across his scarred face, saying, do you see these scars? Sir, They are the result of its handiwork. I can sense its presence. Since that day, the chilling sensation along my spine has never dissipated. However, since that fateful day, I have been unable to sense it. Thus, I sought your confirmation, to see if my suspicions were indeed correct. Xing Ze nodded silently. Shahir exhaled as if relieved, pulling a magical card from his pocket and handing it to Xing Ze. I have no means to repay you, sir, but should you desire any information, feel free to seek me out. Xing Ze took the card, inspecting it before asking, "If you're not in a hurry, Mr. Mendez, I happen to have someone I wish to inquire about." "Speak. How is your nephew, Luke?" After arriving at the slaughtered hospital, I entrusted Luke Mendez to Pahlavi's care, despite his initial reluctance. "My dear nephew? Aside from requiring a cane for the remainder of his life while he resides in the Youth Wizarding Reformatory in Numengard, he is otherwise well." "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Please extend my warmest wishes when you next visit him." "I shall." Shahir raised his glass in acknowledgement and extended his arm for Yezebeth to link her own. The enchanting auburn-haired lady winked at Xing Ze and remarked, "The steaks from the Shafiq family are quite delectable. You simply must try them, Xing Ze." "Indeed, I truly should," Xing Ze lamented, gazing despondently at his empty plate. Regrettably, when he finally persevered through countless tribulations and arrived at the dining table, he was informed that the remaining fare was scant, with only soup and dessert available for selection. The waiter conveyed that additional food would arrive in half an hour. Xing Ze sighed, leaving his empty plate on the table, before discreetly pouring the glass of champagne into a tall indoor plant in an inconspicuous corner. This moonlight grass was valued at 1,000 galleons, not to mention the cost of transportation, fertilizer, and pruning. A familiar, authoritative voice emerged beside him, startling Xing Ze to the point that he nearly dropped the glass he held. Merlin's beard. In a panic, Xing Ze turned around. "Mr. Albert? As the initiator of the ball, shouldn't you take the stage to say a few words?" "Wait, what are you writing in that notebook?" "Your crimes." Albert rolled his eyes at Xing Ze, adding, "Now there's another charge, attempting to kill a plant worth over 10,000 galleons. You just said it was worth 1,000. Additional expenses must be considered." With a decisive snap, Albert closed his notebook, his gaze towards Xing Ze filled with myriad meanings. "I believe, Xing Ze cautiously ventured, that you are here to discuss matters concerning your daughter." Upon hearing the mention of his daughter, Albert suddenly advanced, pointing a finger at Xing Ze's face and whispering, "Regarding this, we indeed need to have a serious conversation, but before that." Xing Ze could see the veins pulsing on his forehead. He remained still. He instinctively leaned back. "But before that, we must address the matter at hand." Chapter 255. The Rose War at the Ball. Albert's fury vanished in an instant. He burst into laughter, seizing Xing Ze's hand, creating the appearance of a host greeting a distinguished guest. Yet, surprisingly, the pressure emanating from Xing Ze's hand was substantial. At that moment, the attention of the guest was drawn to a certain individual. Xing Ze raised his eyebrows upon spotting the person. "It was A. You just asked me why I didn't go up to speak. That's because I'm not the organizer of this ball," Albert remarked. "It is Ellen's Slytherin, the enigmatic patriarch of the Slytherin family. However, his public name should be Alan Hume." Upon uttering this, Albert released Xing Ze's hand and joined the other guests in applause. Yet, Xing Ze noted that more than half of the attendees remained silent. "Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen." Alan stepped onto the central platform, his face adorned with a hearty smile, entirely devoid of the stern demeanor associated with Albert, seeming to perceive Xing Ze's thoughts, whispered, "Everyone possesses multiple facades. Esteemed Mr. Albert, you must be aware of the theme of tonight's ball." It continued, "I heard from Ellie that you possess extraordinary deductive abilities. So why not take a guess? What exactly are these people intending to do tonight?" Xing Ze composed himself, quietly observing the entire ballroom. His acute hearing and vision allowed him to swiftly grasp a wealth of useful information. On stage, they was still discussing matters concerning Ravensclaw Village, his poignant rhetoric causing several guests to lower their heads, wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. "Red roses and white roses," Xing Ze murmured. "The attendees are divided into 3 factions. The conservatives adorned with red roses, the reformists bearing white roses, and those undecided or on the brink of making a decision, those without roses." A fleeting smile flickered across Albert's face as he urged, "Continue, Xing Ze. What else do you observe?" 2 speakers. Xing Ze directed his gaze towards an individual within the Red Rose faction. His flowing golden locks and icy gray-blue eyes unmistakably identified him as Lucius Malfoy. He was presently engrossed in A's speech, occasionally whispering to a middle-aged wizard beside him, who was rapidly jotting down notes. Given the timing and frequency of his writing, it was evident he was capturing key points from A's address. This is a quintessential confrontation of political speeches, a grand rally, Xing Ze surmised. The ballroom tonight has gathered a host of promising young wizards, such as the talented Alfred Malfoy. Furthermore, it has attracted a cadre of politicians in desperate need of political and financial support, like Sheikh Mendez. Additionally, there are those who remain neutral, yet harbor ambitions to ingratiate themselves with various families and individuals, much like myself. Xing Ze relayed these deductions to Albert, who regarded him with a measure of surprise before reluctantly complimenting. Now I understand why those families hold you in such high esteem. So, have you made a decision? For me, there are only two choices. The conservatives would love to see me dead. They clearly will not permit me to join them, even if they are currently exerting themselves to win me over. For one reason, to apply pressure on the reformists. And the second reason, as Xing Ze noticed Lucius casting a glance in their direction, he fell silent, adopting an expression of detachment. Soon, Lucius redirected his attention. The second reason, Xing Ze continued, is that they are also taking a gamble, attempting to entice me with various benefits to join their ranks. Once that is accomplished, the reformist reputation would undoubtedly suffer significantly. Do you know? Albert interjected. Many pureblood families have even proposed alliances to me. For Merlin's sake, how absurd. They truly spare no effort in their attempts to woo me. It is all for the sake of interests and power. Indeed, Albert concurred. Every faction will inevitably harbor some despicable individuals. In a magical world, the pureblood advocates are such a presence. Unfortunately, once the miscreants within a faction seize control of most resources, the entire faction undergoes transformation. The current state of the Western magical community reflects this reality. The so-called theories of racism and pureblood supremacy fundamentally stem from the arrogance and pride that these individuals cannot relinquish. As long as the masses continue to believe in this doctrine, they will remain at the apex of power, seeking greater profits. Quite an innovative theory, Xing Ze acknowledged. However, Mr. Albert, as a neutral party and the patriarch of a pureblood family, I still advise you to tread carefully. Albert snorted dismissively. That does not prevent me from harboring disdain for them. Then, you are indeed aligned with the reformists? Xing Ze observed. Ah, how foolish of me. Of course you are. Otherwise you wouldn't have sponsored the key hall. Exercise caution. Xing Ze, Albert cautioned. However, I am intrigued as to why you are so fervently assisting us. If you agree with my theory, you should recognize that you do not belong to our faction. Thus you will be rejected and despised by the majority. Yet, you could entirely disregard that, even abandon this faction that is not yours. Interesting, Xing Ze replied. Recently, someone also posed this question to me. Do the members of your faction so relish probing into the motives of others? A's speech reached a crescendo, and many guests began to resonate with his words, transforming the ball into something akin to a mobilization meeting. Language is indeed a formidable weapon. I simply cannot comprehend your noble actions, for in my view, pursuing glory devoid of any benefit is utterly ludicrous. What then leads you to believe I am not pursuing my own interests? Xing Ze turned his head to look at Albert, clearly indicating that, like those arrogant individuals, you hold your lineage in excessively high regard, to the point of believing that I fight for honor and justice. I cherish my country and my fellow compatriots. Yet, as you have stated, every group invariably harbors some repugnant elements. I cannot claim to have fought for my compatriots and my nation, but I have at least made an effort. I have endeavored to prevent those vile individuals from causing harm and defiling them. Eventually, I came to a realization. Those beasts are indifferent to borders and races. Thus, it becomes simpler. I save those who deserve saving, regardless of their lineage, skin color, or nationality. Some individuals rightfully belong in this world, while others do not. For some inexplicable reason, Xing Ze's words sent a chill down Albert's spine, and he questioned, but this world is not merely black and white. For me, it is only black and white. Chapter 256, The Path Ahead. The entire ball was rife with undercurrents. After the leaders of the red and white factions delivered their speeches, a bountiful array of food was once again brought to the table, and the band began to play lively music. The ball finally entered its main event, and politics began to sift through its participants. The socialites and gentlemen from both factions started inviting individuals from the neutral parties to dance. Remember, Xing Ze, we have matters to discuss once the ball concludes. Albert waved the notebook in his hand, and then turned to engage in lively conversation with several elegantly attired guests. Before being invited to dance, Xing Ze swiftly slipped into the shadows of a nearby pillar, just as he intended to make his way to the dining table for a hearty meal, when someone seized his hand. He was then pulled back into the light, much like a fish caught out of water. Do you dance? Lady Yezebeth, who had drawn him out, asked with a smile. Why not let us dance for a while? Observing the approach of several socialites, Xing Ze reluctantly nodded in agreement. Thus, he commenced a slow dance in the grand hall, swaying to the music. Yezebeth arched her back, keeping pace with Xing Ze's steps while inquiring, "Where did you learn to dance?" "Hogwarts holds a ball every few years. I have been fortunate enough to attend a few," Xing Ze replied, as he carefully observed the people around him while twirling in the dance. "I assume you did not graduate from Hogwarts?" "I am self-taught in magic, though I did undertake short-term studies at Codsworth," Yezebeth replied. "Why can't you focus on dancing with me? I had never thought I could be so unappealing." Xing Ze offered an awkward smile. "Old habits die hard. My previous occupation required constant observation. Then tell me, what have you seen?" Yezebeth leaned closer to Xing Ze. "A man, scarred all over. He favors his left hand, but conceals it for certain purposes, perhaps to catch opponents off guard in battle." Noticing that Xing Ze had paused, Yezebeth urged, "Continue. I believe we should keep dancing. What if I insist on listening?" "You insist?" I cannot disappoint a lady." His attire appeared new, yet the style was outdated and it did not fit well. "Given that the Ministry of Magic is currently investigating the Blue Mountain Group, and your partner is still campaigning for the new mayor, I dare say he is experiencing some financial strain lately. Hence, his presence at this ball is likely to seek out benefactors. Judging by the absence of a rose on him, he intends to use his own position as leverage, inviting bids from both the reformists and the conservatives. This is the purpose of your presence here tonight, is it not?" Yet, from his expression after conversing with the reformists, it is evident that they could not meet his demands. Based on your partner's consistent advocacy for a harmonious city of muggles and wizards, he should prefer dealings with the reformists. However, the reconstruction of Ravinska village requires substantial funds. At least that town hospital should be of little use. Thus, he is internally conflicted whether to yield to his ideals or to act pragmatically. Yezebeth's face lit up with surprise, and she smiled slightly. "How intriguing. You have changed since the first time I met you." As the gentle music quickened, the dance movements became more passionate and vigorous. "That is indeed true," Xing Ze did not deny. "After the incident in Ravinska village, a part of my consciousness has deviated from the norm. I cannot quite articulate it, but I can sense that I am not the same as before." "You are afraid." "Why?" The music halted, and with it, the dance came to a stop. "You must have misseen." Yezebeth tilted her head, placing a business card in Xing Ze's hand. "My card. If anything arises, we can contact each other. I have your partner." "My partner is my partner. I am myself," Yezebeth stated. "I have a premonition that we shall meet again soon." Xing Ze, perplexed, tucked away the card while watching Yezebeth approach Shek. He turned around to find a approaching Yezebeth, a woman shrouded in mystery. Murmured quietly while swirling the wine in his glass. "She is quite selective. It is rare for someone to receive her invitation to dance. Should I feel fortunate then?" I smiled. "I cannot say for certain. Beautiful flowers often have thorns." With that, he extended his hand, and just as Xing Ze was trying to comprehend his intentions, A introduced himself, Ellen Hume. Understanding dawned on Xing Ze as he shook A's hand. "Xing Ze, it is a pleasure to meet you, sir. The next dance is about to begin. We ought to find a quiet place to converse." Xing Ze followed A to the outdoor balcony, casually shutting the door behind them. Ellen Hume, a splendid name, one inspired by divine revelation. "So, is the rumor about Slytherin genuine? Did you receive a divine message and then emerge from the Great Marsh?" I chuckled lightly. That is merely a tale concocted by Salazar Slytherin to elevate his own status. Nevertheless, this narrative seems to have conferred considerable prestige upon the Slytherin family. All for the sake of power and profit, is it not? At this juncture, that is indeed our objective. Power and profit can lead one astray. I remarked, gazing at the moon in the night sky. It is inevitable. There will always be those who succumb to temptation. So, are you concerned that we may ultimately become like the conservatives? No. Regardless, I will join you, for it seems there are no better options available. However, I require certain conditions. Speak your mind. Xing Ze outlined the round table's demands to A. After a moment of silence, A replied, "Those are not unreasonable requests. The Key Hall is indeed in need of a team capable of continuing the pursuit of those cultists. However, are you questioning the qualifications of the Round Table's members? Is that unreasonable, Xing Ze? Your individuals are uncontrollable. I wager even John is likely on your side, which is disadvantageous for me. Let us be fair. Your people must undergo necessary scrutiny. Once they pass the review, they will be acknowledged by us. In this way, neither of us will encounter complications. They do not need your approval. Understand." I nodded, understanding that in the realm of dream investigation, they were perhaps the creme de la creme. However, many individuals, one might say the majority, prefer teams governed by rules and regulations. Xing Ze contemplated for a moment. If they had not undergone the review, there was no need for concern. They would manage just fine. A war-knowing smile. Then I shall await good news. Chapter 257. The S-shaped corpses. The morning mist draped a gossamer veil over the bright sky, while the streetlights glimmered with a brass-hued glow, resembling pairs of demonic eyes. The damp, clammy fog carried with it the stench of sewage and the distinct briny odor of the sea. Xing Ze wrinkled his nose. The sound of crashing waves grew clearer, indicating that they were nearing their destination. Officer Reuben Wolfing's coat beaded with water droplets, sweat cascading down his brow, trailing along the side of his face until it pooled at his slightly stubbled chin, only to fall to the ground due to the tremors of his movement. "We're almost there, sir." Perhaps apprehensive of Xing Ze's urgency, the black officer reported their progress. "There's no need to hurry, officer. I merely wish to observe the scene." Reuben wiped his brow with his sleeve. "There's nothing particularly noteworthy about that place. We've photographed all necessary areas. Perhaps we should focus on the corpses instead." "Of course. That is merely my humble suggestion. After all, you are." The officer refrained from continuing, and within his words, Xing Ze detected neither complaint nor dissatisfaction. Perhaps this Muggle officer simply wished to understand how wizards solve cases. "After all, I am a wizard." Xing Ze completed the sentence. "Officer Wolfing, or perhaps I should address you as Inspector. There's no need for such formality. You are my son's teacher and a special investigator. Simply call me Reuben or Wolfing." Xing Ze nodded with a smile. Rum had mentioned in class that his father was a police officer, yet he had not specified that his father held the esteemed position of senior inspector within the Liverpool Merseyside Police. In this era, it was no small feat for a black police officer to attain such a rank, especially considering Reuben appeared to be just over 40. Thus, Xing Ze did not underestimate this Muggle officer. He had either exerted extraordinary effort or possessed considerable advantages. "Very well then, Mr. Wolfing. Have the 4 corpses been autopsied yet?" "Not yet. We had intended to perform the autopsy, but before we could, you all arrived. Our agents haven't had the chance to compile a detailed scene report." "Who discovered the bodies?" "A group of dock workers. They had just finished their shift and were heading to a bar for a drink. It was around 2 in the morning." Xing Ze quickly jotted down these details in his notebook. The incident had occurred unexpectedly, and he had yet to delve deeper into the case. On the journey here, he had been discussing his son with Reuben. Rum had originally been scheduled for a home visit due to his failure in the retake exam, though he was not at the forefront of the list. This opportunity allowed Xing Ze to converse with his father. From this father's account, Xing Ze learned much about Rum. According to him, his son had returned home looking troubled, but had refused to share anything, even with his witch mother. "I heard the bodies were arranged in an S shape." Reuben slowed his pace, taking a breath. "Yes. In my 5 years as a patrol officer and 8 as a detective, I have never encountered anything so bizarre. Goodness, I left the photos in the car. You really ought to see them. No rush. Let us first examine the scene." Just ahead, the inspector gestured, but quickly realized the fog obstructed their view. "Damn this weather." "Be careful, sir. We're about to descend the stairs." 2 minutes later, Xing Ze stood before a massive outflow pipe. "There, that S where the bodies are located." The inspector pointed to a spot not far away. Xing Ze followed his gaze, noting that the 4 corpses arranged in an S shape were not far from the outflow pipe, or the physiques of the victims. Reuben pulled out his notebook, moistening his thumb with saliva before flipping through its pages. 2 tall, 1 short, and 1 of average height. Exact measurements will have to wait until after the autopsy. "You must understand, sir, the 4 corpses are waterlogged and swollen. When we lifted them, we feared they might burst." As he spoke, the inspector cast an envious glance at Xing Ze's notebook, which hovered beside him, a quill pen gracefully recording everything automatically. "Magic, no matter how many times I witness it, remains wondrous," he marveled. "Years ago, my pregnant wife used magic to halt a car that was about to collide with her. From that moment, I knew my life would change dramatically." "Do you resent your wife for deceiving you?" "A little. She could have told me sooner. However, upon reflection, if she weren't a witch, I might have lost her." And Xing Ze smiled, approaching the location of the corpses, and gestured with his index finger, inquiring, "Right here, correct?" "Indeed. It's curious. Judging by the 4 corpses, they must have died some time ago, yet each body remains remarkably intact. In such a location, this is nothing short of a miracle. Typically, flies, rats, and other creatures would have surely feasted upon them, even though the corpses had been moved." Xing Ze could still detect a putrid stench. He examined the pebbles beneath the corpses and retrieved a small knife from his ring. Crouching, he flipped over a few stones, scooping up some soil to sniff, and a puzzle began to unravel. With a keen sense peculiar to his profession, Reuben curiously inquired, What puzzle, sir? Why haven't rats or flies troubled these corpses? Do you have evidence bags? Xing Ze asked. The inspector nodded, stowing his notebook. He produced several transparent plastic bags from his pocket and handed one to Xing Ze. One will suffice. Xing Ze accepted a bag, brushed the soil off his knife, and subsequently filled the bag with earth from the ground. He stood and handed the evidence bag to the inspector, explaining animals are far more sensitive than we are. These 4 corpses are highly toxic, which is why they have been untouched. I believe you should take this soil to the analysis center. I suspect this also clarifies why you weren't permitted to autopsy the bodies. Anyone who had close contact with the corpses requires necessary examinations and observations. Reuben, a true agent at heart, kept pace with Xing Ze's thoughts. I'll attend to it immediately. Remember to call someone to secure this area, Xing Ze reminded him. Of course. Will you accompany me to the analysis center? Or, no, I wish to speak with the wizard who ordered you to cease. Then I can give you a ride. Bert should be at the station by now. Let us depart. Xing Ze turned towards the bank, glancing back at the outflow pipe as he passed it. The dark tunnel resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. 4 nameless, naked corpses arranged in a ceremonial shape, still bearing their toxins. It seems this summer will not lack excitement. He mused himself. Chapter 258, The Burrow. Outside the car window, houses stood in close proximity, one after another. This was Liverpool, one of Britain's most bustling port cities. As Xing Ze reflected on his reasons for being here, he noted that there were approximately 10 days until the start of the Hogwarts term, and his summer visits had been rather lackluster. Some parents expressed their displeasure at his arrival, even going so far as to shoo him away with their pets, while the majority appeared bewildered and confused. After a series of evasive exchanges, Xing Ze would tactfully excuse himself, often claiming he was pressed for time and needed to head to the next household. At such moments, the drowsy parents would suddenly come alive as if injected with adrenaline. They would mask their joy with expressions of regret and indignation towards their children before ceremoniously sending Xing Ze on his way. Only a handful of families like the Weasleys welcomed his presence with genuine delight. Unsurprisingly, Ron Weasley had failed his course, but given that he had spent most of the term in mischief with Harry Potter, passing would have been a greater cause for concern for Xing Ze. As for Harry, he had barely scraped through the passing mark. Otherwise, Xing Ze might have found himself visiting the Dursleys, though that would have been utterly futile. The Weasley household, the Burrow, was a revelation to Xing Ze. He finally comprehended the concept of chaos imbued with order. He arrived just in time for afternoon tea, catching sight of the smoke rising from the chimney from a distance. To one side of the Burrow lay a pumpkin patch, brimming with magical pumpkins and enchanted potatoes. The other side featured a flower garden, populated by numerous blooms whose names escaped him, though most were obscured by weeds. Yet amidst that tangle, he spotted a small figure with red hair. Ginny? Xing Ze ventured to call. The little one looked up in confusion, blinking her large eyes upon recognizing him. Who are you? Are your parents home? I'm a teacher from Hogwarts, here for a home visit. Oh, please wait. The girl clapped her hands on her gardening apron and climbed through a window on the first floor. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out immediately. I told you not to climb through windows. Mom, we have a guest. A guest? Who? The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind the door, and Xing Ze could hear George and Fred's voices. There's a guest, George, hurry. I bet it's a salesman. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Mrs. Weasley, who nearly blocked the entrance, not merely due to her ample figure, but because the door itself was rather small. An outsider might easily mistake it for a back door. Oh, sir, we don't need. Before Mrs. Weasley could finish, Ginny interjected, He-s a teacher from Hogwarts. The girl peeked from behind her mother, her words piquing the twins' interest as they dashed to the door. A teacher? Mrs. Weasley pondered Ginny's statement. Indeed, Madame, Xing Ze smiled. I am the Muggle Studies teacher. Here for. His speech was interrupted once more as George and Fred exclaimed in unison. Merlin, it's you, sir? Come in. Mum, let our teacher in. Mrs. Weasley, taken aback by the twins' excitement, quickly stepped aside and nodded at Xing Ze. Oh, it truly is you, Mr. Xing Ze. I must be dreaming. Quickly, go call your father down. Tell him not to be napping. This unexpected warmth left Xing Ze somewhat bewildered. While he hesitated, the twins had already pulled him inside. Within moments, they reached the dining room, where a clean wooden table stood beside the kitchen, a kettle steaming on the stove alongside a sizzling cast-iron pan. Xing Ze couldn't discern the contents of the pot, as the twins had seated him on a chair, but judging by the delightful aroma wafting through the air, it was likely bacon and eggs. Ever since Mrs. Weasley learned his name, she had been beaming, urging George and Fred to wake their father while inquiring. Have you had lunch yet, Mr. Xing Ze? There is no need for such formality, madam. Please just call me Xing Ze. I have already eaten. No need to trouble yourselves. Then perhaps some herbal tea? It is indeed afternoon tea time. Would you care for some bacon and eggs? Just tea will suffice. Xing Ze replied, pondering why afternoon tea typically involves sweets and biscuits. Hinny, seated beside him, waved him closer, urging him to lean in. He obliged, allowing her to whisper in his ear. That S for Dad. He worked until dawn last night and went to sleep without eating. After this, she added, the herbal tea is from my own picking. Ah, Xing Ze nodded, offering her a smile. A cup of herbal tea was placed before him, and Mrs. Weasley, wringing her hands nervously, said, Sir, please do not interrupt me. I insist on addressing you this way. I must thank you for saving my son, Ron Weasley. No, Madam. That is I who should apologize. A loud thud echoed from upstairs, shaking the ceiling of the first floor as dust and wood shavings cascaded down. Mrs. Weasley wore an awkward yet polite smile, swiftly removing the teacup from Xing Ze's presence. Let us get you a different cup of tea, sir. The wooden stairs creaked ominously, the sound growing heavier, and shortly after, the rhythmic descent was disrupted. A man's voice screamed, Who left these broken toys here? My toe. The culprit behind the disruption had been identified, the mystery solved in less than 3 seconds. Xing Ze thought to himself, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Mrs. Weasley covered her face in despair. Merlin's beard. I have never felt so embarrassed, she muttered, though Xing Ze heard her clearly. Arthur Weasley was a robust man, differing somewhat from his cinematic portrayal, though his appearance was similar to what Xing Ze had envisioned. He was slightly balding, clad in loose, floral pajamas, his expression weary and bewildered. Merlin's beard. Upon seeing Xing Ze, he exclaimed, I beg your pardon, Mr. Xing Ze, for appearing before you in this state. Xing Ze rose from his seat, shaking Arthur's hand. No, I should be the one apologizing. I hope my unannounced visit does not cause you any inconvenience. Certainly not. Percy's voice came from the staircase. The hero of Ravenclaw has come to our home. This will undoubtedly enhance my future resume. Chapter 259, Observation. Inspector Wolfing. Have you ever experienced being stared at with fervent eyes? Xing Ze retrieved his gaze and inquired. Are you referring to my daily routine of taking attendance and assigning patrol duties? Reuben retorted, ever since I was promoted to patrol inspector, it has been a daily occurrence. That must be quite an unpleasant experience. If you grew up in such an environment, you would find it to be nothing extraordinary, the inspector remarked, candidly revealing a chilling truth. Xing Ze nodded in acknowledgement as they encountered the morning rush hour, with a long queue forming at the traffic light intersection. Sir, it seems we may have to wait for quite some time. If you have other matters to attend to, Rui ben removed helplessly. Do not concern yourself with me, Inspector. I have ample time. Furthermore, I enjoy contemplating while in transit. Have you informed your colleagues? Indeed, I just notified them via radio. He replied, then there is no cause for concern. Xing Ze fell into deep thought once more. At that moment, 8 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. With a rigid smile, he lifted his teacup and took a sip before saying, Harry, I did not expect to see you here. This statement was akin to casting a stone upon a tranquil lake, causing ripples to emerge. Almost simultaneously, the Weasley family began to explain. The buzzing chatter left Xing Ze uncertain of whom to listen to, prompting him to wave his hand and say, Everyone, please. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley interjected, Be quiet. Let me speak. Clearly, her authoritative command was far more effective than Xing Ze's silent protest. Yes, sir. Harry has been staying with us for nearly a month now. His uncle and aunt. They locked him in his room, George exclaimed. And they didn't even feed him. Fred added. I did not come here for that matter. Xing she clarified. I am here because. For Merlin's sake, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, visibly relieved. He exhaled and reached for the fried eggs and bacon that his wife had passed him. You know, I've been quite worried about this. I always forget to submit an application to the Ministry of Magic regarding this issue. It's maddening. Mrs. Weasley gave her husband a sharp look. Oh, this wretched job has me spinning in circles. Sir, last night, I documented 7 households, nearly traversing all of England. 1 person, 7 households. Lower your voice, Arthur. You'll frighten the children, she admonished. Oh, my apologies, Molly. Dear, could you fetch me a cup of tea? Mrs. Weasley handed a teacup to Hinny, who placed it on the table, discreetly snatching a piece of caramel biscuit as she did so. Thank you, my little sweetheart. Your work is quite meaningful, Dad. It ensures that those individuals do not deceive poor muggles. You're performing a noble deed. Percy's words were pleasing to Arthur. Flatterer, Fred muttered. Hey, I heard that. You little brat, Percy retorted. Mrs. Weasley said, you should learn from Percy. Your teacher is here, and I really must discuss this. No, Ron protested. Don't bring that up. Mum, I must address it, she insisted. Even if it means your father could lose his job? George questioned. Hey, I believe Mr. Xing Ze is not one to speak ill of others behind their backs. Arthur interjected, seemingly unperturbed, even a bit smug. You want to believe it, sir? I constructed a magical car that can fly, and those 3 little ones used it to fetch Harry. Upon sensing his wife's impending ire, Arthur quickly added, of course. That was entirely improper, very improper. Xing Ze seized the opportunity to interject, speaking as swiftly as he could. That's quite impressive, Mr. Weasley, a flying car. However, I am here concerning Ron. Dad, can you tell me about what happened last night? Ginny asked, sitting beside Xing Ze with a plate of baked apple pie. Occasionally glancing at Harry. Harry, who had remained silent, chimed in, I would like to hear about it too, Mr. Weasley. I've always been curious about the workings of the Ministry of Magic. Boring, boring, still boring, Mr. Weasley remarked, taking a large sip of tea, though there were still aspects worth discussing. As soon as a story was mentioned, the children perked up, and even Mrs. Weasley refrained from her usual chatter. What surprised me most last night was a household called the Thomases. Apologies, children, but you know I cannot disclose their full name. They had a vast collection of books, so many that they filled the entire house, cluttering the corridors and stairs. Just like our home, Fred pointed out, indicating the staircase. There's always a pile of things. Oh, don't interrupt your father, Ginny protested. Fred threw up his hands, signaling for his father to continue. Mr. Thomas mentioned that someone had broken into his home and stolen quite a few books, Arthur continued. Percy raised his hand and, upon receiving a nod from his father, asked, Shouldn't the Aurors handle this? That's the workplace for you, Percy. They push nearly everything onto us. Now, children, the exciting part is coming. Mr. Thomas is a squib. According to him, his great-grandmother was a witch and left behind many valuable books. Clearly, he had no right to keep those books, so I had to confiscate them. Everyone except Xing Ze burst into laughter. He understood the humor in this tale. Mr. Thomas, originally a victim, had inexplicably transformed into a criminal. Unless you have obtained permission from the Ministry of Magic's Explosives and Dangerous Magical Artifacts Office, a squib has no right to harbor wizarding books, as the improper use of magic could cost them their lives, an occurrence that has happened before. Of course, compared to this peculiar experience, Xing Ze was more intrigued by the Ministry of Magic's Explosives and Dangerous Magical Artifacts Office. This absurdly named department was actually responsible for confiscating hazardous magical items. Due to the nature of their work, they often collaborated with the Office of Muggle Artifacts Misuse. The infamous list of prohibited magical items originated from this department. And speaking of which, Xing Ze had a considerable stash of explosive cigars, fire cigarettes, and a plethora of other contraband hidden within his ring. All right, enough laughter, children. Show some sympathy. Mr. Weasley waved his hand. I believe Mr. Xing Ze has many remarkable stories to share. Everything returned to its starting point, and those 8 pairs of eyes turned once more to Xing Ze, now with even greater fervor. We have arrived, sir. The inspector's words jolted Xing Ze from his reverie. He opened his eyes to behold the imposing facade of the Seasater County Police Station. Please take me to see Burke. Thank you. Chapter 260, The Archives Room. Burke Steele was a balding little man, his diminutive frame hunched behind the front desk as he meticulously examined the old archives catalog. The rhythmic tapping of his ballpoint pen echoed throughout the basement until the sound of footsteps descending the stairs interrupted him. Burke, I brought the person. Rue Ben addressed the slight archivist with respect. Burke's small eyes lingered on Xing Ze for a moment before he replied, Very well, go about your business, Rue Ben. If anything arises, I will contact you. The inspector gestured to Xing Ze before hastening toward the staircase. Is it you, the hero of Ravenska Village? Burke leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the counter. Could you please present your identification? Will this suffice? Xing Ze retrieved the Merlin medal from his ring. His key to the door had not reverted since being transformed into a medal by A. Or rather, this is the ultimate visage of the key to the door. Its function unchanged, yet significantly enhanced. Beyond its ability to access a plethora of information, it also serves as a key, capable of instantly transporting individuals to the nearest safe haven. Of course, like all door keys, its method of transmission can be rather overwhelming, perhaps even more so. At least, after a single experience, Xing Ze found himself unexpectedly nauseated, reminiscent of his inaugural encounter with the phantom apparition. May I have a look? Burke extended his hand. Xing Ze generously handed over the medal, while the elderly man examined it closely, remarking, Do you realize this medal is not a first-class Merlin medal? Well, I mean, it is a Merlin medal, but it differs from the current ones. Xing Ze noted this distinction as well. According to his textbooks, the Merlin medal is categorized into 3 tiers, each represented by a unique hue. The first class is gold, The second class is purple, and the third class is white. Many uninformed individuals mistakenly believe that the first-class Merlin medal is the most prestigious. Yet this is a profound misconception. Each tier of the medal corresponds to different significances. The first class is awarded for exceptionally brave or distinguished acts in the magical realm, exemplified by figures like Dumbledore. The second class is conferred upon those whose accomplishments or efforts surpass the ordinary, most notably represented by Newt Scamander. The third class, on the other hand, is bestowed upon individuals who have contributed to our knowledge or entertainment, akin to the esteemed Gilderoy Lockhart, who is about to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Moreover, this particular medal differs from the three tiers, primarily crafted from crystal, with a green silk ribbon that dances in a mesmerizing manner. Xing Ze regarded this merely as a distinction between the physical object and its photograph, never giving it much thought until Burke's recent mention sparked his curiosity. "Let me pose a question to you, young man," Burke said. "Do you know who issued the medal?" "Wisingamot." Burke nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Wisingamot, an entity far older than the Ministry of Magic." As he spoke, he returned the medal to Xing Ze, noting this is their original medal, not the kind currently governed by the Ministry of Magic. "Take good care of it. It may save your life in critical moments." "Well, I tried it, and it made me nauseous for several days." A smile crept on Burke's face. "It has been quite some time, yet they still have not updated the enchantments on it." "Have they? Perhaps in a bid to preserve tradition? Tradition? Merely the stubborn insistence of those antiquated relics." "Very well, we have conversed enough. Follow me." Burke rose and headed toward the archive room behind him. "Are you not going to provide me with a pass?" "Come now, it is merely a front desk. One can easily leap over it. This dilapidated place sees no visitors for an entire year, and even the surveillance cameras are in disrepair. No one will notice." Xing Ze shrugged, effortlessly vaulting over the front desk. The archive room was expansive, filled with towering filing cabinets that partitioned the vast space into labyrinthine corridors. Burke's voice called from Xing Ze's right. "This way, young man." Following the sound, Xing Ze found him standing on a slightly raised circular tile. "Come, stand beside me," he instructed. As Xing Ze stepped onto the tile, Burke produced his wand and softly uttered an incantation. With the spell, the filing cabinets began to shift. After a dazzling array of movements and transformations, a straight path materialized before Xing Ze. "Where are we headed?" Xing Ze inquired. "To be honest, I would prefer discussing those 4 nameless corpses over wandering this maze." No. Burke waved his hand dismissively. "Not here. Have a bit of patience, young man." With a sigh, Xing Ze acquiesced, closing his mouth, and soon they arrived at the end of the passage. Burke tapped his wand against a brick wall, causing the bricks to bulge, revealing an entrance before them. "Is the spellcaster of this enchantment the same as the one from the leaky cauldron?" Xing Ze asked curiously. "Most spells in the world share commonality," Burke replied. "A few alterations are all that is required." Beyond the entrance lay a spacious office, where he sat behind an oak desk, while John lounged on the sofa, sipping a drink. "Hey, old friend, long time no see," John greeted as Xing Ze entered. "What have you been up to all summer?" "I visited Banson's old residence, but Bach said you were on a home visit." "Good grief, home visit? Have Hogwarts teachers become so diligent in this day and age? Someone ought to document this for the ministry. I bet those idle employees would be shamed into oblivion." A waved his hand, causing the entrance to close automatically, then waved again, summoning 2 chairs to slide into position behind Burke and Xing Ze. "We have much to discuss, but little time," he remarked, glancing at his pocket watch. "So, let us dispense with the pleasantries." He turned his gaze to Xing Ze. "Have you seen the corpses?" "Not yet," Xing Ze replied as he settled in his chair, "but I did visit the scene." "You ought to examine the corpses first," I suggested, without a hint of reproach. "The 4 nameless bodies, swollen from water, are unlikely to yield useful clues to anyone but a professional." I nodded. "In that case, you must have discovered something at the scene." "Poison," Xing Ze replied. Snake venom," Burke interjected. "We are all aware of that. But why not seal off the scene?" "It seems Reuben is not aware of the lethal nature of the corpses." Burke dismissed the notion nonchalantly. "You cannot explain too much to muggles. One answer often leads to more questions. Besides, we need a place to store the corpses. How would it appear to leave them outside? As for sealing off the area, snake venom is not particularly potent, and that site is a sewage outlet. The seawater would naturally dilute the toxin. Snake venom is one of the more common poisons in the magical world and is a staple in potion examinations. Generally, potions made from it possess a distinctive aroma, making them relatively easy to identify." While Burke's reasoning was not without merit, upon deeper reflection, it became apparent that he sought to have muggles transport the corpses, as they could explode at any moment, posing a significant risk even to wizards. However, Xing Ze had no intention of exposing this truth. He was not foolish enough to embrace such righteousness. Very well, I shall remain silent and listen to your explanations. I cleared his throat. This pertains to the secrets of the Slytherin family, and we do not have the luxury of time to discuss it. However, I hope you will undertake an investigation. Xing Ze. Is this considered a private commission? Xing Ze queried uncertainly. Yes, a private commission, not through the keyhole, I affirmed. I will have Burke convey the detailed information to you. Is there compensation? A furrowed his brow. Naturally, there will be remuneration. All expenses incurred during the investigation will be covered by the Slytherin family, and upon completion, I will provide you with a satisfactory reward. Excellent. Xing Ze nodded. At the very least, can you tell me what I'm searching for? A creature responsible for the deaths of those 4 individuals, I replied, taking a deep breath. Although I cannot ascertain it definitively just yet, the 4 corpses were arranged in the shape of ants. To my knowledge, only a select few entities from the realm of dreams would position bodies in such a manner. His voice trembled slightly, and Xing Ze sensed A's trepidation. I suspect you're unfamiliar with the names or origins of these creatures. They are merely recorded in the obscure history of my family, fragmented and cryptic in its language. At this, it produced a pocket watch, glancing at it. Time is of the essence. I must attend to those bothersome politicians. I apologize, Xing Ze. But your home visit may have to be postponed. Xing Ze shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. Perhaps I should be grateful to you for extricating me from my predicament, he mused internally. Had it not been for that peculiar letter, he might have spent an entire evening recounting his story to the Weasley family. Since this is a private commission, I have requests of my own. Speak. I need the bodies sent to St. Mungo's for dissection by therapist Ackerman. You must understand, Xing Ze, that your team members are still undergoing assessment, I cautioned. Xing Ze smiled faintly in response. This is a private commission, not routed through the keyhole. And you are not commissioning me in your capacity as a keyhole executive. If that is the case, why concern ourselves with the assessment? I seemed momentarily taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. Fascinating. The bodies may be sent for dissection by Ackerman, yet the investigation must be conducted solely by you. This matter must remain confidential. Xing Ze turned to his former partner. Did you not come to assist me in the investigation? My apologies, old friend. John waved his hand dismissively. This time, I am merely your liaison. Moreover, I need to cultivate connections for the round table with the Ministry of Magic. So good luck to you. Xing Ze resignedly nodded. I have another request. I require a vehicle. Half an hour later, a simple report and a car key materialized in Xing Ze's hand, while John stood beside him, shielding his eyes as he searched for the vehicle. Damn it, how do those muggles identify their cars? He muttered in frustration. Xing Ze pressed the car key, and with a few beeps, a blue Jaguar XJ illuminated its taillights. This is how you identify it, he remarked to John. The 2 men settled into the car, John adjusting his position to find the most comfortable seat, and he inquired with some confusion, we could have taken a faster route to the meeting point. We still have an hour before meeting the detective, Jay, Xing Ze replied. That is ample time, and I wish to ask you a few questions. Before you do, may I inquire whether you know how to operate this thing? Xing Ze started the vehicle. Of course. Do not forget what I have done in the past. Oh, I remember now. John pulled out a flask and took a swig. So, you and that detective were once colleagues. Indeed. I am quite curious, Jay. Why the Slytherin family would hire a mute detective? Isn't it written in the report Burke provided you? Let the report go to hell. Tell me, my friend. You must know something. John gazed out the window as buildings whizzed by. All right, kid. I know that even if I don't say anything, you would eventually uncover it. Frank, the mute detective. He is quite renowned, both in the magical world and the muggle world. Many prominent families have commissioned him for investigations. What does the Slytherin family want from Mr. Frank? Xing Ze asked. The report mentioned searching for a book, but how could a book be related to those for corpses? Burke told me it was Frank who informed him that the bodies were highly toxic. John put away his flask, shaking his head. That I do not know. All I am aware of is that the book is titled Fangs of the Serpent, rumored to be one of the Slytherin family's lost treasures. Fangs of the Serpent? Xing Ze echoed, attempting to recall any relevant information from his memory, but found nothing. Fascinating. What else do you know, Jay? Frank is an eccentric character. According to him, while he is a detective, he does not produce investigation reports. He only reports when absolutely necessary, and of course, will respond if the client inquires, provided he remembers to reply. Ah, I see. You are not only my liaison, but also the contact for that peculiar detective. Precisely. You have no idea how self-absorbed that guy is. If I could, I would love to cast a curse on him to teach him a lesson. Why not? He possesses a powerful magical artifact, which renders ordinary spells ineffective against him. Additionally, he is quite skilled himself, and knows a few curses, albeit they are all prohibited. Otherwise, a mute who knows so many family secrets would have long since met his demise in the streets. That makes sense. It seems this Frank has caused you no small amount of trouble. Indeed. John wore a look of exasperation. I've sought him out 3 times, but each time, I was turned away. That fellow even insulted me as a vagrant. The last time, I had him suspended from the ceiling for an hour. And that powerful magical artifact? Surely he does not carry it with him at all times. John flashed a meaningful grin. You did that on purpose. Xing Ze realized the implication. Chapter 262, A Conversation with the Young Lady. The meeting point with the detective was located at an abandoned warehouse on a remote dock. A place once used for the repair of warships, but which had gradually fallen into disuse after the conclusion of the war. Xing Ze and John traversed the pothole-ridden road. The weather sweltering, yet devoid of sunlight, the air thick with rising humidity. John could not resist taking a swig from his flask, grumbling, I'm starting to think that damn detective is playing us for fools. Why do you say that? Oh, for heaven's sake. John frowned, exclaiming, as he spotted a dead seabird floating in a nearby puddle. Who would choose a meeting place like this? It's so putrid it reminds me of the upside-down alley. They circumvented the puddle, and Xing Ze peered in, noting that the bird was largely decomposed, now a banquet for maggots. Was it your last meeting with him here? Certainly not. Had it not been for you, I would never have set foot in this place. My previous meetings were either in cafes or bars. At least there, I wouldn't have to drink my own liquor. Oh, what a wretched place. Xing Ze drew his wand and cast a minor, weather-in-a-bottle spell for John. Where did you last meet him? Ah, you mean the time I suspended him from the ceiling? John pondered for a moment. I can't recall the name of that bar, but I distinctly remember hanging him from the ceiling of the restroom, and I cast a concealment charm. And the timing? Hey, kid, why do you sound like you're interrogating me? Does this even matter? Just a habit. Xing Ze pulled out his notebook to jot down the information he had just received. I'll buy you a drink later. Bert prepaid me 300 galleons. Now that's more like it. It was probably around the end of July, though I can't recall the specifics. After traversing a lush patch of vibrant front grass sprouting from the cracks in the road, Xing Ze pulled out the report to glance at it, revealing a map drawn by Burke on the reverse side. A right turn and a short walk ahead. And we shall arrive. Is it time yet? We still have 20 minutes. I doubt that detective will arrive early. Of course not. John took another sip. My drink is nearly finished, so please remember to speak quickly. Have you looked into the Serpent's Tooth? You know I have never been fond of books. John replied, however, I have tasked Edwin and Reiko with the investigation, just as I would expect from you. Speaking of which, do you truly intend to entrust the round table to that young lady? Ellie is undoubtedly the most adept among us at managing a team, Xing Ze remarked. Not to mention, she has invested quite a bit in us. As our benefactor, it is only fitting to grant her an appropriate position. You are the boss. It is your call, John said. Since we still have a moment, do you need me to report on my recent work accomplishments? No need. Just as you lack interest in books, I share the same disinterest in politics, Xing Ze replied. However, do proceed. If there is anything that requires attention, inform Ellie. She is likely more capable than I in handling such matters. You are quite the hands-off manager, John teased. Let the right person handle the right task. That is how one achieves efficiency. Is that yet another adage from that book? Xing Ze remained silent, halting his steps to gaze at the dilapidated warehouse looming ahead. We have arrived. Banson's old residence. More cookies, dear lady? Pochi inquired of Ellie. No, no, no. The young lady waved her hand. Your cookies are too delectable. Yet I must control my weight. I have become rather indulgent lately and have gained quite a bit. I think you look as perfect as you are now, Reiko remarked, approaching Ellie with a glass of cheap wine. Please, no more flattery, great poet. There is no possibility for us. That must be the most hurtful thing I have heard this summer. Did you all hear that? My heart is shattered. No need to worry. Within 3 days, your heart shall be revived by some bartender, perhaps a barmaid, or maybe even a widow. Edwin chimed in, carrying a bottle of beer as he sat beside Ellie. Reiko frowned, diverting the topic. Dear Miss Shafik, could you share how you convinced your father to allow you to rejoin us? Ellie bit her lip, lost in thought. Do you have any leftover steak? This was the first thing Xing Ze said when he saw her at the ball, quite fitting for this steel-hearted man. I wager the steak on the table could last you a week. Perhaps someone has secretly cursed me. Until now, I have not had a bite of warm food. Observing the aggrieved and vexed expression on Xing Ze's face, Ellie couldn't help but chuckle, though she quickly composed herself, stating earnestly, I know a safe route to the kitchen. But before that, I hope you can tell me what my father discussed with you. He wants me to expel you from the round table. I anticipated he would resort to that. The young lady's lips curled slightly, so I had John register a corporate account in the name of the round table at Gringotts, depositing 500,000 galleons into it. For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze exclaimed in astonishment. 500,000? How much wealth do you possess? I'm not entirely sure. 8 million? 10 million? The young lady tilted her head in contemplation. Perhaps more. It is all at Gringotts. I have 3 financial advisors managing that money for me. And I have an assistant overseeing my company. Enough, enough, Xing Ze waved his hand. So your intention to teach at Hogwarts is purely for the task of the key room. Ellie neither confirmed nor denied it, merely shrugging. Unfortunately, even that was thwarted by my father. Thus, I am unemployed. The defense against the dark arts professors are indeed temporary positions, Xing Ze thought to himself. And then you took up a role as an investor for the Round Table. Why not manage your own company? My assistant is highly capable and never complains about overtime. In fact, he is solely focused on work to the extent that I have to force him to take a vacation. So that is not my concern. I merely need to sign some documents. Speaking of which, Ellie raised her arm. See, I possess a splendid gown, a lakeside villa in London, and enough money to last a lifetime. Yet, I cannot allow myself to become so decadent. I need to find something to occupy my time. I can see that. Xing Ze remarked. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy, yet he restrained the venomous words at the tip of his tongue. You sought a task that would both torment me and prove that you are more than just a wealthy heiress devoid of substance. Your father informed me that during your studies at Nameless, you were greatly influenced by your great-aunt, Carlotta Pinkston. I recall she was a renowned activist, correct? Advocating for the use of magic in front of muggles and asserting that wizards should step out into the world. You are mistaken on one point. My interest in Carlotta Pinkston did not arise during my studies at Nameless. I have revered her since childhood, Ellie declared proudly, utterly indifferent to the fact that the activist she spoke of was a notorious political prisoner. My middle name is Pinkston, a detail even my father is unaware of. Chapter 263, The Serpent's Tooth. Xing Ze and John waited in that crumbling warehouse for a full 30 minutes, yet the renowned detective failed to appear. He has played us for fools. John kicked a rusted bucket on ground. Unless he wishes to abandon his career in this field, Xing Ze said with a serious expression. The message he sent to A was for you to meet him. No detective would entertain their client for amusement. Observing Xing Ze's earnest demeanor, John immediately sensed something amiss. He inquired, "What do you smell?" That statement makes me feel like a dog, as Xing Ze replied. He strode towards the exit. Through simple deduction, he must have changed the meeting location. From your description, Frank is a conceited and arrogant individual. Individuals like him rarely alter their habits unless compelled by external factors. Moreover, you mentioned he only contacts clients upon discovering significant leads. So? John asked in confusion as Xing Ze halted. Why would a proud detective, who typically arranges meetings in bars or cafes, suddenly choose this remote dock warehouse? Because he is in grave danger, Jay. Although I'm still unclear about what precisely threatens him, it must be related to what he has uncovered. Do you know where his office is? John shook his head. Don't look at me like that, kid. He has never disclosed it to me, nor do I wish to know. Very well, then let us return to the precinct. Burke will surely be informed. Still driving? No, we must make haste. With that, Xing Ze vanished from sight using apparition. Ah, damn it. John sighed. Why does everything involving you always take a turn for the worse? Couldn't he, that foolish detective, have just drowned himself in a bathtub instead? However, despite his complaints, John followed closely behind Xing Ze. They arrived at the old archives beneath the Merseyside Police Department. Upon seeing the returning Xing Ze and John, Burke inquired, "Did you find him?" That was quicker than I anticipated. Unfortunately, that detective has stood us up. Hearing Xing Ze's words, Burke exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible. Although Frank can be eccentric, he would never joke about something so serious." "That is precisely what we fear," Xing Ze replied. Burke immediately grasped the implication. Good heavens, do you think something has happened to him? Provide me with his office address and home address. Burke drew his wand and tapped the archive catalog. The pages turned automatically until it stopped, at which point he examined it and removed a page to hand to Xing Ze. It's all listed here. Xing Ze took a glance at it, and alongside John, briskly exited the archives, recalling that a detailed map of Liverpool was located on the first floor of the police station. He approached the map and quietly uttered a spell with his wand. John, in a tacit agreement, cast a concealment charm. According to Burke, this city map was also a magical one, capable of revealing the magical transportation system of Liverpool with a simple incantation. We are fortunate. There is a flu network point near his office. After confirming the route, Xing Ze waved his wand to revert the map to its original state. John dispelled the concealment charm and quietly asked, "How confident are you that he is still alive?" "It depends on the significance of the information he unearthed. However, judging by those 4 corpses, it seems the detective is in grave danger." "Another intricate case, I presume?" Xing Ze remarked as they made their way outside the police station. "If it were simple, awakens have sent me to investigate. Just as they exited the station, they encountered Ruben returning from patrol. The black inspector approached them, noticing Xing Ze's hurried demeanor, and asked, "What have you discovered, sir?" "Nothing conclusive yet. Do senior inspectors also need to patrol the streets?" Ruben glanced at John and replied with a smile, "Just to keep myself from becoming rusty." With that, he extended his hand toward John. "Ruben Wolflin." John shook the inspector's hand, saying, "I admire your uniform." "Thank you. Do you oversee the old Hall Street area?" Xing Ze interjected. The inspector shook his head, replying, "No." "Are you planning to head there?" "Indeed." "Then ride with me. I have many acquaintances there." John chuckled. "No need, sir. We have our own means. But we cannot bring you along." "Ah," the inspector understood. "Then I shall drive over. Provide me with an address." Xing Ze relayed the address to him, and then he and John proceeded to the nearest Flu network point. "That was a clever move," Edwin remarked. "You've essentially become our investor, which means that regardless of your involvement, you'll be entangled with us." Ellie smiled, recalling the shocked expression on her father's face. The last time he exhibited such astonishment was when he learned of her application to join the Key Hall. Although she felt guilty for doing so, she had no intention of living according to his wishes, waiting until she was of suitable age to marry a man of equal status, thereby becoming just another cornerstone of the Shafiq family. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Even the dreamlike horrors of Ravenska village had not instilled such profound fear in her. Yes, she feared becoming a soulless puppet, akin to the portraits adorning the stairwell of the manor. "Has anyone seen Xing Ze this summer?" To alleviate the tension, Ellie shifted the topic. She was uncertain why she had directed the conversation toward that straightforward man. "He went on a home visit," replied Pochi, who had come in to serve tea. "Home visit?" Ellie looked curiously at Reiko and Edwin. "Are you aware of this?" The poet shrugged. "Not a clue. But it sounds very much like his style. No one would undertake such a thankless task these days." Ellie nodded and added, "All right, let us not dwell on him. Is John asking you to investigate anything?" "An ancient tome titled The Serpent's Tooth," Edwin replied. "We conducted some research and discovered that this book was a treasure of the Slytherin family. Salazar Slytherin bequeathed it to the Gaunt family. However, as you know, the Gaunt family no longer exists, and the book has vanished as well. We are attempting to ascertain its whereabouts. In my personal opinion, the Gaunts likely sold it to some antique dealer. After all, according to rumors, they nearly sold their tables and chairs." "What is the book about?" Reiko interjected. "We are currently investigating," he continued. But what?" At the moment the question escaped her lips, Ellie realized it was related to dreams again. Wasn't it? Indeed. Chapter 264, Scene Analysis. The door to the penthouse office was slightly ajar, and the plaque reading Frank's detective agency indicated that Xing Ze and his companions had indeed found the place. John cautiously and adeptly moved to one side of the door, gripping his wand and signaling to Xing Ze. Xing Ze nodded and approached the other side of the door. Once both were prepared, he gently pushed the door open. The wooden door creaked as it swung back, and John peeked inside before suddenly leaping from his hiding place and kicking the door wide open. "Safe," he declared, sheathing his wand. Xing Ze followed him into the room, noting that this detective did not seem to favor spacious areas. The cramped loft created a sense of urgency, akin to a dwarf standing in a crowded subway. Large windows offered a clear view of the opposite floor. The interior was in complete disarray, and just as John stepped into the sitting room to assess the situation, he was halted by Xing Ze. "Do not disturb the scene. Just observe from outside. We'll wait until Ruben arrives before we enter. Just stand here and watch." John felt somewhat perplexed. Although the entire room was visible at a glance, it was evident that a fierce struggle had occurred within. Standing there would obscure many corners, and John could hardly be described as a patient individual. "For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze, that fellow has undoubtedly encountered trouble. We cannot simply stand idly by." "I am not standing idly," Xing Ze replied, carefully scrutinizing the entire room, attempting to unearth more useful clues from the chaotic scene. He stepped inside, moving quickly, and thus failed to notice the bulging doormat beneath his feet. Xing Ze's gaze fell upon the corner of the mat that had been kicked up. He must have tripped and dropped a matchbox. Stepping forward slightly, he picked up the paper-covered matchbox. "I thought we were not supposed to disturb the scene," John remarked. "Trust me, the police's investigative skills far exceed ours." Xing Ze pocketed the matchbox, adding, "However, one thing is certain. They will conceal certain details from us. Thus, we require some leverage for exchange." Upon concluding his remarks, he resumed his analysis of the room's circumstances. The damage to the clue wall indicated a connection to the matter Frank was currently investigating. Xing Ze stepped aside, casting his gaze towards the desk. As previously mentioned, he was in a state of urgency, so much so that he neglected even to return the drawer to its place. which could very well have been opened by the assailant. Xing Ze furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately dismissing this notion. If the assailant had opened it, they would not have limited themselves to just one drawer. The detective gathered the essential documents and placed them into his briefcase. His eyes lingered by a vase, where a brown leather briefcase lay discarded behind it, yet no scattered papers were visible. The perpetrator had absconded with the investigative materials. Splendid. My workload has just increased. You've been observing everything like an owl since the beginning, John remarked as he approached. Did you spot any mice? Indeed. Xing Ze gestured towards a hole in the wall, a bullet hole. When you had Frank hanging upside down, did you see his weapon? He had a gun strapped to his waist, the kind with a cylinder. After hearing John's words, Xing Ze crouched down. Now, you resemble a groundhog lying there. Shell casing. 38 caliber, consistent with Frank's service weapon. But why? Why is the bullet hole in the wall? Puzzled, Xing Ze rose from the ground and glanced again at the ajar front door, pondering for a moment before sweeping his gaze around the room. No blood. John frowned. What? No blood. No traces of blood. Xing Ze replied. How intriguing. Such a fierce struggle, yet no evidence of bloodshed. Perhaps someone used magic to cleanse it, John suggested, producing his wand to cast a tracking spell. As a former Auror, he had not forgotten this incantation. However, nothing transpired. Remember to teach me that next time. Xing Ze remarked. Why do I feel you are mocking me? John spread his hands. Not being a wizard, the tracking spell yielded no results. This place is as clean as my coin purse. So what are your thoughts? Or shall we wait for our African-American colleague to arrive? Upon his return from outside, he stumbled over the doormat, but did not fall. Instead, he forcefully pressed his left foot into the ground, leaving a footprint. Xing Ze retrieved a handkerchief from John's front pocket, then knelt down to gather some soil around the footprint. With a keen sense of smell, even without placing it under his nose, Xing Ze could detect the scent of snake venom emanating from the earth. I wager he must have just returned from the scene of 4 corpses. He strode directly to his desk, his purpose clear, locating the investigative materials with the intent to depart. He was aware that he was being tracked and remained in peril. Thus, before returning to this place, he had contacted Burke, requesting a meeting with A. He grasped his briefcase, preparing to leave when something struck him from behind. Wait, John interjected from behind. Not from the front. How can you ascertain it was from behind? The bullet holes in the wall, Xing Ze replied. If those holes were made by Frank firing as he entered, the shell casings would be closer to the entrance, not near the center of the room. You saw for yourself. This place is straightforward. One can see everything upon entering. Perhaps the assailant waited until he reached the center of the room before unleashing their attack. Look, John, you can't think after all, Xing Ze teased. Let us not forget, our detective tripped upon entering. That would have been the perfect opportunity for the assailant to strike if they sought his life. So what was the assailant waiting for? The investigative materials? Xing Ze indicated the empty briefcase. I shared your earlier doubt, Jay. Why not kill Frank when he was most vulnerable, instead of waiting until he was on guard? Until you cast the tracking spell? But my tracking spell revealed nothing. You ought to examine more closely. Some magical traces lingered in the open drawer for a while. Remember what you said earlier? Though Frank was a mute, he knew some spells. He cast a spell on the drawer to deter thieves. Precisely, much like a safe. And the assailant evidently lacked the ability to dispel the enchantment. So they had to wait for Frank to retrieve the investigative materials before striking. Xing Ze nodded. He was attacked from behind, but Frank must have sensed something. His briefcase was knocked away, and his handgun did not prove effective against the assailant. As he spoke, Xing Ze glanced at a chair that had been shattered. The assailant had considerable strength. He approached the chair, using the handkerchief to sift through some debris. Moreover, there were sharp claws. Beneath the fragments were deep claw marks, consistent with those on the clue wall. Chapter 265, The Oncoming Fortunes. John took a swig from his flask. How do you manage all this? Magic? I didn't TC you cast any spells, for Merlin's sake. You just reconstructed the entire scene. Don't celebrate too soon, Jay. Xing Ze replied. It's all merely conjecture. Besides, we still lack one crucial element. What is it? Are you serious? Oh, John finally realized Frank's corpse. He might still be alive. Don't ruin my rare good mood. Xing Ze shot John a glance before exiting the room. Aren't you waiting for that Muggle police officer? That's up to you. Xing Ze waved his hand. Write to me if you discover anything. You owe me a drink, kid. Don't forget that. Of course, of course. Xing Ze entered the elevator and retrieved a matchbox from his pocket, opening it to reveal a hastily scrawled note inside. Esuy. He then closed the matchbox, murmuring to himself. Margaret's restaurant. Who did you meet there, detective? As the elevator reached the ground floor, just as Xing Ze was about to exit, he was obstructed by 2 burly men. One of the men stepped aside, urging him to hurry out. Xing Ze offered a friendly smile and quickly exited the elevator, making his way towards the office building's entrance. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back, pressed the elevator button again, and the doors that were about to close reopened. Suddenly remembered, I forgot my keys. Xing Ze explained with a smile to the two men, casually pressing a floor button in the elevator. The man with the rough beard silently pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator began to ascend, Xing Ze spoke again. Going to the top floor? Yes. There's a detective agency there. Judging by what you're carrying and the scent emanating from you, you intend to burn that agency down, correct? The two burly men exchanged glances, frowning. One of them set down the wrapped oil drum in his hands while the other drew a short knife from his waist. Damn it, I should have left you two for jading. The elevator stopped at the top floor. Before the doors even opened, Xing Ze heard John's voice. For Merlin's sake, you finally arrived, my African-American brother. I assure you, I haven't touched anything. Did you forget something? As Xing Ze stepped out of the elevator, he swiftly turned to drag one of the burly men out, lending a hand. John extracted his wand and cast a spell, causing another individual within the elevator to float out immediately. I don't understand, kid. You left barely 5 minutes ago, he remarked, somewhat astonished by his own fortune. We have new leads, Xing Ze replied. John set down the burly man and teased. You call this luck? I might need to redefine the very notion of luck. At that moment, another elevator door opened, prompting both men to swiftly aim their wands at it. Whoa. Chief Wolfing shrank back nervously. It's me. However, the chief's attention was soon diverted by the two individuals lying on the ground. Why are members of the Old Records Gang here? Old Records Gang? Xing Ze inquired, glancing at the chief. Indeed, a local gang, the chief explained. These two are quite notorious. Then I shall leave this to you, Xing Ze said as he approached the elevator. I hope you can extract some information from them. Before that, I need to ascertain why they are here. They intended to burn down Frank's office. There was gasoline and other materials in the elevator. The elevator surveillance can confirm they assaulted me. Oh, that saves us a considerable amount of time, the chief acknowledged. Margaret's Restaurant, located on William Brown Street, stands as Liverpool's cultural hub, and any establishment that thrives here is likely to be of high quality. As anticipated, the restaurant is upscale and requires reservations for seating. Xing Ze arrived just before lunchtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. The manager, a friendly gentleman in his 40s with a dazzling smile, greeted him warmly. How may I assist you, sir? I would like to dine here, Xing Ze replied. Do you have a reservation, sir? The manager inquired. Xing Ze shook his head and then asked, do you keep a record of your reservations? The manager chuckled, revealing even more of his pearly whites. We only retain reservation information for 3 months. That should suffice. A friend of mine, Xing Ze fabricated story. Frank, he dined here before, but cannot recall when, so he asked me to inquire, as I reside nearby. The manager regarded Xing Ze with a peculiar expression and gently declined. Sir, perhaps your friend could check his receipt. It's lost. Then he must come in person for us to access the reservation information. It's evident my friend cannot come at the moment. He is abroad, in a far-off place. Iceland. The manager's smile grew increasingly awkward. Xing Ze requested Blue Beak to use memory probing, but for an ordinary muggle. Such an intrusion could lead to madness and brain damage. Hey, friend, Xing Ze leaned closer to the manager. My friend merely wishes to ascertain the reservation date. He has a recent expense that doesn't add up. Moreover, he is a loyal customer here. Could you make an exception? What is your friend's name? The manager inquired. Frank. The manager pondered for a moment before asking, is he the renowned detective? Indeed. Very well, sir. I can check for you, but I cannot guarantee I will find anything. Although Mr. Frank is a regular, he has not been here as frequently of late. Thank you, Xing Ze said as he turned toward the waiting area, once again examining the box of matches. Sui? What does it mean? An abbreviation? A location? A name? What connection do those 4 nameless corpses have with you, Frank? After approximately 15 minutes, the manager approached with a note in hand. Sir, he said, your friend Frank has visited 3 times in the last 3 months. May 13th, June 7th, and July 15th. May I inquire about the number of reservations he made on those occasions? The manager's face displayed a hint of discomfort. Please, good sir, Xing Ze implored. He merely wishes to reconcile his accounts. The manager hesitated for a moment before quietly stating, on the May visit, it was just him. On June 7th, he reserved for 2, and on July 15th, he reserved for 6. 6? Xing Ze furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Our data is infallible, the manager asserted confidently. Chapter 266, Appropriate Preparations. Xing Ze had intended to inquire further about the events of July 15th, but the manager seemed reluctant to divulge more. Thus, he prudently exited the restaurant, planning to retrieve his vehicle from the previous warehouse before heading to the police station to check for any new developments. Just as he stepped outside the restaurant, a sudden shout rang out from behind him. He turned to see a young waiter sprinting toward him. "Hey, sir, you dropped something?" The young man, with short hair, approached Xing Ze, extending a ballpoint pen he held. Xing Ze looked at the pen, reminding him, "This must belong to your restaurant." "I overheard you inquiring about Frank," the young man whispered, "and I know quite a bit about him. On July 15th, he dined here with 5 others. And I want to know about those 5 individuals, their appearances, heights, looks, genders." Hold on, young man," he interjected, raising his hands. "Do I look like a saint to you? Tonight at 6 o'clock, at the Turbo Bar. Remember to bring money." Xing Ze chuckled lightly. "How much do you want?" "That depends on what information you seek," the young man replied smugly, tapping the pen against his palm. However, before he could finish, Xing Ze firmly grasped the young man's wrist, causing him to wince in pain. "My time is precious. You would do well not to play games." Of course. I have always been trustworthy." Xing Ze took the pen from the young man's hand, responding amicably, "Thank you. I indeed needed a new pen." As he released his grip, the young man stumbled back a few steps, annoyance flickering across his face. "Damn, was that necessary?" Ignoring him, Xing Ze proceeded towards the nearest flow network point. For wizards, apparition is usually employed for short-distance travel, while the flow network is the most convenient for long-distance journeys. Broomsticks serve as motorcycles, while night buses are akin to cars. Naturally, for those unable to apparate or ride broomsticks and who experience discomfort with the flow network, the night bus is the best alternative. However, similar to Muggle transportation, every mode of transit has its limitations, such as inaccessible locations like remote suburbs or secluded rural areas. At such times, one must resort to other means. Compared to broomsticks, Xing Ze preferred Muggle automobiles. At least in terms of comfort, the two modes were vastly different. Of course, one could install a seat on a broomstick or use a levitation charm to elevate oneself. He did not rush to drive, but instead sought out a nice restaurant to satisfy his hunger, recognizing that investigating a case is not an endeavor to be rushed. He currently possessed a wealth of information, albeit scattered, and needed to determine a clear path for investigation, as one's energy is inherently limited. The old record gang serves as a potential breakthrough, yet Xing Ze finds himself in unfamiliar territory. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. He has no intention of recklessly provoking the local factions, opting instead to hand the matter over to the police. Though lacking his own team this time, he can rely on considerable support from both the Muggle and Wizarding communities. Thus, it appears that this investigation will be less arduous than previous ones. However, all of this hinges on the absence of deceit. A is evidently concealing something, and the book The Serpent's Fang is unlikely to be straightforward. At the very least, one renowned detective has already gone missing, his fate uncertain. According to John's description, this Mr. Frank possesses some prowess, if his magical artifacts can indeed withstand ordinary spells. Many wizards may find themselves at a loss against him. Like all realms and nations, the wizarding world is home to geniuses, fools, and the average populace. Individuals like Dumbledore are undoubtedly rare, while ordinary folk like Ron Weasley comprise the mainstream of wizards. Yet, even among these individuals, a significant number have not received formal magical education. They often rely on parental guidance, with some even entirely self-taught. Numerous wizards view schools as cages, a sentiment that circulated widely for some time. These freedom-seeking Western wizards share much in common with their Muggle counterparts. They prefer to believe that attending Hogwarts would lead to being brainwashed into Dumbledore's followers rather than embracing a free and systematic study of magical knowledge. Even though they are acutely aware that self-taught magic can easily lead to becoming a squib, rendering themselves or their children voiceless. Such foolishness reminds Xing Ze of certain individuals from his previous life's online community, who dismissed doctors' advice as nonsense while firmly believing in their own theories. After savoring a plate of pasta and beef soup, Xing Ze had nearly organized all the information he had gathered thus far. He planned to pursue the lead involving the matchbox further, while leaving the investigation of the old record gang to the police in Liverpool. Based on the information at his disposal, it appeared quite likely that the 5 individuals Frank met on July 15th were connected to the 4 unidentified corpses. After settling the bill, he stepped out of the restaurant, licking his lips. It had been quite some time since he last returned home, following his trip back during New Year's. Although his busy mother was often away, Xing Ze began to long for authentic Chinese cuisine rather than the peculiar versions adapted in this region. Before getting into his car, he needed to make a stop at Gringotts Branch in Liverpool. Burke had provided him with a check for 300 galleons, and he needed to withdraw a portion and exchange some for pounds. While money is not the sole key to unlocking the door to truth, one must acknowledge its utility. Tonight, it promised to play an important role. An hour later, Xing Ze returned to the police station. It seemed that Ruben had informed the precinct. As he faced no hindrance upon entry, he inquired at the reception about Ruben's office and proceeded in that direction, only to spot Ruben among the gang investigation team. Ruben noticed Xing Ze and immediately opened the door, inviting him inside. The room was occupied by 7 or 8 individuals. Aside from 3 men in suits near the coffee machine, the rest were dressed casually, adorned with numerous tattoos. They bore more resemblance to street gang members than police officers. Allow me to introduce. Ruben stepped aside, presenting Xing Ze to the group. Special Investigator, Lee. Just call me Lee. Xing Ze interjected. Yes. Special Investigator Lee from Scotland Yard, the inspector added, gesturing towards the 3 men by the coffee machine. Yelani, Franklin, and Carmichael from the Criminal Investigation Department. After introducing those 3, he went on to introduce the other individuals in the room, explaining that the casually dressed officers belonged to a special gang investigation unit, and their attire was intended to help them blend into the neighborhoods where the gangs operated. Chapter 267, Some Investigations. The leader of the gang investigation unit, George Harris, was a robust Welshman with a prominent nose and a bushy beard, his physique well-muscled. Xing Ze estimated he was around 37 or 38 in the prime of his life. Based on the content on the whiteboard, Harris appeared to be briefing the inspector and the 3 members of the Criminal Investigation Department regarding the old record gang. Is that you? Harris inquired, addressing Xing Ze, the one who took down the hammer and the big shoe with your bare hands. Xing Ze frowned slightly, retorting, who? The 2 you dispatched in the elevator. Agent, a policeman wearing an English flag cap, responded. Xing Ze recalled his name was Brett, Harris's deputy. Yes, he confirmed. Brett whistled playfully, a cheeky expression on his face. How did you manage that? Agent, you seem fragile. Xing Ze completed his thought. Delicate? I actually meant to say slight, Brett corrected, turning his gaze away awkwardly. Inspector Ruben interjected. All right, let us get back on track. Continue, Harris. Xing Ze moved next to Ruben, listening to Harris's briefing while quietly asking, where did that drunkard who was with me go? Oh, he said he needed to find a bar to sober up, Ruben replied. I provided him with a good address. Naturally, Xing Ze displayed an expression that questioned why he needed to ask. I hope you don't mind my fabricated identity, Ruben remarked. A fine disguise, Xing Ze replied. But if these individuals investigate me, Ruben scanned the room and reassured him, don't worry. Burke will handle everything. You are not the first special investigator to appear here. Xing Ze nodded, focusing intently on Harris's presentation. The old record gang operates in Liverpool's cultural district. They ostensibly run a wine business, yet secretly engage in arms, smuggling, and extortion. Additionally, there are uncertain reports indicating they may be involved in human trafficking. Following the last investigation, Xing Ze had become particularly alert to human trafficking. He discreetly noted the location of the old record gang's winery. Once Harris finished, Brett continued. We can start with Hammer and Big Shoe. They are mid-level operatives and should provide us with substantial information. Then let us dig deeper, Franklin. The head of the Criminal Investigation Department suggested we have the surveillance footage of these 2 attacking agently. That should keep them occupied for a while. Xing Ze found little interest in the police's investigative plans. After listening for a short while, he sought an excuse to step outside, with Ruben following suit. Tell me, Inspector, about your findings in Frank's office. Let us discuss it in the office. The inspector led the way. Upon entering the office, Ruben closed the door and remarked, I've never encountered such a peculiar case. Although I've collaborated with wizards before, I searched that room for claw marks, and I believe you must have seen them too. Xing Ze nodded. Were they left by magical creatures? If so, they must be quite large. Not yet determined. Are there any usable fingerprints? The forensic department is still analyzing the evidence, but do not hold out too much hope. We have discovered Frank's firearm, which had slipped beneath the sofa. This further convinced Xing Ze that the assailant attacked from behind. Have you examined the windows? I recall there being a safety stairwell there. We have checked. Ruben replied with a grave expression. All the windows are securely shut. The perpetrator could only have entered through the front door, or perhaps he was already hiding inside. Xing Ze leaned towards the latter theory, yet the office was not particularly spacious, lacking suitable hiding spots, indicating that the killer employed some cunning methods. What about Frank's home? Have you visited? We have, but found no useful clues. His residence had also been forcibly entered. I have dispatched officers to the vicinity to inquire if anyone noticed the intruder. At this point, a troubled look crossed Ruben's face. If there is something to say, please do, Inspector. I understand this may not be within my purview, but I still wish to ask what Frank was assisting you with. Knowing some critical leads would greatly benefit our investigation. A book. Xing Ze had no intention of concealing this, as he had stated previously. He needed to retain certain cards to negotiate with the police, and now seemed the opportune moment to play one. A book? Indeed, an ancient and precious tome. You might envision it as a manuscript by Shakespeare. My God, Reuben exclaimed, that is an invaluable item. No wonder Frank was so diligent. I have a question as well. Inspector, please go ahead. Are you familiar with Frank? Well, let me rephrase that. Does he frequent the police station? As a former detective, Xing Ze understood that one must cultivate good relations with the police in this line of work to acquire more useful leads and information, as sometimes these leads are pivotal to solving a case. Reuben chuckled, stating, I have only seen him a few times. Generally speaking, Frank deals with major cases, and he is well acquainted with the homicide department. He seldom engages in tasks such as locating books. What is he like? To be honest? Certainly, Inspector. We are in the midst of an investigation. He possesses considerable ability, is somewhat narcissistic, and enjoys boasting, but he indeed has the talent to back it up. This lad once uncovered the red-handed Chris. You might not have heard of that case. I have heard of it. A serial killer who delighted in leaving handprints at the crime scene using the victim's blood and hands, Xing Ze remarked. His response surprised Reuben. I assumed that the practitioners would not be overly interested in our affairs. Generally, that tends to be the case, responded Xing Ze, but that case was too notorious. We also have newspapers that report on your matters. Well, I digress. In any case, Frank is quite adept at solving cases, and if you wish to learn more about him, you could inquire with the homicide department. Do you remember Yelent? A stern-faced man materialized in Xing Ze's mind. I recall him. To my knowledge, he has a good rapport with Frank. They collaborated on a significant case. You might want to have a word with him. I shall do so. Sue. What? Have you heard of that? Reuben shook his head. Never. Is it an abbreviation? I am not certain. Will you be joining us in the operation regarding the old record gang? Xing Ze shook his head. I have other matters to investigate. Very well. I will contact you if I receive any news. Oh, by the way, they have taken the body. Burke asked me to convey that to you. Chapter 268. Important clue. Yelent was the quintessential Englishman, dressed in a shirt and tie, his demeanor somber, exuding an air of aloofness. Frank? He seemed somewhat taken aback by Xing Ze's inquiry. Does Frank's disappearance relate to the four corpses case? Agent? Perhaps there is a connection, replied Xing Ze. Yelent scoffed, but that case is no longer under our jurisdiction. Is it? That case is being handled by a special unit, esteemed agent, although I have yet to see anyone from that unit. His tone betrayed his irritation. However, anyone would feel somewhat disgruntled when their work is inexplicably taken from them, especially in the fiercely competitive realm of policing. Moreover, once a case as significant as the four corpses case is solved, it can significantly enhance one's career. Yet, despite his grievances, Yelent could not know that the case had been accepted by the practitioners, nor could he fathom that the individual standing before him was the principal investigator of the case. He merely regarded Xing Ze as a mere contact, and he had no inclination to complicate matters for a mere errand runner. Thus, Yelent remarked, Frank, though an arrogant scoundrel, is indeed quite capable. Therefore, whenever we encounter a particularly challenging case, we consult him or even invite him to join the investigation as a volunteer officer. Xing Ze meticulously noted Yelent's words. Has he visited the station recently to investigate anything? I imagine, given his familiarity here, you would occasionally lend him a hand. Upon hearing this, Inspector Yelent pulled Xing Ze aside and whispered, What do you mean by that, Agent? Are you accusing me of abusing my authority? Do not be alarmed. My friend, I am not from the professional conduct department. I merely wish to know what Frank is investigating. The inspector pondered for a moment. Perhaps Xing Ze's demeanor in the elevator had earned him some favor, and he lowered his voice. He sometimes borrows from the police archives, though I did not know who granted him access. One day, I happened to catch him in the act and promptly ejected him from the archives. However, he did share with me some details about the case he was working on, hoping I would show some leniency. Jesus, how could I possibly engage in such unethical conduct? Thus, I personally expelled him from the police station. You may inquire with Wilson at the front desk. He witnessed it firsthand. Very well, Inspector. Xing Ze gained a deeper understanding of Yelent's capacity for deceit. You have effectively demonstrated yourself to be a diligent detective, which I admire. But let us return to the matter at hand. Oh, of course. The inspector maintained his righteous facade. That scoundrel is investigating a name. To be precise, a surname. Xing Ze awaited the revelation of that surname. Kimball. He seeks an individual by the surname of Kimball. For some reason, upon hearing that name, a flicker of familiarity crossed Xing Ze's mind. Something was on the brink of surfacing in his thoughts. The name was on the tip of his tongue, yet it eluded him. Inspector, before you expelled him, Might he have identified a few targets? And did you happen to glimpse the names he had written in his notebook? Yellen smiled, nodding. Are you a mind reader, agent? I was just about to mention that. However, there are quite a few names. Would you mind if I wrote them down and provided them to you later? Of course not. Xing Ze replied with a smile. Next time we meet, I shall treat you to a drink. You are too kind. I shall have someone deliver it to you. You are not leaving right now, are you? No. I shall not be going out just yet. Oh, by the way, SUE, have you heard of it? The inspector shook his head in confusion. Is it a code name? Oh, it is nothing, forget I asked. After parting ways with Yelani, Xing Ze initially intended to have a private discussion with Harris regarding his keen interest in the old records gang's involvement in human trafficking. However, he was intercepted midway by Reuben. Burke is looking for you, sir, Reuben informed him. Xing Ze nodded and proceeded towards the underground archive room. As usual, Burke sat behind the sturdy wooden counter, which resembled a fortified trench. Have a seat, young man. I have organized some documents pertaining to the investigation. I apologize for the delay in presenting these to you. You know how it is. I'm getting on in years. Why did it select me for this investigation? Xing Ze inquired. What did you say? Burke retorted, lifting his gaze. He already has Frank. From my perspective, this detective is performing admirably. Yet he has gone missing. Xing Ze interjected. I contacted me to investigate only after learning of his absence. What are you implying, young man? Remember, this is a private commission. There are numerous investigations. Xing Ze mused, tapping his thigh with his hand. Many straightforward inquiries become exceedingly complex due to the employer's lack of candor. However, as you said, this is a private commission, and I cannot inquire further. But you still did, Burke sighed. Perhaps you should consult with the big dog, as the liaison. He must possess some knowledge. Don't waste your breath, sir. Xing Ze chuckled lightly. Jay would never betray me. Why are you so suspicious? Burke asked. Should I respond chronologically or alphabetically? Burke shook his head. You misunderstand my intent, young man. I'm not attempting to sow discord. What I mean to say is that your inebriated partner may have forgotten something, considering he has nearly submerged himself in a vat of alcohol. Xing Ze pondered Burke's words. I concur with your last statement. He is indeed on the verge of drowning himself in liquor, but he is not the sort to jeopardize matters. I trust him. Let us hope he proves worthy of your trust, the old man remarked, transferring the documents into a file. He was here on the 15th of August and did not depart until noon on the 16th. Frank? Indeed. Why did you not inform me sooner? For Merlin's sake. Young man, I am nearly 70. It is impossible for me to remember everything. Why did he come here? If he needed to review police records, he should have gone to the archive upstairs. Who knows? This place harbors some secrets older than I am, Burke replied, glancing at the densely packed filing cabinets behind him. He turned back to see Xing Ze observing him. I did not ask him what he was searching for, as it would have been futile. He would not divulge it. However, I believe he must have found something. He did not organize the file boxes, so I recall the numbers. 117, 153, 669, 34. Burke rattled off nearly a dozen numbers in one breath. Xing Ze mentally noted each one. Also, he asked me to purchase a ticket to Telford. Telford? Xing Ze furrowed his brow, the name sounding quite distant. Indeed, it is far, Burke confirmed. He departed on the morning of the 18th. Chapter 269, The Banquet. On the morning of August 18th, at approximately 2:40 a.m., several dockworkers finishing their night shift discovered 4 bodies located at the sewage outlet. At 2:50 a.m., the local police station near the packing docks received a report, and 2 patrolmen arrived on the scene at 2:58 a.m. By 3:12 a.m., a detective from the Liverpool Merseyside Police Department, accompanied by 2 agents and a dozen patrol officers, arrived. Xing Ze mentally recounted the entire sequence of events and posed a question of Burke. When did Frank call you? At 3 o'clock. Burke replied with certainty. I had just gotten up to use the restroom and glanced at the time. It was 2:57. I must have answered the phone at 3. The conversation was brief. He requested to meet with A and warn me about the bodies being highly toxic and not to be touched. But you still allowed the Muggle officers to move them. Xing Ze thought. Burke continued. The call was made from a public phone at the packing docks. We confirmed that. Ah, so he left before the police arrived. Xing Ze recalled the claw marks in Frank's office. In the underground archive room, Xing Ze found little of use. Most of the file boxes Frank had perused contained criminal incidents related to the homeless rescue station, theft, arson, robbery, and so forth. Why was he searching for these? Though he was uncertain at the moment, he noted what he deemed important information in his notebook. Shortly after exiting the underground archive room, he received a list delivered by a striking brunette police officer. The names on the list all bore the surname Kimball. Though he could not quite recall where he had encountered the name, he was certain he had seen it before. His enhanced physique had intensified his already remarkable memory, enabling him to read a moderately sized book in a short span and recite it verbatim. Naturally, he would not indulge in such trivial pursuits. For those endowed with a strong memory, it is crucial to understand how to allocate cognitive resources wisely. One cannot indiscriminately cram everything into the brain, regardless of memory strength. The consequence of such folly is a mental explosion, ultimately resulting in confusion and disorder. Therefore, the ability to discard unimportant matters becomes paramount. For instance, Xing Ze had only a vague recollection of what he had eaten 3 days prior at a Chinese restaurant. Yet he vividly remembered the expressions and demeanor of the hosts during their discussion about changing their child's elective course for the new semester. Based on these recollections, he could swiftly assess the nature of the individuals involved. Perhaps one day, his mind would surpass its limits, allowing him to retain even the minutest details, such as the surname Kimball. He tucked away the list, momentarily abandoning the idea of visiting the addresses provided, and instead entered the gang investigation unit's office. Brett was the first to spot him. Special Agent, he greeted. Don't you think that's a rather lengthy nickname? Xing Ze. Brett chuckled. We're considering a new one. Until then, bear with it. Ignore him, Agent Lee, Harris interjected, tossing a file at Brett. Shut your mouth, or I'll make you work overtime today. All right, I'll be quiet. How may I assist you, Agent? Harris turned his attention to Xing Ze. The old records gang, Xing Ze replied. Avis no did. I noticed you and the inspector just stepped out. It must be due to the speech being particularly lackluster. Not quite, Xing Ze chuckled awkwardly. I'm actually more concerned with the old records gang's involvement in human trafficking. Harris appeared somewhat perplexed. Regarding that, based on the evidence we have at present, there are only a few missing persons cases related to the old records gang. I would prefer to believe this is a case of silencing witnesses rather than human trafficking. Noticing Xing Ze's contemplative expression, Harris ventured to ask, Agent, what piqued your interest in this matter? Xing Ze retracted his thoughts. Having previously handled several human trafficking cases, he understood the gravity of the situation. If we uncover more, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, he stated. What about Hammer and Bigfoot? He inquired. They are requesting a lawyer, Brett interjected. The road ahead appears to be arduous. We will extract information from them. Harris confidently asserted. A knock echoed through the room, and Xing Ze turned to see Captain Reuben standing at the door, gesturing for him to step outside. The two entered the common lounge, where Reuben poured himself a cup of coffee and remarked, for God's sake, today has been incredibly hectic. I just realized I haven't had my afternoon coffee. Heaven knows how I've managed to get through the day. Would you like a cup? No, thank you. I prefer tea. Xing Ze replied. Any new developments? Indeed, Reuben responded. At Frank's residence, we discovered a sizable compartment, akin to a small conference room. Clearly, someone has conducted some sort of ritual there. The floor and walls are adorned with numerous magical arrays and symbols, and we also found traces of blood. Is it Frank's? Xing Ze queried. Uncertain at this point, the forensic team is analyzing it. Additionally, we found various articles of clothing, hair, and other items that do not appear to belong to Frank. Someone has been living in his house. Precisely, at least 2 women, Reuben affirmed. We discovered several sets of lingerie. And regarding that peculiar odor. Peculiar odor? Xing Ze inquired. The strange scent emanating from the 4 corpses. I'm not referring to the stench of decay. Xing Ze understood. The scent you detected must be that of snake's venom herb, a common poison in the wizarding world. Well, will it affect me? As far as I know, no. That poison poses no threat unless ingested in large quantities. I also caught a whiff of it in that compartment. All right, Xing Ze said, raising his hand to check the time. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Would you like me to accompany you, sir? That would be splendid. May I trouble you to ensure that the officers at the scene refrain from disturbing those magical arrays and incantations? Of course, sir. I would not want to trigger any magical traps. As Xing Ze exited the police station, intending to find the waitress at the turbo bar, he spotted John leaning casually against the car. I thought you would at least make it to the evening, he remarked. John shrugged. I had intended to, until I recalled some matters. I'm heading to a bar to meet someone, and I owe you a drink. Are you coming? Xing Ze asked. Why not? John replied cheerfully, turning to await Xing Ze to open the car door. However, he was interrupted by a honking sound from behind. Turning, he saw Xing Ze rolling down the car window. I believe you have mistaken a vehicle. Damn, they all look alike. Chapter 270, Turbo Bar. Utilizing the time on the way, Xing Ze and John discussed the progress of the investigation. Magical arrays and incantations? John questioned, his face contorted in confusion. What on earth is Frank up to? Perhaps it is more accurate to say, what are they up to? Does Frank possess the skill to set up magical arrays? John pondered for a moment. That depends on the type of magical arrays and incantations. However, given his level of expertise, he might manage some minor tricks, but setting up magical arrays seems far-fetched. This suggests two possibilities. He has retained some of his abilities, or he has a companion knowledgeable in magic. Could it not be that he simply doodled those arrays? Xing Ze chuckled. If that were the case, we would have no need to investigate his home. I thought we were heading to the bar. After we're done at the bar, we will proceed. Whoa, don't count me in, kid. I already mentioned I'm merely the liaison. Gee, look how intriguing this situation has become. Are you not tempted to join in? John gazed out the window, pursing his lips. I wish I could. But I have to assist you in tracking down the fangs of the serpent and dealing with those damn politicians. But fret not, help will arrive. Of course. Though I suspect you prefer to work solo. Locking yourself in, why do you still need to be discreet at the scene with your current identity? You could simply team up with our black brother. The police. All right. John waved his hand dismissively. I understand. We need to keep some cards close to our chest. The police often conceal information inadvertently. Your style is perpetually so suspicious. I almost wonder if you have a background in espionage. Xing Ze tapped the steering wheel. I have encountered numerous liars, some of whom live entirely within their own fabrications. Thus, a healthy dose of skepticism is always prudent. Upon hearing this, John frowned. Then why do you not doubt me? As Frank's contact, having met him thrice without acquiring any information, do you not find that peculiar? If I cannot trust even my own team, how can I rely on you going forward? John chuckled. When I first met that bastard, he didn't trust me at all, so he shared nothing. During our second meeting, he merely informed me that there was progress. Just those 3 words. And the third time, aside from recalling hanging him outside the restroom, I can't seem to remember anything else. So, I decided to revisit that place. Had a drink, and then recalled some things. He mentioned needing support, requiring some professional-grade protection. Professional grade? Xing Ze nodded. No wonder he was reluctant to seek police assistance. He knew that mundane officers could not fend off the monsters pursuing him. However, I chose to ignore him that time, John said. His attitude was simply too abominable. In hindsight, I should have agreed to relay a message for him. Xing Ze turned to John and asked, will they send someone to rescue him? That depends on how his investigation unfolds. At the Turbo Bar, the young waitress was seated at the bar as Xing Ze approached her swiftly. John found a spot to sit, clearly indicating his disinterest in participating in the investigation. You are late, the waitress remarked, glancing at John. Who's that guy? Not important. What matters is that I brought the money. The waitress grinned. Excellent. Follow me. We need to speak in this quiet corner. This establishment resembled more of a dance hall than a bar, with a heavy metal band belting out tunes on stage. While white girls and boys in the crowd writhed energetically, the vibrant lights were blinding, and the cacophony of music and instruments was deafening. They truly required a quieter place to converse. Xing Ze followed the young man to a secluded booth deep within the bar. Upon entering the room, he sensed something amiss. Seated on a semicircular sofa were several youths of similar age to the waitress, and as Xing Ze entered, 4 of them promptly rose, positioning themselves skillfully at the corners surrounding him. The one still lounging on the sofa had a tuft of white hair atop his head, lazily inhaling a line of white powder from the table, leaning back with a look of satisfaction on his face. What does this mean? Xing Ze inquired of the waitress. You have 2 choices, the man declared. Leave your money and get out, or we can knock you down first and then take your money. A figure lounging on the couch opened his eyes and surveyed the scene, chuckling at the sight of the yellow-skinned individual. Rising from the sofa with arms outstretched, he continued, Are you blind, yellow skin? Do you see any black folks or people of color in this bar? How dare you come in here? I suggest you refrain from using that term again, Xing Ze replied coldly, or you may find yourself with a few broken bones shortly. The white-haired man erupted into laughter. Did you hear what he said? Did you all hear that? The surrounding crowd joined in the mirth. Xing Ze, growing impatient, turned to the previous waiter and inquired, Do you have any information about Frank? But it was the white-haired man who responded, Grab him. I want him begging on his knees. In unison, the 4 individuals surrounding Xing Ze lunged at him, prompting his mind to race. He crouched low to evade 2 attackers from behind, maneuvering to their rear. Noticing that the assailant on his left was shorter, he crouched deeper, swiftly retrieving their daggers from their waists. The knife in his right hand flew toward the left attacker, striking his shoulder and rendering him momentarily incapacitated with a cry of agony. The left-hand dagger soared toward the rotund assailant on the right, piercing his chest and ensuring his complete inability to fight back, though timely medical aid might save his life. Xing Ze remained vigilant of the white-haired man's movements. He dodged a punch from an attacker who turned around, stepping forward to deliver a blow to the left side of the man's face. The conclusion, a shattered jaw, dizziness, tinnitus, a concussion, and incapacitation. Utilizing the momentum, Xing Ze spun to the side of another assailant, delivering a kick to the side of his knee. The result, a fracture, accompanied by a scream as the body crumpled. He withdrew his wand, aiming it at the white-haired man's handgun. Are you insane? Using a twig against my gun? The white-haired man chuckled smugly, oblivious to the fact that this Easter man had just dispatched his companions in an instant. Little did he know, his confidence would soon be shattered. Before long, the handgun began to disassemble itself, the magazine dropping first, followed by the barrel, firing mechanism, and spring. In the blink of an eye, a fully functional gun lay in pieces on the ground. Disarmamentsspell, Xing Ze chuckled softly, then delivered a swift kick to the man writhing on the floor before approaching the white-haired one. Did you just say I should kneel and beg you? By now, the white-haired man was too terrified to speak, swallowing hard as his face contorted, torn between a scream and a plea for mercy. Do you know anything about Frank? Who? Frank? Please have mercy, That makes things easier, Xing Ze smiled, quickly striking the white-haired man's throat with his left hand. The man collapsed silently to the ground in pain. Xing Ze nodded in satisfaction. Good, I like the sight of you on your knees. His gaze shifted to the individual on the sofa. I think my spine is broken. I can't feel my legs, the young man lamented. I don't need your legs. I only require your mouth. So tell me everything you know. Otherwise, Xing Ze turned to the man, attempting to rise with a knife in his shoulder, withdrawing his wand once more. With a flick, the knife moved of its own accord, eliciting another scream from the unfortunate soul as he crumpled back to the floor. All right, now no one can disturb us. 20 minutes later, Xing Ze exited the booth, glancing at the hallway filled with questions, taking his first step forward. Upon reaching the main hall, he spotted John at the bar, drinking alone. Did I miss something? Xing Ze approached John, surveying the unconscious bodies sprawled around. They were too noisy, John replied. Really? So you cast a mass sleeping spell on everyone in the bar? John took a sip of his drink. Oh, you mean this? A few people inexplicably tried to attack me, but they didn't succeed. Then, the entire bar seemed to go mad and rushed at me. I had to use my trump card, and, as you can see, he gestured around him. I see. Xing Ze walked to the bar's telephone and called the police and the hospital. The rotund man with a knife in his chest surprisingly survived, likely due to his ample layer of fat absorbing some of the force. As for the others, they were rendered unconscious by Xing Ze's magic. What happened inside? John inquired after Xing Ze hung up. I heard screams. A little trouble. Did you find what you were looking for? Margaret's restaurant. I know that place. I went there looking for Frank. Indeed, Frank frequented that restaurant, practically treating it as his parlor. According to the manager, he visited on June 7th and July 15th. However, this information was incorrect. The waiter altered it while transcribing for the manager, intending to blackmail me later. In reality, Frank was there on June 23rd, reserving 2 seats. However, the other person never showed up. Later, he went to the back door of the restaurant and conversed with the head chef and a lady for quite some time. The waiter, smoking on the balcony of the second floor, witnessed the entire exchange. According to his account, Frank had a dispute with the woman, and they parted ways unhappily. Yet on July 25th, they returned to the restaurant, this time accompanied by 2 additional individuals. John poured more wine into his glass, then remarked, So your suspicions were correct. Frank wasn't investigating alone. Given that he is being pursued for something, gathering a team seems prudent. Do you recall the exact time he sought professional protection? Now that's a question, John mused, pondering for a moment before responding. July 26th. Are you certain? Absolutely, John replied with conviction. I remember the bartender mentioning the date, though I can't recall how we transitioned to that topic. See, a little drink helps jog my memory. After he gathered his team, it indicates that Frank did not believe his companions could fend off whatever was pursuing him. Did the waiter mention the appearance of those individuals? Counting Frank and the woman he had a falling out with, there were 2 women and 4 men in total. 2 of the men were quite robust, while the remaining 1 appeared scholarly. The woman, one with short hair, appeared to be quite affluent, particularly the one who had a falling out with Frank. As for the other details, I still need to organize them a bit. You know, Jay, human memory is notoriously unreliable, especially when so many individuals are involved. You always approach everything with a hint of skepticism, John teased. So what about these people? If Frank had a team, it's implausible that they would all simply vanish. Perhaps they're deceased, those 4 nameless corpses. John set down his glass, astonished as he turned to Xing Ze. For Merlin's sake, are you sure? Not entirely. Xing Ze replied, but my intuition suggests that Frank wouldn't have gone to the site of the bodies without reason. He has no motive to be there unless those 4 corpses are connected to him. The sound of police sirens pierced the air outside the bar, followed by several officers entering, led by Reuben. God, what happened here? He murmured in astonishment. A collective high, Xing Ze explained. Reuben understood immediately, instructing his team to begin securing the scene. Xing Ze approached him and whispered, Don't worry, Inspector, Our people will ensure they forget what transpired. Furthermore, everyone here deserves a thorough interrogation. I will, sir. Do you need me to pick you up tomorrow? Or should I come and find you? Let us meet at your convenience. Inspector, I'd like to see him as well. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the inspector's eyes, and he nodded. That would be splendid. After exchanging these words, Xing Ze and John exited the bar. Are you certain you don't want to accompany me to Frank's residence? John halted, scratching his head. Damn it, Xing Ze, I might need a bit of professional advice. All right, one last time, John finally relented. Chapter 272, The Incantation. Frank's residence was situated in a mid-range apartment building within the commercial district, considerably more spacious than his office. A troublesome officer guarded the apartment door, but he was swiftly dealt with by a sleeping spell. Xing Ze procured a chair and let the officer slouch upon it. Burke should deploy more personnel, considering there are magical circles and incantations here, John remarked. Xing Ze, however, was unperturbed. He reached for the light switch, illuminating the room. Burke has his own plans. I find him quite intriguing. Tell me about him, Jay. John shrugged. There's not much to say. Like Benson, he was initially an Auror, but after some events, he was recruited by the Department of Mysteries, where he has remained since. As you can see, he has aged, so he has taken on the role of a liaison. Both the Department of Mysteries and the Ministry of Magic place personnel in significant departments of the Muggle world to ensure they can promptly acquire crucial information. For instance, will they launch missiles at us? John chuckled, casually retrieving a bottle from his pocket, something along those lines. Look, a bloodstain. Xing Ze turned his gaze to the bookshelf concealing the alcove. There, on the side, was a half-formed blood handprint. He sniffed and said, Do you smell that? What? Whiskey? The scent of snakewood poison lingers, though faint. John tucked away the flask and sniffed the air, confirming that a subtle trace of snakewood poison still remained, though it was barely perceptible. You truly have the nose of a hound. Xing Ze stepped into the alcove, flicking on the room's light, revealing walls adorned with various magical arrays and incantations. While John lacked aptitude for deduction, his knowledge of magic surpassed that of Xing Ze. He circled the room and pointed at one of the magical arrays, a demon-repelling array, albeit a truncated version. Then he indicated another incantation, a concealment spell, but missing its most vital component. It appears these individuals are rather inexperienced in the arcane arts. As for the others, particularly the one drawn behind the bookshelf, I have no clue. Xing Ze scrutinized the peculiar incantations and magical arrays, frowning as he remarked. Their magical prowess is indeed lacking, yet they possess substantial knowledge regarding dreams. Let me guess, kid, you're implying that these unfamiliar incantations pertain to dreams? Some of them appeared in Benson's notes. Xing Ze approached the bookshelf, the Norden's battle mark, used to resist formidable dream entities. However, it is incomplete. Have you truly read through all of Benson's notes? Xing Ze turned his head, wearing an expression that suggested. What else? For Merlin's sake, those translations are as thick as bricks. I think you should consider getting a girlfriend, or perhaps a boyfriend. Huh, that's amusing. Xing Ze extracted his notes and meticulously transcribed several significant incantations and magical arrays, subsequently tearing them out and handing them to John. Emma might know something. Take this back for her to examine. Can you recall if Frank mentioned Isui, or any other noteworthy details? Sui? John stuffed the paper into his pocket. No. Most of my interactions with him involved mutual jabs and derision. Observing the contemplative expression on Xing Ze's face, John patted his back. Sorry, I can't be of much help. I don't hold it against you. Moreover, the trail hasn't gone cold. It's merely tangled at the moment. To me, it seems quite cold. Frank is missing, and his team, if what you say is accurate, are likely lying on Wes' autopsy table. All the information Frank gathered has also vanished. There were 6 individuals, Jay, but only 4 corpses. Excluding Frank, there's still 1 unaccounted for. Don't forget about another person. The head chef at Margaret's restaurant. John's eyes widened slightly. Frank was present during his conversation with that woman. He must know something. Additionally, Frank has been pursuing someone with the surname Kimball. He visited the police station's underground archive to research, and I suspect it's related. He even had Burke purchase a ticket to Telford. Telford? I recall that place is in southern Wales, near Ironbridge. You know of it? It's close to the Severn Valley. There's a steel bridge. The first in Britain constructed entirely of steel, located upstream in the valley. That's why it's referred to as Ironbridge. You know, Benson. I see. John waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand, kid. Listen to me. That place is quite sinister. Anything related to that valley is bound to bring misfortune. I think you should abandon the investigation. No, just feign disinterest. There's no need to be overly concerned. Investigate for a few days, or maybe 2 weeks, been informed that you failed. He will undoubtedly enlist someone else to continue. Xing Ze, he shook his head. Do you know, eh? No. But I have no desire to find out. Yet we all know one thing. He has little patience for the ineffectual. That is precisely why I must endeavor to secure more support from the Ministry of Magic. That is your task. Xing Ze remarked. My duty is to ensure he does not adversely affect us in the short term, allowing you to complete your work. You might perish. Perhaps. Given the last investigation. The situation is far more dire than it is this time. I believe I can endure. All right. I hear you, John conceded, but do remember, if you die, the existence of the round table becomes meaningless. You make it sound as if I were some sort of mascot. The two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. The morning in Liverpool was still shrouded in mist. When Xing Ze arrived at the Reuben residence, the sun was just rising and a thin fog began to dissipate slowly. He parked his car and approached the door, pressing the doorbell. Before long, Chief Inspector Reuben opened the door, exclaiming, Welcome, welcome, sir. I presume you have yet to have breakfast? He led Xing Ze to the dining room, where a black lady was busily tending to the stove. Hello, dear. Hello, Mrs. Wolfland turned to smile at Xing Ze. Breakfast will be ready shortly. I hope you do not mind toast and sausages. Of course not. Xing Ze took a seat at the dining table. Is Roman not joining us? He is still asleep. Reuben settled into the seat of honor at the table, casually flipping through a nearby newspaper. But I suspect he's avoiding you. Reuben, Mrs. Wolfland interjected with a frown. All right, let us not dwell on that. Have you seen today's newspaper, sir? Xing Ze shook his head. The inspector pushed the newspaper toward Xing Ze, who noted that the media was making a sensational spectacle of the 4 unidentified corpses. The body discovered on the 18th, today, is already the 20th, Inspector. Xing Ze took the newspaper, glancing over it. They are quite late to report this. Reuben chuckled lightly. Indeed, but I would prefer they delay even further. We currently lack the energy to deal with the media. Mrs. Wolfland brought breakfast to the table. You cannot expect everyone to keep secrets. Otherwise, the world would be far simpler. She inquired, holding out a glass of juice toward Xing Ze. Would you like some, Mr. Xing Ze? He nodded and handed her his glass. Let us discuss lighter topics over breakfast rather than focusing on corpses. However, before that, I must express my gratitude, sir. Seeing the puzzled look on Xing Ze's face, Mrs. Wolfland continued, I have many relatives in Ravenska. Oh, Xing Ze nodded. I hope they are safe. Most of them. Mrs. Wolfland offered a faint smile. Without you all, they would have perished. Xing Ze nodded. Dear. Reuben placed his hand over his wife's. Mrs. Wolfland reciprocated the gesture. See, I told you what I said was true. Please, let's not speak of such heavy topics. The conversation soon shifted to much lighter matters. Xing Ze discovered that Mrs. Wolfland was a remarkably cultured lady, possessing unique insights on various issues. She graduated from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts and had a keen interest in Muggle studies. After graduation, she entered the Muggle world to further her research. Professor Babbage, she mentioned, at that time, she was still a teacher, full of vigor, always describing to us a beautiful world where wizards and Muggles coexisted harmoniously. She still does. Xing Ze replied with a smile. However, achieving this is quite difficult. Isn't it? Wizards hide behind walls, while Muggles are reluctant to embrace new affairs. In my view, such a beautiful future is unattainable in the immediate term. I apologize. I must retrieve my equipment, the inspector interjected, rising to kiss his wife before heading to the study. But we must not lose hope, Mrs. Wolfland said. Perhaps our children, or our children's children, will witness that day. Perhaps. Roman, sir. He's a good boy, but quite sensitive. His environment has made him overly conscious of how others perceive him. Please give him some time. He will figure things out. I understand. Not every Slytherin is despicable, nor is every Ravenclaw exceptionally intelligent. Everyone must navigate certain experiences to discover their path. I have paid a heavy price for this. Thus, nothing can alter my principles. Thank you for your understanding, sir. By around 8 in the morning, Reuben and Xing Ze arrived at Frank's residence. Having visited once before, Xing Ze followed the inspector closely, listening to his account of various discoveries. We found some bloodstains on the sofa. The cushion and seat cushion have already been sent to the forensic center. Additionally, we discovered women's clothing in the master bedroom. Other garments were found in the study and guest room. Preliminary assessments suggest that at least 6 or 7 people resided here. If Frank was not hosting a party, he was assembling a team. However, I do not understand why they would not choose to stay at a decent hotel just 5 minutes away. Because there is no necessary protection outside, Xing Ze thought to himself. Exactly. Reuben halted before a partition. Had it not been for an officer pulling a book from the bookshelf, we would never have discovered this compartment. That fellow should try his luck at the lottery. I told him the same. They entered the compartment, and Xing Ze pretended to examine it, asking, "Did you take photographs?" "Yes, everything has been documented. I will ensure you receive a set." "That will be splendid. There is nothing much to see. I am not an expert in magical circles. Once the photographs are developed, I will consult a specialist." As they spoke, Xing Ze exited the compartment. "Inspector, do you mind if I inquire about your next steps in the investigation?" "Not at all," Reuben replied. "I was just about to discuss this with you. Given the current situation, Frank seems to have a team. I suspect those 4 corpses were members of his group. Is it due to the venom of the snake's tongue herb?" "Indeed. Residues of the snake's tongue herb were found on the corpses, and it is present here as well. This is too coincidental. Thus, I prefer to believe that Frank was poisoned and returned to his residence before heading to his office." According to the testimonies of Hammer and Bigfoot, yes, they confessed. Harris interrogated them all night. Frank likely went to retrieve investigation materials, but I do not understand why the old record gang would be interested in those materials. It seems they were merely following orders. Reuben nodded. "Exactly. This is also a source of our concern." "Continue, Inspector. I am now quite worried about whether we should continue pursuing this investigation." Reuben looked at Xing Ze, clearly indicating that what Frank had provoked was beyond their capacity to handle. "Thus, I would like to seek your advice." After pondering for a moment, Xing Ze retrieved a list from his ring. "You might consider starting with less critical matters. I have reason to believe Frank is searching for someone with the surname Kimball, but I cannot interview each one individually. It will be far too time-consuming." The inspector took the list, glanced at it, and nodded. "I understand. This appears to be the best course of action for now. To be honest, I do not wish to conclude the investigation so hastily." The reporters converged like a swarm of flies, and if we did nothing, the inspector's deductions would align closely with Xing Ze's. Save for the detail that Frank had visited the office prior to his poisoning. Had that been the case, Xing Ze would have detected the acrid scent of snake venom in that cramped office. Thus, he preferred to believe that the bloodstains on the sofa and the fingerprints on the bookshelf belonged to another individual, a member of Frank's team. Regardless of what transpired on the night of the 18th, this survivor had escaped, returned here, and encountered Frank. Subsequently, Frank had proceeded to the scene, presumably to ascertain if there were any other survivors, before retreating to his office to collect his files, fully aware that he too was being watched. Where'd he go? Back to this place? Suddenly, the name Sue flickered in Xing Ze's mind. Ah, they might still possess a forbidden sanctuary. Chapter 274, The Witness. Xing Ze refrained from voicing this thought. As Reuben feared, the matters of the magical realm had transcended their control. Moreover, it was likely intertwined with the realm of dreams. He did not wish to entangle too many innocents in such affairs. Unlike Burke, he could not treat muggles as mere tools. Have you inquired with the nearby residents? Some significant individuals have already provided statements. Just a moment, Reuben said, pulling out his notebook to peruse its contents. After a while, he replied, "We have questioned the landlord downstairs, the household across the way, as well as the residents above and below. However, the statements are still being compiled and will require some time. We should have them upon our return to the precinct. Nonetheless, I believe you would prefer to question those individuals personally." The inspector, while speaking, removed a page from his notes and handed it to Xing Ze, continuing, "I have compiled a list of primary suspects." "Thank you," Xing Ze replied. "Then let us begin with the landlord." No, the landlord does not reside here. He has entrusted the property to a caretaker. We can seek out the apartment manager. She lives in the unit on the first floor, close to the entrance." Xing Ze glanced at the list and nodded. The apartment manager was a woman in her 30s, her face partially visible through the door crack bore an expression of impatience and suspicion. "Police," Reuben displayed his identification, signaling the manager to open the door. The door closed briefly, followed by the distinct sound of the latch turning, and with a final click, the door swung wide open. "I spoke with the police yesterday and conveyed everything I knew," the manager stated curtly. "Just in case you remember anything else." Xing Ze stepped into the room and immediately noticed the sculptures within. "Are you an artist?" "No, merely making a living," the manager replied, wiping her face with the back of her hand, leaving traces of white plaster on her cheek. Xing Ze observed the unfinished sculpture and inquired, "We are here merely to verify your statements from yesterday. Is there any significance to that?" "To ensure authenticity. Many witnesses tend to fabricate stories. A second visit can significantly mitigate such issues," the inspector explained. The manager shrugged. "You cannot suspect me of lying simply because I am poor. That would be quite discriminatory. Rather than hurling cold sarcasm at us, miss, it would be more beneficial to cooperate. This way, you can return to creating your David sooner. What do you wish to ask?" I have already told you everything I know. Frank, yes, he may be a good detective, but certainly not a good tenant. Why do you say that? Generally, I would not mind residents bringing guests back to the apartment. Although the landlord wishes to maintain a respectable image, allowing anyone, be it human or canine, to come and go, who does not have friends. However, that detective went a bit overboard this time. He brought 5 individuals to his apartment, and they stayed. Goodness, if the landlord discovers this. I fear I may be evicted. I can hardly afford to find another apartment like this one. As you can see, I am merely a struggling sculptor. Were it not for my part-time role as a caretaker. So you went upstairs to inquire, the date being July 25th, correct? Ruben interjected, steering the conversation back to formalities. Precisely. I went up to inquire, but they did not treat me kindly. What did they say? Xing Ze asked. Just some filthy words, telling me to get lost. There were also some terms I could not comprehend, perhaps some sort of code. Code? Yes, it sounded like it, but I cannot say for sure. I considered informing the landlord, but one of them slipped me some money to keep quiet. He offered quite a sum, so I relayed all of this to the police yesterday. Xing Ze circled the modest living area. The manager's residence was quite small, a living room that doubled as a dining area. The kitchen was by the entrance, and at the back, there was a simple bedroom. Do you recall any of those coded phrases? The manager shook her head. I do not remember. Why would I bother to memorize such things? Ruben flipped through his notes and asked, the person who gave you money, did you say he wore glasses, had brown hair, and appeared scholarly? Uh-huh. The manager retrieved a box of cigarettes from her pocket and gestured toward Ruben, but the inspector indicated his own pocket, signaling he had his own. Xing Ze waved his hand in refusal. Indeed, he appeared to be the quintessential bookworm, rather pedantic. You know what I mean? His demeanor was the most agreeable among that group, leaving a lasting impression on me. Xing Ze strolled over to the kitchen area, tapping the lattice window by the door. Despite being smeared with grease, it still offered a glimpse of the outside. Some landlords repurposed the original registration desks into small apartments for rent, much like this one. Typically, such small rentals serve as the manager's residence, with a lattice glass by the door allowing a clear view of the tenant's movements outside. Can you recall anything else, madam? Any details? Think carefully. I truly cannot think of anything. They have not gone out since moving in on July 25th? The manager shook her head again. I cannot say. I cannot be watching the tenants at all times. Xing Ze inhaled deeply, turning to say, you would do well to speak the truth, madam. Otherwise, I may find it necessary to disclose the truth to the landlord. At that point, you may well find yourself evicted. What were you implying? The manager's expression darkened immediately. Xing Ze took a few steps back, pointing to the floor beneath them here. The color of this section of the floor is distinctly different from its surroundings, indicating someone frequently stands here. The manager chuckled lightly. And so what? I have a cook there. If you're cooking, then Xing Ze stepped forward to the kitchen area. I believe you should be standing here, rather than in a spot where you cannot even reach the pot. Before the manager could respond, Xing Ze continued, of course. You might argue that you stand here to chop vegetables, but you must explain why several glass pieces are smeared with lime. Xing Ze returned to his previous position, leaning closer to the glass, one hand positioned near the pieces coated in lime. Is this how you observe the tenants outside? He inquired. Furthermore, this position is conveniently obscured by a wooden lattice, making it difficult for those outside to notice you. The administrator's complexion drained of color, and she inhaled deeply before exclaiming, I simply seek inspiration in that spot. As for the lime, it's scattered throughout the room. I am, after all, a sculptor. Chapter 275, Unveiling. Ruben stepped closer to the administrator, his towering figure exuding an imposing presence. Madam, should we discover any concealment on your part? I mentioned that I am seeking inspiration. The administrator retorted vehemently. What on earth do you want? Leave immediately. I have a plethora of tasks to attend to. Finding inspiration in this position must be quite challenging, Xing Ze remarked, straightening up and reaching out to touch one side of the wooden lattice, then bringing it to his nose to inhale. If the lime does not suffice as proof, then this, he tapped the lattice. The black tar above must have been emitted by your smoke. You are not as indifferent to the tenants' activities as you claim. On the contrary, you exhibit keen interest in their movements. You witnessed Frank ushering a group into his apartment. Out of both duty and curiosity, you ascended to inquire, but the response was less than cordial, leading to your expulsion. Thus, you intended to leave the matter to the landlord, and just as you were about to contact him, that scholarly-looking individual delivered a bribe, seeking to ensure your silence. You are astute, and quickly discerned that this could be a lucrative avenue. Consequently, you began to monitor the activities of that group of 6 with heightened vigilance, hoping to uncover further secrets for a potential profit. Perhaps you have been doing so for some time, and I fear that the secrets of the tenants are well within your grasp. Ah, everyone has friends to varying degrees. Hence your willingness to turn a blind eye to the tenants, bringing people back. But who would have thought that all of their actions were meticulously documented by you? As he spoke, Xing Ze's gaze shifted to the brown leather notebook on the plaster workbench. It's all in there. ISNT it? I circled the living room, and you appeared particularly anxious when I approached that area. Both the administrator and the officer focused their attention on the notebook. Madam, Reuben intoned, I suggest you remain still. Yet the administrator disregarded his advice and lunged towards the notebook on the workbench. However, Reuben was quicker, intercepting her before she could seize it. Let go of me. You have no right to do this. I will sue you both. Xing Ze shook his head, surprised at how rapidly she unraveled. Perhaps Reuben's imposing stature and uniform contributed to her sense of intimidation. The officer swiftly subdued the administrator, saying calmly, Take a breath, madam. Remain calm. We are not interested in your recording of others' privacy. After a brief exchange, the administrator seemed to regain some composure, sitting on the floor, panting, her expression tense as she eyed Xing Ze, occasionally glancing at the notebook. Reuben produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered her one. As the white smoke ascended languorously, the lady's breathing gradually steadied, and she swallowed hard, saying, Get him out. Reuben turned to Xing Ze. Madam, we are police officers. I assure you, Officer Lee, he continued, I can't divulge the entire truth to you. However, I will not speak if he remains present. The choice is yours. I'll step outside for a drink. Xing Ze interjected, sensing the nuance, but I advise you to speak truthfully, madam. Otherwise, should I return, matters will not conclude so amicably. Demon, the administrator muttered under her breath. Xing Ze exited the apartment, aimlessly observing his surroundings. Despite the sweltering heat, the streets remained bustling. By chance, he noticed a grocery shop and suddenly recalled something. He then extracted a fruit-flavored lollipop from his ring and popped it into his mouth. Lily had sent him an entire box of sweets from America, aside from keeping a few bags for himself. The remainder had been distributed to students as rewards for their end-of-term exams. Crossing the street, he headed directly towards the grocery store. The clerk was a young man, likely in his 20s, with a classic side-part hairstyle, the most fashionable style of the moment. Can I get you something, sir? Give me a pack of cigarettes. Xing Ze replied. What brand? Marlboro. The clerk promptly retrieved a pack from the shelf behind him and placed it on the counter. As Xing Ze produced the money, he casually inquired, Do you know Frank? The detective living in the apartment across the street. The young clerk nodded. Of course, everyone knows him. He's quite the celebrity. Does he come here to buy cigarettes? Absolutely. He must have expensive tastes. The clerk gestured. He smokes 555, but most of the time he prefers cigars. Cigars? Yes. He often buys that brand from Dorsey Wharf. Sometimes he gets Raymond Allen as well. Has he purchased any other cigarettes recently? The clerk hesitated, glancing at Xing Ze. Sir, I don't understand. Just curious. I'm planning to write a piece about the life of private detectives. Ah, are you a journalist? Not exactly. I'm a scholar, specializing in folklore. The clerk's expression turned perplexed, clearly bewildered by Xing Ze's earnest yet nonsensical claims that ventured into his realm of ignorance. Well, I've heard of him. Frank has indeed purchased quite a few cigarettes from me recently. He got some Kent, 555, Governor, and Winston. Winston? Xing Ze pondered. That should be an American brand. Yes, we sell American brands here. Camel, Winston, Lucky Strike, and so on. Interesting. Why would he need so many different brands? The clerk shrugged. Perhaps he is trying to see which one suits him, or maybe he is buying for friends. That time, he bought quite a lot, at least 7 cartons of cigarettes, along with some cigars. Did he come alone? No, not alone. Let me guess. He was accompanied by a bespectacled gentleman, around the same age as Frank? No. The clerk shook his head. He came with 2 men. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze's eyes brightened. Tell me about those 2. But, sir, I'm still working. The young man glanced awkwardly towards the staff door behind the counter. Xing Ze, performing a sleight of hand, produced a 10-pound note and placed it on the counter. Share the details, and this will be yours. The young clerk's gaze fell upon the banknote, his throat bobbing as he finally murmured, 2 burly men. One was slightly shorter, but still over 6 feet tall. His gaze was quite intimidating. I think he must have been in the military. And the other? The other was just as sturdy. There was nothing particularly notable about him, except that his arms were thicker than my thighs. Xing Ze nodded, sliding the 10-pound note toward the clerk. Chapter 276, The Code. As the clerk accepted the 10-pound note, the bell above the shop door jingled once more, signaling the entrance of several new customers. Xing Ze pondered for a moment before articulating, I would like 2 cigars from Dorsey Dock and Raymond alone, the brand favored by Frank. As he toyed with the 2 cigars in his hands, Xing Ze exited the shop. The street was choked with traffic. the cacophony of car horns creating a most vexing atmosphere. Ruben emerged from the apartment building, jogging onto the street in search of his target, and ultimately spotted Xing Ze navigating through the vehicles toward him. Upon the young wizard's arrival, he jested, "I was unaware that you were fond of cigars." No, I have abstained from smoking for quite some time," replied Xing Ze, inhaling the aroma of one cigar beneath his nose. "Do you have an appreciation for cigars, Inspector?" A look of incredulity crossed Ruben's face as he took one from Xing Ze's hand. "Though my complexion may not be as pale, I am a native here. For the love of God, what Englishman is ignorant of cigars?" He then mimicked Xing Ze's earlier gesture, inhaling the scent and inspecting the packaging. "Dorsey Dock, British edition. A French product, quite rare. Where did you procure it?" Xing Ze gestured toward the grocery store, also handing Ruben the other cigar. After a considerable pause, the inspector remarked, "Raymond alone, 46 ring, super cigar, most intriguing." Ruben's gaze shifted toward the grocery store. "Is that the place, sir?" Xing Ze nodded. "Then I must question whether that shop is trafficking cigars or peddling counterfeit goods." "What do you mean?" Ruben inquired. "While the Raymond alone brand is common, it is not typically sold in such a small establishment. Generally, one must visit a specialized cigar shop to acquire them, not to mention Dorsey Dock, which is even rarer. They also sell American cigarettes." "Ah, splendid." The inspector returned the cigar to Xing Ze and noted the address. "I shall send someone to investigate shortly. If we cannot solve a major case, at least we can tackle some minor ones. We must keep those rascals occupied. Additionally, we can confirm that Frank's team consists of 5 members, making a total of 6 with him included. Yet, there are only 4 bodies. I am curious as to the whereabouts of the 5th. A black man in the position of inspector must possess considerable skill." It was evident that Ruben was not like the bumbling officers. Although the comforts of office life had dulled his physique, his intellect remained sharp. "I wonder, sir, should we dispatch someone to inspect that outfall? It could easily conceal several bodies." "You suspect the murderer transported the bodies through the sewage pipes?" Xing Ze inquired, retracting the cigar. "But surely, wouldn't a vehicle be swifter? Considering the preliminary estimate of the time of death, I instructed my officers to inquire at the packaging dock, and no large vehicles passed through the vicinity during that time frame. Furthermore, if a vehicle had been used to transport the bodies, the nearby dock workers would surely have noticed. You observed, sir, that the bodies exhibited only signs of swelling, with no other injuries, making it unlikely they were simply discarded from above. Moreover, there's only one route leading to that outfall. Transporting bodies would inevitably draw the attention of the workers." Xing Ze grinned, quite astute. "Inspector, I did not expect such insight. 8 years as a detective, sir," Ruben replied with a smile. "I did not attain the rank of inspector by merely coasting through the days. However, I still cannot measure up to your prowess. That recent deduction within the office was splendid." "Merely conjecture," Xing Ze countered. "If that lady does not firmly deny it, we are at an impasse. Thank goodness she lacks a tenacious spirit. That said, sir, is it necessary to examine the sewage pipes? Or is there some magic capable of instantaneously transferring objects from one location to another?" Xing Ze contemplated. "Such magic does indeed exist, albeit rarely. I believe it prudent to inspect the sewage system. Perhaps we shall uncover something unexpected. However, exercise caution, Inspector. I'm not yet certain of the full scope of this matter." "I shall," Ruben nodded, then turned his gaze to the street, exclaiming, "We shall be stuck here for a while longer. Do you wish to inquire further with anyone else? Is the testimony of the administrator sufficient?" "Very detailed. So detailed that I intend to alert my officers to keep an eye on her. Then let us find a place to sit and discuss her account." Xing Ze gestured toward a nearby tea house. "I concur." Ruben squinted at the irate drivers exiting their vehicles, but upon seeing the inspector in uniform, they quickly became more orderly. The tea house exuded an air of sophistication. The server inquired about their needs, and Ruben ordered a mixed black tea, while Xing Ze opted for his customary simple cup of green tea. "You neither smoke nor drink, and even your tea is merely a single type. You seem to be utterly out of place in this country," remarked the inspector, observing Xing Ze. "I am not originally from here, Inspector. I am a foreigner." Xing Ze replied. "I gathered as much," Ruben chuckled. "Life is not easy. Indeed, life is not easy. So what clues do we have?" "Brutus, Popeye, the Pink Lady, Madame Curie, and one Shakespeare." "Let me guess. The administrator referred to members of Frank's team using these terms?" "Correct. Is there anything noteworthy?" "On the 15th of August, they went out to procure supplies. According to our informant, they appeared to acquire a significant quantity of hardware." "Hardware?" "Yes, as if preparing for renovations. Additionally, I transcribed their so-called coded language. I recall a place called Sui." "Indeed." Ruben produced his notes, flipping through them before pushing the pages toward Xing Ze, seeking any connections. Xing Ze took the notebook, perusing its contents, a look of astonishment gradually manifesting on his face. I recognize that expression, Reuben remarked with concern. It cannot bode well. Xing Ze closed the notebook and pondered for a moment before stating, the traffic outside has sparked a question in my mind. Inspector, what is it? What has become of Frank's vehicle? Moreover, the clerk at the grocery store had previously seen those two hulking figures. A single car belonging to Frank could not possibly accommodate so many people. 2 vehicles, perhaps 3. The pink lady should certainly have the means to purchase a car. Yet, I did not observe any parking spaces outside the apartment. This street is somewhat aged, and the ancient buildings flanking it make expansion difficult, resulting in frequent congestion. Reuben furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping Xing Ze's implication. I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate nearby parking lots to see if anyone has spotted those individuals. Xing nodded, pushing the notebook back to the inspector, the so-called coded language etched in his memory. Native, NPC, role-playing game, instance. Chapter 277, Entangled Fates. After finishing their tea, Xing Ze and Reuben exited the tea house. The traffic had begun to ease, and Xing Ze intended to visit the Margaret restaurant. The coded language was perplexing to Xing Ze, particularly terms like role-playing and COC, yet he comprehended the majority, as they were terms that could only emerge in the future. This implied that Frank's assembled team consisted entirely of time travelers. If those corpses belonged to the members of that team, then their identities would be exceedingly challenging to ascertain, as they did not truly belong to this world. However, by uncovering the identity of their vehicle and its license plate, one might be able to trace the whereabouts of these individuals, provided they have parked in a specific lot. The police will conduct a thorough investigation, albeit one that is likely to be exceedingly inefficient. Multiple traversers. Xing Ze sat in his car, lost in thought. A copy? NPCs? Could it be that these people perceive this world as merely a game? How intriguing. If this is indeed a game for them, what transpires after they complete it? Xing Ze's fingers rhythmically tapped against the handbrake. What would happen if they failed in the game? Erasure? Or repatriation? Contemplating this, a smile crept across Xing Ze's face. Perhaps I have discovered a means of return. At the very least, I have acquired a crucial lead, he mused. Yet, a flying owl interrupted his train of thought. Xing Ze rolled down the window and extended his hand, upon which the owl perched. It was a private messenger. He retrieved a letter from its beak, sent by Therapist West from St. Mungo's. The letter indicated that he had made some discoveries and wished for Xing Ze to come and see. It appeared that the culinary adventure would have to be postponed. Xing Ze parked near the Flynn Network Point and then directly transported himself to the reception hall of St. Mungo's Hospital. Just as he was registering at the front desk, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Mr. Xing Ze, what a coincidence. With the voice, Arthur Weasley appeared before him. Mr. Weasley, Xing Ze responded in surprise. Are you here for a consultation? No, not for me. It's George, Arthur explained. He injured his leg while driving a magical car, and I'm here to bring him in for a checkup. Oh, how unfortunate. Arthur's face bore a look of concern as he whispered. Indeed, Molly is quite upset. She wants me to deal with that car as soon as possible. I too believe it is far too dangerous to have that vehicle at home. Wait, Xing Ze interjected, interrupting Mr. Weasley's complaints. You must keep that car. What? Oh, you are quite the considerate person, sir. But there is no need to console me. I have already decided to scrap that vehicle, despite the regret. For the sake of Merlin and God, if you scrap that car, how will Harry Potter get to school this semester? Xing Ze glanced around and leaned closer to Arthur. Listen to me, Mr. Weasley. That car is a testament to the perfect fusion of magic and technology. You cannot simply destroy it. Perhaps you could install some necessary safety features. Safety features? Yes. For instance, an invisibility booster, an invisibility booster, and an invisibility booster. Arthur looked at Xing Ze with a hint of confusion. Oh, sir, you mentioned invisibility booster 3 times. Indeed, it is said that important things should be stated thrice. The invisibility booster would allow the car to soar into the sky during the day, unseen by muggles. Of course, other safety devices are also essential. This way, you might persuade your wife. Ah, what a splendid idea. You truly are a genius, sir. Just a small suggestion. There's no need for such gratitude. Speaking of which, what brings you here, sir? Xing Ze handed the completed form to the nurse, just to check up. I've been having some trouble sleeping lately, and would like a potion to soothe my slumber. Well, it seems that the youth these days are plagued with sleep issues. Do take care of yourself, sir. Xing Ze nodded and bid farewell to Mr. Weasley, making his way toward Ackerman's office. He was not the only one interested in the corpses. A woman, a familiar face, was already seated in Ackerman's office. She had light, golden hair, amber eyes, delicate lips, and of course, that air of aloof pride. Wes has gone to handle some matters. I fear he may have to wait a while, Elisa Fix stated. How did you know it was me? Your footsteps. You always walk in a hurry. Xing Ze pulled a chair and sat beside the young lady. I thought you would be in the office, managing the round table's affairs. I had intended to, but John mentioned you were in tears, yearning for a partner. So here I am. I bet he didn't phrase it that way. Does it matter how he said it? Elisa turned her gaze toward Xing Ze. What matters is that I came, and your fragile heart has found some solace. Is it possible that your arrival is precisely why I would shed tears? Tears of sentiment? Xing Ze scoffed, deciding not to engage further in a debate with Elisa. As a benefactor of the round table, she could go wherever she pleased without needing anyone's consent. Detestable capitalist, Xing Ze muttered quietly to himself. I know what you're thinking, the young lady remarked, but I must inform you that this is a typical case of class envy. For Merlin's sake, let's discuss the case. Elisa's face broke into a victorious smile. 10 minutes later, Xing Ze relayed the progress of the current investigation to Elisa, of course omitting the matter of the traversers. Elisa frowned and inquired. This is a private commission. Won't there be repercussions if you disclose this information? Trust me, when he decided to hire me for this investigation, he must have anticipated the possibility of the commission being leaked. Besides, you don't naively believe you would divulge everything to me, do you? Reiko and Edwin are investigating information regarding the fangs of the serpent. However, little information? Yes, Banson's notes do not mention anything substantial. What about the fragments of the Book of Ibon? None. At least, nothing is mentioned in the fragments we possess. Perhaps I should inquire with the Slytherin family. But they will certainly not provide me with much information. It feels like a waste of time. It appears to be yet another intricate investigation. You truly need a partner. Xing Ze remained silent. Among all the members of the round table, the last person he wished to partner with was Elisa. Apart from their tendency to incessantly mock one another, there was another reason. The last excursion to Ravenclaw nearly cost Elisa her life. Xing Ze could not afford to risk involving her in the investigation, at least not on the front lines. However, it was evident that this stubborn heiress seemed unaware of the meaning of surrender. Chapter 278, Chaos. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward as the silence lingered. After a brief pause, the young lady spoke first. I heard that voice. Xing Ze looked at her in confusion. Before I lost consciousness, there was a voice in my mind. Elisa exhaled deeply. It sounded like my deceased mother. Elisa appeared to be lost in recollection, falling silent and staring blankly ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Xing Ze finally asked, "What did it say?" Elisa, startled back to the present, lowered her eyes and whispered, "It wished for me to end my own life." Xing Ze seemed to grasp something. So that is why you recklessly employed your own magic. I know that was not my mother, but my body does not obey my commands. I loathe this feeling. That sense of powerlessness infuriates me. Elisa rubbed her hands together, filled with resentment, humiliation, and anger. Xing Ze retrieved a fruit candy from his ring and handed it over with a resigned tone, saying, "You must acclimate to this sensation. You must concede that, as individuals, we can occasionally feel quite insignificant. Hence I sought you out. Are you attempting to find confidence through mockery?" The young lady chuckled as she accepted the candy. "Will you take me for a devil? Are you not?" Xing Ze muttered inwardly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, beginning with a series of shrill screams followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The two exchanged glances, and the young lady, puzzled, remarked, "Is it what I think it is, or—" Before she could finish, Xing Ze had dashed to the side of the door, hoping it was not the case. Otherwise, your next statement would be that I am a walking disaster. He cautiously pushed the door open and peered into the corridor, where he spotted a figure sprawled on the ground, pinned down by a creature resembling a lizard man from a fantastical film. "What do you see?" Ellie inquired quietly as she approached him. "It is difficult to describe," Xing Ze replied, "but I am certain trouble is brewing." Ellie drew her wand and cast an armor charm upon herself. "Being with you is never dull. Thank you for your restraint." With that, Xing Ze burst through the door and unleashed the prepared spell at the creature, only to discover it was not as clumsy as it appeared. The moment he exited the room, the creature lifted its flattened head, cautiously regarding the intruder, whether by instinct or acute intuition. Before the magic could reach it, it suddenly leaped onto the ceiling. The disorientation curse struck an abandoned medical supply bin in the hallway, followed by a shriek as the creature rapidly descended upon Xing Ze. With astonishing reflexes and agility, the monster jumped down, swinging its claws at the young wizard. Anticipating the attack, Xing Ze raised his hand to parry the blow. The blue beak attached to his wand absorbing some of the impact, though he still staggered back a few steps. A formidable force, indeed. "Get out of the way!" came a shout, and Xing Ze forcefully shoved the creature aside, leaping to the side as fierce flames nearly engulfed half the corridor. The lizard-like beast screeched in an attempt to flee, but Xing Ze waved his wand, casting a spell that struck the creature, yet it seemed to have little effect. Ellie shot a reproachful glare at Xing Ze, who shrugged innocently. How could he have anticipated that the creature would possess some resistance to magic? In the brief moment that followed, the creature had darted a considerable distance away, prompting Xing Ze to hasten after it. The St. Mungo's treatment area had descended into chaos, with healers and patients frantically fleeing, before the creature could inflict further harm. Xing Ze caught up with it and ended its life with a swift strike of his black blade. For Merlin's sake, I was looking for you, Xing Ze. Wes squeezed through the panicked crowd. Did your pet escape? Xing Ze inquired, glancing at the lizard man's corpse on the ground. West waved his hand dismissively. Merlin's beard. What have you always taken me for? A madman? A cultist? Your current state makes it hard not to draw those connections. West glanced at his blood-splattered lab coat, realization dawning upon him. Ah, they killed one of my colleagues. This is his blood. They? Indeed. There are two more. I saw one heading toward the makeshift operating room. One of the hospital guards. They split up to pursue. Understood. Just as Xing Ze was about to suggest checking the operating room, the young lady had already moved against the tide of the crowd in that direction. Hurry, Xing Ze, she urged. Once this is over, we need to have a serious discussion. Wes nodded. Trust me, we have much to converse about. As they caught up with Ellie, they found the once chaotic crowd had sought refuge in the nearest wards, aided by the hospital guards. It resembles a lizard. Ellie paused to lift a child and return him to a mother blocked by the throng. The mischievous boy had likely crawled between adults' legs. He was fortunate to have escaped unscathed. I believe it resembles a snake more, Xing Ze replied. I have never seen a snake with limbs. Indeed, there are rumors that the serpent that beguiled Adam and Eve had limbs and even wings, but God stripped it of these as punishment. An intriguing explanation. Yet let us first address the immediate issue. The young lady pointed towards a fallen hospital guard on the ground, and they hastened forward to inspect. Dead, Xing Ze declared, checking the guard's neck. What about you? Same here, Ellie responded. The entire throat has been torn apart. There is no chance of survival. Xing Ze stared pensively at the claw marks on the back of the corpse. We must move. We need to locate that creature quickly, lest more lives be lost. Upon reaching the operating room, Xing Ze encountered an old acquaintance, Arthur Weasley, who was hastily traversing the empty corridor. Hey, Mr. Weasley, Xing Ze called out. Arthur turned, his wand held firmly in his right hand. Upon recognizing Xing Ze, he visibly relaxed. For Merlin's sake, Mr. Xing Ze, you must assist me. What has happened? Xing Ze inquired as he approached Arthur. I cannot find them. Calm down, sir. Who are you unable to find? Ellie waved her wand, casting a calming charm on Arthur. It is my sons, Fred and Ron, along with Harry and Hermione. Xing Ze looked at Arthur incredulously. How could this happen? George needed a cast, which took some time. So, I gave Fred some money to take the children to fetch some food. We must locate those children first. Xing Ze said to Ellie, You are the boss. It's your call. Chapter 279, Serpent. St. Mungo's hospital housed two small shops, one located in the inpatient area and another in the waiting area. Judging by distance, the children would likely head to the one in the inpatient section. Xing Ze instructed Arthur to check the waiting area, noting that most of the crowd had surged toward the lobby, where numerous guards would likely be stationed to ensure safety, making it considerably safer than the inpatient area. Arthur Weasley, the young lady remarked, I remember him as a decent fellow. Why not let him accompany us? It would be safer in the front hall. You've seen those two guards. Xing Ze lowered himself, recalling that the so-called lizard man possessed extraordinary speed and strength. Getting too close will be perilous. Do not forget, they also have some resistance to magic. Ellie leaned in. Did you bring a handkerchief? The young lady produced an exquisite handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. Xing Ze took it, wiping on the ground before inspecting it. The handkerchief bore a transparent, viscous liquid, resembling glue. Without even needing to smell it closely, Xing Ze could discern the unmistakable odor of serpent venom. It appeared to be egg white. The young lady frowned. Xing Ze straightened up, pointing at the transparent slime on the ground. This is left by the lizard man. Judging by the direction, it headed towards the inpatient department. This is certainly not good news. Eli waved her hand dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at the handkerchief. Consider it a gift. The hospital's convenience store was desolate, with several shelves toppled over, merchandise strewn across the floor. From the state of the burst door, it was evident that the serpent creature had been here. I can smell that nauseating stench. It must have visited this place. Eli began to search around, heightening her vigilance. The store was not large, and Eli swiftly examined every nook and cranny, breathing a sigh of relief. At least those children haven't been here. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Xing Ze retrieved a pair of glasses from beneath one of the shelves. They have indeed come here. Just then, a sharp scream pierced the air. The young lady dashed out first, with Xing Ze closely following. This way, he confirmed the direction and hastened forward. The scream emanated from an empty patient room. But upon their arrival, they found no trace of the lizard man. Instead, they discovered the source of the scream, Hermione. The children were hiding behind a bed, while Harry was staring up at the ceiling, uttering something in a strange tone and diction that Xing Ze had never heard before. However, the young lady recognized that peculiar language. Parcel tongue, she murmured. Upon seeing Xing Ze, the children remained relatively calm, with Fred discreetly pointing at the ceiling. Xing Ze cast a brief glance upwards and beheld the creature, a white-bodied entity covered in scales, its crimson tongue flicking in and out. It seemed captivated by Harry, its entire focus fixated upon the boy, completely oblivious to Xing Ze and Eli's entrance. Xing Ze aimed his wand at the creature, as did Eli. Large-scale magic was not feasible in the hospital room, so they opted for targeted, powerful spells. The magical lance erupted from Xing Ze's wand, while Eli conjured a binding lasso. However, only the lasso found its mark, as the lance narrowly missed. Compared to the previous lizard man they had encountered, this white-scaled creature appeared stronger and more agile, a fact evidenced by the two slain guards nearby. The wizard, whose throat had been torn out, had been carelessly discarded, and disposing of an adult in such a manner was no trivial feat. As for the guard Xing Ze inspected, although his magical robe was not of high quality, it was certainly sufficient to withstand ordinary blade injuries. Yet the claw marks that led to his demise had torn through his attire. There were only two possibilities. Either this lizard man possessed immense strength and razor-sharp claws, or it had the ability to negate magic. Judging by the claws lunging towards him, Xing Ze was inclined to believe the former. The lasso failed to fully restrain the creature. It hissed and turned to attack Xing Ze. The young wizard crouched to evade, rolling on the ground to shield the children. The young lady's use of the lasso was indeed accurate. The creature had not been drawn to Harry, its slightly arched back and flickering tongue signaling an impending attack. The reason it hesitated to strike may have been its assessment of whether Harry was one of its kind. Thus, considering its quick reflexes and nimble speed, it was evident that a single spell would have little chance of hitting it. The binding lasso, akin to a fishing net, was one of the few area spells that could be effectively utilized at this moment. Channel your magic, Xing Ze shouted, then dashed towards the creature. No need for your instructions, the young lady retorted curtly, channeling her magic to enlarge the lasso. The creature, evidently possessing some intelligence, immediately shifted its target towards Eli. But Xing Ze thwarted its attempt with a swift kick to its side, sending it sprawling. Eli's lasso finally took full effect, the lizard man thrashing violently, its tooth-filled maw snapping open and shut, emitting a continuous shriek. It's calling for help, Harry suddenly exclaimed, looking rather feeble, likely due to the toll of using parcel tongue on his spirit. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, hearing a rustling noise from above. The ventilation duct. The thought crossed his mind instantly. Eli, move, he warned, but a shadow leaped from the duct's opening above Eli. The creature moved with such speed that Xing Ze could not reach her in time, despite his immediate rush toward her. In a critical moment, the shadow was struck by an unseen force, momentarily halting its momentum with a loud crackle, providing Xing Ze the time he needed. The blue beak transformed into a long whip, wrapping around the lizard creature. With a sharp tug from Xing Ze, the monster was pulled closer. It attempted to resist, but a well-placed kick to its face rendered it unconscious. That should be the last of them. Xing Ze exhaled heavily, calling to the children, hurry, leave this place and head to the hall. Mr. Weasley is waiting for you there. Once the children had departed, Xing Ze turned his attention to the creature still struggling in the net. Eli had intensified her magical input, ensuring the lasso-esque grip was even more secure. Any ideas? Xing Ze inquired, furrowing his brow. The blue beak morphed into a black blade, piercing the creature's cranium. A rather straightforward response. Just as Xing Ze was about to deal with the remaining lizard man, he discovered it had already ceased to breathe. Chapter 280, The Corpse. Chaos arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. With the culprit subdued and the guards properly managed, the hospital gradually returned to normalcy. They were merely awaiting the Ministry of Magic's orders to conclude matters. Xing Ze returned the glasses to Harry, crouching down to whisper, "What did it say to you?" Harry accepted the glasses, wiping them with the sleeve of his robe. "I couldn't understand. It mentioned something about a great serpent, relics, and something else." Xing Ze smiled gently, patting the boy on the head. Not far away, Fred was animatedly recounting the recent events to George, who was leaning on a cane. particularly relishing the tale of how he had deployed a blasting curse, originally intended for exploding school toilets, to strike the creature, embellishing the story with vivid details. The lizard-like monsters had not inflicted much psychological distress, likely due to the existence of magical creatures in the wizarding world. Centaurs, mermaids, house elves, and other humanoid beings were quite commonplace, rendering such encounters unremarkable. Mr. Weasley was attending to the final child, Ron, ensuring all the children were unharmed. Otherwise, Molly would surely have torn him to shreds. They were still in the hospital, and if anything seemed amiss, they could directly consult a healer. This brief upheaval had left several injured, with the young lady and some medical staff assisting in comforting the elderly and children. However, her robe, adorned with the shimmering Shafik family crest, splendidly represented their family motto. The Shafik family never engages in unprofitable ventures. Thank Merlin, you're all safe and sound, Arthur remarked after checking Ron, though he did not notice his youngest son's glum expression. Xing Ze smiled softly to himself. Regardless of whether it is the original text or the film adaptation, the Weasley family regards Harry as one of their own. When the children entered the living room, Arthur's first check was on Harry, followed by Hermione, and only then did he attend to Fred and Ron. As for Fred, Arthur's inspection could be described as perfunctory. In the father's mind, as long as these two raucous twins remained whole and unscathed, all was well, an embodiment of the notion that simply being alive suffices. Of course, the twins had long since acclimatized to this treatment. Their magical experiments at home often resulted in mishaps, be it shattered glass, ruined floors, or one being blasted out of the room by the other. This summer, with Harry Potter's arrival, the duo was brimming with new ideas for amusement. They took Harry to the garden to catch gnomes, to the pond to fish for frogs, and frequently sneaked into Arthur's workspace to tinker with the confiscated magical artifacts. Xing Ze couldn't help but think that, were it not for the exceptional medical standards of the wizarding world and the various potions capable of curing all ailments, those two boys would likely have met their demise countless times by now. However, for Ron, his father's behavior began to instill a doubt in him about whether he truly belonged to this family. Fortunately, a child's thoughts are as fickle as the unpredictable English weather. He quickly forgot this concern and turned to Harry to discuss the recent incident involving Parseltongue. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Arthur repeatedly expressed his gratitude, grasping Xing Ze's hand. Xing Ze smiled and turned his gaze to the nearby Ellie. You should thank Miss Shafik, Mr. Weasley. Without her, I alone could not have saved these children. Of course. Of course. Arthur called the children over. Children, let us express our gratitude to that kind lady. Before they departed, Hermione approached Xing Ze and whispered, Sir, are you engaged in some secret mission again? If home visits count as a secret mission, then yes, I've been at it for nearly an entire summer. But you're the first to notice. The girl pouted slightly, you know what I mean. Since you refused to answer, I shan't press further. But do be cautious. It seems the Dumbledore's army is up to something. Rena Castor, I presume? Xisha nodded. Thank you for the warning, Miss Granger. I shall take care. After the arrival of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, Xing Ze and Ellie proceeded to meet Ackerman, or rather, the therapist West. At last, we can have a proper discussion. West adjusted his thick glasses. However, before we do, let us head to the dissection room. I'm uncertain whether I can clarify matters here. Under West's guidance, the two followed him into the dissection room. Although the area had been secured as a crime scene, the guarding Auror immediately stepped aside upon seeing Xing Ze. To this day, Xing Ze was no longer the marginalized foreigner he once was. Whether due to the notoriety from previous events or John's covert operations within the ministry, he had evidently become a figure of renown. Of course, voices of resistance and disparagement still lingered, but at least within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he had established his footing. The young Auror on duty appeared to belong to a magical family and recognized Ellie Shafik, even though the gleaming family crest had since vanished. Do you require my assistance? He inquired. Ellie shook her head. Just ensure no outsiders enter and do not disclose that we were here. Certainly, the Auror readily assured, although uncertain of his sincerity. Xing Ze was content with this treatment compared to before. West led them into a dissection room splattered with blood and reeking of a foul odor, reminiscent of the grotesque scenes from a B-grade splatter film. Ellie instinctively reached for her handkerchief to cover her mouth, only to remember she had given it to Xing Ze. Luckily, West thoughtfully handed her a mask and rubber gloves. This medical mask differed from Muggle ones. It contained certain potions that imbued it with a refreshing scent, effectively neutralizing the stench to prevent one from fainting from the odor. Street Mungo's hospital operated on both magical and electrical systems to address various situations. Upon donning his mask, West's first action was to reactivate the magical system in the dissection room. The electrical system had been previously destroyed, and the exhaust fan resumed operation. Xing Ze surveyed the 4 corpses in the room, which were the nameless, bloated bodies from Liverpool, except for the one on the dissection table. The others had their abdomens explosively ruptured, as if they had been eviscerated like slaughtered pigs. Despite the gaping wounds, Xing Ze saw no internal organs. Stepping closer, he found only a gelatinous white substance within. Even with the potion in the mask to buffer the stench and the exhaust fan now running, he still detected the potent odor of snake venom. Ellie approached to observe, furrowing her brows. Are these the corpses arranged in an S shape? Indeed, but they were once intact. Xing Ze replied solemnly, beginning to understand the origins of those peculiar lizard-like creatures. Chapter 281. The Serpent People. West casually picked up a pair of tweezers from the dissection table and lifted an eyeball, lamenting, "Poor Nick, may he find peace in Avalon," before tossing the eye into the trash bin. "Let me guess," Xing Ze remarked, gazing at the blood-splattered floor and the white walls. "This must all belong to Nick." West glanced at the side wall. "You certainly have delivered me some fine gifts. Now, I presume you're eager to uncover the truth behind this?" As he spoke, West used the tweezers to extract some of the white, gelatinous substance from the corpses. In simple terms, these 4 bodies have been used as hosts. Someone had implanted the larvae of some creature within them. West paused, looking into their eyes before continuing. "To clarify, you may still find this perplexing. Let me provide an example, similar to parasitic wasps." The young lady suddenly comprehended. "You mean these corpses were hosts for the laying of eggs, and those monsters just emerged from them?" "Precisely." Without needing West's example, Xing Ze grasped the gist, for in the world he hailed from, there's an abundance of horror films featuring themes of parasitism, with the most iconic being Alien. Yet sometimes, reality can be far more astonishing and bizarre than films. As observed in the current situation, what the alien could accomplish, these lizard people could do as well, and even better. After hatching, an alien still required a period of growth, whereas, judging by the timeline of the disturbances, these lizard people emerged from their wombs with the capacity to kill a wizard. Though this wizard was merely a healer, possessing combat abilities akin to an average muggle, he was nonetheless an adult. Just imagine, in a natural world, or rather, even in the realm of magical creatures, there are no beings capable of possessing such lethal prowess from birth. It defies the very laws of nature. "But it does defy nature," West remarked, his tone tinged with excitement. "Calves of antelopes can run shortly after birth. It is ingrained in their instincts. As for these monsters, well, I prefer to refer to them as the Serpent People. Upon their birth, they are capable of combat, and even more astonishingly, their growth rate is unparalleled. I have examined the 3 corpses of the serpent folk. When they emerged from their cadavers, they were no larger than my forearm. Yet, before we could fully comprehend the situation, they had grown to the size of a 13 or 14-year-old child. Now, observing the present, that white one has attained a stature nearly akin to yours." Xing Ze shrugged and remarked, "In other words, these creatures have no juvenile phase. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, is it not?" West elevated the tweezers in his hand and continued, "Take a look at this. These were once organs, now rendered to mere remnants by the digestive enzymes." The young lady stepped forward, peering into the corpse's interior, even extending a hand to touch the chest cavity. At times, Xing Ze had to concede that this heiress exhibited none of the delicate fragility one might expect from a life of privilege. He had first noticed this during their investigation into the death of a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. However, recognizing her unconventional nature, Xing Ze found some solace. While other young women might be seated in gardens, sipping afternoon tea and discussing the handsome signs of various families, this one was likely dissecting frogs or delving into some forbidden dark magic defense. "Some ribs are also missing," Ellie observed with a frown. "Can these digestive enzymes even break down bones?" West set down the tweezers, cautioning, "Please be careful, Miss Shafik. We have yet to ascertain the full extent of these enzymes' capabilities. But, as you see, they do affect the bones. Like spiders," Xing Ze interjected. "More akin to snakes," West replied, "but far more potent than any digestive enzymes we are currently familiar with. It is well known that food is digested through the combined action of gastric acid and digestive enzymes. Yet we found no acidic fluid within the corpse. I suspect this is to protect the embryo's development." Xing Ze retrieved a scalpel and lifted a membrane from within the corpse. "What is this?" "The amniotic sac," West answered. "It serves to protect the embryo from being corroded by digestive enzymes and toxins." Ellie glanced at the mucus on her rubber gloves and asked, "Toxins? Is it from the snakeweed poison?" "Oh no, it is not. Initially, we believed these individuals succumbed to snakeweed poison, but upon dissection, we discovered otherwise. Although it bears a similar scent to snakeweed, this is an entirely new toxin, and we have no knowledge of it. The only certainty is that these toxins are reminiscent of snake venom. No need to worry too much, miss. We have already treated the corpses and neutralized the toxin's activity. These toxins were likely intended to protect the bodies from being ravaged by other creatures. The young lady exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "It appears you have dissected a strange creature, the corpse of a serpent folk." Indeed, during the autopsy, I discovered an embryo within the corpse. Fortunately, it had not yet fully matured. Initially, these embryos were likely the size of eggs, entering the body through the esophagus. I found tears in the esophagus, likely caused during the embryo's introduction. In essence, the embryo reaches the stomach, utilizing it as an incubation chamber, and then digestive enzymes are infused. Based on the enzyme's efficiency, they would dissolve the entire internal organ within approximately 20 hours. West traced a circle on the corpse's abdomen. All dissolved. The resultant gel serves as the nutrient source for the mature embryo. It is projected that the embryo will mature in around 24 hours, puncturing the amniotic sac to absorb nourishment. Do you recall the two smaller serpent folk? They originated from two females. It appears that the nutrients within the corpses were insufficient to sustain their rapid growth, and they will not survive for long. Xing Ze recalled the serpent folk that had ambushed Ellie. It was clear that its demise could not have been caused by Fred's thunderbolt or a kick from him, thus resolving his earlier doubts. What does this imply, Mr. West? Ellie inquired, somewhat perplexed. One possibility, West said gravely, is that these serpent folk were artificially accelerated in their maturation. Normally, their incubation period would not be so brief, nor would the necessary nutrients be provided by a single corpse. Therefore, I must caution you, this unknown species possesses advanced biological technology, likely several centuries ahead of us. Perhaps even more. Chapter 282. For corpses. West's words prompted Ellie to cast a glance at Xing Ze, who questioned, "Why do you look at me like that?" "I find you quite capable of attracting peculiar creatures," she replied. Xing Ze stroked his chin in agreement. "Is that why you always like to follow me?" The young lady pouted, choosing to remain silent. Xing Ze then turned to West and asked, "I am more concerned about the identities of these corpses. Have you uncovered any clues?" "None. There is not a single item to affirm their identities," the healer replied with certainty. "I checked dental records and collected some fingerprints, but to no avail. Wizards also have dental checkups. In a seemingly antiquated and rigid magical world, many aspects are akin to the Muggle realm, particularly in medicine. The omnipotent potions and healing spells carry certain risks and side effects. Essentially, potion brewing is similar to herbal medicine, yet the side effects are considerably greater. Thus, in treating various ailments, St. Mungo's and other wizarding hospitals often employ Muggle methods. Moreover, magical research has consistently sought to integrate Muggle medical techniques with wizarding practices to forge a unique hybrid system. I can only provide some inferences based on the wear of the teeth and the development of the bones. This deceased individual appears to be a 30-year-old male of mixed descent, with short hair, standing 6 feet 4 inches tall, and exhibiting a muscular build, indicative of long-term exercise. His teeth are yellowed, likely due to prolonged smoking. The cause of death is attributed to respiratory muscle paralysis. His body was injected with a substantial quantity of an unknown toxin. What we currently know is that this toxin causes total paralysis and hallucinations. I surmise the embryo was introduced at this juncture. Depending on individual physiology, it begins to attack the nervous system within 10 to 15 minutes, leading to death. The causes of death for the others are quite similar. Oh, by the way, there are bite marks on his right calf, resembling those of a human, though I suspect they belong to some kind of primate. Primate? Ellie questioned, bewildered. Can monkeys coexist with snakes? Perhaps in a dream. They might run hand in hand under the setting sun. The young lady shot a disapproving glance at Xing Ze, whose earnest delivery of a cold joke never failed to disappoint. West cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track, pointing to another corpse. A Caucasian female, with red hair, 5 feet 8 inches tall, also around 30 years old. Her teeth are well-maintained, indicative of long-term care. Her legs bear varying degrees of bruising and contusions. Next was the third corpse, another Caucasian female, significantly younger. West estimated her age to be between 23 and 26, with long black hair. Her back bore blunt force trauma, and her left ring and pinky fingers were severed, likely bitten off by something. The last corpse was that of a Caucasian male, standing at approximately 6 feet tall and around 35 years of age. He bore the most injuries among the 4 bodies, with several claw marks etched into his back and bite marks evident upon his neck. His right leg was fractured, and his right palm was crushed. West pointed to his left leg, saying there is a steel plate embedded in his left calf, likely inserted after a previous injury. I shall investigate on the Muggle side to see if I can ascertain the identities of these individuals. As for the Serpent Men's bodies, I hope the Ministry of Magic will not hand them over to the Magical Research Society. Otherwise, I fear I may never receive further information. I have instructed John to make some inquiries, Ali said. Wes nodded, adding, speaking of which, although I recognize this may not be the most opportune moment, Miss Shafik, I would appreciate it if you could expedite the preparation of a laboratory for me. This way, you can arrive without the need for St. Mungo's. You are well aware we need not always delve into such perilous research. Disturbances like this will not be the last. Moreover, I truly wish to avoid continuing my outpatient duties. Some of those patients, well, a portion of them, are infuriatingly dim-witted. I cannot bear tending to swine. It will be ready soon. Mr. West, Ali replied. The approval from the Key Hall has come through, and the funding is gradually being allocated. Before long, you will be able to reassemble your own team. This was perhaps the most uplifting news I had heard today. However, for Xing Ze, the later West's research team was assembled. The better, for once it was complete, he would be the first subject of study. The turmoil at St. Mungo's had drawn the attention of the Ministry of Magic, which was hardly a fortuitous development for the Commission. Fortunately, the investigation was being led by an old acquaintance, Alfred Malfoy. The two encountered the young Auror in the entrance hall, where he was engrossed in a dialogue with the head of the hospital's guard regarding the entire incident. Upon spotting Xing Ze and Ali, he delegated his inquiries to his deputy and swiftly approached them. Alfred had never given up on Xing Ze. Although they had had little opportunity to converse at the Shafik Manor Ball, he had always sought a chance to engage with the hero of Ravenska Village. He had also not lost hope with Ali Shafik, despite her peculiar demeanor and the fact that she had never extended him a warm greeting. Yet she now appeared to be in good spirits, or rather, brimming with enthusiasm. Is there any significance to the bodies being arranged in an S shape? Ali inquired of Xing Ze. But before he could respond, she mused aloud. Some tribes, whether Muggle or wizard, or even magical creatures, engage in peculiar sacrificial worship. It is quite possible this is a form of sacrifice, a ritual dedicated to the Serpent Men deities. What do you think? Perhaps we should defer this discussion for later. Xing Ze replied. Alfred approached the two, greeting them warmly. Good morning to you both. May I inquire what brings you to this hospital? It is a hospital, the young lady replied. I trust your intellect allows you to deduce our purpose here. Both injured? Alfred appeared perplexed. That is none of your concern. Merely a coincidence. Xing Ze interjected diplomatically. I am here to address my insomnia, while Miss Shafik is attending to her mental state, as she has been rather anxious of late. Before Xing Ze could finish his sentence, Ali's elbow sharply jabbed into his side. I see. Alfred nodded, noting the pained smile on Xing Ze's face. What do you understand? The young lady inquired, her voice laced with irritation. The young Auror offered an awkward smile, instinctively retreating slightly. Ah, you are here at the hospital. The young lady straightened her back. I truly question how you became an Auror, Mr. Malfoy. You seem to believe every word that is said to you. If those in the Auror office are of your caliber, I genuinely worry for the future of the wizarding world in Britain. However, it is Xing. There are no buts, sir. Please do not obstruct our path. Unlike you, we have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Ali coldly brushed past Alfred. Xing Ze patted the young Auror on the shoulder and promptly followed her. Chapter 283, The Back Kitchen. Perhaps it is a warning. Xing Ze suddenly remarked upon exiting the hospital. Ali looked at him in confusion. The question posed a moment ago, Xing Ze clarified. Understanding dawned upon Ali as she bit her lip in contemplation. I do not comprehend how you deduced that. The corpses were initially to be sent to the Muggle police for autopsy. Consider it, clever lady. Should those serpent men appear in a Muggle precinct, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody uproar. Moreover, based on West's remarks, it seems these serpent men were destined to perish, indicating they were merely disposable products intended to create sufficient chaos. If we accept your theory of them being sacrificial offerings to deities, why then would there be embryos stored within? Those 4 corpses resemble timed explosives, and when the time comes, boom. That holds some merit, Ali conceded, releasing her lip. A trace of lipstick now on her pristine teeth. However, you cannot discount the possibility that a series of rituals may be necessary for those embryos to fully hatch. Furthermore, if the Muggles were to unseal the gifts early, your so-called explosives would become duds. Xing Ze chuckled. Do not forget, miss, the corpses are still laced with deadly toxins. Very well, we find ourselves at an impasse. What shall we do next? It is evident that the identities of the 4 corpses remain unknown, and that esteemed Detective Frank remains unaccounted for. It seems all avenues are blocked. Are you hungry? In response to Xing Ze's query, Ali glanced at her watch and replied, I would not mind an early lunch. Do you have any recommendations? Margaret's restaurant, of course, I shall treat. Are you asking me out? Ali raised an eyebrow. I merely wish to apologize for my earlier offense. Well, I suppose that is acceptable. Margaret's restaurant is delightful. Their cream banana ice cream pie is quite renowned, Ali concurred. However, reservations are required. Yet I assume you are a member of the restaurant? Ali nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I cannot help but wonder what your intentions are, Xing Ze. The cake, no wider than 2 of Xing Ze's fingers, was priced at 20 pounds, merely a dessert, and the main course would surely be even more costly. Xing Ze began to regret his offer to treat. At this hour, the restaurant was sparsely populated, with only 3 tables occupied, including Xing Ze and Ali's. Whether out of revenge or jest, Ali ordered a number of dishes whose names alone suggested exorbitant prices. As for Xing Ze, he opted for a simple pan-seared fish fillet. With Ali's membership, they were able to dine without a reservation. The front desk manager was the same as before, though his assistant had been replaced by an older woman. The manager recognized Xing Ze at a glance and inquired about the previous incident. Xing Ze fabricated a lie, claiming that such information had greatly assisted Mr. Frank. Ali, understanding, refrained from exposing Xing Ze's falsehood and tactfully added a few remarks. The manager, buoyed by their status as esteemed guests, assured them that the restaurant would extend help to any patrons in need. When the main course arrived, Ellie had only consumed a third of her dessert, savoring each bite with an elegance and slowness akin to appreciating an unparalleled work of art. Well, my mind and spirit have been thoroughly nourished. Shall we engage in conversation? Ellie gently dabbed the corner of her mouth with her napkin and inquired, "What would you like to know?" This meal required a payment of nearly 350 pounds, and I refrained from ordering wine. Otherwise, the cost would have escalated. I couldn't help but wonder if you had the means to pay. A provided me with a substantial startup fund, 300 gold gallons. In hindsight, I should have allowed them to open a bottle of wine. A smile crept onto the corners of Ellie's lips as she jested. Let us cut to the chase and reveal the true intent behind this meal. Spare me the ridiculous excuse of an apology. I hardly believe you feel remorse for the earlier offense. So, your invitation to dine must have ulterior motives. And I doubt you simply wish to court me. Perhaps I do wish to court you? Oh, really? Ellie rested her chin on her hand, narrowing her eyes as she gazed at Xing Ze. Within half a minute, Xing Ze yielded. All right, I'll be honest. I believe the head chef knows something, and I wish to speak with him. The young lady retracted her flirtatious demeanor, tilting her head in contemplation. Ah, I recall. You mentioned that Frank was in attendance when that lady met with the head chef, and he was present throughout. Initially, I intended to inquire through the back door, but that seemed too risky. Since you're here, I've devised a plan. Ellie raised her hand to prevent Xing Ze from continuing. Let me finish my lunch, and you may unveil the mystery afterward. I do not wish to spoil this rare moment of good cheer. After they finished their meal, the front desk manager personally approached to settle the bill. Before payment, Ellie made a request. Today's roasted lamb chops were cooked to perfection. It has been ages since I have tasted such exquisite lamb. If possible, we would like to personally thank the head chef in the kitchen. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sir, beautiful lady. However, the kitchen is rather empty at the moment, is it not? I believe it won't be too busy, and I'm sure the head chef would be delighted to meet you. But there are no buts. Manager is merely a gesture of gratitude. If such a simple act is disallowed, I truly question what impact that might have on the restaurant's reputation. Beads of sweat formed on the manager's brow. His inability to respond due to the young lady's interruptions and rapid speech left him with little time to react. He merely grasped the significance of her final statement. He also considered the identity of this guest, one of the rare few with a gold membership. After a brief moment of deliberation, the manager acquiesced to her request. Once the payment was settled, he led Xing Ze and Ellie to the kitchen. At that moment, the head chef was inspecting a newly prepared plate of foie gras. The other chefs cast puzzled glances, and amidst their scrutiny, the manager approached the head chef and whispered a few words. The head chef turned his head, his robust build and square face revealing a slight plumpness. Oh, what an honor this is. After a moment's hesitation, the head chef smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. When it was Xing Ze's turn to shake hands with the head chef, he quietly remarked, "Mr. Frank sends his regards." The chef momentarily froze, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Ze added, "I presume you've heard about the 4 corpses. Their demise was tragic, yet I see no sorrow reflected in your countenance. What are you implying, sir?" The head chef withdrew his hand, his cheek twitching slightly. The young lady discreetly gripped her wand, as the surrounding chef's gazes grew increasingly unsettling. Chapter 284, The Investigator. The atmosphere in the kitchen plunged into an inexplicable tension, with the chefs regarding Xing Ze and Ellie as one might observe fresh ingredients. There's no need for such dramatics. Xing Ze half raised his hands. We have a far more effective means to resolve this matter, gentlemen. The front desk manager, bewildered by the unfolding situation, stood by, attempting to speak several times. But each attempt was thwarted by the mounting tension that caused beads of sweat to form more densely on his nose. Take the foie gras outside, Amal. I wish to converse with these two guests. The manager nodded, swiftly retrieving the plate of foie gras before hastily exiting the kitchen. Get back to work, you lazy ones. The guests will arrive shortly. We cannot afford to waste time. The head chef's orders reignited the chef's busyness. The young lady concealed her wand, leaning against a pillar. Before we delve into serious matters, I must acknowledge that the banana cream pie was exquisitely crafted. The head chef smiled faintly. I am delighted to hear that. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the crux of the matter. So, you're Xing Ze? You know me? Sunlir Yi's Basi. The head chef revealed a name. Xing Ze furrowed his brow, realizing the implications of Yi's Basi's words at the ball. Ellie, upon hearing the name, cast a complex glance at Xing Ze. Are you allied? Merely collaborators. In any case, I cannot divulge Frank's whereabouts because I do not know. However, one thing. The head chef paused, producing a notepad and pen from his apron and scribbling something down before handing it to Xing Ze. 1114, Coastal Avenue? Xing Ze muttered quietly as he passed the notepad to Ellie. You may wish to investigate that location. Perhaps you will uncover some essential clues. The young lady queried skeptically. What is there? I cannot say. As I mentioned, we are merely collaborators. I facilitate contacts. They meet here and discuss matters. A middleman? Xing Ze speculated. Precisely. However, I prefer you refer to me as a bounty facilitator. So Frank and the lady who met here previously are mercenaries, or rather, bounty hunters? The meaning is quite similar. We refer to them as investigators. Investigators from other realms? Xing Ze pondered inwardly, realizing these individuals were not independent entities but part of an organization, a systematic and well-structured organization. This invoked memories of Edward Mendez's words. The messenger who disrupted the ritual 70 years ago subsequently established the investigator organization. It seemed his deductions were accurate. This world was treated as a game, with those who called themselves investigators crossing over from their original worlds. Individuals like the head chef functioned akin to NPCs within a game, issuing tasks, providing clues, and necessary services to assist players in completing their objectives. Thus, the arrival of a reporter clad in red underwear flying about, or a reckless heir in a black cloak driving an extravagant sports car, should come as no surprise. What in the world is this? Xing Ze exhaled deeply, collecting his thoughts to inquire further. What does SUE mean? The head chef smiled faintly. You may inquire directly with Yi's Basi. I believe she will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Now, unless there are any further matters, I must kindly ask you to leave. The guests are about to arrive. Ellie tore off the paper inscribed with the address and placed a notebook on the table, commenting that the roasted lamb chops were somewhat too salty for her taste. I suggested pairing them with a Rioja next time. I shall do so, she replied. Exiting through the back door of the restaurant, Ellie glanced at Xing Ze, whose brow was furrowed in concern, and couldn't help but inquire, Are you experiencing stomach troubles? What? He stammered. Your expression has been quite grim ever since you heard about the investigator. I can't help but suspect that the fish fillet was not fresh. Well, never mind. It's too complicated to explain right now. Let's first head to Seaside Road. How shall we get there? My carriage is parked at the hospital. Should we hail a bus? There's no need to rush. Xing Ze gestured for Ellie to accompany him. We can take our time and perhaps request some assistance along the way. Once a subordinate manifested, the two made their way to the location where Xing Ze had parked. Oh, a car! Ellie exclaimed, reaching out to touch the hood. Where did you acquire this? Such is the advantage of private commissions, he replied. Well, it seems holds this matter in considerable esteem. Whatever you desire, he provides. Trust me, dear lady, Frank's fees would undoubtedly be much steeper. By the way, there is something I fail to comprehend. Xing Ze mused, stroking his chin. Why would it not hire a bounty hunter and instead entrust such an important investigation to a mute detective? You do not grasp the dilemmas faced by those illustrious families. If it were a bounty hunter, akin to a funeral director, it would inevitably draw the attention of other families. In contrast to the mundane world, the realm of wizards is rather insular. Any stirrings among prominent families attract considerable scrutiny. Moreover, the conflict between the conservatives and reformists has persisted for centuries, and each family is eager to place spies within rival households, particularly one as politically ambiguous as Slytherin. Heaven knows how many of their kitchen staff are loyal. Truly complex. Xing Ze remarked. Not all, Ellie retorted. Rumors do not spread unless they hold value. People are the same. If you perceive life as plain and simple, It is likely because your position has yet to brush against the terrifying darkness. Should I continue to live joyfully as a fool, or adopt the perspective of a sage to unveil the truths of this world? Why ask me? Ellie countered. Each person's aspirations are distinct. Considering that truth often drives the wise to madness, I suspect there is little difference between the two. Enough of this, Xing Ze. This is not the time for philosophical musings. Are you truly willing to trust the words of a cook? To my mind, they are nothing but the ramblings of a madman. The address he provided could very well be a trap. But isn't it worth investigating? Ellie replied. Moreover, there are two of us. You can stand outside as my lookout. If anything seems amiss, we can simply depart. Ellie was not swayed by Xing Ze's taunts. She extended her hand, declaring, I shall drive. Xing Ze hesitantly asked, Can you drive? On my 8th birthday, my father gifted me a pony. By 11, I own my first carriage. I fail to see how that relates to your ability to drive. For Merlin's sake, Xing Ze, I can adeptly maneuver a flying carriage drawn by 8 horses. Yet you question my capability to operate a mundane automobile. Hand me the keys, quickly. With a resigned sigh, Xing Ze produced the car keys and handed them to Ellie. Chapter 285, Collaboration. Before heading to Seaside Boulevard, Xing Ze had Ellie drive them to the police station. The young lady's driving skills were commendable, surpassing those of most seasoned drivers. Xing Ze even began to suspect that those illustrious families need not adhere to any regulations set by the Office of Prohibition on the misuse of Muggle artifacts. While the support from Muggle police was limited, it was certainly better than having none at all. In case of necessity, they could assist in dispersing the surrounding crowds. Xing Ze entered the police station with ease. Under normal circumstances, few would pay him any heed. However, at present, both men and women could not help but glance his way. Ellie's striking figure was undeniably captivating. Her magical robe had transformed into an open-collared white shirt, paired with distressed jeans. Her light golden hair was styled in a ponytail, cascading casually behind her. This effortless yet polished appearance, combined with her tall stature, stunning features, and elegant demeanor, made her seem as if she had stepped out from a cinematic frame. There's a saying that has never been wrong. Beautiful people look good in anything. Must we not be a tad more discreet? Xing Ze whispered. It is summer. Xing Ze, Ellie replied. Surely you do not wish for me to wrap myself up entirely. You could wait for me in the car. If I did that, what would be the point? As they conversed, they arrived at Reuben's office, where the inspector was seated, taking a phone call, his expression somewhat irked. Xing Ze knocked and entered. Reuben's gaze lingered on them for a moment before gesturing for them to sit. After abruptly stating he had no further comment, the inspector slammed the receiver back onto the base. Nosy reporters, Reuben explained like flies. He scrutinized Ellie once more, then asked, And who is this young lady? Ellie, my partner, Xing Ze replied. Reuben nodded, saying, I dispatched someone to the sewer, but we have yet to uncover anything. As for the automobile, we found some clues in a nearby parking lot. What we can ascertain is that Frank possesses 2 vehicles, a Chevrolet pickup and a Land Rover. The parking lot attendant recognized Frank's car, yet only the Land Rover was present, not the pickup. Regarding the other vehicles, you are correct, sir. That pink lady indeed has a car, an eye-catching Aston Martin sports car. If the parking lot attendant did not err, we can pursue that lead. As for the 2 tall men, one of them owns a black Ford. It appears these individuals are rather significant, each possessing their own vehicle. In the 1990s, automobiles had become commonplace in England, yet it was not the case that everyone owned one. To possess a new car, one would typically need to be at least middle class, and nearly half of Frank's crew had cars. Not to mention, one of those was an Aston Martin sports car. However, considering that these individuals might be time travelers, and given the striking similarities between this world and Earth's historical progression, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that they could exploit foresight for gain. Sir, I can only hope you can provide me with some good news. The inspector implored, looking expectantly at Xing Ze. We just returned from St. Mungo's, and unfortunately, there is no good news. The identity of the corpse remains unidentifiable. However, at the very least, we now understand what we are dealing with. What is it? Are you certain you wish to know, Inspector? Reuben's eyes darted. Then he shook his head. No, I already have enough material for nightmares tonight. Is there anything we should be aware of? Quite a bit. My advice is to avoid this case as much as possible. Those matters are far too perilous for wizards. It was Ellie who responded to the inspector. Her tone friendly, yet her words quite firm. Reuben did not feel offended. On the contrary, he expressed gratitude, saying, Understood, I will have those officers searching the sewer return. The police chief shrugged, his face displaying frustration. It seems I must concoct a plethora of excuses to address the press conference this afternoon. Perhaps you need not attend. We have traced some leads to 1114 Seaside Avenue. Xing Ze interjected, You can dispatch some officers to assist us. Of course, just for some peripheral tasks. Splendid. The chief replied, I'll have Franklin allocate some personnel to accompany you. Shall we set off now? A terrain map of the area would be ideal. That is not difficult. Please wait a moment, Ruben said, rising from his seat and exiting the office. Approximately 10 minutes later, the chief returned with Franklin, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Agent Yolani, and gang unit member Harris. Seaside Avenue? Franklin exclaimed upon entering. That place is home to quite a few celebrities. I can recall 3 city councilors residing there. Harris scoffed. Whoever lives there should not impede the investigation. All right, listen to me, the chief interjected, halting the bickering among his subordinates. We cannot ascertain anything definitively at this moment. Thus, this is not a formal investigation. Our task is merely to position personnel at all entrances and exits to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yolani spread the map across the table and began marking near 1114 Seaside Avenue with a marker. Xing Ze and AI Li leaned in to observe. Not particularly interested in the deployment of police forces, they were merely memorizing the nearby streets, alleys, and buildings. Harris, puzzled, queried, We are all positioned at the periphery, quite a distance from 1114. Who will conduct the investigation? I will, Xing Ze replied, quickly adding, along with my partner. Just the 2 of you? Franklin expressed skepticism. I'm not doubting you, Agent, but do not worry about them, Franklin. They can handle it, Ruben interjected in a timely manner. Since the chief had spoken, no one else voiced objections. Once all arrangements were confirmed, everyone set off in succession. 1114 Seaside Avenue was a splendid apartment complex. Acquiring a unit there required not only financial resources, but also a certain social standing. The first to arrive were Xing Ze and AI Li, who waited in the car for a while, observing as plainclothes officers took their positions. This is my first time collaborating with the mundane police. AI Li extended her hand towards Xing Ze. What? Hand me another piece of candy, the kind from the hospital. It was quite delightful. I could use something to perk me up. Xing Ze retrieved a piece of fruit-hard candy from his pocket and handed it to her. You never worry about your weight, do you? You certainly know how to please a woman, Xing Ze. All right then, let us get going. AI Li patted his arm, opened a car door, and stepped out. Chapter 286, The Apartment. The young lady crunched the candy in her mouth, gazing at the exquisite apartment building with a frown. There are at least 10 apartments here. So, which one is it? She inquired. We can ask the administrator if there's a property registered under Frank's name. AI Li glanced towards the azure sea and golden sands in the distance, nodding. To purchase one of these units indeed requires substantial financial backing. The apartment administrator was a middle-aged man in uniform, wearing a smile akin to that of a department store clerk. Are you here to view the apartments? He inquired. Are you the administrator? Xing Ze did not respond to his question. I might be, came the vague reply. Xing Ze pulled out a badge from his pocket. I have no time for wordplay. I hope you can cooperate with our investigation. The administrator scrutinized the police badge. Of course, even with his keen eye, he could not discern that it was a counterfeit. This badge had been procured by Burke and passed to Xing Ze through Ruben. Despite the old wizard's incessant lamentations about his age, he displayed no hesitance in efficiency. He not only secured a fake police badge for Xing Ze, but also created a detailed employment record. It could be said that if anyone sought to investigate Xing Ze, they would find little fault, unless they requested verification from Scotland Yard, which typically required about a week for a response. Moreover, the wizards had similarly embedded personnel within Scotland Yard, making it highly probable that such a request would sink into oblivion, should the administrator persist. Xing Ze was confident that Burke would ensure this inquisitive individual found eternal rest at the bottom of the Mersey River. No wonder A had placed Burke in Liverpool, the most prosperous city in Wales. Reluctantly, the administrator eventually permitted Xing Ze entry into the building. The nearest police unit to the apartment building at 1114 was Ruben and Harris, who had collaborated on numerous occasions. Unlike Franklin and Yolante's genteel British demeanor, the two preferred a more straightforward approach. Harris watched as Xing Ze and AI Li entered the apartment building, unable to restrain his curiosity. Where on earth did they get their intel? Don't ask too many questions, Harris. Ruben handed his partner a cigarette. Remember that case from 8 years ago? How could I forget? But wasn't that case handed over to Scotland Yard? It was taken over by a special unit dispatched from above. They ultimately solved the case. I know, it was all in the newspapers. Ruben lit the cigarette hanging from his mouth. So let us trust them. But the agents sent previously were all British. And now we have a foreigner among us? Harris smiled slightly. Don't make me sound like a racist. I have no intention of discriminating against them. I'm merely worried they might botch things up. Often, cultural differences lead to peculiar misunderstandings. Furthermore, I must say, this time I concur with Franklin's assessment. They are too young. Youth implies impulsiveness and inexperience, and I am quite concerned they may overlook something. But did you see his performance in the elevator? I admit his fighting skills are commendable. Just commendable? Reuben grinned widely. All right, Harris flicked the cigarette, but out the window, exceptional. But a detective cannot rely solely on their fists. Reuben lowered the window, exhaling smoke into the air outside. I can assure you, his capabilities are on par with Franklin's. Moreover, he is not as inexperienced as he appears. Harris frowned at his superior. He understood Reuben well, and their decade-long camaraderie allowed them to grasp each other's meanings swiftly. You hold this young agent in high regard. Reuben twirled the remaining third of his cigarette with his fingers. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Not since Red Hand was apprehended. Wolflin, what are you trying to say? Are we now required to speak with bureaucratic decorum when conversing with one another? The hell with you, Harris. What I mean is he exudes an aura of danger. His extraordinary insight, exceptional logical prowess, and cold demeanor suggest he likely possesses a well-defined personal value system, and so forth. Harris interrupted the boss. Am I misinterpreting? Or are you conducting a psychological profile on him? For heaven's sake, he's still one of our colleagues. If you spend enough time with him, old chap, you'll come to share my sentiments. He reduced a lady to tears during the morning investigation. That poor woman referred to him as a devil. Reuben ultimately discarded his cigarette out of the window. I've heard worse curses. I believe it. In any case, let's not question them further. We should consider ourselves fortunate that young man is on our side. Are you in sales too, Mr. Aldridge? Ellie inquired, glancing at the posters adorning the walls of the room. Aldridge, the apartment manager, absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his thinning hair. Indeed. I purchased an apartment here as soon as this building was completed. They needed a manager, and I had experience in sales. Ellie picked up an advertisement from the table, noting the price at the bottom with a mental comparison. Do you have a resident named Frank? Xing Ze asked the manager. Frank who? Frank Standish. That famous detective. No. Aldridge shook his head. I hardly believe he could afford a unit here. Has he been around recently? The manager inhaled deeply, pondering for a moment before responding. I don't think so. To be honest, our management here is quite relaxed. I don't pay much attention to residents coming and going. Hearing this, Ellie chuckled lightly. Is it because there are quite a few residents here whom you cannot afford to provoke? What did you say? Ellie placed the advertisement back on the table. Those who can buy here must be successful individuals. But having observed your unit types and prices, if I had sufficient funds, why wouldn't I purchase a house on Mercy Avenue? For the same price, I could acquire a larger property, a standalone riverside villa with a small garden. Thus, only fools with more money than sense, or those who delegate their home-buying intentions to busy real estate agents would consider this place. Look outside. Mississippi Aldridge maintained his amicable tone. From this vantage point, one can see the seaside, the beach, and the sunset. Many people adore such scenery. I imagine the view from Mercy Avenue cannot compare. Is there a garage here? Xing Ze interjected. Yes, right behind the apartment building. The manager replied. Shall I show you? No need. I'll find it myself. Xing Ze gestured to both of them and stepped outside. Chapter 287. A Madman. Xing Ze traversed from the interior of the apartment building to the rear parking lot, flipping through his notes to check the license plate of Frank's pickup truck. The parking attendant was quite familiar with Frank's Land Rover and could promptly recite its plate number, yet he had little recollection of the Chevrolet Silverado pickup. In the UK, vehicle registration plates underwent a significant overhaul post-2001, while prior to that, they consisted of one letter, 3 digits, and another 3 letters. The initial letter was crucial as it indicated the year the vehicle was registered. Thus, the parking attendant remembered only the leading letter and the 3 digits. However, this was sufficient. Pickups were relatively uncommon in such upscale residential areas, and the first 3 digits were unlikely to overlap. Before long, Xing Ze located the pickup truck, yet the plates did not match. Still, it was the only Chevrolet pickup in the entire parking lot. He drew his wand and cautiously approached the vehicle. Through the glass, he discerned bloodstains on the back seat. Perhaps the attendant had mixed up the plates with another truck, but considering the blood on the sofa at Frank's home, Xing Ze became increasingly convinced that this pickup belonged to Frank. After casting an Alohomorous spell, the car door swung open. The young wizard leaned in, a familiar scent wafting up his nostrils, an unknown toxin. Just then, an idea struck him. He quickly exited the vehicle and executed a disillusionment charm to appear in the manager's room. Aldridge lay sprawled on the living room floor, apparently the victim of a stupefying charm. Xing Ze tightened his grip on his wand and slowly advanced toward the inner room. Miss Shafiq? Xing Ze called out. In here. The young lady replied from the bathroom. He hastened his steps towards her. Come in. You need to see this. Upon entering the bathroom, he discovered a corpse submerged in the bathtub, an individual in his 40s or 50s, portly with a bullet wound to the forehead. Judging by his slacks, he likely wore a suit jacket. A uniform coat, the real Aldrich? Ellie shrugged and said, I can't be certain. She then handed Xing Ze a silenced pistol. It seems we've found the murder weapon. How did you know the one outside wasn't T. Aldrich? The young lady rose. Though he wore a uniform coat, his shoes were canvas. Who would dress that way? Not to mention his trousers, so I tested him. There are no riverside villas on Mercy Avenue. It's all docks and warehouses, inhabited solely by dockworkers and laborers. Yet he did not deny it. Clever. Any discoveries in the parking lot? Frank has been here, Xing Ze stated, but I'm not sure which apartment he visited. Regarding that, Ellie produced a key. I believe we've found our answer. Should we inform the Muggle police to come in? No, I detected the toxin in the car. The young lady retrieved her wand once more. That it may be quite dangerous. Xing Ze cast a protective charm upon himself. Enough with the idle chatter. The key belongs to an apartment on the 3rd floor. The two made their way to the door, where Xing Ze unlocked the apartment with the key. Ellie's magic was primed and ready, her focus unwavering as Xing Ze slowly pushed the door open. The floor before them was inscribed with a complex magical array, despite the daylight. The interior was shrouded in dimness. Xing Ze lifted his wand and cast a lightning charm upon himself. Ellie frowned. Typically, a wizard could only bear a limited number of enhancement spells. Yet, from the moment they ascended to this point, Xing Ze had already cast 3 enhancement spells upon himself, far exceeding what an ordinary wizard could physically endure. But she could not dwell on that now, as strange murmurs emanated from within, as if someone were whispering furtively. After traversing the living room, they discovered a man hunched over writing in the study, the peculiar low whispers emanating from him. Sir, Xing Ze stopped at a suitable distance. Can you hear me? Sir. The individual exhibited little reaction, continuing to scribble on the blank paper before him. Xing Ze and AI exchanged glances, both uncertain. After a brief hesitation, Xing Ze raised his voice once more to inquire of the man. This time, the peculiar figure stirred, slowly lifting his head and pushing up his glasses with a tremulous left hand, reminiscent of someone afflicted by a stroke. It was then that they noticed the left side of his neck, which was a purplish hue, with veins bulging beneath the skin. The man rasped, Snakes, it's snakes. I saw them, countless snakes. Why would Frank conceal a madman in such a place? Ailey furrowed her brow and waved her wand, casting a binding spell that secured the man to his chair. Xing Ze did not respond to her question. Instead, he approached the desk and observed that the white paper was filled with symbols he had never encountered before. He then turned his gaze back to the eccentric individual. Judging by his appearance, was evidently a member of Frank's team, despite his current state of drooling, puffy eyes and twisted mouth. It was clear he was the Shakespeare in question. Given his severely impaired mental condition, Xing Ze extended a hand towards him. Be careful, eilig ausschauen. The room's curtains were drawn, obscuring the lady's view of Xing Ze's intentions. The blue particles coalesced into a dark mist, entering Shakespeare's body. As memories were gradually unearthed, the unfortunate man began to tremble violently. The human brain is ill-equipped to endure such invasive memory retrieval, and even some mentally weaker wizards would falter. The consequence of such an attempt would inevitably plunge this interloper into utter madness. However, as Xing Ze delved into the deeper recesses of memory, he felt a jolt, and the dark particles swiftly retreated back into his own body. What's wrong? Eileen inquired, puzzled. Xing Ze shook his head, inhaling deeply. It's nothing. We likely won't glean any further information from him. Perhaps we should send him to the Ministry of Magic. They possess numerous methods for extracting memories. Considering his current state, it wouldn't matter if he descended further into madness. Shakespeare began to mutter strange phrases, most of which ended with S, resembling the hissing of serpents. I wouldn't agree. Let us send him to West and see if he can restore this poor fellow. Moreover, he requires some form of treatment. Just then, Xing Ze heard footsteps ascending the stairs, placing a finger to his lips to signal AI Li to remain silent. Chapter 288, The Eccentric Attacker. The newcomer paused at the apartment door. Xing Ze recalled that they had left the door ajar upon entering, evidently raising suspicion. Stay here, he instructed tersely, vanishing into the living room. But before he could discern the intruder's appearance, a glint of cold steel flashed before him. The assailant moved with remarkable speed, at least matching Xing Ze's reflexes. The chill of the dagger brushed against Xing Ze's face as he swiftly pivoted to the left, attempting to seize the man's wrist. However, the attacker, skilled in combat, deflected Xing Ze's grasp with his other hand, twisting his waist as he abruptly retracted the dagger, lunging towards Xing Ze's shoulder. With no means to evade, Xing Ze activated a prepared spell. The dagger, predictably, failed to pierce his protective armor. Almost immediately, his hand coiled around the assailant's arm like a serpent, and with a low growl, he was flung aside. AI Lee rushed in from the study, and upon witnessing the assailant who had smashed the coffee table, she quickly cast a magical ray. The attacker raised his cloak to shield against the ray, swiftly regaining his footing before Xing Ze's spell could reach him. Once again, his cloak proved its worth, successfully deflecting the missile Xing Ze unleashed. The repeated failures of her spells vexed AI Lee, prompting her to swiftly chant a new incantation, the air crackling with electricity. However, the opponent did not grant them the luxury of time. 3 darts shot toward them. Xing Ze effortlessly dodged on it, while the other 2 were deflected by the powerful currents surrounding AI Lee. Nonetheless, his keen hearing detected the buzzing sound of the 3 darts. Vite, ID. The darts erupted in a burst of blue lightning. Xing Ze commanded the blue particles to unfurl, enveloping both AI Lee and himself. Yet the lightning spell fizzled, the arrows striking the ceiling, shattering a grand chandelier before scattering along the walls, not ceasing until half of the room's contents lay in ruin. As Xing Ze and AI Lee evaded the explosion and currents, the eccentric assailant seized the opportunity to rush into the study, followed by the sound of shattering glass. By the time AI Lee and Xing Ze reached the study, the deranged Shakespeare had already succumbed, blood pouring from his chest wound and pooling onto the floor. The young lady exhaled deeply, her expression one of frustration. Did you see his face? It was too dark. Xing Ze leaned out the window, but the assailant had vanished without a trace. Damn it. What was up with that man's cloak? Our spells had no effect. Anti-magic? Xing Ze speculated. AI Lee shook her head. Anti-magic cloaks are typically reserved for aurors and specially protected individuals. It is rare for a civilian wizard to possess one. Moreover, as you observed, he wielded a sword. Merlin S. Beard, are there still people using swords in this age? He continued, approaching the fallen Shakespeare. So we were battling a time-traveling knight? This world is becoming increasingly insane. Or perhaps merely an enthusiast, Xing Ze mused, contemplating a time-traveler fond of medieval literature, equipped with explosive bat darts. He reached out to close the deceased's eyes and discreetly pocketed the mobile phone from the deceased's inner pocket. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached the door. Ruoban inquired loudly about the situation within. Upon receiving Xing Ze's assurance of safety, he entered the room alongside Harris. What transpired? Harris fanned away the smoke. Was that a grenade? Unclear. We were assaulted by an armored lunatic, AI Lee replied. Did you not see the strange individual? Although unable to hear AI Lee's words, Ruoban responded, No, we rushed over as soon as we heard the explosion. Have your men remain vigilant. The attacker is likely still nearby. Exercise extreme caution upon encountering anyone suspicious. That man is formidable, Xing Ze admonished. The inspector nodded, picking up his radio to relay instructions to his team. What is the situation with him? Harris gestured toward the corpse behind the desk. Xing Ze shrugged. If I'm not mistaken, he was a member of Frank S. team. The last remaining member. However, oh, damn it, was it that attacker S. doing? Upon seeing Xing Ze nod, Harris pressed his forehead. Chief, let us have the criminal investigation unit send someone to examine the scene. Perhaps they can find some clues. Oh, and there is another one downstairs. Is he dead too? ID asked, frowning. Dead too? That individual masqueraded as the superintendent of this apartment complex. Yet in truth, he is a mere assassin. You may discover the genuine superintendent within the confines of that washroom. Upon hearing this, Harris's expression darkened. 2 intruders? I doubt they are working in concert, Xing Ze countered. In any case, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Moreover, I have located Frank's pickup truck in the parking lot. Perhaps you might interrogate the guard. And where shall you go? To change into a different outfit, Xing Ze replied, tugging at the shirt that emitted a burned odor. With a simple incantation, Xing Ze's shirt was restored to its former state, although a few small holes from sparks could not be mended, yet was of little consequence. As for the young lady, her magical robe worth several hundred galleons was certainly not intended for mere display. Its splendid defensive runes effectively shielded against lightning and explosions. They found a tea house not far from the apartment, both to rest and to organize the existing clues, as well as to see if the Muggle police could unearth the identity of the peculiar assailant. However, in Xing Ze's estimation, capturing that individual would likely prove no simple task. The Bluebeak hailed from that chap named Shashur. No, his name should be Quentin Coldwater. From Quentin's fragmented memories, Xing Ze gleaned a wealth of useful information, although these recollections were rather disjointed, with a bit of time spent meticulously piecing them together yielding a considerable amount of insight. Based on the information currently available, the 4 corpses belong to members of Frank's team, all unmistakably traversers. Among them, the pink-haired lady driving the sports car was named Julia. Generous in her demeanor, clearly a lady of wealth. The largest and most robust individual was called Gio, while another gentleman went by the name of Illyrio. The youngest girl among them was named Diane. However, Xing Ze was unable to ascertain from Quentin's memories where they had ventured or what they had endured to meet such a fate. He could only surmise from the existing clues that they must have been attacked by the Serpent People, with Quentin narrowly escaping to seek out Frank, who brought him here in his pickup truck. Subsequently, he returned to the scene and, upon confirming that the other members had perished, intended to retrieve documents from his office, only to find that the adversary was already waiting for him there. Yet this reasoning, while plausible, was riddled with inconsistencies. Chapter 289, Brichester. There were still numerous details that required verification. It was unfortunate that Quentin's brain had previously sustained injury, as someone had attempted to manipulate this unfortunate survivor with magic. Albeit unsuccessfully, the residual energy of that spell lingered deep within his memories. This was also why Xing Ze hastily retracted the blue beak. This newly acquired skill, while seemingly useful, was fraught with peril, as invading another's mental realm demanded utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to irreversible mental contamination. Thus, regarding the newly acquired memories, Xing Ze was in no rush to organize them, but rather intended to seek a tranquil moment to analyze them thoroughly. The young lady took a sip of the red tea at hand, her gaze fixed on the window. Now, all our leads have come to a standstill, she remarked. Not necessarily, Xing Ze countered. Before his disappearance, Frank was investigating an individual by the name of Kimball. I have instructed the police to look into it. Additionally, he visited the archives in search of information. Xing Ze produced his notes and handed them over. I recorded some pertinent details. Eli's attention shifted back, and it was evident she had lost hope in apprehending the assailant. After perusing the notes, she inquired, I cannot discern any connections. Of course, these alone are insufficient, which is why you must investigate further. Discover what Frank was truly seeking. What do you mean by that? You aren't coming with me? No. I need to make a trip to Telford soon. That's quite far, Eli replied. Are we to investigate separately? It appears so. Very well, since you place such trust in me. But I must ask, why have you suddenly changed your mind after consistently opposing my involvement in the investigation? I have always endeavored to keep you away from these matters. Dreams, cults, dark wizards, and so forth. However, after hearing your words, I believe it is better to confront them than to shy away. Given your nature, even if I were to restrain you, you would simply seek alternative paths. Rather than that, it is preferable to have you under my watchful eye. At least I can look out for you. Her words elicited an uncommon smile from the young lady. But still, you intend for me to investigate alone? The place I am heading to is, well, exceedingly perilous. You may consider it my desire to shield you from danger. However, I do indeed require someone capable of continuing the investigation in Liverpool. Furthermore, you have proven yourself admirably today. Being able to see through that imposter administrator has pleasantly surprised me. Ilya smiled thrown in it. Look at you, Xing Ze. You clearly know how to charm a girl. But it seems to me you should have seen through that imposter long ago, no? Xing Ze chuckled and shook his head. I'm not as formidable as you presume. Who knows? What lies in Telford? Why is it so treacherous? The details remain unclear for now. However, Telford marks the inception of the Seven River Valley. Upon hearing this name, the smile vanished from the young lady's face, and she spoke in a low tone. Is Bonson there? Indeed. Furthermore, Lyco and Edwin have also been there. Why do you wish to go there? Frank purchased a ticket to Telford. The date was yesterday morning. Whatever he was investigating must be connected to that location. Eli did not respond, merely releasing a heavy sigh. Silence enveloped them until a waiter approached with a water pitcher, inquiring whether they needed a refill, breaking the prolonged stillness. Once the waiter departed, Xing Ze remarked, In any case, keep this. Assist me in continuing the investigation. The police are tracking Frank's team based on vehicle movements, as well as matters concerning the old records. Eli pondered for a moment before saying, Although I would love to accompany you, you know I cannot be restrained. However, I have considered it and will heed your advice this time. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed lady. When do we depart? Within the next few days. Be cautious. Eli murmured, I do not wish for my most capable member to perish inexplicably. Likewise, West is still awaiting your presence in his laboratory. 3 days later, Xing Ze sat up on the bed in the hotel, reaching out to switch off the alarm clock beside him. The hour hand was just 5 minutes shy of 6. He straightened his posture, gazing at the cerulean light streaming through the gap in the curtains, a beautiful sight as the sunlight filtered through the glass. casting vibrant rays and mottled spots that rendered the room akin to an underwater palace. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly before rising and heading toward the washroom. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Xing Ze extended 2 fingers to press against his carotid artery, then began to silently count. 3 days had afforded him the opportunity to thoroughly sort through Quentin's fragmented memories, providing him with a preliminary understanding of these traversers. Regrettably, these memories contained no information regarding Frank or the investigation they were undertaking, but it was not without its gains. Quentin and Frank share a profound camaraderie, transcending the confines of their own realms and extending into this world. Thus, Frank confided to his dear friend his impending journey to WizardingWorld. Indeed, he was not heading to the starting point of Seven River Valley, but rather to its terminus, WizardingWorld, a place shrouded in its own peculiarities and ominous allure. To ascertain the nature of this enigmatic locale, he visited the old estate of Benson, now serving as a temporary stronghold for the Round Table, to consult with Edwin and Reiko, who had previously ventured to WizardingWorld. Soon, Xing Ze comprehended why Frank opted to first travel to Telford. There were no direct buses to WizardingWorld. His only choices were to transfer at Telford or to take a boat from Iron Bridge. This ancient town, nestled within the valley, has existed since the Middle Ages, until the establishment of WizardingWorld University during the early Renaissance thrust it into a modicum of prominence. In contemporary times, due to the lack of convenient transportation and economic stagnation, the town has faded from public consciousness, yet remains vibrant within circles of historians and scholars of the arcane. After all, WizardingWorld University was once regarded on par with Oxford, and although its glory has waned, it still consistently ranks among the top 20 universities in the United Kingdom. With his heart rate steady, Xing Ze withdrew his fingers, adjusted his breathing, and commenced his morning ablutions. Beyond clarifying Frank's ultimate destination, he also penned a letter to the enigmatic Ms. Yezebeth, seeking her insight into the meaning of SUE. However, her response had yet to arrive. Xing Ze had sought her out in Ravenska, initially believing she would assist the newly elected mayor, Sheikh Mendez, in the reconstruction of Ravenska village. Yet, he was mistaken. Yezebeth had departed following Mendez's election, and her whereabouts remained a mystery. As he picked up a towel to dry his face, he gazed into the mirror, lost in contemplation until water overflowed from the basin. He jolted awake, quickly turned off the tap, and hastily completed his grooming. Chapter 288. Shall we be vanquished by cannibalistic beasts? Look who has graced us with their presence. Burke set aside his cigarette, remarking, I was on the verge of reporting your disappearance to the authorities, lad. It had merely been 3 days. Xing Ze drew a chair and sat opposite Burke. I must remind you, this is a private commission, and timeliness is a crucial metric of your work ethic. Just as Xing Ze prepared to speak, Burke interjected, Moreover, I don't recall this commission involving any other parties. Are you referring to Miss Shah? Nix? Don't take me for a fool. Though I seldom return to the Wizarding World, I am well acquainted with the heiress of the Shafik family. What puzzles me is why a lady of such a prestigious lineage would accompany you on this errand. The lady you mentioned is indeed a benefactor of our organization. To be precise, I should be the one following her lead. Burke inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. I care not whether you follow her or she follows you. However, it has made it abundantly clear that he desires you to investigate alone. Does this stipulation extend to Frank as well? Certainly. Oh, then you might want to verify that, Burke. Frank has assembled a small team for this investigation. I am aware now. Thus, I have procured a false identification for that young lady as well. However, I would prefer not to see an influx of additional individuals in the near future. I'm not as spry as I once was. That will not occur. Burke, I assure you. Have you purchased a ticket? Burke flicked the ash from his cigarette and retrieved a ticket from his pocket. It departs the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning from Ellesmere Port. As there are no direct buses to Telford from Liverpool, Xing Ze nodded, stowing the ticket within his ring. Is there anything else? Burke inquired, noticing that Xing Ze had yet to depart. I merely wish to inquire about our situation. You mean Richard Slytherin? If that is indeed his name, why ask me? Burke's gaze sharpened with suspicion. I have informed you that I have not returned to the Wizarding World in quite some time. I simply seek to uncover some past events. I am not well acquainted with him. I have heard he was once of the Gunner family. Burke sniffed, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. You never listen, do you? I simply choose to overlook some less significant details. Have you considered that those very details you filter out may be precisely what the other party intends for you to absorb? Are you implying that they wish to conceal truths they are reluctant to discuss? I had an inquiry conducted in the key chamber. Richard has collaborated with you on multiple occasions, particularly in combating those sinister cultists and dark wizards. You were responsible for that previously, correct? tackling organized magical crime, particularly against dark wizards and cult members. As Burke toyed with a windproof lighter, narrowing his eyes at Xing Ze, he finally replied, "Sometimes, knowing too much, young man, is not a blessing. Many have imparted that wisdom unto me. Yet, if I were to know too little, I would be ill-suited for this line of work." Does his situation pertain to the investigation? Perhaps, perhaps not. Forgive me for not being able to provide you with a definitive answer at this juncture. The aged wizard exhaled heavily, like a bull in a fury. Indeed, he did emerge from the Gunner family. According to Reiko and Edwin's investigations, the Slytherin family relic, the Serpent's Fong, was originally in the possession of Salazar Slytherin and was passed down to the Gunter family upon his death. Everyone knows the Gunner family has fallen from grace, save for the singular individual among the living, namely Tom Riddle. Yet this magical world clearly diverges significantly from existence. The Gunner family, aside from Voldemort, still harbors some distant relatives. Based on A's attitude towards Richard Gunter in our earlier conversation, it seems likely that A's intent in retaining Richard is far more complex than he has revealed. A capable subordinate? The key chamber is indeed short-staffed. Yet Richard Gunner's actions are equally despised. Furthermore, as a Gunner family member, his advocacy for pure blood supremacy, anti-Muggle sentiment, and racism starkly contrasts with the Slytherin family's neutral stance. Thus, Xing Ze could not help but speculate that A's protective stance likely aimed to extract the whereabouts of the Serpent's Fong from Richard's lips. Presently, Richard Gunter had been sent to Nurmengard following his trial, and Xing Ze intended to dispatch John to investigate, to validate his suspicions. Has Frank ever met with Richard? He posed another inquiry. Bert's response was swift this time. Even if he had, he wouldn't divulge it to me. I believe John has informed you. Frank is not the type to dutifully provide you with regular investigative reports. Xing Ze nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He had already asked enough questions, and pressing further would only lead to unnecessary complications. Exiting the underground archive, he proceeded to Raven's office, only to find that Raven was absent. Instead, a detective from the Criminal Investigation Department approached him. Xing Ze recalled his name was Carmichael, Franklin's deputy, a distinctive figure often seen with a furrowed brow, perpetually wearing an expression heavy with concern. Are you looking for the inspector or the agent? Indeed, he has gone. Oh, he has headed to the warehouse of the old records gang at the seaside dock, which happens to be my destination as well. Would you like me to give you a ride? Xing Ze shook his head, replying, "No need, just give me the address, and I shall find my way there." Very well. He promptly took out paper and pen, writing down the address before handing it to Xing Ze. The South District dock? I recall that place is mostly deserted. Is it not? These gangs have a penchant for selecting such abandoned docks. They engage in smuggling there, making it difficult for customs to detect their activities. Understood. How long have the officers been there? Not long. Carmichael glanced at his watch, stating they departed approximately 15 minutes ago. Xing Ze expressed his gratitude and then headed towards the police station's parking area. The South District dock, located on the outskirts of Liverpool near the lower Mersey River, was not a locale with which Xing Ze was particularly familiar. In truth, his knowledge of Liverpool as a whole was limited. He had set out from his humble abode at noon on the 18th and arrived at this place by 5 in the afternoon. After meeting with the designated contact, Rick, he had settled into a hotel near the police station, spending that evening in an inconspicuous bar where he gleaned a considerable amount about Liverpool's history and locations. The bar owner, hailing from Northern Ireland, had arrived over 20 years ago and was well acquainted with various aspects of Liverpool. He mentioned numerous docks, streets, and communities, among which the South District dock was included, though he did not elaborate, merely indicating that it had once been a significant unloading point for the river's lower reaches. With some time remaining before his meeting with Ellie, Xing Ze opened the car door, intending to take a look around, perhaps encountering Ellie if she happened to be investigating the old records gang. Chapter 289, The Dock. The drive to the South District dock would take approximately 40 minutes. Xing Ze chose not to drive directly into the dock. Something felt amiss. After leaving the police station, a black car had been following closely behind him. Although it did not pursue him down the narrow path, it was evident to even the most naive that someone was tailing him. Upon nearing the vicinity of the South District dock, Xing Ze observed no police vehicles or roadblocks. Was it a trap? He pondered, realizing that Carmichael had even revealed his identity to lure him here. It seemed they were determined to achieve their objective. With this thought, Xing Ze parked the vehicle in a more concealed location and disembarked towards the South District dock. The small path he followed led to the western side of the dock. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired with a fisherman about the route, though he had memorized a map of Liverpool. The latest version did not detail the roads leading to such desolate areas. The elderly fisherman had directed him to a narrow woodland path, worn by the dockworkers commuting to and from their jobs, as it was closer to their residences. The scorching sun evaporated the moisture from the muddy ground, the dampness creating a stifling atmosphere. Xing Ze cautiously walked along this woodland path, acutely aware that the peculiar assailant he had encountered at the seaside apartment could be nearby. From Quentin's recollections, these travelers relied on a software application on their smartphones. Although it sounded improbable, it was indeed the case. That nameless application, characterized by an array of octopus-like icons, seemed to possess extraordinary power. Xing Ze was still unclear about how it enabled people to traverse dimensions. Yet the blue-beaked entity had infiltrated Quentin's smartphone, taking nearly an entire day to unlock the permissions for utilizing the software. However, Xing Ze was using Quentin's identity, and the functionalities at his disposal were quite limited, allowing only for a cursory view of character attributes, skill bars, task lists, and information. Features such as shopping or lobbies remained inaccessible. After spending 2 nights researching, Xing Ze had largely deciphered the software's usage. Among the crucial details was that Quentin had sent out a distress signal before losing his sanity, having already received 4 replies. According to the responses, 4 additional travelers were expected to arrive in this world the following day. Xing Ze had also checked the task list, which indicated that the quest for Serpent's Fang could accommodate a maximum of 6 participants. Armed with this information, Xing Ze devised a plan to approach these travelers under Quentin's guise, hoping to extract from them a means of returning to his original world. However, all of this hinged on his survival until today. The faint sound of footsteps behind him did not escape Xing Ze's notice. The footsteps were light and cautious, likely intent on catching him off guard. Yet, Xing Ze swiftly sidestepped into the bushes by the roadside. The footsteps drew nearer, and soon 2 men came into view. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be gang members. The Old Records gang, Xing Ze muttered to himself, observing as the 2 men searched the vicinity, likely oblivious to the fact that their carefulness had not gone unnoticed by him. Damn it, where did that kid go? The smaller of the 2 grumbled. The taller man was scouring the bushes by the roadside, gripping a handgun, his expression far from amiable, just as they were still trying to ascertain Xing Ze's whereabouts. The smaller man suddenly felt a tight grip around his neck, and in an instant, he was yanked into the underbrush. The armed man reacted swiftly, rushing over while cursing. Yet he was unprepared for the rapid approach of a long whip. The whip struck his gun-wielding hand with precision, the force causing him to drop the firearm onto the ground. Following this, Xing Ze leapt from the bushes, swiftly subduing him. How many more of you are there? Xing Ze pressed the man into the mud. I don't know, I was just here. The man was cut off as his head was forcefully pressed into the earth. Minutes later, he divulged everything. The Old Records gang intended to eliminate Xing Ze. The South District dock was indeed their smuggling point, but also a place for disposing of disobedient individuals. These 2 men were merely lower-tier members of the Old Records gang, tasked with tracking Xing Ze to ensure he reached the ambush zone. There were at least 30 to 40 individuals at the dock, armed with rifles, shotguns, and other powerful weaponry. Entering recklessly would certainly lead to a grim fate. Xing Ze knocked the man unconscious with a kick, seizing his handgun and contemplating how to address the ambush at the dock. The best course of action would be to seek assistance from the police, but he lacked a radio to communicate with the station. Turning back to fetch the police would consume too much time. By the time they arrived, those men might have already fled. The most prudent option at present was to confront this gang himself and locate their leader to uncover the truth. Resolute in his decision, Xing Ze cast several enhancement spells upon himself before venturing into the nearby woods. If the Old Records gang were not foolish, they would undoubtedly have set a trap along this path, and a small patch of woods by the dock would serve as his cover. He sought a method to circumvent the guards and ascertain the primary target. He harbored little confidence in confronting 34 armed and fully equipped thugs single-handedly. Although a wide-reaching spell could eliminate a significant number of adversaries, he needed to understand the situation on the other side first. The blue beak transformed into a raven, soaring into the sky as a harbinger of reconnaissance. Should there be an ambush in the woods, it could issue a warning at the earliest opportunity. As he approached the fringes of the forest, Xing Ze proceeded with increasing caution, sensing the briny scent of the sea breeze, a sign that he was nearing the dock. After a few more minutes of advance, the distant horizon of the sea became distinctly visible. He observed the thugs guarding the main thoroughfare, who undoubtedly believed Xing Ze would approach from that direction, thus concentrating the majority of their manpower at the main entrance. Although the side path was also monitored, the presence of guards was substantially less, with only 4 patrolling sentinels and 2 stationed at their posts. Xing Ze's gaze fell upon a nearby warehouse where several vehicles were parked. In front of these cars, a man smoking a cigar was encircled by several bodyguards. He had identified his target. The age-old adage of capturing the king before the pawns held true. Chapter 290. The Wizard and the Muggle. The four bodyguards were startled by the sudden appearance of an individual before them. Before they could react, Xing Ze unleashed the premeditated spell. The Andoro's missile sent 3 of them flying, and as the explosion erupted, Xing Ze dashed towards the remaining bodyguard with astonishing speed, pressing the half-drawn gun back down. The bodyguard, momentarily dazed, relinquished his firearm, instinctively reaching for the dagger at his waist, yet the intruder offered him no time to react, lifting him and throwing him aside. The Andoro's missile detonated, propelling the previous 3 bodyguards further away. The remaining thugs finally reacted, but it was far too late. Xing Ze landed a punch on the high-ranking member of the old record gang who attempted to flee, seizing him by the neck and dragging him towards the vehicles. The thugs, indeed, dared not fire their weapons. Which car? The man with the mustache groaned, pointing shakily at a blue compact vehicle. Xing Ze had initially considered using apparition to escape, but the untrained muggle's body could not withstand the jarring impact of teleportation, which could lead to severe dismemberment and tearing. Moreover, he needed the mustached man alive. A corpse could not divulge information. Get in the car, Xing Ze commanded once more, as the thugs began to approach slowly. But with their leader in Xing Ze's grip, none dared to make a reckless move. The mustached man, grasped by the nape of his neck, trembled as he opened the driver's side door, only to be unceremoniously shoved inside by Xing Ze. As soon as the man was released, the thugs raised their weapons. Aiming at Xing Ze, the blue beak transformed into a circular shield, shielding him from the onslaught of bullets that rained down like confetti. Absorbing the projectiles with the enchanted black iron, Xing Ze leaped into the vehicle just as the bullets struck the windshield. If you wish to live, order your men to cease fire. The mustached man, gazing at the cracking windshield, was momentarily stunned, but suddenly grasped the situation and shouted from the passenger seat. For heaven's sake, cease fire, you idiots. Can't you see I'm still in here? The leader's plea quickly bore fruit, and the thugs reluctantly lowered their firearms. Xing Ze shattered the windshield with a punch, then ignited the engine, barreling through the crowd toward the side path. The main entrance was far too perilous. He had to navigate through the thugs while ensuring no deranged individual would impulsively fire a weapon. Opting for the side path offered significantly greater safety. He was correct. Just as his vehicle surged out of the throng, gunfire erupted behind him, not aimed at the car but rather at the tires. Fortunately, the marksmanship of this group was not particularly accurate, with only one of the left rear tires sustaining a hit. Xing Ze swerved the steering wheel to stabilize the vehicle, speeding away from the dock at a breakneck pace. The mustached man in the passenger seat howled in anguish, his body bouncing like a rubber ball. Should he collide with Xing Ze, he would receive a harsh reprimand. It wasn't until they reached a small warehouse that his painful ordeal found a temporary reprieve. Xing Ze exited the vehicle, speaking coldly, "Get out." "No, what are you?" The young man before him evidently had no intention of allowing him to speak, aiming a handgun directly at him. "Do not waste time. Your men cannot save you. Exit the vehicle, or I will personally drag you out." The mustached man gulped, ultimately complying and vacating the car. Xing Ze kept one hand trained on him with the gun while raising his wand towards the vehicle, casting a spell. A delayed explosion charm was placed upon the blue compact car, and just as the spell completed, Xing Ze heard the distant sound of approaching vehicles. He retracted his wand and pulled the bewildered and astonished mustached man toward his own vehicle. "What's your name?" "Tyler." Xing Ze opened the passenger door and he shoved him inside. "Very well, Tyler. As long as you cooperate, I assure you safe passage to the police station." What? The door slammed shut with a thud as Xing Ze took his seat in the driver's side, entirely unconcerned by the gun aimed at him. "If you had fired when I opened the door, you might have had a chance to kill me." Tyler's hand trembled, quaking slightly. The abilities demonstrated by this young man had shattered his worldview, and the chilling aura emanating from him, even in the blistering summer sun, sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The young man turned to look at him, his expression remaining calm, as if the handgun pointed at him were merely a toy water gun. "So would you like to test that?" The provocative inquiry caused Tyler's resolve to waver once more. "Who are you, really? Did the person who commissioned you to kill me not inform you that I am a wizard?" "Of wizard." Just then, Tyler's subordinates arrived, encircling the blue compact car with their vehicles. Xing Ze drew his wand, declaring, "Indeed, a wizard." No sooner had the words left his lips than the blue car erupted in a thunderous explosion, followed by a chain reaction that engulfed the surrounding vehicles in flames. A fierce inferno shot skyward, and thick black smoke blotted out the sky. The sudden blast startled Tyler, causing him to inadvertently fire a shot. Thankfully, his trembling hand lacked precision, and the bullet struck the driver's side window, shattering the glass. Xing Ze frowned at the cowardly man, questioning how he had come to occupy such a position. The latter, in despair, raised his hands, and upon seeing Xing Ze extend his own, he relinquished the gun. All right, Tyler, we must depart. I hope you can behave and relinquish any delusions. With that, Xing Ze started the engine and drove down the side path. Tyler stared blankly out the window. Amidst the flames and smoke, his subordinates were in disarray. A profound sense of despair welled up within him, surging to his head. He had been in this line of work for over a decade and had encountered all manner of individuals. However, this time it was distinctly different. He was not merely engulfed in despair. He trembled with an overwhelming fear. What could possibly instill such dread towards the individual before him? He found himself perplexed and reluctant to ponder further. The vehicle veered off the narrow path and onto the main road. Xing Ze remained silent, unhurried, allowing his counterpart a moment longer. His mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. After a while, having confirmed that no other vehicles were trailing them, Xing Ze finally broke the silence. All right, Taylor, let us converse. Pray tell, why did you ambush me with such fanfare? I don't know, I swear to God. Taylor exclaimed, his voice quivering with distress. I was merely following orders. Truly, they divulged nothing to me, only instructed me to bring people here to eliminate you. Xing Ze extended his hand, and Taylor recoiled in terror. Calm down, mate. In his empty hand, a pack of cigarettes materialized, and Taylor's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the young man's intentions. Have one, settle your nerves, then enlighten me about their identities. Hesitantly, Taylor reached out for the cigarette, skillfully opening the package to extract one. He patted his pants pocket, searching for a lighter, only to realize it was lost, prompting him to awkwardly place the cigarette between his lips. Xing Ze produced his wand, igniting the tip with a flicker of flame. Having endured a series of disillusioning events, Taylor had become desensitized. He brought the cigarette to his lips, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled contentedly. Lucy and Mr. Puppet. Xing Ze recognized these names. Mr. Puppet was the second in command of the old record gang, primarily overseeing their smuggling operations, while Lucy was the gang's leader. A formidable woman indeed. Though Lucy did not personally issue the orders, mobilizing such a considerable force could not solely rely on Mr. Puppet. Taylor inhaled again, the nicotine slightly easing his taut nerves. Albeit marginally. Why do they wish to eliminate me? I do not know, Taylor replied almost instinctively, appearing sincere. Is that so? The skepticism in Xing Ze's gaze caused the mob boss's heart to race. I am not lying. At this juncture, I have no reason to deceive you. Let's hope so, mate, let us hope so. Just as Xing Ze was poised to inquire further, a shadow plummeted from above, crashing onto the car's hood. The vehicle lurched forward, the impact causing the front tires to screech in protest, sparks flying in every direction. Taylor, unbuckled, lurched forward violently, but fortunately, the blue beak manifested as a whip, pulling him back. Xing Ze too was secured in his seat by the blue beak as he beheld the creature that had emerged from the shadows. The scaly, hairless body was robustly muscular, towering at 6 feet, and, if not hunched, it would stand even taller. Within its gaping, crimson maw, a serpentine tongue flicked incessantly, hissing ominously. Both man and serpent struck simultaneously. The snake man's fist shattered the windshield. The blue beak swiftly shielded Xing Ze, the blow failing to penetrate its defense. Yet the creature redirected its spear towards Taylor. The latter scrambled backward like a startled rabbit, exclaiming, damn it, what the hell? Xing Ze jerked the steering wheel, executing a sharp turn before the spear could find its mark on Taylor. The reptilian creature lost its balance, swaying as the spear grazed Taylor's shoulder and embedded itself in the seat. Gun! For heaven's sake, give me a gun! The mob boss shouted. Silence! Xing Ze barked, the blue beak transforming into a black blade, lunging at the serpent, which was struggling to maintain its balance. The serpent twisted away, the blade narrowly missing its chest, but leaving a gash in its wake. Hiss! The serpent emitted a low, furious growl, pivoting to launch its next assault. But Xing Ze had already conjured an illusion, appearing behind it. Even separated from Xing Ze, the blue beak continued its assault, transforming into countless sharp spikes that rained down upon the serpent. However, without the absorption of black iron, these spikes lacked significant hardness. The creature's resilient scales deflected most of the onslaught, yet several spikes managed to pierce its hide. Seizing the moment, Xing Ze grasped the serpent's tail, exerting all his strength to fling it away. The creature tumbled to the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force of impact. As it regained its footing, it was met with a sudden sense of suffocation. Xing Ze unleashed the abyssal breath stored within the blue beak. Since ordinary wizardry was ineffective against these quadrupedal monsters, he opted to employ dream magic. Observing the serpent's discomfort, he surmised the abyssal breath was indeed having an effect. He urged the blue beak to continue casting while he charged at the serpent. Sensing impending doom, the creature leaped off the road, fleeing toward the treacherous sea. Xing Ze had no intention of pursuing further. His priority was to escape this precarious situation. In isolation, he could not ascertain how many more potential adversaries lurked nearby. Should more serpent creatures emerge, his magical reserves would not endure. Hastily returning to the vehicle, he extracted the spear and accelerated towards the police station. Once he navigated past the upcoming intersection, he would rejoin the main thoroughfare, where traffic would surely increase. The old record gang would not dare to cause a ruckus near the city center, lest they wished to provoke the entirety of Liverpool's law enforcement. In the passenger seat, Taylor was visibly shaken, retrieving a crushed pack of cigarettes from beneath his seat and extracting a bent cigarette to place between his lips. Damn, what was that monstrosity? Xing Ze frowned in silence. The appearance of the serpent and the ambush by the old record gang could not be mere coincidence. This implied a connection between the gang and these creatures. However, judging by the serpent's actions and Taylor's current demeanor, such ties likely existed only among a select few within the gang. Tell me, is the old record gang involved in human trafficking? At this, Taylor's hand trembled noticeably, and he forced a smile. I don't. Before he could finish, Xing Ze delivered a punch to his chest. Before a cry could escape his lips, Xing Ze seized his hair, pressing his face against the shattered windshield. The jagged glass was perilously close to Taylor's eye, and in his terror, the mob boss marveled at Xing Ze's precision in controlling force and distance while pleading loudly, No, please, I'll talk. Xing Ze redirected most of his focus to the road ahead, urging, speak quickly. Yes, they're involved in human trafficking. But it's not my jurisdiction. Feigning exertion, Xing Ze pressed further. Give me names, mate. I swear to God, I don't know, I truly don't. The internal dealings operate independently, and the heads of each section do not know one another. There must be a leader in charge, yes? The trafficking operations are personally overseen by Lucy. Xing Ze released his grip, furrowing his brow. Lucy was personally in charge. That posed a significant challenge. If he could locate some lower-tier personnel, the matter would become considerably more manageable. The upper echelons of the old records gang are evidently entangled with those serpent-like individuals. His rash approach would merely serve to alert them. Yet if he could discern the routes employed by the traffickers and create some turmoil, those lurking serpents would inevitably reveal their fangs. No one would idly stand by as their interests were jeopardized. The ambush at the docks and the recent encounter with the serpent people exemplify this reality. This is also a consequence of his newfound notoriety. In his investigation, Xing Ze indeed received assistance from various factions, yet this would also render him a target for those who wish to eliminate him. Should he persist in his inquiries, he might encounter an increasing number of ambushes and assassination attempts, not just aimed at him, but also placing AI Lee in peril. Contemplating this, he pressed the accelerator. The interior of the car, devoid of a windshield, resonating with a howling wind as the vehicle sped along the road toward the police headquarters. Carmichael was taken aback by Xing Ze's return, especially with Taylor in tow. After succinctly briefing Rubin and Harris on the situation, he handed over the altered Taylor to them. As for Carmichael, he could not be convicted without irrefutable evidence. However, the chief's instructions were unequivocal. Not only must he surrender his badge and service weapon, but he must also cooperate with the necessary investigation. As long as Harris could extract information from Taylor, Carmichael would not evade justice. Upon exiting the police station, the clock neared 11 o'clock. Xing Ze ambled toward a nearby fast food establishment, where he and AI Lee had agreed to rendezvous. Chapter 292, A Quiet Wait. He was tardy, arriving approximately 10 minutes late. Just as he seated himself, AI Lee finished a serving of vanilla ice cream. Hold your tongue. Let me guess. Something must have gone awry, correct? Most likely bad news. Xing Ze sat opposite AI Lee, offering a wry smile. Are you a worm in my stomach? Can we perhaps choose a less grotesque metaphor? Xing Ze shrugged, perusing the menu, indicating a bustling morning. He voiced his grievances and recounted the events that had transpired. Ultimately, he settled on a lunch combination of fish and chips accompanied by a cup of green tea. Tea was indispensable. Even in such sweltering weather, he insisted on hot tea. This habit perplexed many Britons, as a majority of tea enthusiasts among them would opt for cooler beverages, such as iced tea, during the summer months. Considering the connection between the Serpent people and the Old Records gang, it stands to reason that their human trafficking activities may be intertwined with the Serpents. I speculated. Do you recall those 4 corpses? Are you suggesting that the Serpents are using humans to incubate their offspring? It seems quite plausible, does it not? Xing Ze nodded. Continue. Esteemed lady, have you uncovered any noteworthy information in the past 3 days? Not much. The Muggle police are still pursuing that sports car. I sought out the Kimball family, but I can only say that I've eliminated most names on the list. Some are deceased, others hospitalized, and some have simply vanished. Upon hearing this, Xing Ze furrowed his brow. Is there not one useful lead? The young lady placed her small spoon back into the ice cream cup, countering, what do you define as useful? Xing Ze found himself at a loss for an answer. He was uncertain about the type of individual Frank was seeking, only knowing that his surname was Kimball. Clearly, this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet there were some leads. A few locations had recognized Frank, but given his flamboyant nature, it was unlikely he could remain inconspicuous. The university hospital in Liverpool and a nursing home in the suburbs both identified him. Of course, the Muggle police continued their investigations. If they could gather sufficient information, perhaps they could piece together what Frank was truly after. The server brought out their meals, and the young lady reached for the cup of green tea, declaring, I'm parched, do bring me another. The server nodded and retreated. Xing Ze gazed at AI Lee with a frown, cautioning, I fear you may not acclimatize to tea without sugar. Pure tea isn't my first choice, but that vanilla ice cream is excessively sweet. I need something to counterbalance it. Let us return to the investigation. Since you suspect the Old Records gang's connection to the Serpent People, have you alerted Reuben and the others? Indeed. However, considering the police have been investigating the Old Records gang for so long, they're unlikely to relinquish their pursuit easily. I can only advise them to exercise caution. Ailey blew on her tea, took a sip, and grimaced at the bitter taste. Additionally, regarding that madman, what did you call him again? Shakespeare? His identity remains a mystery. No evidence exists to ascertain his origins. There's no point in wasting time on those people. Have Wes see if he can concoct an antidote against toxins. It's possible those serpent people may employ poison covertly. He has already commenced that endeavor, but it requires time. Do you have any updates? Surely. Something must have been organized in the past 3 days. Xing Ze swallowed his food and remarked, it appears I need not venture to Brichester alone. HM? That Shakespeare fellow penned 4 distress signals, all of which received responses. They agreed to meet at the Margaret restaurant. Really? Where did you acquire this information? It was in that gentleman's diary. Before the police arrived, I took the liberty of retrieving his diary. However, it contained no records of their investigation. When you intend to inform me of this matter? I asked, so me vat displeased. At least grant me time to organize the contents of the diary. One more thing to note is that Frank may have more than one employer. Is someone else seeking that book? I believe so. The diary repeatedly mentions an individual, albeit in initials. It seems he commissioned Frank's group for some task. That abbreviation is SUE? No, they refer to him as V. Very well, this leads us nowhere. I shrugged. So, what are your plans regarding the individuals who came to offer assistance? Yes, I shall see if I can extract any information from them. If these individuals are indeed connected to Shakespeare, or that fellow named Quentin, I noticed his name in the diary, who would document their own name in a diary. One who possesses multiple identities, Xing Ze mused. These traversers wouldn't be foolish enough to use their real names while on a mission in this world. Perhaps he feared losing the diary. Xing Ze responded, in any case, if these individuals are friends with Quentin, they may possess useful information exchanges. Ailey pondered for a moment, took another sip of her tea, and exclaimed, Ah, it's so bitter. How do you manage to drink this without sugar? Very well. I shall continue to investigate the Old Records gang and that Kimball individual, who knows if he even exists. Exercise utmost caution, Miss Shafik, Xing Ze advised. They may also turn their sights upon you, and you as well. At 2:30 in the afternoon, at the Margaret restaurant, Xing Ze glanced at his watch, noting that there was still a while before the appointed time, but the front desk manager had already cast him several furtive glances. Since the incident in the kitchen last time, he has likely been placed on the restaurant's blacklist. However, this time he obtained the chef's consent. The table near the restroom is specifically reserved for these travelers to convene, and a waitress presented a plate of chocolate cake to Xing Ze. This is from the chef. Sir, she remarked, the restaurant's busiest hours have passed, and the kitchen is now likely engaged in its closing duties. Please extend my gratitude to him. Perhaps you might have the opportunity to thank him in person later. The waitress smiled, adding that he would come by shortly. Is that so? Very well. After the waitress departed, Xing Ze took a spoon and scooped a small piece of cake into his mouth. The flavor was quite delightful, with a melt-in-the-mouth sensation that was utterly captivating. Upon finishing half of the cake, the chef approached the table, smiling as he said, I hope you enjoy this. It's quite good. I hope it isn't too expensive. The chef took a seat opposite Xing Ze. Consider it my treat. Chocolate cake is best paired with Bordeaux red wine. It enhances the flavor. Unfortunately, I have given up drinking. I suspected as much. Otherwise, I am certain you would have indulged in a bottle during your last visit. It seems that young lady holds you in high regard. Is she your fiancée? Xing Ze nearly choked on his cake, patting his chest as he replied, No, merely a partner. I owe her a meal. The chef nodded. My apologies, sir. No trouble at all. Chapter 293. The Investigators. After a brief silence, the chef spoke again. So, have you found the person you were looking for? If you're referring to Frank, I have not. Ah, what a pity. My establishment has lost yet another regular. Yazibis told me that you and we share commonality. Xing Ze gently placed his spoon back onto the plate, curiously retorting, What sort of individuals are you? You feign ignorance, sir. The chef grinned, though indeed, one should introduce themselves before inquiring about others. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Serstade. Is it your real name or your gaming name? Upon hearing this, the chef paused momentarily before responding. It seems you possess some knowledge of us, knowing oneself and others. No one would be foolish enough to use their true name. In my original world, I was unencumbered, wandering without purpose. Yet here, behold, I own my very own restaurant. How long have you been here? The chef squinted in contemplation. 10, perhaps 11 years. Have you ever considered returning? The chef shook his head. As I said, in that world, I was unencumbered. I find this place much more comfortable. Well, that is enough about my situation. Let us discuss yours. Before that, may I ask how Yazibis discern my arrival? She possesses that ability. It is her unique skill, just as I can create delectable cakes. She can perceive a person's soul. Is it a metaphor? To see through one's soul? Sort of. She truly has that ability. When I first arrived in this world, it was also under her guidance. But she is currently missing. Not missing, per se. She disappears for a time each year to search across the nation for individuals like you and me. How can I contact her? The chef retrieved an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. She has a temporary residence in York, where she frequently visits. You might find her there. The address is written on the letter. Why assist me? I have witnessed numerous investigators meet their demise. Yet this time, the number is rather significant. Besides, Frank, though a narcissist, is one of the few acquaintances I have in this world. Xing Ze took the letter, pondering before asking, What was the name of the world you lived in? Earth. Though it is also referred to as Earth, is it not? Containing his excitement, Xing Ze expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the cake. The chef nodded and rose from his seat. Shortly after he departed, the restaurant's door swung open, and two ladies entered. Xing Ze shifted his gaze toward them. Their attire was not particularly upscale. The lady with chestnut curls appeared somewhat better dressed, while the other girl, evidently anticipating a meeting in such an elegant restaurant, wore a simple floral dress. The curly-haired lady approached the front desk with familiarity, and in less than half a minute, her gaze shifted towards this side, while her companion, the lady with shoulder-length hair, anxiously surveyed the surroundings. Xing Ze raised his hand in greeting, and the curly-haired lady nodded in understanding, guiding her companion in his direction. What may I get for you, ladies? Xing Ze inquired as they settled down. A gin, please. The curly-haired one replied, removing her sunglasses. Carrie, and you are? Quentin, Xing Ze responded with a smile, turning to the other lady. And what would you like? Anything, as long as it is not alcoholic. Her name is Selena. A glass of iced tea for her, please, Carrie added. This is her first time, so naturally, she's a bit nervous. I understand. So, are you companions? Carrie nodded. We were roommates in our original world. Have you encountered any troubles? Xing Ze managed a wry smile. The others have yet to arrive. Ladies, there is no need to rush. The desserts here are quite delightful. You might consider ordering some. Really? Carrie glanced around, her striking features accentuated by her vividly painted lips. Of course, it's on me, Xing Ze assured them. Selena waved her hand. Perhaps not. I suspect the prices are steep. Rest assured, while I may not be affluent, I can certainly afford tea time. Compared to the more carefree Carrie, Selena appeared quite bashful. Her round face bore a few freckles, her eyes a gentle green, and her lips thin. Her voice was soft, and she often kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Everyone says so. Lena, order something. It is rare for this gentleman to be so chivalrous. Xing Ze summoned the waitress, and Carrie ordered a moderately priced milk tart, while Selena opted for the cheapest carrot cake. After a few bites of her dessert, Carrie asked, Mr. Quentin, how many iterations have you experienced? Xing Ze recalled the information on Quentin's phone and fabricated a response. First time. Oh, no wonder you sent out a distress signal. This is an A-class mission. Carrie's eyes widened. Just then, the restaurant door swung open once more, the delicate chime drawing the attention of the three towards the entrance. Two men entered. One appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a beer belly, with a thick beard that was starting to gray. The other was dressed quite peculiarly, perhaps in his 20s or 30s, wearing a hunting cap, his keen eyes scanning the restaurant. As the middle-aged gentleman inquired with the front desk manager, he had already spotted Xing Ze's table, slightly tilting his head to whisper something to his companion. The middle-aged man then turned to look at Xing Ze, and the two naturally approached the table. This table was spacious enough to accommodate 8 individuals comfortably, ensuring that the newcomers would not feel cramped. The middle-aged gentleman, displaying a keen sense of propriety, took a seat away from the ladies, while the man in the deerstalker hat positioned himself near the entrance. On mic, he cheerfully announced, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. Despite resembling a portly brown bear, the tall, somewhat intimidating man possessed a surprisingly gentle voice. Meanwhile, the watchful man in the deerstalker hesitated to speak, pulling out a pipe from his pocket, just as Serena, seated to his left, interjected, "Smoking is prohibited here." "Oh, beautiful lady, I had no intention of lighting it." He replied, "I'm Lanny, a private investigator. It seems everyone is present." "No, we are still missing one," Xing Ze responded, referring to the distress signal he had sent. Lanny shifted the pipe in his mouth, perplexed, and inquired, "But isn't this mission limited to 5 participants?" "No, it allows for 5, excluding the initiator," Xing Ze clarified. "I was initially misled, so I contacted another investigator." Mike nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I can attest to that. The software sometimes provides misleading information regarding tasks." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a bell rang from the entrance, prompting everyone except Lanny to glance toward the door. The newcomer was a dapper gentleman, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and an air of confidence radiating from his smile. "Ah, the gathering is complete," Xing Ze mused. The sound of polished shoes echoed on the shiny floor as the final investigator approached the dining table. He donned a white shirt adorned with blue stripes, complemented by tailored trousers and pristine white suspenders, exuding an air of sophisticated nonchalance. Pausing at the entrance, his expensive-looking brown loafers caught the eye. With a slight smile revealing pearly whites, he inquired, "I hope I'm not mistaken? If you're here for the mission, you're in the right place. If you're merely looking to court these 2 lovely ladies, I'm afraid your intentions may be dashed," Lanny quipped. His remark caused Serena to lower her head even further, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, while Kelly seemed quite pleased, assessing the latecomer like a cheetah, sizing up its prey. After gesturing to the 2 ladies, the newcomer settled beside Xing Ze, introducing himself as Kent, a level 5 investigator. Lanny raised an eyebrow, while Kelly flashed an even sweeter smile. Mike exclaimed, "Level 5? My goodness, you must have completed quite a number of missions." Kent waved his hand dismissively, modestly responding, 2 A level, 1 B level, and 1 S level. "It's nothing significant. Among the legendary investigators at the pinnacle, I am merely a novice." According to the information from the mobile application, tasks from various realms are categorized from the lowest D level to the highest S level, while investigator ranks range from 1 to 10. Despite the clear classification, there is no explicit prohibition against lower-ranked investigators tackling higher-level tasks. Rather, each task's level serves merely as a guideline. "This is an A-level task," Kent remarked, stroking his chin as he regarded Xing Ze. "But you're a level 1 investigator." Feigning embarrassment, Xing Ze replied, "Ah, I've only just realized that task levels can fluctuate. When I first began accepting tasks, I was merely at C level." Kent raised his arm and snapped his fingers, summoning a server. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "I've heard of numerous C-level tasks escalating to B-level. Those newcomers, no offense intended, typically tend to botch things up, resulting in task elevation." "But," Lanny interjected, "from C to A, that's quite a leap. Generally, such a transition occurs only when matters reach an irretrievable state." "I concur with your assessment, sir," Kent replied with a slight smile. "However, before we delve deeper, let us introduce ourselves. I still don't know how to address you all." "Kelly, level 2 investigator, and a journalist." The curly-haired lady was the first to respond. The arrival of the server temporarily halted the conversation. Kent ordered a milk tea, Lanny opted for a cognac, while Mike requested a port wine. After placing their drink orders, the bearded man continued, "Mike, I'm a long-distance driver. I'm also a driver in that world. I take great pleasure in my profession." Few paid heed to his words, except for Serena and Xing Ze, both listening attentively. Serena, out of newcomer's ignorance and apprehension, was compelled to do so, while Xing Ze was meticulously observing this assembly of so-called investigators. "Oh, a level 2 investigator," Mike added, still garnering little attention. Kent turned his gaze toward Lanny, who was thoughtfully puffing on his pipe, seemingly disinclined to speak. The handsome gentleman interjected, "I've just made my introduction, but I'll add a bit more. I'm an adventurer somewhat well-known in this realm." "Quentin," Xing Ze announced, feeling it was time to share his own information. "Level 1 investigator, a teacher. This is my first time undertaking a mission." Lanny still showed no inclination to speak. He merely chewed on his pipe. directing his gaze at Serena. The shy girl initially failed to grasp his attention, but quickly noticed his gaze. A blush crept across her cheeks as she closed her notebook and softly murmured, I'm a nurse, and this is my first time participating in a mission. Finally, Lanny displayed a satisfied expression, setting his pipe aside and clearing his throat. Lanny, private investigator, level 5 investigator. Well, this is quite the stroke of luck. The bearded man exclaimed, unable to contain himself. To encounter 2 level 5 investigators in one mission. Haha, we're in for a secure venture. Xing Ze slowly raised his hand, asking, may I pose a question? Is an investigator's rank truly that significant? Sir, you didn't happen to come unprepared before accepting the task, did you? Didn't you even glance at the instructions? Kelly's face bore a look of astonishment. Though she had only completed one mission, she had scrutinized the instructions no less than 10 times before undertaking it. That is nothing to be concerned about, Miss Kelly. It's common for newcomers to err. Kent interjected, redirecting his attention to Xing Ze. This explains why a level 1 investigator would embark on a B-level task, exhausting all the initial points gifted by the system to send an SOS. At this juncture, Kent shifted his focus entirely onto Xing Ze, imparting the lesson learned from experience. Newcomer, you might as well elaborate on what transpired here, he urged. Nodding, Xing Ze recounted the ordeal faced by Frank and his group, of course with some embellishments. Upon concluding his narrative, Lanny was the first to voice his skepticism. You, as a team member, were oblivious to everything? That is truly hard to believe. His eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, akin to a cunning fox. Just as I mentioned, Mr. Lanny, those individuals are quite formidable. As a novice, I was of little assistance. They primarily tasked me with shopping and gathering information at the police station. Xing Ze lamented, attempting to gain trust using contemporary jargon from his world. Among this assembly, Mike and Serena appeared to be the most gullible. The former's accent suggested he was American, and his unkempt beard indicated a lack of grooming. The t-shirt bore signs of fraying, and the denim jeans were notably faded. At first glance, these garments appeared to be of rather inexpensive material, yet they exhibited remarkable durability. This serves as an indication of his modest means, suggesting he is unlikely to be affluent. While others engaged in conversation, he primarily occupied himself with drinking, seemingly indifferent to whether anyone was listening to him. This is a quintessential trait of the typical American roughneck. Serena, a novice in the gaming world, exemplifies the archetype of a player who invariably loses when gambling. Her thoughts are transparent to anyone observing, yet her status as a newcomer renders her particularly focused and industrious. Kelly, a quintessential socialite, exudes boldness and abandon. Her posture while drinking and the frequency with which she indulges suggest a wealth of experience in nightlife. Ever since Kent's arrival, her gaze has wandered towards him every few seconds. Similarly, Kent has been casting flirtatious glances in her direction. If these two do not share a bed by nightfall, then Xing Ze would consider it a remarkable anomaly. Thus, this young lady pays little heed to Xing Ze's words. Her primary concern lies in how she might extract more from that dashing gentleman. The remaining 2 individuals present, however, are the most formidable. As level 5 investigators, they have undoubtedly faced numerous perilous missions, honing a naturally suspicious disposition. Kent, the adventurer, bears sun-kissed skin that attests to his profession, complemented by a well-proportioned physique and rugged features, all radiating an air of confidence that marks him as not easily deceived. Yet, this gentleman possesses his own flaws. Like many successful individuals, he is narcissistic, enjoys showing off, and relishes in controlling situations. Xing Ze has previously dealt with someone of his ilk, currently undergoing reformation in Numengard. As for the private detective, he is indeed a detective, and on that count he has not lied. Xing Ze readily identifies several similarities between them, such as their mutual suspicion, keen observational skills, and their penchant for probing through dialogue. However, one distinction remains. This gentleman is an adherent of classical deduction. The deerstalker hat and pipe evoke homage to Sherlock Holmes, the quintessential figure of this genre. The hallmark of this style is the pursuit of rational logical reasoning based on evidence and clues, yet this pursuit also presents a vulnerability. An overemphasis on evidence can ensnare their thought processes in stagnation. 5 big shots accompanied by a newcomer? Kent chuckled. Well, such a scenario is not unheard of. I have previously taken 2 novices under my wing. Oh, by the way, could you repeat those names? Quentin? Apologies, I didn't quite catch that. Julia, Gio, Illyrio, Diane, Frank. Serena murmured as she jotted them down in her notebook. The group's gaze briefly lingered on the bashful girl, prompting Kent to nod appreciatively. Ah, thank you, Miss Serena. These names, The adventurer's words were interrupted by the detective. Lanny leaned slightly forward, smiling as he addressed Xing Ze. I presume you are also unaware of your companion's professions. Xing Ze shook his head in response. I only know that Mr. Frank is a detective like you. The adventurer coughed in discontent. Lanny, do not make things difficult for this rookie. For someone who has just begun their journey in role-playing games, what more do you expect? The mere fact that he is present in a B-level mission is already a miracle. Lanny chuckled softly, retracting his skeptical gaze. He placed a pipe in his mouth. All right, I shall regard him as an outsider. How is it that I never encounter such fortunate circumstances? Miss Serena, please repeat those names once more, but this time, at a slower pace. Kent requested. Serena nervously complied, but Kelly snatched the notebook from her, playfully stating, allow me. My roommate is not quite accustomed to being in a crowd. There's a chance she might mispronounce a name. Kelly then proceeded to read from the notes. Julia, yes, a quintessential woman's name. Kent interjected, frowning as he pondered. I have heard that name before. Julia, the Julia from the Unsolved Mysteries Association. A level 6 investigator. She occasionally appears in software notifications. Lanny suddenly exclaimed, Eureka! I just thought of it. Level 6? Mike's attention finally shifted from the porter liquor back to the topic at hand. Good heavens. I recall that level 6 investigators should be able to join the organization, the Unsolved Mysteries Association. That is one of the 6 major organizations, correct? Kent surprisingly affirmed. Mike's expression quickly darkened. Hey, folks, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but we might not be able to handle this task. Yo, miss. Was there someone named Geo among those names you just read? Kelly glanced at her notes and replied, yes, there is one. I know that guy. He's an American like me. We once undertook a mission together. I remember him being a fitness trainer, standing at least 6 feet 4 inches tall. Xing Ze interjected. The death report mentioned that. Also, I should clarify, Julia has red hair, just in case they're namesakes. His words elicited laughter from the group. Prompting Kelly to press her forehead, Mr. Quinton, I must remind you that each investigator's name is unique, much like game names. It is unlikely for duplicates to occur. Xing Ze offered an awkward smile, stealing a furtive glance at Lanny, hoping his feigned ignorance would lower the latter's guard. Compared to Xing Ze's remarks, Lanny seemed more interested in the investigator named Geo, inquiring, Hey Mike, did you review his profile while on the mission? Not exactly, but he boasted of being a level 3 investigator. During that mission, he was the highest ranked among us. Upon hearing this, Lanny grasped his pipe, his expression one of concern. The situation appears grim, everyone. A level 3 investigator and a level 6 investigator. As far as I know, Frank is also level 6 and belongs to the Gravediggers organization. Now, considering us, even without mentioning the other two, our current composition hardly suggests we can complete this mission smoothly. So what are you implying? That we should give up? Kelly queried. Give up? Lanny chuckled lightly. I merely state that the circumstances seem bleak. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, it is not too late. You should have some sense of how to apply for a mission withdrawal, right? Lanny's words met with silence, varied expressions etched on each face, which Xing Ze noted in his mind. Kent took a sip of his milk tea, his first taste of water since sitting down. I will not flee at the last moment. An A-level mission cannot possibly be more difficult than an S-level one, can it? What a level 6? Those investigators who have joined the organization may not necessarily surpass us in prowess. I have encountered numerous high-level investigators who roam freely outside. Moreover, this game thrives on teamwork. Many missions are fraught with challenges precisely because of internal conflicts among players. Kelly immediately concurred. Indeed, I agree. Let us not concern ourselves with the previous team. Perhaps they fell victim to infighting. Haha, well said. Forget what I just said. Come, friends, let us raise a toast to our successful mission. Mike proposed. This time, his words did not go unnoticed, as everyone raised their drinks, softly proclaiming, Here's to the success of our mission. Chapter 295, Suspicion. Regardless of the motivations that compel these individuals to persist in their endeavors, it is undoubtedly fortuitous news for Xing Ze. He contemplated extracting further information from them. Thank you. Everyone, thank you. He expressed his gratitude to all present. If you were to leave, I truly would not know what to do. Kent placed a reassuring hand on Xing Ze's shoulder, adopting the tone of a team leader. At the very least, I shall not easily abandon anyone. Moreover, I relish challenges. Otherwise, I would not have chosen the profession of an explorer. Well, we've raised our battle cries. Now, let us attend to more pressing matters. A commendable team necessitates a leader, or at the very least, a guiding figure. In light of the perilous nature of this mission, we ought to swiftly elect one. Upon hearing this, the attendees fell into contemplation, while Xing Ze discreetly observed their expressions. Serena, as usual, kept her head bowed, concealing her emotions. Mike feigned deep contemplation, yet the gradual emptiness in his gaze suggested he had not pondered much. Kelly consistently directed her attention towards Kent, her forthcoming response already evident. As for Lanny, he exhibited neither surprise nor impatience, seemingly devoid of any desire to vie for leadership. Xing Ze found it difficult to decipher his thoughts. Such is the drawback of encountering peers, as many subtleties become transparent. In light of this, Xing Ze boldly declared, "I nominate Mr. Kent as the leader of our team." What an excellent idea. Kelly immediately concurred. Mr. Kent has accomplished numerous missions and undoubtedly possesses substantial experience. It would be most fitting for him to lead us. The explorer smiled at Kelly and modestly replied, "You flatter me, but I believe Mr. Lanny is more suited for the role of leader. As a detective, akin to Sherlock Holmes, I have reason to believe he possesses greater wisdom and insight than I. No. My interest lies solely in the investigation itself, rather than in managing the team. I believe the leadership position should rightfully be yours, provided my inquiries are not hindered." Kent shrugged, glancing at the remaining two individuals. Serena showed no intention of dissenting, while Mike raised his glass in agreement. "Very well, then. It seems I must accept the mantle of leadership," Kent acknowledged. "Now, let us discuss our respective roles. I shall begin," he said. "I possess an all-terrain vehicle with substantial power and am quite adept at driving. Should you wish to travel anywhere, my vehicle is at your disposal. Additionally, I am well-versed in wilderness survival, tracking, and navigation." "In the city?" Lanny interjected. "Is wilderness survival truly necessary?" Kent, unfazed by the interruption, smiled and replied, "In my view, this towering metropolis, with its labyrinthine roads, is as perilous as the wild. Moreover, I am proficient in first aid. For now, that shall suffice. I cannot reveal all my capabilities at once." Kent's light-hearted remarks brought merriment to the group, easing the atmosphere considerably. The bearded Mike, having drained the last drop from his glass, interjected, "I am merely a driver, lacking any remarkable skills, though I can fix a few things. Oh, and I am proficient with firearms. My marksmanship is reasonably good. I also have a van. You can serve as our driver and accompany the two new members on procurement duties." Kent promptly assigned him a task, including Xing Ze and Serena in the arrangement. Mike was more than willing to take on the task, saying, "Sure, I may not be good at much, but if you need me to drive, I could do so for a day and a night." After he spoke, Kelly chimed in, "I possess a press pass, which is quite convenient, allowing me access to certain places that you may not reach. I can also peruse local newspapers and semi-public police files." "Excellent," Miss Lanny, keenly interested in the investigation, remarked. "Having someone capable of accessing information is invaluable. Otherwise, we would have to engage in tedious negotiations with the police. Furthermore, I must remind everyone that I reside in a world infused with magic. Hogwarts, Harry Potter, sorcery, wizards, and magical creatures significantly complicate our investigation. Should this matter involve the magical realm, I believe that merely investigating in the mundane world would be futile. Surely, you have all read Harry Potter?" The detective granted the group a moment to respond. Apart from Mike, the others had varying degrees of understanding regarding what the Harry Potter universe entailed. Indeed, Kent remarked, if it were merely the mundane world, matters would be much simpler. Unfortunately, we have no one here capable of contacting those wizards. Regarding that, Xing Ze interjected quietly, "I might have a few methods." All eyes turned to him, particularly Serena, who shyly inquired, "Have you ever encountered Harry Potter himself? Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore?" "Oh, I fear I must disappoint you. I have yet to visit Hogwarts. However, I have been to St. Mungo's." As he spoke, Xing Ze retrieved the reports of the 4 corpses from his satchel. "The bodies of my former companions were sent to St. Mungo's for autopsy. This is the report, and I managed to procure a copy. It may not be comprehensive, but it suffices. I never imagined that this newcomer would prove so useful," Kent remarked as he took the report. Lanny's face was filled with skepticism, and he asked Xing Ze, "May I inquire how a muggle, or should I say a squib, entered St. Mungo's?" "In truth, I am not a muggle. I am a squib." "A squib?" Upon hearing this term, all eyes turned once more to Xing Ze. This was not surprising. According to his research, upon entering this game, the software would make subtle modifications based on one's identity. But most individuals would only draw the identity of an ordinary person. A very small fraction, however, would receive the identity of Squib, allowing them access to the wizarding world, while wizards themselves seldom appeared. Thus, investigators with the dual identities of Squib and Wizard were quite sought after in the game. Otherwise, Muggle investigators, unable to access the magical realm, would have to rely on organizations for assistance. However, such organizations rarely offered help without cost, often demanding either a portion of game points or an additional task, both of which were generally viewed unfavorably. I now understand why Frank and Julia welcomed you. The newcomer, into the fold, Kent said with a smile. Look, detective, the mystery has been unraveled. Lanny's skepticism diminished slightly, though Xing Ze knew he still harbored doubts. However, as Kent had pointed out, this was a team. As long as he could earn the trust of the majority, those suspicions would gradually fade. Naturally, should doubts persist, he had other means at his disposal. In the ensuing 2 hours, they deliberated various matters until they formulated a corresponding plan. And Xing Ze managed to guide this motley crew towards WizardingWorld, although Lanny wished to remain in Liverpool for a bit longer to conduct necessary investigations. He ultimately acquiesced to the team's decision. This is the advantage of teamwork. Lanny was indeed a keen and astute detective. Yet he also understood the rules of this game. Lone wolves seldom achieve success. Of course, their journey to WizardingWorld was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and it was possible that Lanny might uncover something worthwhile. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, after exiting the restaurant, Xing Ze proceeded directly to the police station to seek out Ruben and Burke, informing them to temporarily conceal his identity. Despite Burke expressing considerable discontent regarding this matter, he ultimately acquiesced to the request following Xing Ze's assurances. Xing Ze insisted that this investigative team must adhere to his pace rather than remain in Liverpool, wasting valuable time. While there might be potential for investigations, even Frank's team had suffered losses, and it was futile to expect anything from this disorganized group until he acquired the necessary information. It was imperative for Xing Ze to ensure the survival of as many team members as possible to glean from them a way back to their original world. That evening at 9 o'clock, in a luxurious hotel in Liverpool, Kent lit a cigarette and gazed at the pristine, soft body sprawled across the bed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Kelly, pulling the blanket aside, sat up and tidied her disheveled hair, then reached over to the nightstand to retrieve a cigarette, revealing her alluring back and voluptuous curves. Kent felt his inner desires rekindle, licking his dry lips as he grasped a glass of whiskey from the coffee table, its amber hue shimmering under the warm, golden light. Why do you choose to stay? Kelly inquired, lighting her cigarette and responding somewhat irritably. You certainly know how to pick your topics. I'm merely intrigued, my dear. While the rewards for this mission are substantial, the game points plentiful. It hardly warrants risking one's life. If Selena doesn't leave, then neither will I. I hadn't anticipated the depth of your feelings, Kent remarked. Suddenly, Kelly burst into laughter. After a moment, she replied, I was just jesting. Our connection isn't that profound. I have my own recent objectives. Kent leisurely took a sip of his drink. Is it truly acceptable to divulge such truths to me? Are you any different? Those who remain are all playing their own games. I'm not naive. Since you broached the subject, it implies there's something to negotiate. So speak swiftly. Before proceeding, Kent rose, offering a glass of wine to Kelly. The weather's growing warmer. Isn't it? You truly are a gentleman, Kelly remarked, accepting the drink. The blanket that had shielded her modesty gradually slipping away, revealing a breathtaking view. I wish to collaborate with you. Me? Kelly inquired, somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't you be working with that detective? He appears to possess some capabilities. Kent settled on the edge of the bed, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her figure. The intriguing aspect of this game lies in the fact that one cannot access the information of others. This implies that even if someone lies, you would be none the wiser. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, in this game, trust no one but yourself. The S-rank mission I undertook. You may find it hard to believe, but there are indeed traitors within the team. Traitors? But everyone's rewards and points are calculated based on individual performance. Kelly furrowed her brow. Players have almost no conflicts of interest, so betraying the group yields no benefits. Indeed, there are no direct conflicts of interest among players, but their tasks may differ. Some individuals are assigned missions to eliminate members of their own team. Is that so? I thought this was a game of mutual cooperation. Just dealing with those lunatics and those wretched otherworldly creatures is already enough to bear. Now you tell me I also have to be wary of my teammates. I'm not being alarmist. Many people around me have encountered such situations. That's why I sought your collaboration. Kelly downed her drink in one gulp, playfully asking, Aren't you afraid I might be the traitor? You? Don't jest, Kent chuckled. I generally have a knack for reading people. Between you and that detective, my suspicions lean more towards him, and that rookie who sent out the distress signal. Upon hearing this, Kelly became intrigued. Extinguishing her cigarette in the glass and slithering her body like a serpent around Kent's sturdy form, I anticipated your suspicion of the detective. But what about the rookie? Are you certain? Not certain, merely a hunch. Trust your instincts. A rookie, completely oblivious, yet somehow survived the last mission. If it were you, would you believe that? Didn't he claim he was always ostracized? To me, it seems 2 level 6 investigators remain, and the others aren't lacking in strength either. His presence is inconsequential. Kent's calloused hand gently caressed the woman's back, her once pure skin glowing a more enticing bronze under the orange light. Perhaps that makes sense. But even if he was excluded, he couldn't possibly be completely ignorant, could he? Yet, that fellow did present his phone as proof, didn't he? The tasks were issued by him, and we all witnessed it. Indeed, what a fool. Thankfully, only we saw that phone. Otherwise, it would certainly attract the hounds. Kent cursed under his breath, recalling the manual that explicitly stated, during task completion in other worlds, it is forbidden to let the natives see what they should not. Otherwise, one would attract time hounds. I truly wonder what these rookies are thinking. They can't even manage this simple aspect. I've heard of numerous rookies inexplicably facing total annihilation, with the majority of reasons being encounters with hounds. Digressing, he did show us the signal he sent out, but he never let us see the character information. Think about it, my dear. This lad appears to know nothing, yet he operates quite adeptly. Do you think those few death reports are so easily obtained? Kent's hand ventured lower, prompting a suppressed moan from Kelly, who playfully smacked his chest. You speak so convincingly that I nearly believed you. Chapter 291, Mutual Utilization. Xing Ze's fingers rhythmically tapped against his thigh as he pondered how best to articulate his next statement. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Before I lead that group to Worcestershire, I require someone to divert their suspicions. He heard the sound of splashing water behind him, followed by Ellie's head emerging from the bathtub. Have you betrayed me? I prefer to term it a strategic objective diversion. You betrayed me? The young lady inquired again. Xing Ze averted his gaze slightly, his eyes resting pointedly on Ellie's neck. If you insist, then that is indeed the implication. The young lady withdrew her head, causing the water in the bathtub to ripple. So, how many individuals have their sights set on me? At least 2, Xing Ze replied. 1 detective and 1 adventurer. I'm uncertain which will give you more trouble. I wager it's the detective. You truly know how to keep me occupied. You want me to deal with them? Be gentle. They're still quite useful to me. You merely need to find a way to placate them. Oh, that I can manage, keeping them at arm's length. But you must inform me, who exactly are they? Quentin's rescue team. However, they don't seem very competent. Before they collectively march to their doom, I must first extract some information from them. Very well, very well. Have you learned anything from them? That mysterious assassin, Sui? I find it perplexing that they seem to possess even less knowledge than I do. I cannot fathom why one would strive so earnestly to integrate into a group of such uninformed individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Ze remarked, it is merely temporary. Their wariness runs deep, and time is required. Well, I wish you luck, she replied, and casually inquired, what guys are you assuming to infiltrate their ranks? Quentin, he answered, that is quite audacious. If anyone among them were to inquire with the Muggle police, your cover would be compromised. Xing Ze nodded, acknowledging, precisely why I require your assistance in providing cover, Miss Nix. I see. Have you briefed Reuben and Burke? Of course. Ailey rose from the bathtub, water cascading off her form, producing a rhythmic patter. She wrapped herself in a towel and perched on the edge of the tub. What on earth are you playing at? Lee, is this a game of role-playing now? The young lady glanced at her long, toned legs and replied, if you wish to remain inconspicuous, it would be prudent to acclimate to our fabricated identities sooner rather than later. Oh, and by the way, your full name is Richard Lee. Best remember that to avoid any slip-ups. Now, enlighten me. What exactly are you planning? Spare me the vague justifications. You're playing with fire, Lee. Most of the Muggle police are familiar with you, and do not expect them to keep silent. There will always be someone willing to forsake their principles and divulge the truth to those inquiring. At that point, you'll be thoroughly exposed within that so-called rescue team. We depart the day after tomorrow. We merely need to survive tomorrow. It would be far simpler to employ a spell. Perhaps we could beseech Burke to grant us permission to cast a few memory-altering spells on the Muggle police, thereby ensuring that even if they come, they uncover nothing. I would not consent to that. A large-scale alteration of Muggle memories necessitates the involvement of the Department of Catastrophes, a private commission, a wishes to keep matters contained. Rest assured, Miss, I have already reported those individuals' identities to the police station. Even if they were to investigate, they would only receive false information. And the media? To my knowledge, numerous outlets are fixated on this case and possess a wealth of information. Fortunately, the press conferences are conducted by Reuben and the chief of police. The information in the hands of various newspapers may be true or false, but as far as I know, there is no information concerning the two of us." The young lady shrugged and sighed. Upon hearing this, I am at a loss whether to feel joy or sorrow. Regardless, you still face the risk of exposure. Indeed. However, these individuals are muggles, and should my identity be revealed, I can manage it, so there is no need for concern. Furthermore, having someone accompany me to Brichester would be ideal. That is my plan. Ever since the incident in Ravinska village, I have come to realize that the era of solitary endeavors has passed. One's capabilities are ultimately limited. Since these individuals share a common goal with me, why not collaborate for the time being? The young lady took a sip from her wine glass. A common goal? I had thought that Lot was here to investigate the demise of Frank's team. So, they too are after the Serpent's Fang? Indeed, Xing Ze replied. According to the information provided by Quentin's phone, the ultimate objective of the mission is to locate the Serpent's Fang. Of course, that is not the sole task. Investigating the deaths of Frank's team is also one of the missions. I never imagined you would ever consider teamwork. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe. Xing Ze responded. The following day, the investigators commenced their respective operations. The autopsy report that Xing Ze had previously presented was hardly comprehensive. Much information was missing. This discontented Lenny, prompting Kent to send him back to St. Mungo's for further inquiries. Unbeknownst to these investigators, each had already been registered at the Liverpool police station, and today's actions would be observed under its scrutiny. These 5 individuals, having traversed from another world, possessed minimal information in this realm. Aside from Lenny, Kent, and Kelly, the remaining 2 were nearly blank slates. Thus, Xing Ze managed to persuade the police chief to allocate some personnel for surveillance with relative ease. Serena and Mike were tasked with procurement. Kent prepared a list for them during breakfast, instructing them to purchase according to it. Upon reviewing the list, Xing Ze noted it contained various wilderness survival items, tents, flashlights, packaged food, and so forth, expenses that would be shared among all team members. Tracking Mike and Serena proved to be of little utility. Xing Ze merely instructed Ruben to assign one person to follow them, ensuring that their actions were documented. Kelly ventured to the Liverpool Daily Mail. Regarding this woman, Xing Ze held a healthy respect. As reports from the monitoring officer indicated, she had left the hotel with Kent that morning. This suggested that the two may have reached an understanding, though it could also merely be instinctual communication. Yet, with the media, Xing Ze was uncertain and thus requested Ruben to dispatch 2 seasoned officers to shadow her. Kent enjoyed a modest renown in Liverpool, and one could say he was barely a celebrity throughout the entirety of Britain. A few years prior, the renowned outdoor equipment company, Rollway Alps, had even engaged him for an advertisement. Consequently, Ruben sent Yelent from the Criminal Investigation Department to accompany him. As for Lenny, the esteemed detective, he fell under Xing Ze's direct supervision. Chapter 292, The Hunter. Lenny's first destination was Frank's office, where he lingered for over half an hour. He then made his way to the Titanic Hotel. At the hotel, he gleaned little useful information. Before lunch, he visited the site where the body had been discovered. Subsequently, he remained in an inconspicuous pub until the afternoon. The police station's information blockade proved somewhat effective. It was indeed unlikely for these newcomers to uncover valuable information within a single day. In the afternoon, Lenny canvassed several eyewitnesses near the docks, perhaps hoping for a stroke of luck, but his grave expression suggested the results were disheartening. Unlike police officers, these investigators lacked the authority to interrogate witnesses indiscriminately unless they could offer some incentive. Lenny's investigation hit a snag. After losing his police friend, many leads became difficult to obtain. A skilled craftsman cannot work with insufficient resources. Without crucial leads, he found himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, Kent, utilizing his identity, visited an outdoor adventure club in Liverpool. Lacking membership status and not wishing to raise alarms, Ruben opted to remain outside, keeping watch. This adventure club, called the Hunting Earl, primarily focused on hunting. Kent was not particularly well known there, as his connections were mainly rooted in London's Cook Club, resulting in few contacts in this locale. Generally speaking, those seeking information about a place would consult newspapers, while those in the know might visit police stations and press offices. Police officers and journalists, however, had their own sources of information. Informants, intelligence brokers, and various organizations could provide necessary insights to a certain extent. These fragmentary pieces of information would gradually accumulate, potentially culminating in a key lead. Kent's purpose for visiting was clear. The founder of the Hunting Earl Club, Gasper, had numerous contacts in Liverpool and engaged with various factions, making him a local power broker. In an era when the internet, computers, and mobile devices had yet to permeate society, information remained shrouded in obscurity. However, certain individuals with foresight recognized the paramount importance of information, and Gasper was one such figure. The members of the club were a diverse mix, hailing from various professions, and they possessed a wealth of valuable information. Gasper meticulously organized and synthesized this information, offering it to those in need. It was no easy feat to secure a meeting with this esteemed founder. Mr. Kent had to employ nearly all his resources to finally encounter him. They convened in a private meeting room within the club. Gasper, a man in his 60s, had graying hair but exuded vitality, and it was difficult to ascertain his true age from his appearance alone. "Mr. Kent, I have long admired your reputation," he began. "Your flattery is unwarranted, Mr. Gasper." Kent replied. A servant pulled out a chair for Kent, and Gasper, wearing a smile, remarked, "I never anticipated that my humble club would be graced by your presence. You are too kind, esteemed sir. I am here to inquire about certain matters." A servant opened a box of cigars, presenting it to Kent. The adventurer, with keen instinct, selected one, inhaling its aroma appreciatively. "An Oliva Double Toro? Quite rich indeed." "Indeed, the V series. I relish its leather undertones." Once Kent had savored the cigar, Gasper transitioned to the purpose of their meeting. "So, what is it you wish to ascertain? Before that, I must inquire about your fees. What are your charges?" As wisps of smoke wafted through the room, Gasper's voice emerged from the haze. "It is either an exchange of information or sufficient payment. Let us opt for the latter. I have not returned to England in quite some time and have little information to offer you. Then let us adhere to tradition. Have you heard of a recent case in Liverpool? Be explicit, Mr. Kent. In my eyes, there are always cases unfolding in Liverpool. For corpses were discovered at the packaging docks." "Ah, I understand." As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gasper stirred his tea in a fine porcelain cup. "This information comes at a steep price. You must be prepared." Kent produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket, for money was no object to him. The points acquired from games could be exchanged for considerable wealth. Moreover, he owned enterprises in this realm, and as long as the information proved useful, he could afford any sum. "If that is insufficient," he added, placing a checkbook on the table, "I also have this." "Excellent, sir. I appreciate dealing with a straightforward individual. Given your generosity, I too must reciprocate. Please elaborate on what exactly you seek." "The 4 corpses belong to Frank's subordinates. I wish to know what transpired with them." Gasper beckoned to a nearby servant, who promptly retrieved a hefty red leather-bound book. After perusing its contents, the club owner replied, "An American." "What?" "Eyewitnesses reported they were seen with an American on July 25th. The American departed on July 26th. "An American? What was he like?" "Typical of a nouveau riche American. Young, perhaps in his 30s, boisterous and lacking refinement. Additionally, he visited a law firm on July 25th, located on George Avenue. You should be able to locate it." Kent recognized that further inquiries would yield no additional information from Gasper, indicating that he too was unaware of the full circumstances surrounding Frank's party. He handed the wad of cash to the servant and posed a new question. "Do you know where they ultimately went?" "Regrettably, I cannot answer that. You know how Frank, that arrogant detective, keeps his movements shrouded in secrecy. However, I can offer you a piece of advice, free of charge. Please do share." Kent exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Liverpool possesses an underground network that rivals that of London. During the slave trade, many traffickers constructed numerous smuggling tunnels underground, interconnecting with waterways. One could say that the entire subterranean realm of Liverpool is a different kingdom altogether. However, recently, no, it should not be termed as recent. For the past decade, this underground kingdom has been far from tranquil. You must exercise caution, Mr. Kent. The crocodiles in the waterways are no urban legend. Kent fell into a brief reverie, contemplating the weight of the words spoken to him. After a moment, he nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your warning, esteemed sir. But as you can see, I am an explorer and a proficient hunter at that. It is only natural for hunters to pursue their prey. Then may God bless you." Hunter. Chapter 293. The Great Detective and the Faux Detective. Ronnie ultimately managed to spot Ellie at the police station, but with no other recourse. He resorted to purchasing ample information from a corrupt officer. What he did not realize was that the data possessed by this officer was largely erroneous. The seemingly authentic yet misleading information would divert his focus towards Ellie, thereby minimizing Xing Ze's exposure risk. However, due to the time constraints, these forged documents and deliberately leaked information bore flaws that did not allow for meticulous scrutiny. Nevertheless, Xing Ze was unconcerned, as the investigators currently had access to very limited information regarding the case, making them indiscriminate in their inquiries. To be frank, this was a fundamental method in solving cases. In the 1990s, without high-performance computers and scarce surveillance, the only means to crack cases relied on experience, chaotic clues, and tireless officers. Within this process, clues were paramount. Officers conducting interviews house by house would generate a plethora of leads, the majority of which proved useless and even misleading. Thus, the detective's experience became all the more crucial. Ronnie understood this well, so when he discerned something amiss with the information, he did not succumb to frustration, for as a detective, unearthing anomalies amidst the genuine and the false was part of his daily routine. He quickly recognized the special agent named Nyx, despite her modest attire. Her striking and unique beauty was undeniable. Ronnie had always believed that within the world of Harry Potter, Hermione was remarkably attractive, but this lady eclipsed her in beauty. He hastened to follow her, hoping to find an opportune moment to engage her in conversation, but she halted her steps before he could act. Is it prudent to trail a solitary young lady near the police station, sir? Ronnie paused, realizing that there was no one else around. It was evident that she was addressing him. His skills in shadowing were not exceptional, yet he could not have exposed himself so swiftly. It seemed that this special agent from Scotland Yard possessed some skill. After contemplating for a few seconds, Ronnie replied, "Fear not, madam. I am no deviant. To be precise, I am a detective." "A detective?" Ellie turned, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, a detective. If it pleases you, Miss Nyx, I wish to speak with you. I fear I may find it difficult to acquiesce to your request. Sir, nameless as you are, let's not dwell on how you came to know my name. If you wish to converse with me, it would be more fitting to extend a proper invitation, rather than being discovered while trailing behind." "Trailing? Oh, madam, you must be mistaken. I simply have yet to extend my invitation." Eli clasped her arms across her chest, responding coldly, "If that is the case, sir, I believe you should make an appointment at the police station. If I recall correctly, they will be sure to give you a call." Lanny, clearly undeterred, persisted, "It is merely a matter of sharing a cup of coffee, madam. Allow me to treat you to a coffee, if you will. You may call me Lanny. Here is my identification." With that, Lanny offered his business card along with his driver's license from this world. Eli accepted it with a cursory glance before returning it. "Very well. But only for the duration of 1 cup of coffee, detective." "Of course," Lanny replied with a smile. They settled into a window-side table at a nearby cafe. Lanny immediately broached the subject. "Forgive my lack of time, Miss Nyx. I sought you out regarding the case of the 4 corpses. Before we delve into that topic, I would like to inquire how you came to know of me. The details of that case have not been fully disclosed to the media, and aside from certain personnel at the precinct, no one else should be aware of my identity." Lanny bore no hint of embarrassment, calmly responding, "Dear lady, have you forgotten what I do for a living? That is not something to take pride in, Mr. Lanny. I could apprehend you for unlawfully obtaining someone else's information." Eli narrowed her eyes. "I have no means to do so," Lanny countered. "Your confidentiality measures are quite effective, and my time does not permit me to linger on this investigation. Thus, I resorted to somewhat disreputable methods. Given that you have not yet alerted the police to detain me, it indicates there remains potential for cooperation between us, if you wish to learn about the case. I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose any information. No, I have not come for that purpose. Discussing such matters would surely require more than a mere cup of coffee. I simply wish to know if you have located all the members of Frank's team, excluding Frank. Of course. Why would I divulge such information to you? I may be able to assist you in your endeavors." "Assist? A detective who knows nothing." Eli took the coffee offered by the server, her skepticism palpable. "I understand your doubts, madam. Are you familiar with the Red Hand case?" "Of course. I solved that case alongside Frank." "You?" Eli's face displayed uncertainty. "But I did not see your name in the report, nor in the newspapers. I am not one to seek fame." "How noble of you. So how am I to verify your claims?" Lanny produced a stack of documents from his bag, containing all the information regarding the Red Hand case, including my investigative process with Frank, profiles of suspects, recordings, and transcripts. "Of course, if time is of the essence, Miss Nyx, you may inquire with the agents who took over the case. Detectives Franklin and Yarrant from the Criminal Investigation Department should still remember me." Eli took the documents, reminding him, "I must reiterate, sir, that possessing investigative materials without authorization is also a crime." "Merely for research purposes," Lanny smiled. "Besides, am I not presenting them voluntarily now? You go to such lengths merely to inquire about this matter. If I could earn your trust, that would be most beneficial." "Quentin Codwater, he was a member of Frank's team, yet I did not see that name in the report." Eli replied unfazed. "You certainly would not, to prevent the leak of investigative progress. We compiled 2 separate sets of documents." Lanny quickly comprehended. The investigation of a homicide is often a game of wits with the perpetrator. Unscrupulous media or corrupt officers frequently divulge the latest developments for personal gain, thereby granting the murderer additional time to react and counteract. Such occurrences are commonplace. particularly in serial murder cases where the police, having finally narrowed down their suspect, find media outlets clamoring to report just as an arrest is about to commence, ultimately complicating the operation and allowing the suspect time to destroy evidence. Thus, it is not surprising that two sets of investigative reports exist. As Lanny pondered this, Eli spoke up. Cooperation requires sincerity. If you disclose who provided you with this information, I shall consider this collaboration. Chapter 294, Departure. Regardless of the country or the time, traitors are forever scorned. Lanny contemplated whether to reveal the name of that corrupt officer. To be precise, the fellow was no saint either, having betrayed his own organization. Therefore, betraying a traitor should not be deemed betrayal in itself. With this thought, Lanny nodded and wrote down a name, handing it to Eli. This is my demonstration of sincerity. The lady pressed her delicate, fair finger upon the paper, slowly drawing it closer, her gaze dropping to inspect it, a smile gracing her lips. For a fleeting moment, Lanny felt a flutter in his heart, but he swiftly suppressed the emotion. Very well, detective. Eli flipped the paper over and inscribed a string of numbers, then pushed it back. Generally, this phone will be answered in the early morning or late evening. If not, it signifies I am at work. You may inform the hotel front desk that you have called. Lanny nodded, carefully tucking the note away, somewhat obstinately inquiring. Do you have any impressions of the individual mentioned earlier, Quentin? You have proven your sincerity, but not your worth. Eli sipped her coffee, leaving a trace of her crimson lips on the rim. Provide me with some useful information, and then we can engage in equitable discourse. Lanny wished to say more. Yet seeing Eli's smile fade, he refrained from speaking further. Sometimes, it is wise to recognize the limits of one's persistence. Temporary restraint often yields rich rewards. At least, that was Lanny's belief. After exiting the cafe, Eli remained seated for a moment longer, intending to finish her coffee while contemplating her next course of action. Unlike Xing Ze, she now possessed numerous resources at her disposal. John and Edwin were investigating the whereabouts of the Serpent's Tooth, with John attempting to establish contact with New Mungard to see if he could arrange a meeting with Richard Slytherin. As for the Muggle precinct, aside from today's surveillance, they had allocated most of their manpower to counter the old record gang. Although the lawyer brought in by Tyler, who had been retrieved from the warehouse by Xing Ze, had facilitated some legal assistance, he had only managed to disclose that Carmichael was an informant, remaining tight-lipped when it came to discussing gang affairs and members. From Harris's deductions, that burly lawyer was likely not just providing defense, but perhaps issuing a warning as well. Nevertheless, the investigation into the old record gang would not cease, though it would not be as overt as before, per Xing Ze's request. Reuben, the resolute and commanding inspector, evidently enjoys considerable esteem within the precinct. Despite Harris's considerable dissatisfaction with the tightening of the investigation, he refrains from voicing his discontent, mindful of Reuben's authority. As for the matter of the vehicles, Liverpool is expansive, yet not to the extent that sports cars can be seen racing about. Officers are diligently working overtime to scrutinize various parking lots. Following the examination of these lots, their focus will shift to the university, libraries, and other locales with available parking. The workload is substantial, requiring nearly a week even with the deployment of most of Liverpool's idle police force, contingent upon the investigation proceeding smoothly. Ely frowned, nibbling on her small spoon, as she contemplated her next course of action. After a spell of reflection, she caught a glimpse of herself in the glass and couldn't help but chuckle. She was increasingly resembling someone else. Xing Ze, prior to the assembly of investigators, had conferred with the officers on surveillance. Upon learning of their movements, he proceeded to the gathering point, a quaint eatery by the banks of the Mersey. When he arrived, only Mike and Selina were present. The bashful young woman, upon seeing Xing Ze, shed her previous shyness and eagerly bombarded him with questions regarding the world of Harry Potter. Miss Selina, I must clarify in advance that this is not the original magical realm. As you can see, this world is replete with creatures from various dimensions, as well as numerous characters absent from the original text. The attentive young girl took careful notes, clearly a devoted fan of Harry Potter. This discussion came to a halt when Kelly and Ken arrived. Mike ordered some food at the counter, although this small restaurant could not compare to Margaret's. It was favored for its affordability and generous portions, making it suitable for gatherings. Lanny was the last to arrive, puffing on a lit pipe, sauntering to his seat with a light step. The drinks ordered by the group were unremarkable, and Mike requested several servings of fries and meatball soup, along with some toast and vegetable salad. Once everyone had gathered, Kent clapped his hands and declared, "All right, since we are all present, let us commence. Who will go first?" Kelly, evidently having received some intelligence, volunteered, "I'll go first. Based on information I obtained from the newspaper office, This entire affair may be linked to the old record gang. The old what? Mike inquired with a furrowed brow. The old record gang, a local gang, Lanny elucidated. Kelly cleared her throat and continued. Thank you, detective. According to the information I possess, 2 members of the old record gang attempted to incinerate Frank's office. However, their luck ran out, as they were caught before they could act, with Inspector Rubin being the one to discover them. Those 2 should still be detained at the precinct. I tried my luck at the station, but unfortunately, I was denied entry. The entire precinct is maintaining an air of secrecy surrounding the case, to the point of being impenetrable. Is there anything else, Miss Kelly? Lanny inquired. Time is of the essence, gentlemen. If I had a bit more time, perhaps I could meet with more colleagues. Well, that's quite commendable. At least we have made some progress and identified new targets, Kent interjected. If we find no leads in Barry Chester, we can further investigate the old record gang. Who's next? Xing Ze half raised his hand and said, I apologize, everyone. I haven't gathered much more information. St. Mungo's has also tightened its information management. That's all right. It's impossible for everything to go smoothly, Kent reassured him. However, I have uncovered a wealth of information regarding Barry Chester. Xing Ze produced several documents from his briefcase. Very good, very good. Kent perused the files before setting them aside. Lanny exhaled the smoke from his pipe, setting it down as he recounted the day's findings. His deductions were astute, almost piecing together everything regarding Frank's office. The claw marks on the wall differ from those on the floor. I suspect that more than one creature assaulted Frank, he concluded. Xing Ze regarded his colleague with newfound respect. Lanny's analytical reasoning was fluid and coherent, revealing numerous details. Yet, this also birthed a sense of concern for Xing Ze. Those who are too clever are difficult to manipulate. Like Kent, he represented an unstable variable. And until their positions were clarified, caution was paramount, he mused. Finally, Kent spoke, withholding some information as was his usual tactic. After finalizing the itinerary for the following day, the gathering concluded, and each individual returned to their respective abodes, lost in their own thoughts. The following morning, as per the plan, Xing Ze, along with Mike and Selena, would take a van to Barry Chester. This was Lanny's suggestion. He preferred not to put all their eggs in one basket. Based on the information Xing Ze had gathered, Barry Chester was no tourist haven, with numerous eerie rumors surrounding the place, indicating that this journey might be fraught with peril. Thus, splitting into 2 groups would allow them to support one another. Consequently, Kent, Kelly, and Lanny would travel by bus, with Mike's van trailing behind. Mike, brimming with enthusiasm as he drove, was more loquacious than usual. In another world, he was an American long-haul truck driver. He had been compelled into this game due to gambling debts, having completed 2 tasks thus far, exchanging his accrued game points for cash to support his family and pay off debts. I don't even know how that software ended up on my phone, he chuckled. I lost everything at the casino that day, even the fare home. Then I saw that software on my phone. Weren't you suspicious? Selena, seated in the back, inquired. Suspicious? Mike laughed heartily. When a person is pushed to a dead end, they'll believe anything. Besides, I needed the money to support my family. Hey, what about you? What brought you into this game? Excitement. My previous life was dreadfully mundane. Xing Ze fabricated a tale. Seems like that's the reason for most folks, Mike remarked. Selena fell silent for a moment before speaking. Kelly, I joined this game through her. It's also for money. Someone in my family is ill and urgently needs funds. Mike took a sip of his Coke and said, finally, someone like me. We novices need to help each other out. We must keep an eye on one another. You're no novice. You're at a higher tier than us, Selena countered. To hell with that, mate. My 2 tasks were merely me trailing behind others and picking up scraps. I didn't contribute much at all. Besides, I've spent all my points on cash, not on strengthening my attributes. What's that word again? Attributes? Yes, and skills and such. I can't even comprehend these complex things. I haven't done any research at all. So, don't let my status as a level 2 investigator fool you. I'm just as much a rookie as you 2. At least you have experience, Selena remarked. Experience? Oh, that's true. I advise you both to be a bit timid. Don't stick your neck out, just follow the leaders. Speaking of which, that Lanny fellow certainly has our best interests at heart. Let us directly assume the role of the reserves. Are we not deemed too cumbersome, relegated to merely tending to the luggage? Xing Ze murmured inwardly. Meanwhile, on the bus, Kent turned to Lanny, who was seated to his right, and inquired, hey, is splitting up really a prudent idea? A narrow aisle separated them, and he was unsure if his question had reached Lanny's ears. Lanny leaned forward slightly, responding in a hushed tone, what is your perspective on this mission? What do you mean? There is something inherently peculiar about this mission. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. I share the same sentiment. But does that not compel us to act in unison? Kelly chimed in. I think so too. Do you not watch movies? In horror films, It is a grave mistake for characters to separate. Calm down, Miss Kelly, Lanny interjected. Placing a finger to his lips, allow me to explain. The three of us are the most capable members of this team. As for the other three, they are merely novices. While Mike has indeed completed a few missions, he himself admitted to cashing in all his points, rendering him no different from those two greenhorns. I do not wish to offend your friends, Miss Kelly, but the truth is clear. This is an A-level task, which should not involve inexperienced newcomers. Yet here we are, burdened by two of them, which is excessively taxing for the team. Upon hearing this, Kent began to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting we abandon them? Kelly immediately objected. That is out of the question. Serena is after all my roommate. You misunderstand me, Lanny replied, somewhat impatiently shaking his head. I do not intend to abandon them. Rather, I wish for them to refrain from obstructing us. To put it simply, in order to enhance our operational efficiency, the fewer voices in the team, the better. We do not require an abundance of opinions. Those newcomers should simply execute our directives. Therefore, I propose that future discussions be led by us, with certain decisions made solely by us to avoid endless disputes. In the event of disagreements among us, we can resolve them through a show of hands. Kent and Kelly exchanged glances, neither opposing Lanny's proposal. For Kent, this suggestion undeniably solidified his position within the team. As for Kelly, a woman of many thoughts, she also relished being in the decision-making sphere, as it would afford her access to more information. I concur with your approach, Kent stated, but how shall we explain this to them? I doubt anyone wishes to play the role of a mere errand runner. To speak plainly, they must understand that in order to successfully complete this mission, they must heed the professionals. I do not desire for those newcomers to jeopardize our efforts. You have observed that fellow Quentin. He brazenly pulled out his phone. Good grief, we cannot anticipate what antics those newcomers may conjure. Moreover, they remain oblivious to what they are truly facing. Should they encounter those monstrosities and suffer a mental breakdown, it would only complicate matters further. Keeping them in the rear is entirely for their own benefit. At this, Lanny paused, glancing at Kent's expression as the leader of this team. I trust you can manage this matter appropriately? A chill ran through Kent. He now comprehended why Lanny had not contended for the leadership position earlier. He had indeed concealed this ace up his sleeve. Of course, as you stated, this is for their own good. Chapter 295, Telford. When the bus arrived in Telford, it was precisely noon, and the weather was exceedingly hot. Kelly immediately set about reapplying her sunscreen upon disembarking. Lanny, on the other hand, lit his pipe. His left hand had been injured in a previous mission, and prolonged sitting in the vehicle caused him discomfort, necessitating the use of special herbs for relief. What on earth are you smoking? I've never encountered such a scent before, Kent remarked, waving away the smoke. A proprietary blend. I will check if there are any buses heading to Bricester. Kent nodded, indicating for him to proceed. I despise this rural locale, Kelly complained as she surveyed the street outside the station, spotting a filthy butcher shop, a grocery store with a faded awning, and a dilapidated tobacco shop. Locals seated outside the shops regarded the newcomers with suspicion, scrutinizing their attire and demeanor, as if they were harbingers of calamity. I share your disdain for the locals' scrutinizing gazes. Do not linger at the entrance, Miss Kelly. Come inside and rest for a moment. It is natural for people in small towns to be wary. If you had ever encountered indigenous tribes in the rainforest, you would understand that this is hardly unusual. Kelly stowed her sunscreen in her backpack, raised her middle finger at a few middle-aged men across the street who were leering at her, and followed Kent into the station lobby. The two found a discreet corner to sit, awaiting Lanny's return. The station was sparsely populated, mostly filled with transient travelers. Before long, Lanny returned, exhaling a plume of smoke. It appears we shall have to spend the night here. What? Kelly exclaimed, throwing up her hands. Is there truly only one bus per day? You are correct. The information Quentin provided me is 5 years old. The bus schedule changed 3 years ago. And now there is but one bus to Bricester daily, Lanny explained. Good grief. I do not wish to remain in this wretched place overnight. Did you see how the people outside were staring at us? Kent waved his hand in a calming gesture. Steady now, Miss Kelly. Lanny, are there any buses to the interesting Iron Bridge? We could take a boat to Bricester. The torrential rains from days past have caused the river to swell, and most boats are not operational. I fear there will be no vessels to take us anywhere. For heaven's sake, let my drive us. It is not far. Just a 2-hour drive, Kelly insisted, still resolute about reaching Bricester. I shall speak with Mike, Lanny replied. No need. Let us find somewhere to eat first. Have Mike and the others join us as well, Kent suggested, indicating that there was no rush as they still needed to explain the current situation to them. Upon hearing this, Kelly prudently refrained from further protest. About 10 minutes later, they settled in a dingy little eatery. Mike went to the counter to place their order while the others chose two adjacent seats. The ceiling fan, coated in grease, turned languidly, and the radio, crackling with static, emitted a nostalgic jazz tune. "This place reminds me of my childhood," Kent remarked, furrowing his brow, for like Kelly, he too loathed such backward and antiquated surroundings. Compared to this, he would much prefer the forest, the vast plains, or other natural locales. This place was simply intolerable. The sticky tables, the omnipresent flies, and the mice lurking in the shadows, along with the exclusionary gazes, were too much for him to bear. Mike returned to the table with several bottles of beer. "The only beverage available. Add one more. There is no decent bar," Kent grumbled inwardly, though his expression remained composed. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce a few matters," Kent said, clearing his throat softly before relaying the decisions made on the bus to Mike and the others. Neither Mike nor Serena voiced any objections. However, Xing Ze smiled and inquired, "I do not oppose this notion. But can you assure that our right to information is equivalent to yours?" "Certainly," Kent replied with unwavering conviction. "You are merely stationed at the rear. You are not isolated from the world. Whatever we uncover will be shared with you. It is only the opportunity for participation that has been forfeited." Xing Ze pondered this, nodding in agreement. "If that is the case, I have no objections." Kent continued, "This is also for your own good. You must understand that this mission is exceedingly grave, and we must be thoroughly prepared. Now, I must deliver some unfortunate news." Once the gazes of those around him were fixed upon him, Kent spoke again. "There are no buses heading to WizardingWorld. How can that be?" Serena, who had remained silent until now, pulled out her notes to verify. "Save your efforts, Serena. That information is outdated," Kelly remarked to her roommate. "No worries, we have our van," Mike interjected, uncapping a bottle of beer. "It only takes 2 hours to get to Bicester from here. Do you know the way?" Lanny asked. Mike took a swig of beer, deep in thought before responding. "We have a map. We can ask the locals. The drivers at the station must know the route," he added. "Or we could stay here for the night and take a bus first thing in the morning, just like today, with the van following behind," suggested Xing Ze. "I will not stay here, Mr. Quinton," Kelly countered. "This place lacks decent accommodations. In fact, there is a hotel at the end of the street," came a voice. "Are you sure the hotel is fit for guests?" "I have checked inside. It seems acceptable." All right, Kent interjected. "Let's finish our meal and rest a bit before departing. There is nothing to argue about, Mike. You go to the station and inquire about the route. The rest of us will also ask around to see if anyone knows the way to Bicester." After dining at the small restaurant, the group dispersed, beginning their inquiries around Telford regarding the route to Bicester. The two women were tasked with driving to the town's post office to gather information, while also scouting for potential lodging, should they require it. As for the men, for safety's sake, they paired off to conduct their investigation. Mike and Xing Ze headed to the station to try their luck, while Kent and Lanny made their way to the local freight center. The sweltering heat had Mike sweating profusely after only a short distance. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it in one go. "Damn, why is it so hot?" he exclaimed. "We still have a ways to go." Xing Ze, recalling the location of the station, remained vigilant, keeping an eye on their surroundings. After the bus arrived, he instructed Mike to drive around the vicinity to familiarize themselves with the terrain. Since the attack by the Snake Men, he had become more alert than ever. Chapter 296, The Route. Being cautious is not a fault. Although they had distanced themselves from Liverpool, who knows the extent of influence the old record gang and the Snake Men wield? The stifling heat enveloped the Welsh town. Cicadas echoed through the deserted streets, and the heat wave suppressed any desire for people to venture outside. The main street of the town was nearly devoid of life. In the shaded alleys, a few homeless individuals sought refuge from the sun, while a group of locals lingered outside a grocery store, smoking and drinking, their expressions unwelcoming. Despite knowing he would likely receive unsatisfactory answers, Xing Ze turned to Mike and asked, "What are your thoughts on the recent proposal?" Mike finished the remainder of his water, his shirt clinging to him from sweat, as he mumbled, "You must understand, Cod Water. We newcomers have no leverage to negotiate with them. Compliance is our best option." "I'm not questioning them," Xing Ze remarked, glancing towards the nearby grocery store. "Soldiers on the front lines should not question orders, but we are not soldiers. Are you not afraid they might withhold information from us?" Mike exhaled heavily. "You know I'm not one for cleverness. Perhaps they're truly plotting something, but we are powerless to change it, aren't we, Codwater? Just call me Quinton." "Okay, Quinton." These high-ranking investigators have both their bodies and minds enhanced. As I mentioned in the van, those game points can be used to augment ourselves and improve skills. You're aware of this, right? Level 5 investigators. God knows how much they have been enhanced. Do you remember the Geo I mentioned? That science freak? Upon hearing that description, Mike chuckled heartily. Indeed. One apt characterization, he told me. He invested all his points into enhancing himself. His strength is astonishing. He has never lost an arm wrestling match at the bar. Xing Ze nodded, "I understand. But we cannot remain so passive, can we? Allowing them to use us as pawns. Do you have a better solution?" "None at the moment." Mike shrugged, a realist at heart, never believing in nebulous plans or futures. He brushed aside Xing Ze's words, perceiving that this newcomer was overly concerned with matters beyond his control. "Let us just get to the station. At least there's a ceiling fan there." The Telford Freight Center was located in the southeastern corner of the town, a modest establishment with few trucks. When Lanny and Ken arrived, it was the employees' break time. They inquired at the reception desk, and, after spending £10, received the license plate numbers of several drivers who traveled to WizardingWorld. Following the plate numbers, they first encountered a small truck driver with a rosy nose and beady eyes. Kent gestured to Lanny, who made a motion to indicate for Kent to proceed with the inquiry. "Good afternoon, sir." Kent greeted the driver with small eyes. "Oh, good afternoon to you both. How may I assist you?" "Indeed, there is something. I heard you run routes to Bricesteau?" Kent asked. Lanny noticed the driver's eyes blink rapidly. Yes, sir. I occasionally deliver fruits and vegetables to the Asda supermarket in Bricesteau. Not much can be grown there." Having reviewed the materials Xing Ze had gathered, Kent, though not having studied them in detail, possessed a remarkable memory due to his enhanced brain from the game points. He recalled that Bricesteau soil was not particularly fertile, yielding few crops, and even the potatoes produced were small and unsightly. "I heard it's due to water quality. The water supply there is contaminated." Kent feigned curiosity to lower the driver's defenses. However, he failed, as the driver shrugged. "Who knows? I'm not familiar with that place. I just deliver goods. If you gentlemen have inquiries, please just ask. Otherwise, I need to rest, as I have to pick up cargo on East Street later." He was evading the topic. Lanny thought to himself and signaled to Kent, who understood. Kent pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "Care for a smoke?" he inquired. "Of course." As soon as the driver finished speaking, Kent had already extended a cigarette towards him. He took the cigarette and ignited it with his lighter. "Do you know the way to Bricesteau?" Kent inquired. "There are no buses left. We are in a hurry to get there, yet we cannot find a route." Upon hearing this, the driver scrutinized the two outsiders, slowly exhaling the smoke. The white haze drifted in the modest smoking room, which for Xing Ze, who had long since given up smoking, felt akin to a gas chamber. However, for Mike, the scent of secondhand smoke was reminiscent of home. The portly driver began to scan the crowd, searching for a reliable companion. After a mere 10 minutes, he had seamlessly integrated himself into a cohort of smokers comprised of drivers and station staff. Unable to withstand the acrid smoke, Xing Ze retreated prematurely. Although his enhanced physique afforded him a robust resistance to unpleasant odors, it did not necessitate his remaining like a fool amidst the harmful vapors, damaging his health. After a brief wait, Mike emerged from the smoking room with an elderly gentleman, who appeared to be in his 70s, donning a tattered cap. "Mike, old chap, are you looking to go to Bricesteau?" "Old chap." Xing Ze cast a skeptical glance at his companion, but refrained from speaking further. The elder before them had clearly indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. "Well, you've come to the right person, Mark," the old man mumbled. "I used to drive the bus there for several years, so I know the route like the back of my hand. It should be second nature to you, sir." Xing Ze kindly interjected. Right, what was I just saying? Never mind, do you have a map?" Xing Ze retrieved a map from his briefcase and handed it over. The old man took it, swaying like a swan on a lake, and once he steadied himself, he examined the map, shaking his head shortly after. "No, not this one. I need a county map." Observing the hesitance from the two men, the elder called out, "Head to the grocery store outside the station. They sell them there. And while you're at it, bring me a bottle of liquor." With that, he gestured vaguely in a direction. Xing Ze instructed Mike to stay behind while he ventured to the grocery store. Harboring doubts about whether this inebriated old man was merely attempting to swindle a bottle of alcohol from these two hapless outsiders. The traffic map he possessed was the most recent, detailing all the roads and bridges across England, including landmarks in Bricesteau, albeit not very prominently. However, with a careful search, one could indeed find a route that merely passed through Bricesteau. Chapter 297, The Road. Ellie sat in the police station's office, which had previously been reserved for Xing Ze, but was now of no use to him. Observing the bustling officers and detectives outside, she contemplated finding something to occupy her time. She recalled Frank's earlier visit to the underground archives in search of materials. Although Xing Ze had noted some key points and handed them to her, she felt it prudent to explore the archives herself. Each individual perceives things differently. Perhaps Xing Ze had overlooked something. Despite the low probability of this, she still wished to take a chance, for it was certainly more engaging than sitting idly. She exited the office and made her way straight to the underground archives. Bert glanced up at her arrival, his expression unchanged. Pray tell, Miss Shafik, what is it about that madman that attracts you? It's Nix, Mr. Burke, Ellie corrected. Yes. My apologies. The memory of the elderly often falters. Now, might you indulge me by answering my question? Ellie pulled a chair closer, across her legs, and retrieved a fruit candy from her pocket to pop in her mouth. I have a penchant for dangerous men. They can touch my G-spot. Burke nearly spat out the water he was drinking. Even as he swallowed with utmost caution, he was still left coughing. The young lady watched with satisfaction as the old-fashioned gentleman reacted, finding amusement in the occasional jest, particularly during these increasingly stressful days. What a disgrace! Burke exclaimed, regaining his composure. You should feel ashamed, Mississippi. As a noblewoman and a sorceress of a prominent family, you ought to be aware of decorum and— Oh, Burke, spare me your lectures, Ellie interjected, rubbing her hands together. Men can tell lewd jokes in broad daylight. Why can't women? Do you know? Women are not much different from men. They also appreciate handsome looks and robust physiques. Those noble ladies with whom I share afternoon tea, despite appearing reserved and proper, critique the men at dances and then snag a suitable one to frolic in the garden. As long as you possess sufficient charm, utter a few sweet nothings. And at a touch of alcohol, any man can slip his hand under those girl skirts. That is the reality, Burke, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. Women, like men, have desires that need to be expressed. They too enjoy conquering the strong. Look, we've hit the nail on the head, conquering the strong. I relish in that. And he just happened to be there. So, do not be so surprised, old sir. It was merely a small jest. Burke took a handkerchief from his breast pocket to dab at the corner of his mouth, responding with some dissatisfaction. But the women you speak of at least know when to joke. What is wrong with that? You are getting old, sir, and soon you will forget this matter. To me, this jest is akin to a shell dropped into the ocean. It will soon vanish without a trace. However, do not forget too swiftly, old sir, for I have more questions for you. Burke had come to recognize the uniqueness of this unconventional sorceress. In fact, Ellie Shafik's reputation had preceded her, much like her great-aunt, Carlotta Pinkston, who also possessed a distinct and proud disposition. However, unlike Carlotta Pinkston, this young lady understood when to temper her boldness and when to reveal her sharpness. Otherwise, she would have been dispatched to Numengard long ago. What do you wish to know? Burke inquired. This. Ellie pointed towards the ceiling, gesturing in a circle. What kind of materials does this underground archive store? Some old cases, cold cases, and a few concluded ones. Ellie nodded, glancing at her notes. Xing Ze had left her the case numbers Frank had searched. May I take a look? By all means, miss, but do remember to return everything to its rightful place. The grocery store owner was an elderly woman who sat in a rocking chair, knitting a sweater, while an antiquated black and white television displayed a film of which Xing Ze was unaware. Isn't it a bit early for knitting? Xing should it. The old woman looked up at him and replied, I have 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. I see. Do you have a map? Check the back shelf. Xing Ze walked to the last shelf, searching through a pile of dusty atlases, and ultimately found the county map at the very bottom. He opened it to inspect. Noting that the map was dated 8 years ago, it marked Brycester, yet there were no roads leading to it. How peculiar, Xing Ze mused. A town boasting a top-tier university, yet there appears to be no major roads leading there. He had conducted an investigation into Britchester, yet the information available was exceedingly scarce, as if some unseen force had intentionally concealed the existence of this quaint town. On his way to settle the bill, Xing Ze casually picked up a bottle of wine, placing his items on the counter before inquiring, Are you familiar with Britchester? What? The shopkeeper set aside his needlework. You mean Britchester? Yes. Of course, I'm aware of it. That town is not far from here. Many locals have attended the university there. However, apart from the university, it seems there is little else worth visiting. Xing Ze produced some money from his pocket and handed it over. I couldn't find a route to that place on the map. There's a highway leading there. You should have come earlier. There is only one bus that goes there each day. It's not the school season, so the buses are rather infrequent. That highway has been around for some time, so it's not surprising it isn't marked on the map. Those government officials don't pay much attention to such details. The absence of a road on the map doesn't matter much, especially for such a remote location. Oh, by the way, I must caution you. If you intend to go there, it's best to be mentally prepared. Why? The locals are quite insular. They do not take kindly to outsiders. However, they're somewhat dependent on the university for their livelihood, so at times, their frustrations may be unleashed upon visitors. I'll keep that in mind, Xing Ze replied, pocketing his change and exiting the grocery store. The elderly man, after consuming the wine, traced a route on the county map, declaring with conviction, This is it. Follow this road, and you will reach Britchester. Follow this road? Lanny questioned, regarding the small-eyed driver with skepticism. The driver nodded, Yes, we all take this road. Kent scrutinized the map closely, harboring doubts, as the path leading to Bridgester was evidently a mountain road.